being just a regular trip to the doctor's was hard to reconcile. All right, ill head in first. Lumoof looked at the flooded pit that led to the core and dived right in. The Demon King was a kind of bony, half-shark, half-demonic creature that was still digging at the rocks. Lumoof, unaffected by the water, easily interrupted its constant digging and engaged it in battle. Somehow, water numbed the Demon King's senses, because it was only then it reacted to our presence. That was a surprise to us. Lumoof got a good, powerful root strike through its body. Not enough to kill it, but enough for me to get a rough sense of its strength. It wasn't going to be a problem. The Shark Demon King soared out of the flooded pit again. Its senses seemed dull. The moment it exited the flooded pit, it was battered with a range of attacks. The Demon King, weakened by the blast, shapeshifted and then summoned more demons. But those extra small fries died like flies. The heroes and domain holders launched more attacks. It was no match. The Demon King of Shasan died. The heroes gained some levels, the domain holders gained none, and some of the Valthorn level 140s gained a level or two, not enough to push them to a domain. But now there was only one Demon King left, the Demon King on Twinspace. We wanted to make it a spectacle, so I redirected my attention elsewhere. I wanted to visit Hawa again. Sadrio. Lumoof went through the portal first and landed in a large receiving hall filled with people. Hawa's priests and an entourage fit for a king. Greetings, Patriarch Lumoof. Olivia of Alpash stood there waiting. She still asked about Rune occasionally, but this time she was in her priestess mode and spoke with all the gentleness and grace of a high priestess. Are the rest of the entourage coming? Lumoof nodded. They'll be here in a second. Emperor Aranul and the rest of the Emperor's escorts warped in. They appeared around Lumoof through my teleportation ability. Aranul brought about 100 people to Satria, and this same party would then be deployed to Shasan to launch Aranul's New World program. But the fact that Lumoof landed here so specifically seemed to trigger some alarm bells. Hawa seemed able to guide how and where Stella's portals opened, and ensured that a large, luxurious, welcoming party was present. Stella was fairly surprised that a god could do that, but this was Hawa's core world. Guiding portals and specifying specific landing zones should be well within its range of abilities. However, it did highlight that this was a very clear vulnerability. Stella could teleport us right into a trap, especially if a god was hostile to us. Essentially, we could be on the receiving end on a spawn camp attack. That was an uncomfortable thought to entertain. Lumoof grinned at the sight of the two high priests. Well, nice to see you again, Priestess Olivia and Priest Michael. It's a pleasure to welcome you and your party, Patriarch Lumoof. It is especially blessed for us to finally meet those who are faithful to the teachings of Hawa from other worlds. Our god Hawa's blessings and wisdom reaches even to the furthest of worlds, and from one Hawa's servant to another, we sincerely welcome you. Olivia spoke, and Lumoof grinned at her heartfelt praise of her god. Her words were genuine. Though her words were sweet, it was somehow lost on the Emperor. So this is what it feels like where Hawa's presence is strong. Emperor Aranul's heart pounded. Lumoof could sense the trembling in his fingers, and we speculated that his class, the Holy Emperor, was instinctively linked to Hawa. Therefore, it was possible that here in this world, that class was stronger than even on Treehome. The Emperor looked around for a few seconds, took a few deep breaths, and then finally turned to face the hosts. My apologies to the very generous and hospitable priests and priestess. I am just suddenly overwhelmed by the presence of our god Hawa that I cannot but take a few moments to take it in. Patriarch Lumoof promised me a visit to a world where Hawa's reach was still strong, and it is truly a unique feeling. The priestess could sense it too, a sense of comradeship in those that share the faith. Yes, your majesty. Satria did not face the need to create a holy emperor, but I do agree it is most interesting for us as well to meet those who triumphed against great odds. It is the foul demons that cause Hawa's influence to be weak on your world, but your people persevered. We expected that Aranul would want to have some private words with the other Hawa believers, so this went as planned. Lumoof nodded. I'll leave you to it. I'll return in approximately 3 months. 3 months is plenty of time, Patriarch Lumoof. We will be ready when the time comes. Aranul was a man with his own plans, and I didn't mind it. The world was large, and right now there was enough for everyone. Even if he turned against me, it was fairly easy to cordon off certain worlds. We planned on sending Aranul to Shasan because it wasn't a world where we had much interest in. They could have it on a silver platter if they so desired. I expect that as we discover more worlds, my resources and manpower would not be able to keep up to maintain a decent level of control, and so, rather than let certain worlds suffer because I lacked the resources to deal with them, I was willing to pass some of these worlds to other forces. From my point of view, I didn't want to let these other worlds suffer from the demons just because I couldn't help them and refused to share the portals with others. People like Aranul were relatively low risk since they lacked the means to travel through worlds. In time, maybe Lilies or Arya and Espeng, or the White Statue could be roped in to take control of certain worlds, though given the White Statue's strength, it was a matter of time before he achieved travel between the worlds. But now we stand at a position of growing strength, and we no longer need extensive paranoia. we have the weapons and strength to punish all those who break our trust. Year 297, Part 2. Trehome. Freshka, the capital and heart of the Valtrian order, buzzed with energy. Politically, the mood in the population was fairly upbeat. Progress was made on many fronts, and the world entered an unusual era of peace. It was this peace that partly enabled Emperor Aranul's expansion plan to the world of Shasin. It was going to be largely a one-way trip for the first 5 years, and we intended to deploy a few Valtrian Order agents just to accompany them, and void mages would drop in once a year to help them move people or resources as needed. The news of the Emperor Aranul's travels to the other worlds was largely kept quiet, mainly because of fear for the merchant guilds and merchant king's attack. However, no one was really in the mood for attack. The Valtrian Order's consumption of crystals has reduced gradually, but the world's smaller forces are still not ready and have not rebuilt their stockpiles of war. The consequences of the past war and the fear of my punishment for now continue to deter the prospect of wider war. Instead, the guilds came to us with a proposition. They too would like to expand to the wider worlds. I immediately thought about Raf and the White Statue and the risks. I was willing to let them try expanding, though a part of me felt a little disturbed at allowing corporate forces to have a stake in expanding into other worlds. Right now, we had a monopoly on travel due to our void mages, but it's likely that my monopoly over my void mages would eventually be broken. It may not happen in 10 years or 20 years, but at some point it could happen. Some void mages would eventually agree to join these other folks, or maybe they figured out how to independently train void mages. Of all people, the White Statue could discover how it's done on its own. As a domain holder of his level of strength, if he had seen the powers of a void mage, it shouldn't be too hard for him to start figuring out how to create one. After all, we learned how to create void mages through heavy exposure to void mana and constantly healing the individual from the effects of the curse. Eventually, they were able to gain the void mage class. If the White Statue learned how to do the same, it's likely they would be able to do it too. However, as medical and healing abilities of the general populace catch up, or if any of my level 100 and above healers joined one of these guilds, they would have the ingredients needed to experiment on void magic. What would they do with it? Was this power something we should release to the world? What if the power to travel to other worlds that only destroy others? But we are not the fairest judge of that. We've used our power to reach the other worlds. We've saved lives, but in the long run, we also harvest their societies for their brightest children to fight this war. We should intervene if they used it to harm more than good, or when our trust is broken. The ability to travel worlds in itself is not a bad thing, even if it may lead to bad consequences. I also didn't see myself as intentionally policing their behavior. It felt like this was one of my usual dilemmas again. Do I allow people to do bad things with neutral powers? It's like preventing people from flying, because some people could just use flight to fight wars. Worlds that had this power would have an advantage over worlds that didn't. Just because they gained access to void magic doesn't make them more powerful over those that didn't. If the defending worlds were like Cuber, where there are existences like the Osrids, it may not be that clear-cut. Thinking that way, maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing to actually release knowledge of void magic to the wider world. Yes, it's potentially dangerous, but right now, only the old gods and the demons have figured out how to travel between worlds, and both have left quite a fair bit of the multiverse in a terrible state. But Stella was quite against it. No, I cannot allow that. Yes, maybe some people can be saved, but as far as I can see, void magic is as good as a nuclear weapon. The longer they stay away from it, the more we can save people. We should be the ones saving them because I won't trust anyone else with this power. I currently cannot imagine how any other institution can handle this power carefully, not with where these other people are now. Not even Raf or the White Statue, I countered. No, are you being biased? From a net gain to the world, linking the others' worlds should lead to net savings of life. It means demon-attacked worlds have an exit path. That in itself should save many lives. Have you not seen the people? Everyone's a warmonger. People will be killed, and I cannot trust any of them to treat those beneath them with more care than the Order. Not yet. Maybe someday there will be a truly good society that is worthy of this, but right now, no. The angels and the White Statue have potential, but I want to see how they behave without our threat before Id even trust them. It's not something you can hide forever, I countered. Void magic can be learned. I know, but I will stop it as long as I can. I want to be able to pull the plug on this experiment if they misbehave. As the Void domain holder, let me have this right. Very well. Lumuf landed on the world of Cuber. We knew that we were the ones that should face it. We walked to the very edges of the Cuber's land and wondered whether this was a hostile domain holder. Even at this distance, we could subtly feel its presence. I hoped that we could come to an agreement, like Lily's. At the border between the land of the living and the land of the dead, there was a trading post. This was where the humans of Cuber traded with the undead, so we approached the undead and requested an audience with the Osrids. We declared we were coming. The undead at the border didn't respond to us immediately, but eventually one of the undead actually spoke with magic. Please wait. We did. We followed the wraith on a path that headed for the center of the land of the dead. The land of the dead was surprisingly productive, filled with mines and quarries and factories. The undead worked, and they worked with only a little bit of rest. As we escorted deeper into the land of the dead, we noticed the presence of large black crystalline towers that radiated magical energy. It was familiar. It reminded me of that dungeon core that spawned undead from my earlier days. Lumuf's magical senses focused, and we realized these were magical ley lines that were corrupted by the black crystal. These crystals then drew on that energy to create some kind of undead nourishing aura. The undead consumed magical energy in their day-to-day activities, and the aura replenished the undead's magical energy. In short, these was what kept dead going. As we moved deeper into the Deathlands, we noticed more of these black crystals, clustered around where the undead worked. We did notice some undead were different from others. There were large, heavily armed black knights that had a series of magical gems within their bodies. They drew from that undead aura, but likely were able to operate without it. It was around that time that we began to sense the eyes of a domain holder. It was just a sensation of someone looking back at us, whenever we looked or passed by one of those black crystals. The wraith that escorted us clearly noticed that we noticed, but it said nothing. I still found them fascinating. They were in a somewhat twisted way a post-death society. People whose souls were given a second chance to live again here, even if they were just doing more work. But they do not tire or feel pain, and they are permitted to interact with themselves. Even from afar, we could listen to them talk to each other. Some of the undead talked to each other about their day-to-day life or talked about their past. Some missed their families, but some of these undeads were family when they lived. I wondered whether they gain levels and skills, or they lose the ability to gain levels. We traveled for about a day, and then we stopped in one of the cities of the dead, a city for the undead, built around one of these black crystal obelisks. This was a city of crafts, where undead and wraiths worked in workshops to build tools and weapons, things that they used, but also things they traded with the humans. You will rest here tonight. We will continue our journey tomorrow. All right. I could feel the Osrids' presence in the gigantic black crystal at the heart of the city. We were getting quite good and experienced at sensing the presence of these domain holders. Bidu, White Statue, and now the Osrids all employed tools to maintain control and oversight of their territories. The city was clearly built to accommodate human visitors. Maybe the heroes, like the hero Gideon. We didn't need sleep, and it was easy to notice how the undead didn't need sleep either. The workshops continued to work even at night, though the rarely used inn had really thick walls to drown out the noise. On the next day, a gigantic bone dragon arrived in this undead city, and the wraith waited next to it. Visitor, we will now take you to meet the Osrids. All right, let's go. The bone dragon flew quickly, and I rated its power somewhere in the high-level 80s, a creature able to give even demon champions a run for their money. Amazingly, it wasn't a reanimated bone construct, but instead also possessed the soul, multiple souls that were linked together. The wraith stood next to us and observed us. Lumuf grinned. We should be there quickly with this dragon, perhaps a day. Yes, the wraith answered. We flew over surprisingly fertile fields, mines, workshops, cities, and barren land. In parts of the land of the dead, bones reigned. Magic woven into the land itself caused bone-like materials to appear out of nowhere. As we flew closer, I could feel it, the familiar presence of another domain holder. The Osrids' home was an easily fortified valley with a small gap. The dragon landed at the door to the valley, and the wraith led us along the road. The valley walls on both sides were filled with carvings, people, creatures, artwork made of gray stone, all intricately made from the valley's natural gray colors. It was a temple, and the whole journey walking through the carvings felt serene, quiet, and even holy. Maybe it was once a holy place. There were many small doors that were carved into the valley's walls, and they all led to underground passageways and rooms. The wraith eventually stopped at one of the doors, where another undead awaited us. The undead was a heavy knight. Its bones were larger and magically reinforced to be stronger, covered in enough magical armor and weaponry to be on par with the elite white guards of the White Statue. It was the right direction. The presence of the Osrids all over the valley at first, but as we focused, I could triangulate its location. The knight pointed at the door and walked it first. We followed. We walked on a path covered with magical traps and weapons, but somehow not a single one of them activated. Eventually, after we went through multiple passageways and underground rooms, I saw 3 creatures, all physically separate yet magically intertwined. I knew they were a single being. Greetings. I answered on Lumuf's behalf, and I felt the presence of a being pushed back against us. The 3 undead bodies spoke at once, and it felt like I was talking to a magical twin of Lily's. Lily's underground roots and had the same sensation. Greetings. Why have you asked for an audience with us? It clearly knew we were something. Our aura and presence as a domain holder was clear, and at this distance, I knew the Osrids was a peer of similar strength as the white statue, though its power set was likely less combat-focused. Just seeing it and being here answered 90 of the questions we had, but we asked the two main questions on my mind. We are travelers, expanding through other worlds and are here to help deal with the Demon Kings. Are you willing to coexist peacefully with us? The three Osrids answered differently. No, maybe, yes. Lumuf smiled and answered sternly. We would appreciate honesty, Osrids. You three are one, your soul is to one, even if you share three flesh. There is no need to play such tricks on us. The Osrid at the center paused, and then the other two merged into it. The three bony bodies fused together into a single, larger bone creature with three faces. Greetings, my fellow soul shaper. It spoke as one. Lumuf nodded. Greetings. I've come for two real purposes and one goal. One, to know whether we can coexist with you, and two, to inform you of the fading hero summons. The hero's summons will end soon. The Osrids paused. We are as we always were. If you leave me be, I will leave you be. Great, that solves the first problem. Two, the Demon King is a continuing problem, but the hero summons will be over soon. Are you able to deal with it? In my mind, I believe the answer is yes. The Osrid stopped, and its undead face transformed into one of displeasure. Yes. But not without a great sacrifice. Without the heroes, we would have to rely on the powers of shaping the soul into a weapon. We would need many sacrifices from the living to create a weapon strong enough to defeat it. I had a sense that the Osrids could win without it, but it is unlikely to sacrifice itself to do so. It would prefer to win the easy way. Lumuf frowned. I see. What would you do if it landed in the Deathlands? Its answer was also unappealing. I would chase it to the lands of the living until I collected enough sacrifices for the weapon. That would be our plan. The end of the hero summon would greatly destabilize the current balance and prosperity of Cuber. So in my mind, I considered offering a deal. We would deal with the Demon King in exchange for continued peace and non-interference. We gain the experience, the world stays as it is. When will the hero summons end? It asked. Soon, I am not certain. We were asked by Hawa to deliver the message. I was fairly certain it will end the moment we inform Hawa, but I could hold it off, but that would delay my access into the inner demon worlds, play off the time difference in Hawa's limited information. There was silence, but I felt the buzz of the Osriid's mind. Its presence fluctuated like a turbulent ocean. It was in thought. You are strong, stronger, the Osriid said. You seem familiar with the ways of the invaders and can fight them. We have no interest in the invaders. They are something we deal with because we have to. Lumuf listened. The room was fairly small, constrained. It was quite different from most of the large, airy chambers favored by other domain holders. So we will trade weapons and magic for security, knowledge of necromancy. We are interested in maintaining the status quo and will trade for it, the Osrids offered. The land of the dead will remain off limits, but we can construct a new undead city to accommodate your people. If you wish to have undead servants, we are happy to supply it. We are also capable of constructing custom souls that meet any of your more exotic desires. Lumuf squirmed at the last item, but decided not to dwell on it. Instead, he redirected the question. What did you do with the heroes? If the heroes are willing to fight the demons, we let them. If they are not, we use what is in their soul to make a powerful creature to battle the Demon King instead. If that fails, we use the power of the hero's soul as a weapon. Lumuf frowned. In the past, have you ever harmed a hero? Yes, the Osrids answered, as if explaining itself. Those who are aggressive get what they deserve. At that moment, I felt the Osrid split a portion of itself, and that portion of itself snuck away. Maybe it anticipated a fight. Lumuf merely smiled. It is not necessary to do so. We mean no harm. Lumuf and the Osrids didn't move, and yet at that moment, we felt our two domains graze each other. The Osrids may have realized we could sense its soul movement, but it decided the risk was worth it. We will accept your offer, Osrids, with two exceptions. We will require full access to your Deathlands to do battle with the Demon King. 2. We do not know for certain how long the hero summons will remain, but we ask that if you find these heroes, you send them to the land of the living. The Osrids didn't move, but I felt the chattering shifts of bone. I wondered whether I emit such a sensation when I was deep in thought. It spoke. Acceptable, but my wraiths will accompany your forces. Fair, that is all. We will be in touch, and we hope our peace remains. The Osrids seemed suspicious, but ultimately answered diplomatically. The peace will hold as long as it is upheld. Lumuf smiled and said some nice words to end it. It is good to meet a necromancer that isn't immediately hostile. This has been pleasant. We will be in touch, Osrids, hopefully in more cordial terms. The Osrids didn't respond immediately and instead just watched us leave. The wraith escorted us back to the valley's entrance where the bone dragon waited for us, and we left the world of Cuber. A deal was made. Cavil Edna returned this time to Cavil with a purpose to place a node tree, preferably somewhere friendly. Cavil was a land of knights and a land of small feudal kingdoms. These feudal kingdoms laid claim to Hero Sword, and that served as the foundation of that kingdom's power. How this actually worked was an interesting mechanic at play in this world, and it was something she wanted to see more of. The Descendant Swords. So, Eben, how many more levels? Edna asked as they both approached the small, fortified town. They could feel the magic that leaked out of the city, but Cavil was a fairly safe world, and so they were both in rather ordinary village wear. A tough outer tunic and pants, though they both had much more comfortable inner clothing. One, Eben said, level 149. Edna nodded. She knew he's been at the very edge of the path for a long time, though the exact details often eluded her. Eben's service to the order was probably 100 years long. Edna nodded. She remembered many years ago. He was just a young Ionic battle knight. You've come a long way, my disciple. There's but a few more steps to take. Eben nodded with a brief sigh, a mix of frustration and exhaustion. Eben was not the only one. Many Valthorns reach level 149 and never move for years, even decades, like Eben. His service is almost a century long, even with all the breaks he took in between service. Even Rune and Johann stared at that final level for years before they made it. This last step feels a lot further than all the ones before. Edna tapped the man that was once her disciple on the shoulder. Keep at it, we're almost there. It was a small fortified town, and 6 guards stood at the gates, decked out in polished steel armor. They wore the liveries of a nearby lord. Knights and squires, perhaps with the ability clean armor or some variant thereof. Edna's eyes in particular noticed one of the guards who stood nearby wielding a magical blade, a blade that has a faint presence of the hero sword. Visitors, yes. Edna and Eben both smiled. Can we come in, bags? Edna and Eben both handed over their bags and just briefly checked them. One of the knights whispered to the other, I keep getting nothing. The other night guard replied, really, let me try, security inspection. Edna and Eben glanced at each other and immediately they both activated small rings on their hands, an illusionary object meant to throw off inspect. What are you talking about? I get villager and traveler for both of them. The other knight tapped the man, you must drain your magical energy. Anyway, you two are free to go. If you're here to live permanently, y'all need to speak to the town lord, but other than that the laws of our town are similar to all others. Don't cause trouble. If you're here to watch the seed drawing ceremony, it'll be in 4 days. They were exactly here for the seed drawing ceremony and entered the fortified town. At first glance it seemed just like any other town. In fact, that was what the scouts thought at first. They didn't have much time to dive deep into how they worked back then, but now that there was only one real demon king-infested world to deal with, time was quite plentiful. This town had one hero sword, and unlike most other towns, it had its hero sword out in full display. It stood at the town's center, a gleaming golden sword that stood embedded into a large stone. Its presence wasn't really that great. For both Edna and Eben, it didn't seem particularly interesting. They built a small water fountain around it, and there were at least 2 knights present, standing guard. The sword itself had a massive steel chain that tied it to the ground. At this distance they could feel the subtle pulse of the hero swords and, strangely enough, a voice. Well, only Eben could, and was partly why she brought him along. You could hear it, Edna asked. Edna, as a domain holder, couldn't interact with this aspect of the hero sword. Strangely enough, Edna didn't detect her domain blocking anything. It was as if whatever feelers the sword had knew it couldn't reach her. Eben paused as he focused, and then he nodded. It's whispering. It's saying something I can't quite make out what it is. I see. Edna nodded. The Valthorn agents claimed they've heard strange voices when they were around the cities and towns, but most of the hero swords are hidden in secluded courtyards and spaces. Edna checked her dates again. Well, don't think too much about it. We still have time. Let's rest. The fortified town didn't get many visitors normally, but there were slightly more than normal. So at the inn, the two managed to talk to some other slightly drunk villagers to find out more about the seed drawing ceremony. I'm still amused that every year or two there's still visitors that want to see the ceremony. It's nothing much, really. The visitor said, nothing much for us to see at least, but it's a lot of work for the swordsmiths. We're travelers, and we've not seen a seed drawing ceremony. What is it about? It's when the swordsmiths offer their blades to the divine blades, and the divine blades share fragments with the blades. It happens every year or so when the divine blade is ready. The swordsmith with the best blades gets to work with the fragment. Eben couldn't help but ask, how is it judged? Judged. It's no eating contest. The divine blade chooses whichever blade it wants. Sometimes it chooses none at all, and the swordsmiths will be in trouble with the town lord. The sword chooses. Edna found that strange. Do the swordsmiths hear the sword talk? Oh, those that hear the sword's words are the sword whisperers. They have a destiny to be great swordsmiths. Eben frowned. He was nowhere near a swordsmith, but he knew he heard the sword. Doesn't it just say weird things? No one knows. Swordsmiths are very secretive about that sort of thing, the slightly drunk villager said. The town was a little more crowded as the day of ceremony got closer, and Eben noticed the voices from the sword began to sound more like a chaotic mess. There just wasn't much in the townfolk's lives that even supposedly boring seed drawing ceremonies become an event. The town square was converted into a podium, as the fountain's water was drained and replaced with temporary wooden floors. A priest appeared, but he was different from the normal priests. He looked like a priest, and yet also a swordsmith. He was large, muscular, and filled with scars from years of work in the workshops. Even though he wore the deep brown robes of the priesthood, they could tell he was once a swordsmith. The priest seemed like a fairly mid-level individual. He was likely around level 60 to 70. In one cordoned-off area, a group of swordsmiths looked nervous, and they all held a set of weapons wrapped in thick cloth. All of them have done it before. So Edna focused her observation on the gossip and rumors from the travelers, merchants who had seen more places. I heard this isn't a powerful hero sword. One of those in the crowd whispered to the others. It's not, that's why the town lord's only a town lord. Another one whispered back. The priest smith walked to the hero sword and began to chant. Edna felt him channel priestly powers, holy powers common in priests and those who had a leg in these sort of classes. The sword glowed and emitted a powerful magical presence, as if it was a sword in its prime, as if its original creator still lived. For a moment, this was a hero sword, as if a hero still held it. The priest turned and roared at the swordsmiths. Present your seedling candidates to the holy sword. The swordsmiths were ready. Each of them held a finely crafted sword in their hand, and they all walked towards the platform. Once they approached, the hero sword seemed to glow, and it had wisps of light that reached out. The wisps touched the swords presented by the swordsmiths briefly. The priest continued to chant, as if continuing to supply magical energy to the hero sword, and then the hero sword pulsed. The sword has chosen, the priest said. The hero sword pulsed once more, and then two of the swordsmith's creations floated up. The hero sword shot a beam of light into each of them, and those swords glowed. Two of the crafted blades are worthy, the priest said, and the crowd cheered. Those that failed looked dejected, but some looked relieved. The floating, glowing swords landed back in the hands of the swordsmith, and they looked nervous. The priest said a prayer and then turned to face the crowd. And so it is now the duty of the swordsmith to forge the greatest blades with the seedlings granted to them. Eben looked at Edna. Isn't the sword already done? I thought so too. Edna nodded as she then tried to ask a villager. What happens now? Oh. The swordsmiths are supposed to refine the blades some more. Usually they do some polishing, some engraving and all that kind of stuff to make the sword worthy of a hero-descended sword. The villager said, clearly faking a level of expertise. Edna didn't buy it. The details of what exactly happened with the hero swords and these, descendant, swords is unclear, though Edna and Eben both knew that most of these weapons were in the hands of the town lords and his chosen knights. So the two decided to watch. Secretly, they infiltrated one of the victorious swordsmith's workshops that very day. The swordsmith, a relatively middle-aged man, probably around levels 40 to 50 in some blacksmith-related class, was greeted by his apprentice, a younger boy that was about level 15 to 20. Edna and Eben, both shrouded by magic, hid in the corners and watched how the swordsmith did their work. From what Edna knew, it was exceptionally hard to work on hero items, due to the presence of star mana within them. Only Ian could attempt to replicate and work with them, but the powers of the hero's forge were in a league of its own. Master, I have the things ready, the apprentice said nervously. The apprentice looked nervous, but from what Edna understood, this swordsmith made a few descendant swords in the past few years, so this wasn't their first run. Good, the swordsmith said, let's get started. The actual space where the sword would be forged wasn't like any other part of the workshop. It was clean and almost seemed like an altar, rather than a workshop. The swordsmith placed the sword with the hero sword seed on the altar, and then the smith knelt before it. He started to pray. The glow of the sword began to spread and then touched the swordsmith itself. The glow spread, and for a moment, both the swordsmith and the sword were connected by a glow of light. Holy power allowed the smith to reach into the sword and change it. The swordsmith began muttering some prayers, and the apprentice placed a tray of items next to the swordsmith. The tray contained a rather random selection of items. A few types of metals, a few types of wood, flowers, pens, paper, some food, some drinks, a small cup of blood, and a cup of water. He picked up some metals, some items, and then somehow offered it to the sword. The sword seemed to change ever so slightly. The swordsmith offered some more steel, but some of the items were then suddenly rejected and flung far away. Okay, not that one. The swordsmith said something else, faster. The apprentice quickly offered some flowers. The flowers were strangely taken as they vanished into the sword. The apprentice handed a pen to the swordsmith, but then he stopped. Wait, it's saying something. Wait, it's ready. Apprentice, wait. The swordsmith turned to face the sword and bowed to it. He began to mutter certain words of prayer, and the glowing between the two brightened slightly. At that moment, the swordsmith picked up a hammer that was on his belt. I am ready. Edna and Eben watched as the swordsmith's eyes began to glow, as if he was having an out-of-body experience. They felt some magic flow between the swordsmith and the descendant's sword, and the swordsmith just knelt for the rest of the evening, his eyes glowing but his mind clearly not present. The apprentice held the swordsmith and kept him supported during the rest of the evening. Edna and Eben watched, and Edna felt the subtle shifts in the sword during this entire time. Sometimes it got stronger, sometimes it turned weaker. Maybe it wasn't the perfect outcome, but in the depths of night, the glow between the two vanished, and the swordsmith returned to his body thoroughly exhausted. The sword landed back on the altar. Water. The apprentice ran with 2 large mugs, which the swordsmith finished in 2 big gulps. At that point, the apprentice asked, "How did it go, master?" "I think I did decently. Let's check the sword. Help me up." The swordsmith's body was kneeling the entire evening, and so the apprentice helped him up. The two walked to the sword to inspect it. The swordsmith looked at it a little frustrated. "Ah, it's not much different from what it was. I thought I did better." The man took a deep breath and prayed anyway. "Let's make a scabbard for the sword tomorrow." The man left the blade on the altar and took a good rest. The next few days, the man made a relatively elaborate scabbard, and then Edna and Eben watched the 2 swordsmiths present their completed weapons to the town lord. The town lord inspected the weapons and didn't seem too impressed. Despite that, he said nothing of it and just thanked the 2 swordsmiths for their work. One of the lord's treasurers paid the 2 for their services and sent them away. The 2 infiltrators didn't just leave it as that and stayed back to listen to their honest assessment. "It's average, good enough for knights, but not something that could replace this." The town lord tapped a sword on his belt, also a hero descendant sword. Edna noticed almost everyone in the lord's personal knights possessed a sword of similar category. The lord's knight commander nodded, as it was now his turn to inspect the weapon. "It'll be good enough for the newly promoted knights, but this does mean we can only promote 2 new knights this year. 2 will have to do then." The lord declared to his men, "Let the remaining squires compete for the post." Eben and Edna left the 2 to explore another bigger town. Cavill's towns were all spread far apart, and the farms were fairly clustered. One of the primary causes of the high density and clustering was because of the hero swords. A town without a hero sword is no town. There were smaller villages, but these were often linked to a larger town that regularly sent knights to protect them from the monsters. In between all the towns and cities were plenty of untamed forests and mountains, and monster lairs. On a macro level, this fed into the myth of the Knights of Cavill. Knight would set out to slay the monsters, defend their cities from the dark creatures. According to the reports, the largest towns generally correlated to the strength of their hero swords. Stronger hero swords attracted more people to live under its protection, since the powerful hero swords created stronger descendant swords and stronger knights. The hero swords are like fruit trees. Each hero summoned to Cavill starts with a sword seed, which grows into his personal sword. It is this sword that becomes a hero sword when he dies, or when he gives it away. It is said that a hero could create a new hero sword if he gives one away, but there is some kind of price to be paid. Details were fairly scarce, since most of the drunk knights only regurgitated tales from their travels, the stories brought by travelers and merchants, or whatever their lords told them. The next city they arrived at didn't display the hero sword out in the open. Instead, it was hidden deep in the city's keep. The city lord styled himself a king, though it seemed that no one dared to speak up to the king, since he didn't have the king class and instead only had a lord class. The city never had a king in its history, but at some point the system could recognize it as true and would convert the city lord's title into a king. Edna and Eben weren't particularly interested in the city's politics, as their focus was learning about the details of the hero sword and how they worked. The world of knights and their glorious accomplishments didn't spread on their own, and instead, it was the traveling bards and songstresses who amplified the knight's glories. The relative ratio of armed warriors to non-warriors was quite low compared to the other worlds, simply because a knight that had a descendant sword could do the work of 10 soldiers against the monsters. Due to the limited nature of these swords, Cavill's towns and cities valued quality over quantity. The largest amount in any city were the squires who were soldiers in training but have yet to receive their descendant swords. Even in a city with 20,000 to 50,000 people, there were only about 2,000 actual squires and about 100 to 200 knights. On the other worlds, the military strength was at least 3 to 5 times the number. High-leveled knights who were level 60 to 80 and outfitted with the descendant swords could slay demon champions. It's a virtuous feedback loop, where a small number of strong warriors slaying demons and monsters meant less sharing of experience, which created even stronger warriors. This specialization also meant there was more resources and manpower for more artistic pursuits and specializations. Bards, woodworkers who made a range of instruments, farmers, brewers, the priest-smiths, and many other kinds of frivolous entertainment. Here in one such larger city, that was in full display. Taverns with beers, dancers, singers, and bards were all over the main street. It was common in Cavill that the temples and the workshops were often located next to each other. The priests of this world prayed to a range of gods, and unlike the other worlds, Cavill's temples worshipped a pantheon of gods, Hawa, Nira, and Gaia. The Cavillians referred to these gods as the 3 swords of gods, and they often pray to all 3 together as 3. She's around here. Eben reached a quiet home located in the workshop district of the city. It was a small, slender home that was probably once a workshop, but the workshop was now replaced with a small garden of flowers, walls replaced with open windows for the sun. Their goal was an old priestess and a great sword whisperer. In her youth, the rumors claim she made powerful descendant swords, but mainly because she was really old and thus knew things many didn't. Eben checked. She's inside. Got it. Edna knocked on the door. Let's go. Hello, we're looking for Priestess Shuwen. I am not a priestess anymore, the old woman responded. Edna grinned. Then we're looking for Shuwen. We wish to speak to her. Come in. The former priestess home was clean and well lit with ample sunlight from the large windows. The living room was fairly narrow, but it didn't feel that way. Two of the walls were decorated with scabbards, their swords nowhere to be found. Sit, sit. Do you want some tea? What can this old woman do for you? Edna and Eben smiled, and so Edna started. That would be nice, but we're here to learn about the past and the hero swords that are all over our world. Shuwen smiled, brewed a pot of hot tea, and sat down on the table with 3 cups. Eben quickly helped her pour the tea. Oh, you want my story? Yes, Edna said. That's probably the 3rd time someone ever asked, and in the first 2 times it was a hero. Are you a hero? Shuwen smiled. Edna smiled back and shook her head. No, most of these worlds didn't have an appreciation of the truth and history. They were busy surviving year on year, and even when they did create documents about history, it often spoke about the glories and achievements of their cities, kings, lords, and knights. Things about the nature of hero swords would be mentioned in passing, but not much attention was given to them. The swords were how things are, and how things were, and how things will be. Someone like Shuwen with her long history, knew and seen a lot of things, and interestingly it was only people like heroes that would think about speaking to someone like her. The woman was old, and at almost 300 years old it was probably the limit of her level extended lifespan. And if you're not the hero, why should I tell you? Shuwen said. Edna smiled. What would it take for us to hear the truth? Shuwen found that funny and nodded. I jest. I'm an old woman happy to talk about my past. Too bad few want to listen, and many have long forgotten who I once was. Where should we start? What are the hero swords? It is what you know. They are the remains of the hero's journey. Each hero arrives in our world with a seed, which with their nurturing grows into a powerful weapon. Depending on the 3 swords' blessings, the swords gain different types of powers. When I traveled with the hero Yoru so many years ago, he would visit each old hero sword, and he would then imprint a memory of that hero sword into his own. The old heroes gain a wide variety of powers because they can summon the swords they have met during their journey to aid them. You traveled with the hero? Edna asked. Yes, I traveled with 2 heroes actually. Yoru when I was a young woman, and later Zahar when I was an older priestess of the sword, Shuwen said proudly. But it's an old story that was maybe 200 years ago, back when the 3 or 4 heroes arrived and I was the one chosen by the Lord to accompany the hero and provide my wisdom. But why? Edna asked. She knew why, but she wanted to hear it from her. Heroes need knowledge. They need company. They need someone to be there for them, care for them, and love them, Shuwen said frankly. They are fragile men and women, and even if they have strong powers, the temples know they must be cared for, and the temple wanted children from the heroes. Oh, did you have any? Shuwen smiled. Yes, my grandson's now the knight commander of the city. Of course, the hero's blood is a little diluted, but still. But why? The former priestess laughed. Why else? Our children can draw more out of the hero's descendant swords. Ah, Edna chuckled. So these hero swords, what else do you know about them? What's something we don't know? Ha, such a hero way of asking questions. I'd almost think you came from their world. Shuwen laughed but talked anyway. Well, the heroes, Zahar gave away one of his hero swords when he was level 90 or so, just because he saw a village that was really vulnerable and wanted to protect them. So he planted his hero sword there, and then, must a hero plant the sword? Not always. That's what I am for as well. If the hero falls in battle, he'll retrieve his hero sword. The hero swords actually contain a fragment of their being, a part of their soul, and it resonates better with me than anyone else because I was their companion on the journey. The companion is always a priest smith because we can work with the sword he left behind. We can speak to it better than anyone else. But eventually they too die, and so lesser smiths must learn to pick up the slack. Is it always a girl? Edna wondered. Not always. A man is fine, as long as the two have a strong friendship. Sending a woman to be a hero's companion has its challenges, since a woman may find the hero less appealing, and there's a lot of complicated feelings that don't make us a good companion. I was lucky that I liked the 2 heroes I was assigned to, but it's not always the case. Romance and love isn't necessary. All that is needed is a strong connection that the hero sword inherits. Are you 2 trying to be the next hero companion? There should be a demon king in another 5 or so years, but it's hard to say whether there will be a hero. Edna just nodded. You can say that. Ah, hopefully they send more than one. It rarely ends well with only one hero, Shuwen said with a sigh. So a hero can create a second hero sword. Edna tried to redirect the question back to the earlier question. Why not create more? The world clearly has space for many more. Each new hero seed costs levels. 5 to 10 levels of the hero's hero class, and the new hero sword starts from scratch. Shuwen said. Starting from scratch? Edna asked. Do the hero swords have levels? Yes, the old woman smiled. They are special like that. They are a part of the hero, and so each hero gains 2 sets of levels, one for himself and one for his sword. Once given away, they stopped growing. The swords transformed into the objects you see out there, but they gained some other abilities to protect their new home. Edna's mind immediately thought of Ian's idea of creating a living weapon. That was possible with a Titan's soul, but here, the hero's sword was doing something else altogether. Do you think we can do something similar? A living weapon that's so powerful that we could use it on the demon's sun rings? Edna asked. Something that outlasts even the heroes. If the hero swords were living weapons, then the natural idea was for a hero from Cavill to gain power across many worlds to create a superhero sword, or whether they could make something with a Titan soul and push the living aspect to its limits by cobbling multiple Titan soul-like weapons together. This makes this world a dilemma for us. If we stop hero summons, we're fulfilling our end of the bargain, but we wouldn't be able to experiment with the heroes. Edna said, I'm being a little selfish, but I really want to see what it's like to have these living swords pushed to the limits. Could they be more powerful than the heroes themselves? Then we should let Ian know to just hold off on this world. I think we could afford a delay to our plans, Eben wondered. Skipping one cycle is what, 10 or 20 years? Ian could wait that long, no problem. Edna agreed. Ian won't be the problem. Time is hardly a concern for him, and waiting a decade more or two is indeed nothing. I am more concerned with my peers. Would my peers be willing to hold off for twice as long? Alka may be on my side since he's willing to experiment, but will Stella let me do this? Are we playing with the lives of my fellow warriors? We could let the Demon King appear, but don't kill it. Leave it incapacitated and allow the summoning of heroes to trigger. Agreed. That's possible with Lumuf's powers and my swords. Now, I'll have to convince the rest of my domain holders to hold on for a little longer. Year 280. How long do we have to wait if we plan to hold off on rescuing one of the worlds? Lumuf asked the object in his hand. Edna's encounters with the hero swords made me wonder whether we could replace it with another world. There was silence at first. If it's one world, perhaps another 5 years, so all and you may have to wait and hold these worlds for up to 35 years before I gather enough faith points. 35 years. In a way, that wasn't a bad amount of time, since we could reinforce our hold on these peripheral worlds and replenish the strength of the Valtrian Order and Valthorns. 35 years was enough for 1 to 2 generations of new warriors to join our ranks. Though a part of me wondered whether it is enough to attack the demons, I realized that at this moment it didn't matter. We'll just have to get ready. If we are not, we will take a step back and rebuild. Do you have domain holders under you? Lumuf asked. Yes, a few. They care for some of my core worlds. They serve as my voice to my people. What do you do if they get too strong? Why would they? It gets progressively harder to get stronger under the old system, and they would have to constantly seek out battles. My core worlds are safe. They do not get invaded by the demons frequently. It's so easy to plateau, and I noticed this too, even in my domain holders. There's always a point where progress seems incredibly slow. Years pass by without a level gained. Even for me, my level gains have been so slow that I've not expected more levels unless I did something big. The last significant gain I had was during the Demon's Comet. So far, our expeditions to the peripheral worlds didn't lead to many levels for me. Have you started to save up some faith points? Yes, it will take some time, but faith points accumulate slowly over the years. Yet you do not want to send your priests and prophets to these worlds to convert them to your faith. Distant worlds generate the least amount of faith points. I much prefer to create new planets in my core realms and populate them with even more believers. There is more progress that way. Wait, how big are your core worlds? Compared to some of the peripheral worlds, perhaps 10 or 20 times larger. Some of my realms have 30 planets filled with my believers in the billions. That explained the sheer scale and why the gods are so unwilling to entertain distant worlds. Its core worlds are so big, and just managing that should take up most of its time. But how does the will of the world work in such a situation? There isn't one. I have merged with the old will of the worlds for those where I have claimed as my core worlds. These worlds and me are one and the same, and it is why my existence is calculated as a blend of the worlds where I rule. But wait, don't you die if you lose your followers. Yes, but the worlds will have to die first, and so long as I rule them, I want. Interesting. So since the world faith system allows them to supplant the world's existing will and made it their own. Wait, then how do the demons capture a god if you're merged with your core world? They must have defeated all of that god's worlds and forced it to its last controlled world. And there it captured its last controlled world, effectively claiming control over its faith. But a god can draw power from further away than its core world. Yes, but the core worlds are where we tie our presence. Call it an anchor of our reality. But why don't the gods just keep merging with the will of the worlds? Each merger costs faith points, and the less world we control, the harder it is to generate the necessary faith points. Why don't you keep merging with more worlds? At some point you control so many worlds that you can keep merging with more. There's a distance penalty for each merger. Each merger shifts my center of faith ever slightly, making some worlds further away from that center, and dilutes the faith point generated from that world. In other words, there is an optimal arrangement of worlds based on the current density of worlds in the void, but you can move worlds as the will of the world. Can you not just move it closer to the center of your mass, such that each world is optimally arranged within your center of faith? There was an odd silence, a really, really long odd silence. It can be done at some faith point cost, but there is a size restriction of the number of realms in the same space in the void sea, but no real limit on the number of worlds within a single realm. But again, a weird long silence, as if it was in thought. Maybe that belief is also flawed. I will experiment on this. Even the old gods work with fairly constrained information. The system works the way it does, but not all the tricks to optimize its performance are known. At that point, I wondered how my clones interacted with the will of the world. What sort of powers do you get with the will of the world? I mean, other than the power to move worlds, fairly wide. I can create and alter race compositions, alter species, create divine and magical laws that permeate the world, move worlds, alter its core concepts, subject to the system's limits. Can you shape portals? Yes, I wondered. Are you able to block people from coming then? I have not tried, but maybe. At least I can block a world's core from interacting with a person. Like I can weave rules into the world to prevent certain things from happening, such as dragons can't fly or trees can't grow bigger than a certain size. Some rules will need to go through the system's implied voting process and can take a while. Could it even stop me from deploying my clones? Can you stop the movement of souls too? A limited yes. I can create mechanisms that slow the movement of souls and recycle them, but over a long period of time, no. This lends credence to the idea that souls are one of the foundational forces of the world, but I wondered what the demons could do with worlds where it has fully possessed the will of the world and weaponized that ability. It has not done so with the demon worlds we've seen so far, but there is no reason to believe the demon worlds within the bubble are similar. A long silence later, it agreed. Very well. I will have 1,000 high-quality warriors ready within 40 years. Any domain holders? No. My domain holders are far too precious. 3 decades of relative peace should be achievable, though we are left with a few more worlds where we intended to see a little more happen. We are largely ready for the next phase of our movements. The rest of the Valthorns will focus their efforts on restoring the health of the peripheral worlds, but for us, we have other things to do. Lumuf gathered the domain holders for a talk. They were connected through Dream Academy. The dream version of Alka nodded. I'll spend another few years here in Delvigard. I think I can get a deeper grip into their society, but we'll need a big deployment of staff to build a new space for these guys. In a safer world, do we intend to use the world next to the sun rings as a staging post? If so, that's where we should go. It'll make it much easier to send over the war machines to the sun rings. Is attacking the sun rings with war machines even necessary? Well, maybe not, but the sun rings is where we are closest to the demon's barrier. Once it breaks, it will lead to the inner worlds, and I expect a lot of war. Fair. What sort of crack are we expecting in the demon's barrier? Johann asked. Stella then elaborated. I'm not exactly sure of what sort of power Hawa's weapon has, but let's assume the barrier will either have a hole in it or fall completely. We should be able to move closer towards the demonic worlds that are on the other side. I believe we should be seeing demon worlds, so a whole lot of battle. Yes, and the domain holders will be the tip of the spear. Alka explained. The rest of the Valthorns will need to hold on to a set of worlds that form a path for us to retreat, if needed. The likelihood of that sort of path being necessary probably isn't high if we can have Ian's clone deployed somewhere along the way, but we don't really know whether there are restrictions of Ian's deployment. We know so far during our first attack on the sun rings that Ian cannot deploy on places without sufficient soil. We are highly likely entering worlds that have been heavily warped by the demon's presence, quite like the core worlds of the old gods, so more divine law stuff. Yes, exactly. Which is why we are the tip of the spear. Alka said, we'll need more firepower, way more firepower. Somehow Johann, Rune, Kaffa, and Ezar looked at Lumuf at the same time. Lumuf blinked. What? We'll need to get more allies. Ah yes, it is the Avatar's role as the primary representative, Johann said. If we need more domain holders, we'll have to recruit some of these others to fight on our side, or we find more allies. Stella said, we should resume the Void Layer's exploration, or reach for the other gods. Rune poked in, and this time he looked at Stella. If we can get Hawa to give us some guys, Ava probably could too. We should reach Ava somehow. Stella frowned. Aw man, I already have 2 Void Explorers headed in different directions. If we find something, well no. Rune and Johann looked at each other. But if we're venturing to worlds where there are divine laws, we'll need a Void domain holder. Unless if we can somehow share the protections of a domain holder with any of 5 other Void Archmages. Alka said, is there? Stella asked. Not that I know of. Lumuf shook his head. If we can locate more gods, that is ideal. But our efforts should be on the basis that we don't find any more gods, and so we need to improve the strength of our forces. The peripheral worlds are mostly connected to a demon world. We should make use of that. Lumuf said. That's a good way to give our new recruits some additional knowledge and experience. Then Edna brought up her observations on the hero mechanic on Cavil. The matter was circulated to the domain holders earlier, so most of them knew about it on a relatively high-level basis. I'd like to experiment on the hero class. That made Stella squirm slightly. The rest of the heroes won't agree on that. Why won't they? They have another friend to fight with, Johan asked. It's taking people away from their homes, away from their current lives. It's allowing the gods to kidnap them. Stella countered, not if you believe what happens to heroes when they die. Alka said, they get placed back as if it never happened. Nothing really was lost. It's like a dream. We have no way of proving whether that is true. Stella countered, I don't like this. We're allowing the system to take one. Alka looked at Stella and frowned. Just one, Stella. Think of the lives we can save if there's a way to make a super powerful living weapon, something that we can then use on other worlds as well. There's ways to do that without the heroes. Stella insisted. Edna already has her quest swords. Why can't her quest swords do something similar once she gains more levels? Stella, it will end on its own. It's a matter of time, Alka countered. The more we can learn how the world works and how some worlds integrate the hero summons into its natural ecosystem, the better equipped we are to deal with the consequences. Cavil will have its end of summons eventually, and I think Edna has a point. One hero, one summons, that's it. No, do you want some time to think about this? Alka tried to brush off her rejection. Ian, we have to stop this cycle of pulling people from our worlds, Stella said. Stopping hero summons is a good thing. But I wasn't so sure. Twin space. Land of the plenty, land of the overpopulated. Kaffa, Rune and Johan arrived and found the chaos even more overwhelming than the overpopulated cities of the central continent. Somehow, the population here was just bigger. People here just had more children, and children grew up faster. Fertility levels were high in every race, and it seemed the minds of the people were very much inclined to have children, and we discovered they were indeed wired differently. The souls of humans, lizard people, elves, dwarves, all slightly different. Their minds favored children, even though as a society they don't seem to treat their young very well. Instead, they generally were left to fend for themselves, though crimes on young hungry children were rarely punished and less severe. But there was a price to such a different mindset, a price paid in another form. The level caps on everyone were lower. No one got above level 75 in this world. 10 levels of difference, and in return, a land slightly smaller than the central continent housed 10, if not 15 times as many individuals, maybe even 20. Kaffa found the place pleasant. He was always fond of crowds. Lizard folks generally were comfortable with crowds. It didn't bother them, and their minds were able to shut out the unnecessary noise. The demon continent is the promised land. Matriarch Hoya stood on top of the podium. A crowd surrounded her. Our divine god Ian has a vision, a task for us all. Once we reclaim the demon continent, it will be transformed into a land of plenty, enough to feed your family, your friends, everyone. The crowd listened as Hoya's seed for the masses spread throughout the entire plaza. Ian's warriors await us on our journey, our path, my fellow brethren. Our divine god calls on us to prepare for this journey, a crusade of our own to purge the unholy from our world. The reward is a new promised land, a land that is fertile, where minerals and resources are plentiful, and our god's men will be there to help us. So, my brethren, we must make the journey. Our crusade awaits. Rune and Johan kept watch just in case anyone tried something, but Hoya had enough artifacts on her to block a demon king's attack. The crowd's buying it. A lot more than I expected, Johan said, and realized a lot were nodding. Some were swayed. A few walked up. Hoya bought a building later that day and officially set up the first temple of Ian on the world of Twinspace. A total of 3 matriarchs and patriarchs of the trilogy came to Twinspace. The act of converting these masses into believers, zealots, was the first step. Once they gained scale, they would convert even the nobles, and from there, the preparations for the Crusades would be on the way. The first Twinspace Temple of Ian was located on a harbor city. It was ruled by a local king. There were soldiers, but anyone could tell that they were hardly loyal. They were only doing it because the king paid them. How easy it was to sway the hearts of these lost sheep. An offering of food, a blessing from a priestess, and a light touch of borrowed divinity, and Hoya turned a group of lazy, unmotivated guards into her own private army of eager zealots. It's quite scary what she's doing. Rune said, as each of the matriarch and patriarch somehow converted hundreds and thousands of regular civilians into believers of the Yonic faith. Similar to Alka, Hoya and the priesthood went down to the people and converted them first. The ruling institutions will fall on their own once the legs they stood on collapse. The powerful may have higher levels and are stronger, but in the end, the benefits of that level only matter if they have someone to lord it over. With the Temple of Ian and the power of the matriarchs, it would be easy to resist their attempts. In 2 months, the Temple of Ian on the shoreline cities had grown to thousands, winning over soldiers and citizens alike. The nobility began to notice, but by then the Temple of Ian was already sizable, and some began to whisper directly into the nobles' ears. In that shoreline city itself, the fire now reached the city's lord. The demon's continent is actually our promised land. A zealous converted officer explained to that very town's lord. The lord was furious. We must join the temple of Ian on the crusade to the demonic continent. Our suffering all this while was because we allowed the demonic continent to remain corrupted. What ridiculous claim is this? How are the other temples not crushing this fake priestess? The lord stared at the converted officer. The rest of the guards looked tense. They were friends, but the officer had been thoroughly mesmerized. The zealous converted officer stood and drew his sword. City Lord, the powers of the matriarch are real and her divine blessing is true. You doubt it, but see this. His entire body radiated power for a matriarch's blessing. Are you dabbling in demonic energy? The Lord didn't believe it, incredulous. Haul him up and throw him in prison. City Lord, you may throw me in prison, but I beg you, go see the priestess for yourself. Matriarch Hoya's faith is true, and her vision of God is real. The Lord looked at his guards. Throw the man in jail, and summon this false priestess to my office. I'll see what this succubus is doing to my officers. Year 280 continued. Hoya was not a young woman. She took the appearance of a regal, mature woman, and the very moment she walked into the Lord's mansion it was clear to everyone. Maids, butlers, soldiers, guards, they all could feel it in their souls when someone who possessed the air of holiness, and for the lord of that town, his opinions shifted the moment she walked through her door. Holy. 1,000 words could not describe standing before one who speaks with the weight of divinity. Hoya and the priests were normal for the rest of the Valthorns, but for these folks of Twin Space, they cannot even begin to explain how unique the sensation was. The local lord stood in the presence of a high-leveled priestess with her powers in full swing. Though fleeting or momentary, a priest is an extension of their god. A priest is the conduit between reality and the powers of God as written in the system. The lord blinked as the sensation hit him. For a lord who had never met a true holy man in a world with few holy existences, it was akin to seeing for the first time. How? Hoya did not bow or kneel, her words divine, but she may as well have been a succubus. There really was no difference at their level of power. The lord wasn't very strong, likely only level 30 to 40, and so his resistance crumbled. Greetings, town lord. It seems Ian saw it fit to arrange an opportunity for me to convince you of our truth. Would you like to join us in our crusade? There is a promised land for us, but it is not free. It is one that we have to earn ourselves. The lord was enraptured and in a single meeting converted. Hoya made it look easy, and some lords were ever weaker than others. One lord done, hundreds more to go. A crusade for the demonic continent would now stir the world into a frenzy. New ships would be constructed, aided by the Valtrian Order's craftsmen. Perhaps Magisar should have used the priests to speak to the mages. The faith was far more potent and infectious than they expected. Year 281. The Order purged all of Magisar's demonic hives. What's left are just small patches of demons and corrupted land. A matter of time before the world is truly devoid of demons. The Magisarian economy hinged on food harvesting and mineral collection. Due to a lack of hard metals in their world, most of their goods were constructed and reinforced with magic. The hero-created floating towers were the primary exception. With peace, that meant old harvesting locations and mining spots could be restored, and trade routes resurrected. Most of this didn't need her involvement, a great thing, and so the Order focused its efforts on recruitment, training mages for the next batch, new schools. Lausanne and the Order recruited some of the friendly mages. Thankfully, not all were stupid enough to side with the Tower Masters, and a few new schools were constructed. Children of Magisar did not have the old biases of their parents, and they did not inherit a fear of the land. Like the lizard folk, the children would experience a world so different from their parents that it was hard for them to understand. The Order's priests would have to heavily step in to manage this generational transition. The Order set up a total of 10 new magic schools across Magisar, and unlike the Tower, the new schools were large academy-style buildings replicated after the various magic schools of Treehome, but staffed with a joint team from both the Order and also the local mages. The Order didn't have that many mages to spare, so each of the schools could only have about 5 to 10 level 70 to 80 mages, and the rest would be Magisarian local mages. The Magisarians used to have magical carnivals, tournaments as recorded in their historical documents, so she revived old tournaments and events between the towers, and added these new academies into the mix as competitors. Now that the demons are exterminated, in theory, the Order should gradually cut off the towers and let them return to their old ways, similar to Treehome. Ian's mercy left a mark on the old leadership, and none of the successors dared to lay claim to the respective leadership roles, so the Order's mages continued to rule in place of the Tower Masters. To make the best of what was already done, Lausanne and Blackthorn replicated the Council of Representatives of the Central Continent and made each of the towers nominate a group of 5 representatives to represent their interests to the newly established Magisar Council, housed in the new city. Delvigard. Crafters vanished, tens, hundreds, entire workshops somehow robbed overnight with not a sound or witness. Vaults filled with sunsteel, sunmetal, and void weapons are all gone somehow. A great theft of people, weapons, and resources. The kings and rulers of Delvegard were in panic. Many wanted to comprehend what in the world happened to their nations. Even in the greatest of Delvegard's war machine academies, multiple masters just vanished overnight, along with all their gear. There was a noticeable sense of dread in the yards, that even the forge master of the yards, the former king, patrolled the place extensively, along with his best warriors. But even full security didn't help when powerful order operatives placed everyone in the yard to sleep. Those that vanished were housed in a series of secret new homes in new cities, in a series of new cities throughout Delvegard. Built into old sunmetal and sunsteel mines, the crafters and builders from the Order had quickly constructed new, fortified and heavily magically reinforced cities hidden from view, and in places normally inaccessible. We called these the new Delvegardian cities, carved out of old mines or dead mines. An underground path was constructed that connected these new Delvegardian cities to the regular dwarven towns ruled and managed by Lord Sundus and his peers. These cities were basic but functional, but what truly made them realize that they were now working with crafters who were from other worlds were the singular object placed in their heart, along with the strange crystals that surrounded them. The rift gates at the heart of the Delvegardian cities. These oval-shaped gates were massive objects of otherworldly origin, and the dwarves could tell these were not made by dwarves. Even my crafters had not figured it out, and actually, it made me wonder, how did the demons even reach the point of having such powerful technology? Were the demons some kind of technological creation by a powerful being from the past, and the rift gates were also one of their creations? If so, their creator must have been some kind of truly powerful crafting god. But no matter, the reason why we placed the rift gate at the heart of these cities was simple. Alka promised them the glory of war, and we intended to deliver. Delvegard would face its own demonic attack in a decade or so, but the pathways between the two worlds grew stronger day by day. Our void mages could amplify that connection and travel to the other side. And so, as a small battalion of the dwarven war machines prepared, the void mages activated the rift gates. You will be the first Delvegardian dwarves to ever set foot on demonic worlds. Alka encouraged them. Now go and fight the demons. There was a roar from the first dwarven force, and they walked through the rift gates riding their war machines. The demons on the other side were small, and resembled the hellhounds and dog-headed monsters, and the larger creatures were gigantic versions of these hellhounds and had 3 heads. They breathed fire, and that fire smashed into the magical shields of the war machines. Alka watched, a little amused how out of shape they were. The dwarves panicked, unsure how to fight the demons. The Order stepped in to help calm their nerves briefly, while a few of the Order folks quickly reminded them what they needed to do. This was the first trip of many, many more to come. They fought for a while, for what was half a day, and then the rift gates opened again, this time to bring them back. Alka gave them a mission to establish a foothold on the demonic world, and the dwarves accepted. Groups of Delvegardian dwarves from all over the world came together, and somehow formed into cliques, and rather than fight each other for real, Alka merely gave out rewards for those who slaughtered the most demons. At a good time, Alka smiled at the Blockmaster. He was among the first group that rode their war machines to the other side. No, not really, it was bad. The Blockmaster conceded as he reviewed his own performance. We were out of shape. Alka nodded, a lot of room for improvement. Fighting demons is quite different from fighting each other. It's quite chaotic, and there are many types of demons. The former Blockmaster looked at Alka. You seem exceptionally used to this. Me, not really. I spent most of my years in a workshop building stuff. It's only in the recent decades I've ventured onto the battlefield. Recent decades. The Delvegardian looked at Alka, and then Alka undid his disguise and transformed into his older usual self. I'm much older, Blockmaster. The domain holder sat with the dwarves as they rested back in their home. That explains it. And here I was wondering whether the new generation are truly so impressive. They are, Alka laughed. With the regime we put my fellow warriors through, they come out as strong as you within a decade or less. That was something that was met with an uncomfortable silence. How are things back in the yards? The Blockmaster asked, as he too decided to redirect the topic of conversation. Tense. The king and the yardmaster are still trying to hunt down the culprits. That's not going so well for them. Have you not been able to sway them? They referred to it as the Delvegardian disappearance. Alka did make an attempt to convince the Forge Master. The disguised form of Alka offered the deal to the Forge Master, and the proud dwarven man attacked him instead for lying. Somehow, he was too proud, or perhaps, he was too high up the pole to see the drawbacks of the society he ruled over. The Order didn't see the need to continue engaging the kings that refused. Instead, he would continue stealing talent and resources from the Delvegardian nations, and so, the kidnapping would continue. Alka returned to Delvegardian yards discreetly, and found it exceptionally quiet. The place once hummed with the hammering of sunsteel. The clattering of war machines in battle now seemed like it was abandoned. There were patrols, actual heavy patrols, and many of them started to look at each student as if they were a suspect. The king himself was almost delirious, but the news that almost all workshops were targeted made them feel better. War machines were rigged with spells and artifacts to ensure they could be located, but it was trivially easy to remove them. Across Delvegard, some cities were badly hit. They lost almost all their war machines and crafters. These were usually towns and cities that had wars in their recent history. War didn't leave people happy, and dwarves were often torn between pride, loyalty, and a sense of duty to family and friends, so the Order now provided a real alternative. Possibility to live a different way, there was no reason to hold on to that cause, so many of these crafters decided to leave. The Order took everyone who joined them and their family and set them up in the various new Delvegardian cities. Back in the yards, Alka's little spy machines were everywhere, and he found ways to sneak into the doors of many craftsmen and talented men to speak to them. Each day, Alka convinced a little more to leave. Another 3 disappeared today. As the king turned mad and paranoid, that only pushed more of their valuable crafters towards Alka's offer. Not every approach was successful, but Alka got better at understanding the types that would fold. For those where he felt it was a little risky, he approached with a disguise. There were those he approached that did not join him. Instead, they all confessed to the authorities and said how they were approached by a strange man who spoke of joining a war on other worlds, where dwarves do not fight each other but fight demons. The king was furious. The king knew, of course. Alka already approached the dwarven royal, but the king ignored his approach. But his citizens were fascinated. Kings and royalty rarely faced the consequences of their pointless wars. They had the best war machines, the best equipment, the best healers and potions. Fighting for their country was thus seen as a must, a proud thing, a duty. Fights were the dwarven way of proving their strength. No Delvegardian king earned their place on the throne without war, and expansions were glorious things. An achievement in their rule, turned into stories to be told in taverns and sung around as hymns by drunk dwarves. The middle and lower class didn't see it that way, but the world wouldn't change just because they disagreed. They lacked the means to cause that change, and so the cycle of war perpetuated. But as the dwarves who rejected the Order's offer shared their experiences and explained what was said, rather than inspire horror instead, it only amplified them. The promise of the big war came to be known as the Great War, an inspiration. A part of me wondered whether this was a rehashed version of Valhalla and Ragnarok. The tales grow more crazy by the week, Lord Sundus explained as the tales spread far and wide, and to the smaller Delvegardian towns. Thus far, Alka and the Order's great kidnapping mainly targeted the large workshops, academies, and crafting institutions. Then Lord Sundus spies reported of a planned execution of a crafter. The tales of one such craftsman spread so much among the populace that it caused great distress and fear to the ruling class of one of these affected dwarven city. The craftsman was decently talented, at around level 50, and because of family concerns he rejected the offer. But somehow, rather than rewarding the crafter for remaining loyal and rejecting the offer, the town's lord grew increasingly suspicious of his explanations. This fool is spreading false stories. The town lord hauled the crafter dwarf to the town square and intended to publicly execute him. There is no great war out there. These are lies spread by those who deserted their post in town. The crowd watched in horror as the town lord picked up the executioner's axe. The crafts dwarf was chained to a platform, his dwarven body trapped. I didn't lie, town lord, it was real. I really met a man and he told me about this story. He really wanted me to join him. The dwarven lord was frustrated and turned to his people. Shut your lying mouth. Now I intend to set an example for all dwarven crafters everywhere. There is no great war and there is no war in the heavens. All these people who joined them are being sold a lie. They are liars. These people were consumed by the very demons that seek to destroy us. The people listened in fear. The crafter struggled and wept. My lord, I did not lie. I have chosen to remain in the town out of loyalty to you, my lord. Please do not punish me for my loyalty. But the dwarven lord did not buy it. Speak no more, liar. These evil words merely convince the town folks of your lie. There is no great war. This is all a plot to weaken us all. He lifted the axe and then, a voice boomed in the entire town plaza. Somehow the town lord found himself unable to move. A kind of paralysis or stasis magic had locked everyone in place. Crafter, if you are given a choice again, would you choose differently? The voice asked. The crafter stared at the town lord's axe. There, on the execution platform, surrounded by a crowd of spectators, the choice was clear. Anything else was death. In the dwarven lord's eyes was madness, paranoia, fear. His loyalty was not rewarded, and so he chose differently. Yes, I will join the great war. The dwarven lord struggled against the magic that bound him, and by sheer will, the dwarven lord broke free of the magical bindings. He quickly swung his axe downwards towards the crafter's neck. Shut your lying mouth. The axe came down with force, a dwarven lord's strength behind it, and instead it smashed into the wooden platform. But the crafter had vanished. Instead, they saw the remnant swirl of a teleportation portal. The town lord looked around in shock. He blinked before he screamed, "Guards, they must be around here. Find them." A roar erupted in the plaza. The dwarven lord's guards and soldiers scrambled and searched the plaza. They found nothing. The spectating crowd were frozen, but they talked. The rumors raged like an inferno, and throughout the world, more Delvegardians saw how the ruling class was weakened by the severe disappearance of their crafters and their war machines. Delvegard's demonic world Darkguard. One of the great benefits of the dwarven crafters was that they were all skilled builders, and they could easily work with whatever materials available to them. On the demonic world that was linked to Delvegard, which we now referred to as Darkguard, the dwarves were quick to build fortifications from natural rocks, stone, and steel. Darkguard's demons would invade Delvegard in a decade or two, and they were sold on a dream, a mission to stop the demons before they reached Delvegard. The Order could handle it for them, but the dwarves would not learn. An easy win would not satisfy their inherent need for challenge and a well-earned victory. Materials were shipped through the rift gates, and it was hard work. But the Delvegardian dwarves were an industrial bunch and found joy in work. There was a palpable sense of excitement in them, as dwarves from all over Delvegard now united to attack the demon world. Once the loyalties and capabilities of these war machines are decently tested, we would start incorporating the weapons of Treehome. We have a range of weapons such as our anti-magic weaponry, our own set of crystal-based weapons, and wood-based weapons that could enhance their anti-demonic capabilities. Year 282. Shasan, the land of switching sands and seas. Lumuf dropped in and watched Emperor Arenul's men work. The emperor and his group of followers had quickly fought with some local rulers, taken control of one of the towns, and declared it as the new Hawa capital of Shasan. He had even styled it the holy city of Hawa. They'd worked quickly to gain one town. It was their first year on a foreign world, and for them, they did not have the systems or processes on how to set up a new outpost on another world. Interestingly, we found both Michael of Museo and Olivia of Alpesh, both on Shasan. It's interesting that both of you are here. Lumuf smiled as he visited the emperor's new office. The void mage that helped send them here did provide a list of people he had transported over, but Lumuf thought it strange and wanted to see for himself. That is so, that is so. How have you found the experience so far? Different, Olivia answered. The people of this world seem unsure of their faith, as if Hawa does not exist to them. I don't blame them. Hawa really doesn't exist here. I am sure you have noticed when you attempt to tap into your god's power. Olivia frowned. There is an imprint that exists in the system, and priests can tap into that. But that connection is stronger in worlds where the god's presence is stronger. By the same measure, Hoya and my other priest's connection to me is stronger in worlds where I have a node, and weaker in worlds where I have none, but not defenseless because they can also tap into the system, and the system is everywhere. It was quite like connecting through a rootnet versus speaking through message. We both intend to spread Hawa's faith and strengthen Hawa's presence. In time, this drawback will fade. Michael supported his compatriot. Then good luck with that. I wondered whether Michael and Olivia would find a weakness in the Shasanians' psyche and tap into a vulnerability in their hearts. If they could, maybe they would be able to sweep through Shasan like Hoya as well. Twin space. The new converts were zealots. Those new to the faith were driven and eager to prove their faith, and it was frightening. Did I really want to use this power? That was something I asked myself as I watched the triology priests whip the population of about 10 towns into something not too different from a passionate bunch of looters. The promise of a bountiful land, salvation from their current suffering, and the gospel of prosperity made me think of my own interactions of similar religious institutions. Was this what I had in mind? The town lord stood obediently as Matriarch Hoya took the stand, and she swayed even more nobles to her side. Matriarch Hoya, the king now wants to raise an army against us, a passionate zealot reported. A convert, spies. It was surreal that Hoya had built an entirely new structure of zealots centered around her and her closest advisors. Johann and Rune stared at each other and even asked her, "You sure you didn't use some kind of mind control on them?" Hoya chuckled at the domain holder's suggestion, but TwinSpace's expansion would be led by Hoya, just like how Lausanne controlled Magisar. We needed to give the level 140s greater responsibilities and hopefully push them towards a domain. Oh, not at all. They believe in the promise, a crusade, a cause. Now this is the moment we must guide the fire. We're playing with fire, Johann observed. This could very easily turn against us. Oh, it can, which is why we must tend to it carefully, feed it, and clamp down on those who do not fit in our faith, Hoya said as she heard the reports from the various zealots. If the king wants an army to fight us, then we will have one. Now, my fellow faithful of Ian, we have nothing to fear. What do we, those gifted and blessed by Ian itself, have to fear from these faithless men? Johann and Rune were a little uncomfortable. I think using priests offensively might be a mistake, but its effectiveness was incredible. The various nations of Twin Space were dumbfounded by how quickly the Temple of Ian spread, and how these priests of Ian appeared out of nowhere and converted thousands in mere weeks. Some kings immediately launched purges against Ionic believers, which somehow only emboldened those faithful that they were right. They fear us because we are right, Hoya roared in a fiery sermon to the new zealots as she recited a verse from an invented book of Ian. Even in Ian's homeworld, there are those who do not believe. And just like us today, those faithless men waged not one, but two crusades against Ian. But we do not fear them because just like Ian, we will prevail. They attacked us. They will stop us from trading, but they will eventually give in because they lack faith. The crowds everywhere bought it, and the fires of zealotry formed into an army Hoya called the Defenders of the Faith. Twin Space was no stranger to occult faiths. Over the centuries, there had been many charismatic individuals who had used their powers of persuasion to create a cult. The difference between a cult and a faith was thin, and the only difference was whether a faith had a link to real power. I feel bad that we are manipulating them into this shit, Johan admitted to Hoya after the sermon. But what is the alternative? A status quo where they are aimless, purposeless, and do not contribute to the security of the realm, Hoya said. Not all people have the same potential to rise and think for themselves, but that doesn't mean they cannot contribute. With faith, we can tell them what to do. This isn't far off from what the white statue is doing, Johan said. Oh, I was actually inspired by what the white statue did and believe that Ian can do it too. It is why we should. The masses of Twin Space and its massive population are wasted in their current state, reproducing in large quantities but not amounting to much. The wider worlds would benefit from their increased productivity. It isn't really that different from what Alka did on Delvigard. I am giving them a purpose, packaged in the form of faith, and they have accepted it into their hearts and minds. Damn, Johan said, I still think it'll bite us in the back someday. Consequences that Ian can deal with. Hoya smiled sweetly. You should head over to your dragon worlds and get back to work. We'll need an army of drakes and dragons. Religious ceremonies were common throughout Treehome and Branchhold, and often they were used to provide small-scale blessings that lasted a long time. A blessing to a young child to grow up healthy, a blessing to somehow recover from injuries, a blessing for clarity when studying, and so on. The power of a priest was mainly manifested through blessings. They could replicate the blessings of their patron god, often to a lesser degree, a power of the system. It was the equivalent of tapping into the system's concept, that an entity like Ian exists. My general conceptual understanding is that a person's faith, a person's soul, these are the two things that power the system as a whole. The world faith system, this offshoot and variant of the existing system, merely tapped into that faith directly, rather than through the entire system as an intermediary. An army raised by a threatened neighboring king marched on the converted towns, and the towns raised an army to match them. Though there were actual soldiers among them, in the end, it was mainly an army of peasants armed with sticks and simple tools that walked to the field of battle. Hoya could have called on the order to act, but she didn't. A part of me thought this was crazy, but then Matriarch Hoya, as the lead Valthorn member of the Twin Space expedition, had full decision-making authority. As the worlds grow, I must delegate, and I must allow them to make mistakes. I could feel Hoya's loyalty, and I knew she did not doubt. Sacrifice, participation, they are all necessary for real faith, to experience fear and to be saved, she said gently as there were about 10 other lower-level priests around her. She held in her hand a broken branch that she collected from my main body. The opposing army was 30,000 strong and comprised mainly of actual soldiers. The converted zealot army was about the same size, but only a third of it were actual soldiers. Hoya watched and prepared a ritual. Over the decades, the triology priests developed rituals and abilities, and they were most effective on the weakest segments of society. A blessing was an additional wind of strength behind an already strong warrior, but for the weakest soldiers it was transformative. The priests began to sing. A hymn, a chant, a call on me, a call on the system, a prayer to me. A prayer to Edna. If Edna was here to witness it, maybe she would feel crazy embarrassed about it. Yet Hoya could say it with a straight face, with full faith, commitment, seriousness. Perhaps it is the nature of priests in our world that they must believe in those that are their friends, their reporting officers, and the stick vibrated with holy power. A priest tapped into the system, and through the system it channeled a memory of my power. Charge, the enemy general roared. Slay these heretics. Slay those who seek to venture to the demon continent and go against our old traditions. The generals activated a range of abilities that supported their army. The peasant army looked afraid, but there were a few generals who converted over to Hoya's faith, and they too activated skills to counter the enemy general's abilities. But Hoya had planned this. The priests wanted this. In a way, manipulative. Don't let them get too close, Hoya said to the generals. She could have started the blessing earlier. Protect us as we call on the powers of Ian. The zealots immediately shouted in defiance. Protect the matriarch. It was not necessary. An army of 30,000 couldn't get past Matriarch Hoya's shields even if they all attacked together. The two armies met. Blood stained the fields as the peasant army struggled to hold back the forces of the enemy. She wanted this. She was prepared to let some of them die. She wanted the peasants to feel they contributed. She wanted their devotion. She wanted them to truly buy in. She wanted them to put their lives on the line and feel rewarded for it. She dragged it on slightly, fully aware of what was happening. Was it really necessary to convert people to the faith this way? But I must trust my generals. She waited as the enemy army, a group of heavily armed cavalry, forced through the zealots' defensive lines. They were getting nearer. Matriarch Hoya, you must retreat. They are getting nearer. The zealot general said, eager to protect the leader of the faith. No, Hoya said. She feared nothing, her acting perfectly on point. There is nothing to fear when we are right. At this distance, the enemy cavalry roared. They could even hear them curse her. Charge, let's grab that succubus head, kill her and destroy this heretic cult. Hoya smiled. The zealots on her side tried their best to protect her, protect the matriarch. They roared and a few of her loyalists died as the enemy's spear pierced through their flesh. Let it be known that I do not fear them. Hoya commanded. Her voice somehow could be heard everywhere. It was a priestly ability to give sermons even to a large army. Zealots of Ian, your faith will be rewarded. She finally triggered the blessings she dragged forever. It was a form of dramatic timing, to make it seem as if it was a perilous battle with real danger. The enemy's army wanted to punch through the defending zealots and claim their heads. Then, a large-scale blessing spread throughout the army of peasants and soldiers. The zealots suddenly felt a surge of strength. For those under level 30, this surge felt like it added a good 15 levels to their strength. For those under level 50, it still was a respectable 10 levels of extra strength. The enemy cavalry's charge slammed into a wall of magic. There is nothing to fear, Hoya roared. Our God has answered our prayers. Crush them all. The blessed army turned into a frenzy as the sudden surge in strength heavily flipped the balance. The war that the zealots should have lost on paper turned into a decisive victory. Then Hoya fanned the flames of fear as she held the heads of the slain enemy generals and declared to a listening army of peasants and soldiers, my fellow zealots, our cause is true. They will claim we are heretics. They will claim we are evil. They will claim everything is wrong. But are we afraid, amplified by the moment, the death, the slaughter, the adrenaline and high of a victory? They roared and answered their shepherd. The peasants and soldiers present all roared no, as I somehow sensed many of them experienced a conversion of their classes. At least 1,000 of those present gained an Ionic class variant that day, because I could suddenly feel the presence of many new believers. Hoya turned the army of zealots into an army that would put their life on the line for her. They would cut their flesh off, sever their limbs, and kill their family if she asked. I watched in equal parts awe and horror. This was because of the faith's origins. We initially used the faith to counter the 4 temples of Hawa, Gaia, Nira, and Ava's crusade, so we needed agents on our side. Hoya turned that faith into a weapon, a tool to turn the masses into my subjects. She crafted a bloody war where thousands died to convert those who survived into an army of true zealots. Can we reconcile this? Centrally on Treehome, my lords and administrators wondered how to reconcile the different directions taken by various arms of the order. On Delvigard, we went through appealing to the dwarven pride, loyalty to their kind, and a desire for war. On Magisar, we inadvertently used fear and overwhelming power. On Landas, we rescued the people and won their loyalty. Now, on Twinspace, Hoya's direction took them towards religious fervor. These were all different ways of creating loyalty, and my followers from each of this world would view me differently. The strength we need to take the war back to the demons will need all kinds of strength from all over the multiple worlds. A part of me suspects that this cobbled order will fracture when the demons are finally destroyed, at least at the lower parts of society. But another part of me found it beautiful. It is the part that found beauty in chaos. That it is only normal for loyalty and faith to take many different forms. This messy, incompatible nature of everything is perfectly natural. Year 283. Hoya was the voice of God in the eyes of men, and when she spoke the people listened, entranced. It was as if she held their hearts and wielded the masses as her limbs. The first victory sparked fear. An army that gained levels from battle, even if it was from the blessings of a higher power, was a threat. Each victory added to their strength, and the nations of Twinspace feared her rise. Assassins were sent her way, but just as if to prove her divinity, she allowed an assassin to stab her with poisons while she gave a sermon to the masses. The power of Ian flowed through her, and through it there was no poison that could match the tree god's restorative powers. Each attempt on her life only magnified her position amongst the eager believers. Miracles entrenched her place, and her powers, even if they were executed through the might of the Order's machinery, only made her seem more godly. Hoya and her group of priests traveled from city to city, preaching along the way. An army walked with her, but cities that received her had already lost the moment she was allowed through the doors. It meant their propaganda had spread so strongly that a city wanted her there. It meant the populace wanted to see God in the flesh, merely to confirm what already lingered in their minds. Faith was insidious. As the stories spread, they turned into a thought in the hearts of regular folk. And when that thought was confirmed with acts that seemed miraculous, that thought turned into faith, loyalty, zealotry. Armies rose at the sound of her voice. Hoya spoke with the weight of the order. I feel like we as domain holders are thoroughly outclassed by how Hoya is just bulldozing through the resistance. Rune watched in a fair bit of amusement. It's not that simple. The power of priests is more effective in such places, dense and unhappy. Radicalization is often a response to a perceived oppression, and this world has always had the ingredients for such a cultish explosion. The reason why Treehome hadn't experienced a surge in cultish behavior was because the old lords and kings had powers that tipped the balance of power. A world with a system was inherently unequal, and it was in favor of those on top. A cult movement from the grassroots, comprising a mass of peasants and serfs, would never be able to overpower the might of even mid-leveled lords and kings and their higher-leveled soldiers. It is why feudalism persisted despite centuries or millennia of civilization. I wondered whether Lumuf and Kaffa felt it subconsciously, that this world was ready, and that's why they felt so strongly about it. Just like Delvigard was receptive to a Ragnarok-type mythology, Twinspace's population was sold on the Promised Land. The nearby nations raised 4 more armies, but as expected, Hoya crushed them, and her army of zealots gained levels along the way. Her stronger army of loyalists was good for us. They added to our strength, yet a part of me felt it was so wasteful. Unlike Delvigard, where the amount of blood actually shed was minimal, Hoya decided to use the other nations' refusal to join and convert to the faith, and their subsequent declarations of war, as a way to hone her men and solidify their loyalty. There was camaraderie in fighting together, friendship forged on the battlefield, loyalty and awe earned by achieving greatness together. It was her tool, her weapon, and she took the playbook straight out of our own history, our past. Freshka's expansion became the inspiration for her war, and her small council of priests worked extra hard to produce propaganda. That era, when we came to take over the central continent about 1 to 2 centuries ago, came to be referred to as the First Ionic Revolution. Propaganda was the whip, the masses her workhorses. This was Hoya's moment. Her army of zealots came to be known as the Undefeated Army, as more and more zealots were sucked into the cult of the tree. Merchants carried the propaganda far and wide, and the constant string of victories amplified the insecurities of even faraway nations. In just 2 years, she had managed to gain control of a quarter of the overpopulated continent. Kings and lords surrendered quickly, many overwhelmed by her zealots. Some kings and lords were dragged out to the streets by bloodthirsty zealots, captured and treated as criminals. The strength of Hoya's followers grew with each successful expedition, and soon she was surrounded and supported by a fairly large number of level 50 to 60 individuals native to Twinspace. Hoya doled out special blessings to those who acted as her champions: generals, captains, administrators, lords, and even kings. Further away, Hoya was referred to by those against their expansion as the Temptress of Aeon, seductress, succubus, the false prophet of a false god. It was really familiar. I remember being accused in a similar manner, and it was partly why triology priests emerged. Back then, I did it out of spite. If the 4 temples accused me as a false god, I might as well live up to my name and build a faith around me. Parallels, in life, in time. My past struggles with the First Crusades was now her inspiration to start a new crusade. Life is surely fond of rhymes, even if the verses and words change. Cavil. Eben and Edna decided to take a leaf out of Alka's experience, and both decided to try a hand at the art of making swords, the Cavil way. The creation of these descendant swords on Cavil was a spiritual affair, and surprisingly, it wasn't really that hard to walk up to one of these swordsmiths and ask. Though the actual access to the hero swords itself was heavily guarded, and the actual master swordsmiths were treated as a member of the faiths of Cavil, most individuals were granted fairly easy access to learn the basics. They teach everyone. Eben listened to a fairly drunk apprentice. They say they never know who actually has the art of whispering to the sword, to create weapons that the world hasn't seen before. In the larger cities of Cavil, the great hero swords and the knights were given titles, and they were often known as the inheritors of the descendant blades. The swords themselves did not choose their masters, and so the best weapons were in the hands of the kings and lords. But descendant swords ultimately lost their blessings, and so the great kings and lords perpetually needed to replenish their treasury with new blades. But the priest-smiths struggled to forge better blades than what they'd already made. For Edna and Eben, the basic courses in making these descendant blades were pretty much standard steelworking, but with an additional step of prayers. The temples and all the priest-smiths advocated praying extensively and creating altars in the workspace itself to encourage holy weapons. It was an affair so deeply intertwined with superstition and unusual traditions that didn't really lead anywhere, that the two generally concluded that the Cavill swordsmiths were pretty much attacking the issue with mainly luck. Each city essentially built their own superstitions on what worked, but because there was no attempt to share how descendant weapons were made, the locals didn't really know what worked and what didn't. Most assumed their current methods worked well. For Eben and Edna, they were both already highly leveled, but making weapons was not their strength. So Edna approached the former hero companion of Cavill, Shuwen, and asked her to accompany them in their journey throughout Cavill. The former hero companion, Shuwen, had a whole list of superstitions of what to do, and copying them didn't seem to work. Edna wanted to somehow replicate a large quantity of these hero descendant swords, and hopefully use it as an alternative means of creating strong weapons. Knights of Cavill were also a decently leveled force. Actually, Eben stopped Edna about a year into their exploration. "I'm starting to have second thoughts about the merits of this world. Really, elaborate them," Edna said. Edna believed that having a wider variety of weapons was helpful. Edna thought about it for a few days and realized Eben was right. Cavill's knights had overlap with Edna's own knight-boosting abilities, but ultimately it wasn't all that different. Then the demonic invasion occurred. Demonic rifts opened by the hundreds across the vast uninhabited lands around Cavill, and we saw the various Cavill's knights in action. They handled it well, with the senior knights all about level 80 or so, and augmented with powerful descendant swords. It gave the senior knights the ability to match up with the demon champions and win. We did notice one area where they were weak: armor. The hero swords and their descendant swords gave their users tremendous offensive power, but the knights were frail, relying solely on their levels and what little armor they had. Even the swordsmith priests focused primarily on creating new swords, and so, the development of physical armor for their knights was still fairly basic. They had metal armor, plate armor, and all that sort, sufficient for regular non-magic combat, but once their opponents were demonic champions with elemental abilities, the knights died very quickly. This meant the knights themselves and squires would often run into the battlefield itself and try to get hold of the fallen descendant blades. For Cavalians, there was a myth that descendant blades significantly boost their level gains. But for Edna and Eben, the demonic attack was the best time to get their hands on a descendant blade for their own studies. They retrieved 2 such descendant blades from fallen knights and brought it to a lab for studies. "Took you guys long enough to get one," the mages and smiths joked as they quickly got hold of one. The 2 descendant blades were brought to a makeshift laboratory located in the mountains. Cavill was a relatively large world with vast uninhabited lands, as the cities clustered around old hero swords, so there was plenty of space for a temporary site or even a node tree. "We don't steal, not where we can help it," the Yonic knight answered. "Should just send some spies or thieves and be done with it. But never mind, let's look at this." With a descendant blade in our hands, we were finally able to dissect their components. It took the mages and smiths a few weeks, but eventually we had a single point of reference. The descendant blades were actually similar to my familiars. They were offshoots of the main hero's sword, and each of the blades contained a single mote that linked the descendant blades to their main blade. In fact, it was even possible for someone with star mana to trace the connection to its parent blade. Like familiars, they could gain strength over time, because even my familiars were able to accumulate levels, though they were capped at a fairly low level. For my Valtrian Order operatives, this meant my familiars were always this additional source of strength, since each familiar had skills they could tap into. Discovery of the artificial souls and later the Titans had increased the level cap much further. That partly explained the spiritual and ceremonial aspects of the creation of the descendant blades. It needed a ceremony, a contract. It was also likely that each city had their own different superstition, because familiar contracts varied widely. A familiar from Ian had different requirements as compared to a familiar from the Lilies of the Lake or Arya and a Speng of the Frozen Islands. So how do we exploit this? The mages wondered to himself as they tinkered with the descendant blade. "We should get a hero from our world here and see what it does. A hero should be able to form a direct connection with the hero swords, even if they are not from Cavill. It could also mess with the current native city's defenses. Right now, every town and city relied on their hero swords to ensure that they were protected. Everything is finely balanced at this point," Eben said. "I believe we should leave it as it is. Just keep recruiting while we independently figure out how to exploit these descendant swords. It does make me wonder whether we could have multiple such swords at the same time. I believe not. 10 level 30 to 50 familiars are still not much use compared to a single level 100. Edna said, "For the Order, at its current state, it is likely not too useful," the mage interjected. "But there are Titan-class familiars, even if Ian hasn't used it yet. These hero swords are an alternative path to achieve that. That said, its heroic origin may mean there are differences in its level cap that we do not yet fully understand. But can we tell what level these weapons are, or are they user-specific?" Edna asked. Conventional appraise and inspect doesn't seem to indicate much information, but perhaps something powered by star mana could pierce through its heroic origins to tell us what it is. The mage researcher speculated, so we need the heroes here. Edna frowned. Let me get this cleared with the rest of the domain holders and well revisit this issue. For now, let's do as Eben intended and have some blacksmiths and recruitment offices set up. Ian, there are two things I'd like to have to improve our expansion on TwinSpace. One, please bestow on us a special weapon, a divine relic, so to speak, one that contains your presence and aura to the extent possible, a staff or a weapon that feels as if it is divinity encased in a weapon. Two, I'd like to request for a Titan to be deployed on TwinSpace as part of a ritual spectacle. Make it seem as if it is a summon. Hoya made a request. Is there a need for that? I countered. Just say it is your petition to me, and I answered your call. Spectacle and ceremony is important, Ian. It is rituals to cement faith as something real, something part of their lives, something that they can then say they are a part of. Very well, which Titan? Forging an item that represented my being was a harder task than I initially expected, as the first few items I made through my normal growing process were decent, but not at the level that my operatives wanted. Hoya's request required an item that would be a relic, a holy object that is revered and prayed to. So with Patrick's help, I went through all the items I've seen so far, and narrowed it down to only the ones from Hawa on his core world of Satria and Lily's death staff, felt like divine items or close to divine items. Soul Forge feels like a good place to start, or the Titans. A Titan in a weapon was a little bit strange, and even if the Titan in a weapon would be very powerful, I doubt it would be a holy object. I still felt Titans and artificial souls as less complete souls, and it didn't fit the idea of a holy object. So Soul Forge it is. I then spoke to Lily's on how to create such an object. It is not hard. One merely needs to cut off oneself and shape it into something else. Lily's answered. It is like making seedlings. You should soak it, tie up its loose ends. Our bodies all contain a little bit of us. Our things too. When they are separated from us, what's left of us within those things decay, but you can stop it. Lily's answer was not too clear, but I suppose that was a way to start. Lumuf naturally walked to one of my big branches and snapped one of my larger branches. It was a gigantic segment, and I felt a tiny bit of pain when he broke it off. He then immediately carried it over to my soul forge and threw it into the gigantic lightning-struck tree. My broken branch was somehow transported into that soul space, where then I could see what Lily spoke of. Fraying ends, strands within the branch that were quickly decaying. It was as if I stared at a bundle of rope, and now the little threads that made up the rope were rapidly untangling. Left alone, there will be nothing left of my soul. With my soul forge, it was fairly easy for me to reach out into the branch and meddle with it. It was then that I realized the branch was malleable. As long as I reshaped the remnants of my soul within, here in the spiritual paste of the soul forge, the wood would follow whatever shape its spirit took. Over long periods of time, the soul is like a slow-flowing liquid and takes the shape of its container. It remembers an image of its body. But in the short term, the body takes after and is guided by the soul. Healing, growth, all of that is the will of the soul and its soul spring. I reached into the store of soul remnants I've collected over the centuries and stitched some of that soul remnants into the freshly broken branch. I meddled into the remaining spirit, and I could insert skill seeds just like how crafters bless their weapons. Interestingly enough, because this was forged from a broken piece of me, the spirit of the branch could hold a few of my own non-domain skills. A true copy linked to my power, a bit like a crystal that's used to store spells and abilities. Since Hoya intended for this to be a weapon of some sort, I added my root strike ability, fields of death, demonic suppression aura, and some poison abilities. I could feel this branch as if it was still a part of me, and realized I probably could not make too many. These isolated spiritual fragments of me were linked to me, and overuse would be a possible drain on my own existence. After what felt like 2 to 3 months of experimenting, Hoya finally had an object worthy of a holy relic. The great staff of Ian's Fury was finally ready to be wielded, and next year, it was finally time to launch the first sea expedition to the demonic continent of TwinSpace. Year 284. TwinSpace, the shipyards and dry docks of Port Tarfa were almost entirely new, and yet in the past 6 months, the 20 new shipyards each made a new warship every month. Each warship was able to ferry 100 to 150 battle-ready warriors, along with all the new supplies. The warships were modifications of an existing design, aided by a few of the Order's shipwrights. The new yards, piers, dry docks, and structures made Port Tarfa the single largest port on this side of the main inhabited continent of TwinSpace. The first of many more to come, but the first 30 or so warships would set sail for the islands located along the path, would form the first exploratory fleet, while the remaining ships would undergo more preparations. They would set sail for the string of smaller islands that existed between the two continents and reclaim the string of volcanic islands from their native monsters. The fleet would then spend some time there and build those islands up, if they found a suitable location, and transform them into one of Ian's outposts. The sea-facing frontage of the port city was crowded, as tens of thousands wanted to watch the great send-off. 3 sea commanders would receive blessings today from Hoya herself, and through Hoya, they would all receive a class seed. The War Admiral class would elevate their existing captain variant classes and make them more effective for their assigned mission. On the largest pier, Hoya stood on a platform specially constructed for her, as she revealed her relic for the first time. Even if it was just a fragment of God was still a fragment of God. The entire city could feel it as Hoya channeled her priestly powers and stood in front of the 3 seafarers. She commanded them to consume the class seed, encased and fused into a fruit. The priests began to sing, and the 3 dug in and ate the fruit, unsure of why they were told to do so. But it was then that all 3 of them felt their classes change. The surprise in their eyes was all the answer anyone needed. They were chosen as they were part of the Loyalists. One of them was probably a skeptical believer, while the other 2 were zealots. The true zealots wept openly as they felt their captain classes evolve, and they openly praised their god. They screamed, and one of them turned to face his ship. "Sailors, warriors, today we are blessed. Today he has made me an admiral, and today we set sail for the cursed continent and drive away the demons." The crowds went wild and the rumors flew. "Did you hear that? The captain has an admiral class." Merchants said as the stories spread, "This god claims to have the ability to evolve our classes." The tales began to spread. They were whispered in the taverns and crowded inns of Twinspace. Rumors regurgitated by merchants as they walked the busy trading routes. "I saw it happen," the merchant answered. "I was there at Port Tarfa and I couldn't believe it. It's real. You know there are abilities that can deceive your eyes." The other merchant was skeptical, but the Saintess Hoya, "I cannot imagine it. If you've seen her you will know. You're really smitten with that woman. You've just never seen her." Back on the main continent of Twinspace, Hoya continued to add more cities and nations into her growing holy empire, where she and her high council of priests existed as a ruling cabal. A holy empire, and again, in another year, she now controlled half of the continent. The other half raised an army against her and promised to brutally slaughter anyone who spread her dangerous ideology, but they couldn't stop ideas whispered secretly. Kings and lords themselves met Hoya and found themselves impressed by her presence, some charmed, some smitten. The competition for her attention only drove up the desire to prove their use. Her army grew, and her priests continued to spread. Hoya had to call on a few of her peers back from the School of Triology to set up a small school in Twinspace to train the next generation of priests and to continue carrying the ideology to even more places. Meanwhile, the journey to the islands took about 3 months, and the ships were about a third of the way to the cursed continent. The 3 newly promoted admirals crushed the monsters along the path easily. The sailors and soldiers they brought were all around level 25 to 40, but the presence of a few order operatives and priests ensured that victory was all but ensured. The archipelago was located somewhere close to the middle of the ocean. The ocean that separated the 2 large continents was generally known as the Middle Ocean. The islands of the archipelago emerged from the oceans from layers and layers of underwater vegetation and corals. So the surface of the island itself wasn't sand, but instead small, disintegrated chunks of corals and other forms of decayed vegetation. The largest of these had risen over the years into a small hill. It didn't have regular trees found on the main continent. Instead, a land-adapted variant of the underwater corals were the primary form of vegetation on the largest islands. An actual forest of land-based corals made for an island filled with bright colors and unusual shapes. It was fascinating, and the few priests quickly ordered that samples be collected for further study. The place itself was magically quite dense, and so the monsters that spawned in the area were magically strong. In a different world, this unique place would likely be preserved as some kind of national park or place of interest. We could raise the earth and create artificial islands, like we did on Treehome. One of the priests suggested to Hoya. It may not be necessary to tamper with the surreal beauty of this island just yet. Ian would prefer to have such beauty remain untouched, as we did on the other worlds. Hoya thought about it and realized raising the earth in a place where the seabed isn't so deep was feasible. So a few Valthorn earth mages warped in and found a patch that wasn't that deep. The unique corals were quite spread out, untouched for centuries if not millennia because no one actually came here. And so, we selected a patch of soil and raised it up to serve as an outpost. We would need it in the future to supply ships and patrol the seas. The artificial island amazed the sailors, but they had to quickly get to work. The druids and mages quickly used magic to form structures, and the few builders also got to work setting up housing. The artificial island would be sufficient to house about 10,000 people once fully developed, but for now, All it needed to do was to provide anchor and shelter for the 30 ships. Void layers. Stella and Lumuf. Meanwhile, Stella and Lumuf took the opportunity to revisit the void layers, and we returned to find a place different from what we visited originally. This place looks different. I thought we went to the same place. Stella double-checked her magical calculations. Strange, I'm guessing our rules and magic don't apply anymore. Lumuf laughed as the pair wandered around the different places. The realm around us twisted before our eyes. The skies twisted, as if changing to be the land, and the land became the skies. There were rivers of color that seemed to stretch, and then later compress into veins that flowed in the sky. Stella looked around. Was it like this the last time we're here? Lumuf shrugged as he began to walk. Though he walked forward, somehow he went upwards, as if the reality itself shifted him higher. Stella blinked, a little amused to watch Lumuf float upwards, entirely caused by the world itself reacting to his movements. But just as suddenly it stopped, and then he walked forward normally again. That made Lumuf stop, take a step forward, and find himself moving normally. Wild, Lumuf said. Through our senses, it was hard to know what was changing, but we could feel it was. Our domains could assert our hold on the realm, but it was like trying to hold sand. A wave would just wash it away. Lesser beings, those who were not protected by the domain or close to it, might experience rapid deconstruction. The last time we came to the void layers, we left a small artifact here, which we hoped to use to measure the void layers and what it was. The small artifact would collect magical readings and record it within a set of crystals located within. We couldn't find it at first, until we suddenly recognized a massive, unusual object that was warped beyond its original shape. It was twisted and transformed into a gigantic crystal filled with strange twists and turns to its shape. It was as if the crystal was a living octopus. The only thing that made us realize it was the artifact we left behind was the small logo carved onto its being. The twisted object lunged at him, clearly corrupted and twisted by the powers of the void layers. Lumuf could easily still activate his abilities, but then we immediately noticed something. Our attacks changed when they interacted with the energies of the void layers. Our roots turned into something else and then crumbled. We felt it again, a sudden shift in the void layers, as if a new set of commands or rules swept through the land. The crystalline octopus froze and exploded. It transformed into a frog and jumped. You know, Stella said, I recognize this sort of thing. It's like those cartoons where things get deconstructed. I do not understand, Lumuf said briefly, before he took in a bit of my memories and understood. Oh, ooh. This place is the factory of worlds, and so it is anything and everything, but nothing is permanent, unless our domains exert our will over it, Stella said. Our objects resisted the effects of the void layer slightly, but the longer they remained here, the more they changed. It is wise that we erred on the side of caution. It was a different form of divine law. Just as some worlds had divine laws weaved into their entire world and forced things to operate in a certain way, the void layers were the primordial soup, and those without domains could not walk this space. Lumuf paused and looked at Stella. There were weird puffs of smoke and clouds. They popped out of nowhere. Ian theorized there could be a way back home through these void layers. Ah, yes, I thought about that as well. Stella looked at the crystal frog, which suddenly transformed again, as if agitated by our presence. But I don't really want to go back. Lumuf said nothing and merely just nodded. How deep did this place go? Well, let's keep exploring. There should be a way to use these void layers as a way to skip the regular distances of the void sea. She tried to meddle with the space, as if trying to command the environment to change for her. It didn't work, or more like there were too many other things for it to work. The void layers were layered with multiple changing energies. Different strands of fundamental laws of reality that imposed itself on the void layers. Some of those laws vanished, and new ones took their place. There was no air to breathe. The two could walk the space because they were domain holders, and their existences could be sustained by magic. Both knew that their abilities allowed them to operate without air or water. Let's just follow the pulses. Stella pointed, but even that direction was not a good guide. Direction was strange in the void layers. They could walk left and move right. The pulses came from the front, and suddenly they'd walk into each other. It felt like months, but it was only for a few days. The void layers. My senses through Lumuf were strained when he was in the void layers. It was as if I was dipped in a dark, pitch-black pool, and I could sense nothing beyond the thin barrier created by our domains. We arrived at a gaping hole, where the only thing we could sense was more unusual energies. It wasn't really a hole, not always. It looked like a rift in space, and then its shape kept changing. But in all forms it took the shape of a door, a hole, a gate, a crack in space, a small valley. Even the size changed all the time. From that gap I could feel something constantly pushing against us. It sought to impose its will on us, but it couldn't. Strangely enough, the system gave us a title, They Who Saw the Void Layer Gates. You got that? Stella said. Yeah, I'm going in. You're not worried y'all be sent back home? I don't think so. Come with me, Lumuf, Stella said, and we went in. We were in another place, but it was the same. Well, different same. For reasons I couldn't understand, it felt like it was both at the same time. The void layer gate sent us through instantly. We were now in a place with strands, strings made of things I do not understand everywhere, and we were floating. It felt like being in the middle of a constant flow of strings flowing around us. Though there was no light around us whatsoever and our senses were limited, somehow, we just knew they were there. We floated in here, we moved with thought, strands. It's as if they spoke of their presence to our souls directly, and thus their appearance took this strange form. These strands were everywhere. Stella used a small light glowing from her hands because the spell collapsed the moment it left outside the protection of her domain. But the light from her hand allowed us to see, and the strands were all of a different set of colors. Some were rainbow-colored, some were pitch black. We were trapped in the middle of a constantly flowing river of strings, but there were little gaps here and there. Through the gaps and through the little holes created as the strands stitched together, we could see little bubbles of worlds, and when we tried to walk towards them or reach out to them, we couldn't. It wasn't real. It was as if we were touching projections of light. So what do you think we're looking at? Stella said as we kept walking. The path must have led somewhere, even if there was no reason for it to. Lumoof now wanted to touch the strands that were in front of him. They were so close, but they somehow instinctively moved out of the way, as if space itself bent to create space for us. We couldn't touch them. Even if they felt like they were in front of us, no matter how far we reached, it was always outside of the way. But even observing the strands themselves, we noticed they were only sometimes real. They flickered, turning on and off, randomly. Sometimes for long stretches of time, they remained real, the others. Some of these strands withered away like dry sand in the wind. I have no idea what we're looking at. Lumoof said, let's go, it should lead somewhere. Somewhere the void layers want us to be. Stella sighed as she floated. I wasn't sure if we were moving. Now you're saying the void layers want us to be somewhere. Lumoof looked at the woman. The woman seemed sure, suddenly, as if she felt something. Are you hearing something? Maybe, Stella said. Like there's a voice somewhere. Let's go. Where? We had no sense of direction. I couldn't feel much beyond the boundaries of my domain, and what we saw changed all the time. The strands rotated, moved, and fluctuated. The only clue that we were moving was that the things just flowed out of the way. They continued for days, and then the days turned to months. From afar, I was unsure whether we were moving, but Stella assured us we were. The void layers had a waypoint somewhere. It had a marker that she could feel, and we were getting close. Void layer's second layer. Lumoof thought it felt like years, but it wasn't. It was just the sameness of it all that made time seem to stretch out. How many days have we been moving? Lumoof asked Stella. If he didn't regularly check in through our mutual connection, it almost felt like he was lost in the ocean of strings. At times, the strings looked fat, like gigantic long earthworms. Sometimes they resembled colorful eels, wriggling and wobbling just out of reach around them, never quite touching them. I don't know, Stella said, but she soldiered on. Keep going, we're almost there. I've been thinking about it for a while, but actually this is a familiar feeling. A familiar feeling, Lumoof asked. I couldn't pin it down and kept wondering where I felt this feeling before. But you know, I learned void magic from the Zeratans, and the Zeratans have a mind state where the void forest feels like something similar. Rather than strings, instead it was like a constant slurry of mud. Oh, it's different then. The avatar wasn't sure where Stella was going with it, but humored her. It is, Stella said, and then she stopped. I think we're here. The strings just stopped moving, and without us fully coming to the realization, we were suddenly not in that part of the void layers anymore. The layer below felt normal. There was soil, albeit blue soil. There was a sky, albeit a brown sky. There was a sun, albeit a black sun, but it was somewhat normal. Compared to an ocean of strings, this was normal. So why are we here? Lumoof looked around and touched some of the soil. The world didn't feel magical. Instead, it felt thoroughly devoid of magic, and all their magic would have to come from within them. This would be a dangerous world to be stuck in if they didn't have their own internal ways of generating magical energy. I have no idea, Stella said, but it is a different layer. My senses tell me that much. Let me just lock this layer in. Lumoof gave the woman some space and so spent some time walking about the clearly lifeless place. It was as if it was a failed world. After a while, Stella looked like she was done registering the place into her own record of the void layers. At least we're out of there. Lumoof looked around. Does your gut feel tell us where we need to go? Now Stella blinked as she stared accusingly at the avatar. My gut feeling is not a compass, but you do know where we need to go, don't you? The woman made a rare blush. Well, yes, I do. Come. The vast lands eventually gave way to a single hole in the ground. Stella seemed to be able to feel the unusual flows of the void layers. It's like there's a flowing layer in the background. It's like water moving in a particular direction, and so all I do is follow it. Lumoof looked at her. Will this actually go anywhere? Like we're trying to find a way to reach parts of the world we couldn't do normally. Does this actually help? I don't know, Stella answered. But we have to understand it, at least somewhat understand it. Then we can start using it. As it is, we know nothing. Something is still infinitely better than nothing. That something is knowing that there's a layer made of eels, strings, and elongated, stretched objects is not exactly useful. Yes, but they must exist to do something. The void layers don't feel purposeless. They have a purpose, either as a failed state, a graveyard of worlds, or just as a nursery for something. They exist as a result of a creation process, Stella said, but we'd known her long enough to know this was part of her theorizing. Let's go. We did, and we entered a tunnel, a vast, massive tunnel, but there were walls here, walls that were invisible, its presence written into our souls, yet we could see what happened beyond the tunnel's walls. In a distance imperceptibly far away, we both saw an egg form before our eyes, a black egg, as massive as the world and more. We walked and kept walking along that tunnel, fully able to see what was around us and what was ahead. As we walked further, we could see further, deeper into a giant swirling black object. Then we couldn't proceed anymore. There was a barrier made of a tremendous amount of void energy blocking our path. It was transparent and yet visible to our souls, a gigantic puzzle in the shape of an ever-changing door, a door that we could not open, no matter how much force or energy we exerted on it. It was a mechanism present within the void layer, perhaps a protection from things that the void layer didn't want others to touch. What in the world? Stella frowned as she tried to get past it. She looked at Lumuf. Use Ian's power and try to hit it. Lumuf did, and with the full strength of my powers, we attacked this invisible barrier. The sensation was unusually clean, as if my powers smashed into a perfectly repelling rubber wall and the recoil was just as perfect. Ouch, it's not going to work. From the recoil, it answered everything I wanted to know and realized how poorly made the demon's void barrier was. Whatever it was that the demons used to block the rest of the worlds away from our eyes, it was nothing compared to this. This was incredible, and from that single hit I knew I was dealing with something that was created out of the very laws of the multiverse. This was the system itself saying no to us. I don't think it'll break it with more power, no matter the number of times I hit it. Stella frowned, and yet she felt a connection to this mechanism. It's a lock. And I will need enough void mana to get through it. I have an inkling how to get past it, but I'm not ready yet, she just knew. No, the very interaction with the mechanism and barrier fed the knowledge to her. It spoke to her and imprinted into her being that she wasn't ready. She stopped and looked at Lumuf. Well, return when I'm stronger. I think I need to reach level 250 to get past this layered lock. Whatever this is, it is made as a fundamental law of this layer, and we won't get past it without fulfilling its requirements. That is a very high bar to reach. Lumuf looked further, and it was clear that there were other mechanisms in the way, and it won't be the last barrier. If one wants to pursue the truth, it lies beyond this thing. Let's go home. Stella looked back at the black swirling object that stood at the very end of the transparent tunnel. It wasn't black anymore. Instead, it started to change color. There were more eggs around us, each a nascent world preparing for birth. Lumuf looked at it and back. Was this really something to the demons? This felt like one of those hidden stories that went far off course from our goals. It may not be worth it. Our goal is to stop the demons. I know, but I think this, just maybe, this is something for me to chase after all of that is over. Stella looked, and she created a portal to bring them out of the void layers. Year 285. Mountain World. The arrival of the Demon King was long overdue. In the past 3 years, the demon's rifts were a minor affair, since our Valthorns ensured that none of these demon writs ever caused any significant damage. After the last attack on Mountain World about 17 years ago, it would be finally time for Mountain World to face its regular, scheduled disaster. It was slightly late. We'd been monitoring the connected Demon World for the past 3 years and didn't detect much movement, and on our end, we didn't want to trigger another demon comet by attacking the Demon World directly, so we allowed it to play out as usual. Over the next few years, there were quite a few demon kings that would spawn. The world of Cavil, with the hero swords, would face a new demon king in a few years. Whether we followed Edna's plan and allowed for a hero to be summoned, or deferred to Stella and destroyed the demon king up front, was still open. I personally leaned towards Edna's plan, since if what the gods said was true, heroes really did return to that moment in time where they died, or a version where they didn't die. There was quite an interesting overlap between the nature of these hero swords and the nature of my artificial souls and titans. I thought that the learnings from this experience could lead to stronger artificial souls. It really cannot be understated how useful artificial souls are in administering my vast empire. It is the artificial souls that control the movement of beetles throughout the empire. Without the artificial souls ensuring that my beetles move where they are supposed to, the logistic network of the order would grind to a halt. They are pretty much the trucks and cargo ships of my empire, the red blood cells ferrying crucial cargo everywhere. Better artificial souls would only allow me to handle more beetles and deploy even more resources. There was also the world of Triatuga. When we visited that world, the Demon King was already dead, but in the next few years, they should have a Demon King as well. It's also one where we would live to observe the Boar people and how their powers interacted with the Demon King's presence. Then there's Twinspace and Ulara, where the Demon King still reigned unchallenged. All in, there were about 4 to 5 demon kings over the next 5 years to defeat. We would use these battles as a chance to elevate people like Lozan, Eben, and Hoya to be the next generation of domain holders. A few others like them all asked for a chance to face the demon king without assistance. We roughly concluded that it was quite difficult to be domain holders if they fought demon kings with too much help. They needed the experience, the entire experience. The level 140s would battle the coming demon kings entirely on their own until they were spent and totally unable to. Only then our domain holders would step in. It was risky, but no one became domain holders without taking on some risk. We've grown large enough that there is going to be some world somewhere that is going to be invaded by demons and a demon king. We can handle it. Ulara was a world where we were quite torn on. They are a low-priority world. The peripheral worlds and their perilous conditions meant I'd need to maintain my node trees for convenience of access to the peripheral worlds and to facilitate smoother movement of traffic. If I gain an increase in my number of node trees, I am still hesitant to place a node on the little snake world of Ulara, partly because the locals don't really want me there. But if Snek insisted, I would spawn a node tree just so that they can have an exit route if that day ever came to pass. Meanwhile, I spent some time checking on the city of New Ulara. The new group of Ularan migrants who made a home on Tropics World did well. The past decade of expansion and growth meant the hard part of migrating had mostly passed. Most of the Ularans now settled down, and the new generation of Ularans adapted to their new way of living. Snek hoped that New Ulara would take after the practices of the older, pre-demon Ularans before the demonic conquest, but those records were still back on Ulara. The old Den Lords were not keen to allow those who left a chance to return. Their reasons were entirely understandable. They didn't want their ideology to spread amongst the Ularans that remained behind. So without access to the ancient records, Snek shared stories as much as he could remember, and the builders of New Ulara tried to recreate the old cities of Ulara to the best they could. But it was a struggle. Even after so many years, the Ularan migrants were so used to the subterranean life that life on the surface was awkward, and even after a decade, there were still some parts where their behavior was strange. They were getting better. Day by day, there was improvement. From what I could see, this was probably one of the better stages to be in. The pioneer era was the time when great chances were made, new norms were formed, and society experienced a period of genuine, well-distributed growth. New Ulara was meant to be the new symbol of the Ularans' desire for change, and in some ways it was. The younger Ularans grew up without fear of the demons, even if it would take a generation or two to fully change their ways. Just like many others, they would grow up different from their parents. The early mature and developed stage would usually be the golden era. The post-pioneer era where some structure and order would emerge, but not overwhelming. Resources would be abundant. Everyone would have opportunities to make something for themselves. Ancient norms and rules would still not be so rigid, and their society would go through the equivalent of their teen and early adult years. For some societies, this was when they peaked, and it was all downhill from there, unless they went through a good process of renewal. Institutions get used to a particular way of working, and over time that creates a force that resists improvement. No, more than the ossification of institutions is the presence of immortals. It's very much true in worlds with magic, where there are existences like myself. Immortals create a concentration of power that resists change, unless the immortals themselves desired change. We are the old pillars that prevent the rot from being too deep, but we are also the barriers that prevent further improvement. The societies, due to the pervasive effects of the immortals, over time are an image, a creation of their controlling immortals' views. Vreshko. The heroes had a few relatively peaceful years, and for them they moved about and visited each other. The income provided from trading the hero items to the Order was lavish and afforded them many luxuries. Some heroes, like Kefri, liked massive mansions with dancers and all that. It was a very comfortable and luxurious life, but I could tell that they were all a little lonely. Only Colette and perhaps Prabhu were less so. It's not as if the heroes didn't have friends. Many did try to make friends and successfully did so with the various Valthorns, whom at some level could be their peers, but they were never too close. The restraints on the hero class didn't just hurt their ability to maintain their sanity. The hero class sabotaged their ability to form connections with their friends, peers, but I'd seen how to break the hero class constraints. I understood that it was all written into the structure of the soul spring, that white, corrupted soul spring. And so Colette also suggested something for Prabhu and the rest of the heroes. It emerged because Colette grew increasingly frustrated at how much she had to look after the rest of the heroes. The soul spring contains our hero class, and if you remember correctly, it cracked over time. Can you have a look into Prabhu's soul and see whether there is something in there? The heroes regularly visited my biolabs for scheduled medical checkups once every few years. They were heroes, but it was a good habit. It kept them in generally good shape physically. but the mental aspects were gated behind the heroic soul spring, and I wouldn't touch it unless explicitly instructed to. I dipped into the hero's soul, and from outside it looked generally all right. Prabhu winced, but I could feel his mind struggling. I sometimes wondered whether the hero class had some level of sentience to it. At least, maybe Cavil's hero class had something different to it. I'm going to lift up your soul spring. If there's something hidden within your soul spring, or if there's some damage, well, take it out. It was relatively easy to lift the once heavy heroic soul springs. They still consumed a large amount of energy, but given my stronger levels, it felt as if they were lesser. Stronger, I felt confident and tried to look deeper into the spring itself. The last time I tried there felt like the hero's class resisted, but this time, that resistance could not stop me. So I noticed that some of the rocks that represented the hero class protruded into the flow of the mana. It was as if the rocks were shaping the flow of the soul's mana into the rest of the body. I lifted the stones that formed the hero skills, and as Colette predicted, there was damage throughout the rocks. There is damage, isn't it? Colette frowned, who was also along for the ride through a sharing of vision via Dream Academy. Can you fix it? My spiritual tentacles touched them, and the damaged rocks were fused back together. They were not really actual stones, but more like representations of a hero class. Was all this some kind of wear and tear? I did not recall such damage in my Valthorns, as I have done similar checks on them. Was this the engineered decay of the hero class, the hero's experienced skill decay after they defeated the Demon King? This decay was this, where in their soul spring, there were some remnants, the grinded up dust and shattered remains of these hero class stones. I picked them up and kept some. When I did, I got a notification from the system. Dust of the heroic class can be used to seed new classes and skills and empower them significantly. Was this why there was a mechanism within the system to convert the hero classes to something else? For non-hero classes, they often took a different color and shape, and these non-hero classes were often forced to the outer ring of the soul spring. Colette quickly reminded me to focus on Prabhu. Ah yes, let's get to it. I picked up Prabhu's heroic class stones and fixed them one by one, but as I went deeper, I reached some of the protruding rocks. I didn't understand why they were meddling with Prabhu's soul flow, and they were likely pushed out of place over the years. So I adjusted the locations of these rocks so that they no longer blocked the flow of mana from the spring. I was done. How'd you feel? Prabhu blinked as his partner quickly gave him a hug. I feel strangely clear-headed, like everything feels fresh and new. That's amazing. Should we do this for everyone? I asked Colette. Yeah, let's ask them. I'll word it as just some spiritual healing and therapy. Mountain World. Lausanne double-checked her armor and triple-checked her arsenal of spears. They were all tremendously powerful weapons, and there were 55 of her peers around her. All of them were preparing for the battle. Eben, Hoya, Lausanne, the dwarven mage Blackthorn, and many others prepared for a battle against the Demon King. 55 level 140s would attempt the first attack on the Demon King, and the hope was that some of them would make it past the finish line. For some, the mood was relaxed. I heard Jure making big waves on Twinspace. Eben grinned and tapped the matriarch on the shoulder. He looked proud of his fellow Order teammate. It has to be done. Hoya answered. The matriarch had more armor on than the rest of them. Her physical abilities were probably one of the weakest, so she had to shore it up with more armor and equipment, just as what we have to do today. Lausanne thought about what Hoya did ever since the developments were updated on their shared intranet. She was there during the crusades against Ian and felt a little bit of unusual envy. She should have been there. She should have tried the same thing with Magsar, too. Mages were not immune to religious propaganda, but as someone who grew up with Ian in her life, it was just something so taken for granted that she didn't even know where to start. For Hoya, inventing a tale and a myth was perhaps easy. Maybe it was her class, that of a priest, that made storytelling easy. Somehow, the knight noticed Lausanne. Has someone relieved you on Magisar, Lausanne? Lausanne snapped out of her thoughts and nodded. Ah yes, a mage lord finally arrived to do so, but I'm staying back to help the transition of power. What about you? I heard you were on Cavil for a bit. Was there anything interesting there? It's nothing much. Eben shrugged as if it wasn't much. The living weapons are interesting and worth researching, but I think it's going to be quite challenging to get anything else of value out of it. Good that you called it quits before you've spent too much time there then, Lausanne added. Or are you still headed back there? About that, it is complicated. I think we'll see each other on Twinspace instead, once Hoya's naval expeditions are in full swing, Eben said as he also checked his weapons. The knight's assortment of weapons came from many different craftsmen, and he had a wide range of spears, swords, and lances, but one of the things he tried to do differently was minimize the use of blessings from other domain holders. There were some competing theories on whether the assistance of other domain holders made it harder for a person to make that final cut, so even amongst the group of level 140 Valthorns, there was some variation in whether their equipment were enchanted with the blessings of other domain holders. A few of them went as far as surrendering Ian's familiar, just so that they could truly put themselves on the line. Lausanne breathed. She didn't go that far. The court of the Daytree was too important to her. She nodded. Yeah, let's go get that Demon King. Eben nodded. In theory, there was enough firepower here to match a Demon King, but because it was split across multiple individuals and not focused, that it partly meant its effectiveness was minimized. You too, see you later. One of the mages in front made a signal and everyone got into position. It was time to step through the portal and head to where the Demon King would arrive. Patriarch Lumuf would watch the battle from somewhere relatively nearby and step in once the level 140s were spent. She hoped it never got to that point, but took a moment and looked around. Some of her peers had no backup teleportation device. Some of them did, reckless, but they've been stuck so long. Was recklessness one of the factors? She didn't think so. But after such a long, frustrating stagnation, one step before the finishing line for years, she could understand why some of them tried such unusual strategies. A few of them looked nervous. If she told anyone else, they'd probably think it would be fiction, even if their foe was a Demon King. To the regular folk, it was hard to imagine people who were level 140s being nervous. Folks that were so close to divinity having to give themselves a pep talk was a hilarious image. Those not here would not understand the emotions they have, or what it is like to face a Demon King with few exit routes. Lausanne closed her eyes momentarily and gave herself a pep talk. She would make it. She closed her eyes briefly and imagined her mother. She remembered her childhood, hiding in the tree. The decades since Ian's presence had made Mountain World into a safe place. She would like to help spread that presence to more worlds. Everyone deserved freedom from a plague that did nothing but destroy. Some forms of destruction resulted in renewal. They destroyed the old so that the new could replace them. The rift gate opened, and the level 140s waited, and they were off. Lausanne watched the Demon King emerge from the rift, in one of the thousands of mountainous valleys of Mountain World. Mountain World was home to numerous mountain ranges, created not by tectonic plates, but by the flows of magic that forced the terrain to flow with it. Demon King Armageddon has arrived. The Demon King was a large-scaled creature, resembling an armadillo with heavy armor, with 4 legs, all ending in sharp claws. It emanated a toxic aura, and the gaps in the armored scales periodically released some kind of gas. A root mask emerged via her court of the Daytree and covered her face. Some of the other Valthorns changed into full-body suits of armor and magical masks, while others relied on Ian's familiars to create a breathing mask. Her spears charged with power as she ran up to the gigantic armadillo demon, while the rest of the regular demons also emerged from the rift. Distractions. The skies rained with fire and magic as the mages of the Valthorns bombarded the area with magic. These attacks quickly thinned the battlefield, and Lausanne herself closed in. The poison was slightly corrosive, requiring her to activate a healing ability in response. The first strike slammed into the heavy armor and left a crack, but it was healing. She cursed and struck again. About half of the level 140s were priests and healers, and they mostly kept their distance. She struck again as she felt the priest's blessings kick in. Her body, enhanced by the priest's strength of the divine, made a deeper strike into the armor. Try the gaps between the scales. Eben shouted as he treated his weapons as if they were disposable. He thrusted the powerful magically charged spears and lances into the gaps and detonated the stored magical power. It ripped a few of the scales off and exposed some kind of flesh underneath. You've made the opening. Lausanne smiled as she dived at the unprotected flesh. The key to the Demon King was the Demon King's core. There were 2 real ways of killing the Demon King. One was to drain the Demon King of its energies. Each time the Demon King regenerated or repaired itself, it used up the energies within the core. That was its health. Once that ran out, the Demon King wouldn't be able to restore itself and would die. Of course, the Demon Core also could regenerate its magical energy, so the damage delivered would have to exceed the regeneration in order to reach the point where that is even possible. The other way was simpler. Damage the Demon's Core itself. Lausanne knew this worked because she had seen how Lumuf and Edna's strikes delivered damage to the core, even if it didn't hit it directly. That was key to quickly defeating the Demon King. Ian's ability to deal spiritual damage directly to the Demon King's core and mess with the rest of the Demon King's abilities worked exceptionally well and was partly why Demon Kings felt weaker in his presence. Lausanne dived into the flesh herself and thrust her blade into the opening. The Armadillo Demon King responded by flooding its flesh with poison and some kind of acid. I can't stay in there long with that, Lausanne said as she leapt out. The barrier created by her familiar wasn't strong enough to overcome the deluge of poison and acid. Some of her armor was already partially corroded. Me too, Eben said as he briefly retreated to the mages. His armor was heavily damaged, but he managed to rip apart some of the Armadillo Demon King scales on the other end. He'll get in from the other side. There were about 20 other level 140s harassing the Demon King, and a few of them tried what Lausanne did. So far, not one of them died yet. Don't be reckless, Lausanne said as her spears glowed. Even if this Demon King is slightly on the weaker end, they shouldn't take such risks, says the one diving into a flooded pool of acid and poison. Eben smiled as his armor somehow regenerated magically, armor shining as if it was newly forged. We are all prepared to die, milady. Our conviction is just as strong as yours. Lausanne blinked and then smiled. Ah, that is true. Then let's see who gets to it first. The Valthorns launched wave after wave of attacks, but the Demon King's toughness was truly impressive. A few of them tapped out and retreated. Lausanne kept trying, but the Demon King's core proved elusive. The creature was too large, and each of their strikes wasn't deep enough. She remembered how Edna once said that she felt thoroughly frustrated. She was a domain holder, but even at level 150 to 190, she didn't have enough firepower. But no. Lausanne knew she couldn't think that way. Edna was Edna. She was someone else, and her talents were different. She saw Eben run through different weapons. Each of his strikes cut fairly deep, but consumed the weapon itself. She needed a way to strike the Demon King's core, and yet, could she replicate some of Lumuf and Ian's spiritual sensing ability? She activated her Court of the Daytree and used her spiritual vision. It couldn't see through the Demon King's body. She should have been able to see through it. Frustrated, she moved much closer to the Demon King and landed into one of the regenerating wounds, stabbing her spear deep into the Demon King's body. Using the spear as a listening, sensing tool, she tried to sense where the turbulent magic of the Demon King came from. The Demon King flooded her with demonic mana. Lausanne saw her skin change color as the demon's magical energies flowed through the spear and into her hand. Eben, on the other side, slammed his sword into the Demon King's flesh with all his might. The attacks caused the demon's magical energies to wane slightly, and Lausanne's own spiritual energy pushed back and regained control of her hand. Still, she tried to find the Demon King's core. The armadillo was too large. They wouldn't get anywhere if they keep attacking like this. Then, Lausanne felt herself flooded with holy energy. Hoya and a few other priests noticed what Lausanne was trying to do and combined their energies to bless her. The best thing she could do now was to not waste it, so she pushed her own spiritual presence through her hand and into the spear. Where was the Demon King's core located, she cursed, as she felt the two powerful forces fight within her soul. Hoya and the priests channeled their powers through her, and the Demon King's energy fought back. Keep up the attack. Eben rallied the rest of the fighters to buy Lausanne some space. The rest of them launched volleys of attacks against the armadillo. Lausanne searched systematically through the demonic creature, and then she found it. She immediately took out a special spear and held it up. Hoya, bless the spear, she commanded as she channeled her own magical energies and abilities. The spear glowed, and she lunged it towards the Demon King's core, hidden beneath multiple layers of demonic sinew and muscles. That attack caused the armadillo to flail wildly, as the spear's energies barely grazed the Demon King's core. The attack hurt it slightly. Again, but this time the armadillo flailed like a wild bull and began to curl up into a ball. A few of the druids and mages tried to stop it and used the weapons to hold the Demon King in place, but they were not strong enough. Lausanne's spear touched the Demon King's core again, and she felt a little crack. Then, the Demon King released a powerful burst of energy. Lausanne cursed and immediately moved out of the way, as a spherical explosion emerged from the Demon King. The Demon King transformed, as the explosion forced all the Valthorns to retreat. The giant armadillo transformed into a smaller, human-sized beast, and immediately charged towards Lausanne with tremendous force. That's enough. Lumuf emerged as his avatar formed. A massive shield of wood slammed into the Demon King with a thunderous boom sending shockwaves throughout the valley. Then the spiritual roots emerged. If the attack hit her, Lausanne knew that was the end. Well, take it from here. Ian emerged, and the Demon King was no match for their enraged divine patron. The Demon King was slain in but a few moments later. Lausanne watched the battle end and knew they'd have to try again. Demon King Armadan has been slain. That would have been the end of it, as it normally did. But then Lausanne felt the system's whisper continue. She blinked. You've gained a level. You are now level 150 and may now select a domain. You have 3 available choices. Domain of the Spirit Warrior. The Spirit Warrior is a master of weapons that strike at the spiritual heart of your enemies. You will gain a range of abilities and weapons that attack both the spirit and the flesh. These spiritual attacks are able to ignore conventional and magical defensive abilities. You are also able to bless weapons to grant them the ability to temporarily deliver attacks that pass through conventional and magical defenses. Subdomain of Ian's Huntress. Domain of the Unchosen Champion. You once wanted to be a hero, and you've finally reached the starting point. This domain replicates certain heroic abilities you've encountered in your journey, except for the Hero's Forge, and allows you to use star mana, convert your mana to star mana, and vice versa over a period of time. You gain the ability to use and manipulate unprotected hero items without any penalty. Lausanne blinked again, and then turned to look at Lumuf with shock. I am level 150, and I have a very important choice to make. Year 285 continued. Lausanne on Mountain World. Lausanne stood at the side of the crater, the Demon King already crushed by Ian's roots. The corpse of the Armadillo Demon King was filled with roots that tore it apart. One of the roots was holding an intact Demon King's core. It would be another one for Ian's group of mages and artificers to study, but it was just a passing point of note. Her mind was preoccupied. Ascension, something she had hoped for, and now she had finally achieved it. Her mind swirled at the choices. She had never planned for this part. After all, without knowing what the domains were, what sort of planning could there be? She looked around. Was she the only one? Eben looked exhausted and she felt for him. He had worked just as hard. There was Hoya on the side. She seemed relieved. She also felt a little bit stronger. Hoya was in the level 140s, but she was exactly at the edge. She must gained a few levels, and now she was on the cusp of becoming a domain holder. But Eben noticed Lausanne's eyes, and he walked to Lausanne. You did it. I could feel it. I did, Lausanne said, but thought of consoling the knight. Eben was at that edge far longer than anyone else, and yet the system gave her the domain before him. Why, there were 1,000 questions in her mind, but none would help at this moment. But she stopped before the words left her mouth. Eben didn't need it. He's a damned good knight. He didn't need her consoling words. She knew he would trudge on. He tried his best to smile. Good job. It'll be me next time. It will, Lausanne answered. The rest of the Valthorns packed up. The battle was over, and it was now time for their routine cleanup. A group of mages and crafters teleported in and began to mine the space for anything valuable. Hoya walked over as well to congratulate her. Well done. It was an interesting set of 3 choices, and she wondered how they fit in her life. Lumuf once said that one's domain choices seemed to be based on their class and their selection of abilities, but it was also a reflection of the direction of their lives. She speculated the first one, the spirit warrior, arose from her attempts at developing powerful piercing weapons, again, as part of her role as an agent of the Valtrian Order. The last choice made her think of her old Uncle Jura. She would love to see his reaction to this. Maybe she would have told Uncle Jura that her dream of being a hero wasn't impossible after all, or maybe he would have been really proud of her. Even though it had been many, many years since he died, for a moment she imagined him there tapping her on the shoulder. Well, who would have thought? I was wrong after all. The imaginary Uncle Jura said with pride. To think the little girl that I stopped from killing a wolf is now a champion. She shook her head. Her heart wasn't ready to choose at this time. So she looked around some more, noticed there wasn't much left to do, and then said to Patriarch Lumuf, I think I want to go home and go see my mother and my 2 kids. Lumuf nodded. That's a good thing to do. Go and clear your mind. Y'all need it. Maybe she should visit her late husband's grave as well. Yeah, she should. People that she should talk to before she decided on which of the 3 to go for. Her heart told her that she should go for the last one. It was a dream she had buried and told herself was impossible, but deep down inside, her subconscious still didn't really believe it was. As she returned to Freshka after the war on Mountain World, there were many others that sought her attention. News of her ascension was only known to the level 140s and domain holders, but she knew it would spread eventually. For now, home. Home was her well-furnished mansion in a quiet corner of Freshka. It wasn't the first home, but it was where she had lived for the past few decades. It was here where she remembered Kay knocked some sense in her and then convinced her to rejoin the order. She should thank her for giving her that jolt she so sorely needed, and it seemed that the golem had a talent for impeccable timing. I came to see you. Kay, it seemed, had read her mind and was already in the area waiting for her. I heard from Lumuf. He told you. I would curse him for an eternity if he didn't. Kay the golem tapped her on the shoulder. One more to Ian's pantheon of future deities. Kay didn't need to drink, and yet she came with some kind of juice from one of her favorite fruit juicers. Did Lumuf tell you about my choices? That's why I'm here. He didn't. He said I'd have to ask you myself. That damned old man feeding me with incomplete information. The newly ascended elf found the golem's reaction amusing. He just didn't want to spoil the surprise then. Do you want to know? Of course I do, Kay said loudly and thumped her crystalline chest. Her biocrystalline form was so good at mimicking flesh that Lausanne still occasionally forgot that she wasn't actually a human anymore. I'm invested in your success. The 2 settled down in one of the reading rooms in Lausanne's mansion, and the elf narrated the 3 choices. In the end, Kay's choice was very similar to Lausanne's gut feeling. Choose the unchosen champion. It's the path for you to do what you've always wanted to do but couldn't. Star mana is tremendously powerful. I believe so too. But I thought of giving it some time before I make that commitment. We are not at the point where I need to rush through that decision. After Kay, a few of Lausanne's closest friends, families all came to talk to her. Her mother, Laufen, was proud as hell and wished that her father would have been there to see it. Her daughter, Arlissa, didn't seem too excited. If anything, Lausanne's success turned into a deeper, larger shadow that loomed over her life. Lausanne tried to tone it down, but Arlissa's frustration only grew. Her son was fairly relaxed and didn't have much of an opinion of his own. He was just glad that now that she was a domain holder, she would be eligible for the resurrection ability of Ian. He didn't have to fear losing his mother, and that was all that he needed to know. Valley of the Unrotten. It was the name those who came after her gave to this place. The name of the place where they survived the Rottedlands. She didn't like the name. It was her home. It was Frika and then New Frika. It wasn't such a deep, scary valley either. Their long confinement of almost 2 decades surviving on their own druidic produce and what little food they farmed in the valley was a memory most of them didn't think about. Things are definitely better now. Nostalgia. Her mind thought about those days when she was trapped here in the valley. The valley has changed so much. This place used to be home. Their homes used to be within the various subsidiary trees of Ian, but it had been more than a century. She hadn't been back in a long time, and yet the very act of achieving one's domain seemed to refresh her past. So here she was. The place felt dense. Ian's presence was so heavy here, and before she got her domain, at times it felt suffocating. She could even tell he was trying to shift his presence around, but Ian's presence distorted the world, and that distortion was unmistakable. Increasingly, even Edna, Stella, and Lumuf all also distorted the world around them. For lesser beings, they were at the mercy of something that could unmake them in many different ways. This time, this visit, it all felt different. She could still feel Ian's powerful presence, but it gently moved around her, as if she was a boat sailing through calm, peaceful waters. She was once a sandcastle facing the ocean tide, but today, it was as if her sandcastle was made of carved marble and stone, and the waters did not harm her. Tree, are you there? Lausanne could speak to him everywhere, and yet she still came here to speak to him. Her childhood that at some point seemed hazy, now turned clear. She knew her fellow domain holders had rather vivid memories, but the sudden clarity to her memory and the strength of her nostalgia made her wonder whether this was an effect of the choices available to her. Yes, the voice spoke into her head, and she blinked as she realized she could alter the form of that voice. Ian's voice had taken an ethereal, choral quality over the years, as if 1,000 trees rustling and speaking together at once. Now, with the domain, the voice she allowed to enter her mind was within her control. She could shape that voice such that it didn't overwhelm her, and she blinked as she realized how much leeway she had to shape the voice of those communicating with her telepathically. She had always known that the domain protected them from mental intrusions and the effects of other immortals. In a way, a domain was the system's way of carving up the distinction between someone who existed as a part of the environment and someone who now stood above them. I can make you sound like you used to, Lausanne said, feeling amused at how Ian's voice was back to that old, wise, but singular voice of her younger days. It seems the domain has brought you a fair bit of nostalgia. Ian spoke to her without the echoing. Her mind didn't have to strain to withstand a powerful being's intrusion. Yes. It has, since 2 of my choices make a reference to my past, I would think so, Lausanne said. Both the Unchosen Champion and Ian's Huntress referred to her roles over the years. It seems I was held back by my past more than the others, and the system recognizes you for it. Kay's casual way of achieving things without much direct conflict is a strength of hers. I would give her a reward, but what she wants is just for the heroes to have a good rest. Lausanne smiled. She knew Kay played a big role during the First Crusades, then later as the coordinator of the League of Heroes. Now this, yes, but this is the start. I am at the starting line. What should I choose? It's your choice. We will respect whatever you do and know that there will be a place for you. Ian said, and for a moment she remembered the days of New Frika. There are thousands of worlds. Stella's detection finds more worlds the further it goes. The first choice. The first choice, I suspect, is about your youth. Ian said, your first weapon was a spear and a dagger. The spear because you hoped to reach them and hit them before they could hit you. The dagger because you wanted to kill the moment they got close enough. Edna always wanted to be a knight, Lausanne said. She actually remembered meeting Edna when she was just a grand knight undergoing training in Freshka. She remembered Ian offering her the level-breaking fruit, and she had declined. That fruit instead went to Edna. She had wasted so many years. That is a part of it. A part of you wanted to wander the world, learn from various spirit trees. We are more than just a single thing, and the system probably has to try very hard to boil down what your story is. Ian speculated, yet thinking about the system's peculiarities was not why she was here today. Lausanne shook her head and approached one of the giant attendant trees. Is our home still there inside your secret hideout? There was silence. A long silence she was so used to. Yes, can I see it? Lausanne said. The dark, magical bark that was part of Ian's gigantic body shapeshifted, the bark itself reforming into a door. It was a kind of wood magic, but maybe not. Her fingers and arms seemed to tremble as she reached for the knob. The room was unchanged. There were still a few of Uncle Jura's things all over the place. There were some old clothes, perfectly preserved by Ian's preservation ability. This was after New Frika, Lausanne asked. We stopped living within you after the Rottedlands incident. Yes, after my long sleep all of you were used to living outside. You've all stayed in for a bit, but then eventually all of you moved out. Lausanne nodded. The valley wasn't a place to stay. Freshka, the new city that was built nearby, was a much more pleasant place. Not everyone wanted to live under the presence of a god. So the secret hideout was just as it was. Most things of value were taken away, but there were some old things left behind. They were already a powerful group at that time. Freshka and the Order had risen to dominate the continent. There were a few old overcoats, some thick boots, and a few more gloves. There was the old pantry area with the old wooden plates and cups. The world used to be a lot simpler, Lausanne said, and she felt Ian laugh in her head. Without the creepy echoes of Ian's voice, the laughter genuinely felt amusing. It's only simpler because someone else dealt with the complicated stuff. Ian said, "You're right, it was just a silly thought in my head." The elven girl looked at that, but I still miss those days. My memories of my childhood are so vivid, suddenly. Then she was quiet. "I've never brought my late husband here, did I? No, not to this space. He would have loved to see it, and I can still imagine him here. He would have said we lived in a life of luxury. Temperature-controlled and stable supply of clean water is something hard to find out there as an adventurer." Lausanne laughed. "We were lucky. We were very, very lucky." Ian didn't answer, but she knew it was good fortune. She knew he agreed. "What should I choose?" Lausanne asked again. This time Ian didn't answer with words. Instead, a door opened. She knew what it was. It led to Ian's secret chambers. It was where the old Soul Forge and biolabs were. She followed the largely unused stairs down into an old room. She remembered she was here often. She looked around and then saw a door that she had never seen before. It opened. It led her further, deeper, down into the depths, into a secret room. It was larger, newer, and it was filled with treasures. She blinked. This room is a room of treasures, things we've collected over the years. The various plants from all over the multiverse, the various fruits, trinkets, belongings of those who have fallen, the divine log and many others. Ian said, "I kept them here mostly as a store of things, and mainly I wanted you to see the relics we have. The divine log, the lens for the Margmarian dwarves, special weapons used by the old fallen warriors, Jura's old set of weapons, Lovis' old spear. The hero's items and a few personal belongings." She recognized many of them. There were things from the other elves too. Ian kept the mementos and belongings of the Valthorns that fell in battle. It was a connection to those who fought for him. Even items from the very first refugees who came to New Frika. He needed them to augment his abilities as a soul tree and allow for the living to speak to those who recently died. It was part of what he did to ensure that their spirits were properly handled and processed through the spiritual realm. In a twisted way, it was a cemetery to those who died, an altar made of the personal belongings of so many people. "It's just a place where I kept things, a treasury if you may." Lausanne laughed. "Can I touch them? Try not to. The spiritual remnants of those who have left are very fragile. I keep them protected, but a touch from a domain holder is stronger than most." "I see. We've lost many of our friends over the years." Lausanne suddenly could remember the faces of those who used to have these things. "It is. Of the first generation, only a few of you live or remain. There were a few mementos of those who died, things that belonged to her friends. Emil, Brislech, Wallen." She looked at them and memories of her childhood with her friends when still lived. "I couldn't save them," Lausanne said. "That day when the Rottedlands happened, I was too far away and I could only reach a few. In the end, it was Uncle Jura that saved us. Death was too common in that era. A lifetime of changes had occurred in the past 2 centuries, and yet she was now effectively an immortal. There would be a lot more changes to come, and she would play a larger role in shaping that future." She looked at all the relics and realized they were exactly that. Relics of the past, a snapshot of a time that was, but she wasn't in the past. "I see what you're trying to do now." "Oh, what would that be?" "I am too preoccupied with the past. I should think about what will work better for the future." Lausanne said she should approach her choice without the baggage of the past, but instead think about what would serve her well for the future. "Ian." I felt glad that of the first few elves that I took under my wing, one of them finally achieved a domain. A part of me feared for them, and a part of me still dreaded the separation of death that occurred with Jura. I would lose Lofen as well, though her eventual death as an elven woman was still at least many hundreds of years away. Life would eventually end, even for elves with their exceptionally long lifespan. That is the way of the world. But even for me, there are days when I feel a little weary. Tired, just like Lausanne said. There are times, moments, when one wished for the simpler days of the past. Now I would not have to witness Lausanne's permanent death, and that was a great deal of relief. I was fond of them, the first few elves that walked the path with me. They were there for me, and I was there for them. And now one of them would live for as long as possible. In Lausanne's domain, I had an additional anchor to my early village of Frika days. It also felt nice, a sense of validation that my goal wasn't wrong. I had supported her in her dream to be a hero, even if that journey took hundreds of years and a long detour through many worlds. She would now be a domain holder with the powers similar to a hero. No matter the choice she made, it was still a significant step up in her strength. So while Lausanne pondered her new pleasant dilemma, the wider worlds continued to demand my attention. Twin Space. Hoya returned to Twin Space to continue the crusades for the Cursed Continent. As of now, half of the continent's nations had already converted to Hoya's Temple of Ian. The level of expansion slowed around this point, for 2 main reasons. One, the number of priests and agents at Hoya's disposal was limited. Hoya was increasingly concerned that once her area of rule expanded, there were not enough priests and agents to expand and properly steer the zealots. The zealots were powerful. Their passion was real, but it was therefore really important to properly guide this fervor in a way that would lead to productive outcomes. The second reason was really more of a number issue. With any significantly large number of people, there would be those who oppose for the sake of opposing, those that felt a need to struggle against others and rebel against the norm. Half of the inhabited old continent was more than good enough. Hoya's followers channeled the zealots from their converted population. The most passionate were redirected to building ships and raising an army to sail on them towards the new islands. The islands at the middle were built into a rest and refueling stop for them to proceed to the cursed continent. They built 1,000 to 2,000 ships, and all in a few 100,000 warriors would leave for the journey. Many of these would set sail for the cursed continent from the islands, chasing the dream of the promised land. As with all acts of faith, there was a special ceremony to seek the blessings of their patron god, for assistance, for a smooth journey, and for a successful venture. A few thousand warriors and a few thousand more spectators. The ceremony would be held across the cities simultaneously, though the main event that was a massive send-off at the main port city. Multiple platforms were constructed throughout the cities in order to host the event. It would be time for her to summon a titan, and she made arrangements with Lumuf to make it a spectacle. It had to be. She asked for a beetle carrier to fly overhead. Its surreal, alien quality was something she wanted to exploit to properly cement Ian's role as an otherworldly god. The first fleet would be referred to by many names by future historians, but in general we called it the Expeditionary Fleet, and the army that went to the Cursed Continent was referred to as the Army of the Promised Land. The names were something the priests created to help their appeal in the eyes of their followers. There was a launch event to flag off the first ships from the anchor points that would sail towards the Promised Land. On a sea-facing platform located on the shoreline of their largest ports, Hoya was once again surrounded by hundreds of thousands of spectators. Her group of priests began to sing. The singing, amplified by their priest powers, could be heard throughout the city, and it was as if everyone was sucked into a song, even if they didn't want to. The skies darkened, a mix of magic from various mages, and then Lumuf appeared from above in the avatar form. He was tiny. He was an actor in Hoya's scheme. A role to play in the goal of solidifying their mythos. The chants continued, and Hoya's priests sang to call on their god's blessings. The song and hymns intensified, and they timed it for the moment it almost hit a crescendo. The skies above changed as Lumuf activated his avatar form, R. Everyone in the city looked up and saw a gigantic magical tree that covered the sun and clouds. An oppressive atmosphere descended on the entire city as their god came to their world. "We are blessed," Hoya roared, and as if controlled by the priestess, the crowd followed and roared. For a moment, the entire city echoed with the collective roar of the spectators, guided by her gentle but stern voice. Through Lumuf, a gigantic living beetle emerged. Its size cast a large shadow that caused everyone to look up. It was larger than any of the ships that waited in the harbor, and was large enough to hold hundreds, if not thousands of beetles within its gigantic wings. Its appearance made the crowd stare in silence and awe. The beetle carrier floated in the air then, as if woken from a long slumber, the massive wings began to flap. A burst of wind swept through the entire city. "Our God has blessed our crusade and granted us one of its powerful servants to aid us on our journey. Together with our great expeditionary fleet, we will crush the demons." Throughout the continent, those who used some form of scrying magic to observe the event were all struck in fear, as the size of the gigantic beetle carrier overhead was myth and legend made real. Spurred by their god's perceived blessing, the first crusade sailed for the demons' continent. A gigantic beetle carrier flew above the fleet of ships. Its winds helped the magical sails to go further, faster. Privately, the Order knew it was just easier to use magic. But extensive teleportation, magic just didn't have the spectacle and emotional touch of a journey across the ocean. There were also not enough mages and wizards to teleport a few 100,000 warriors and their supplies over an entire ocean. But that would be solved later. The mages of the Order began construction of a large teleportation array on the de facto capital of the Temple of Ian on Twinspace on Port Tarfa. Port Tarfa would be given a special title as its special place in the eyes of the temple. The holy port city of Tarfa would be the seat of the matriarch's primary temple, and rather than commission a grand temple, she got some druids from Treehome to grow a gigantic tree into the shape of a temple. Ideally, she would have liked it to be a node tree, but the actual node would be placed on the demon's continent to facilitate the conquest of the new continent. So this was the compromise they ended with. The teleportation array would then be paired with another teleportation array on the demon's continent close to the node tree, and the two would then facilitate fairly regular movement of people between the two continents without the use of ships or airships in the future. The journey across the ocean took about 2 months, faster than expected due to some favorable winds and magic from the Order's mages. Hoya wanted the first fleet to appear blessed, and so she had used her resources to ensure favorable winds. With things going well, the expeditionary fleet's army was in high spirits. Hundreds of thousands landed on the demonic continent, and with the backing of the giant beetle carrier that flew overhead nicknamed Gantry, war finally came for the Cursed Continent. The landing site they chose would be where they founded the Cursed Continent's first city, and the city would be later named Expedition's Landing. The demons were fairly disorganized, and so the army of zealots were able to swiftly purge the area of demons, and thus, the war to claim the Cursed Continent had begun. These expeditioners quickly able to verify the Temple of Ian's claims. The cursed land really was incredibly fertile and rich with resources. It was never mined, never farmed, even with the demon's corruptive blight. Back on the old continent, there were rumors and news that began to spread. Wealth, resources, large untapped masses of potential farmland, but no one believed it yet. After all, they did not see it. The cursed continent was covered in demonic blight, and that same demonic blight tampered with magic. This interference was too much for most of the relatively lower-level native mages of Twin Space, but Hoya knew she had to show results, something to keep the nobles and the new zealots hooked. So Hoya's expeditionary fleet hauled up large boulders of unprocessed ore. Most of these boulders were left untouched by the demons, filled with gold and gems, and were shipped back to the main continent. She knew that day when the first ship, their very first treasure ship, landed on Port Tarfa and unveiled what they had brought back from their very first landing post. The rush for the Cursed Continent would truly begin. "Trey home. Everything's okay," Prabhu said as he emerged from the biolab. "I feel great, actually. Strangely nice." He stretched, did some small jumps. The man looked like he never aged a bit. Rohana, his daughter, looked happy, relieved. The heroes had many children, though both Prabhu and Colette have been fairly special with each other and only have Rohana. She was much older now and in her teens. A human like her didn't have much special skills, but as she began to age faster than her parents, I knew they would start to have strange thoughts about their children. But it was akin they kicked down the road. For now, everything is fine. In fact, things are better. Our scheduled inspections post-Soul Spring operation didn't indicate anything unusual, but after some regular battle tests later, we discovered there were small improvements to Prabhu's abilities. We noticed Prabhu stopped complaining about unusual pains in his head. It wasn't totally gone, but they were far less painful than before. They didn't hurt him in a primal way when we spoke about topics regarding demon kings and postponing battles. He could endure those conversations and retain memories of them. I thus formulated a hypothesis that those protruding stones in their soul springs were ways the hero class influenced their minds. It warped the shape of the spiritual energy flows, and in doing so, they shaped their mind. All other classes did not have those protrusions. I've examined so many other Valthorns and individuals to know that classes do not alter the flow of mana from the inner soul. So I quickly summoned the rest of the heroes for a similar inspection. Not all of them wanted to let me work on their souls and clean it up, but they were willing to allow me to have a look in their soul spring. I peered into the soul springs of Kefri, Adrian, Samuel, Raja, and Weira, and realized that they all had multiple protruding stone structures that altered the flow of their souls. This was the equivalent of a tumor growing within their brains. It applied pressure on their minds, and thus shaped and directed their behavior in a certain fashion. Unless they were able to thoroughly purge and clean their hero class like Colette, this did mean I could suppress and weaken the hero class mental influences and allow them to think with more clarity. I believe if I wanted an honest discussion with the heroes, they needed to be able to think clearly. Yet of the 5 other heroes, only Kefri and Adrian wanted me to help them fix the protruding stone structures. Samuel, Raja, and Weira all were still a little apprehensive. They were still new and maybe still didn't trust me fully. Raja and Weira, in the larger scheme of things, were mostly out of the Order's day-to-day activities. Gigantodragon, the world that they came from, was still fairly independent, and with the enemy demon king slain, their world could get back to normalcy on their own. They still had multiple surviving large nations and cities that could invest and rebuild their old destroyed nations, and they did. Samuel wanted to wait and see. The handsome elven hero decided, somehow, that the hero class is sacred and shouldn't be tampered with. Perhaps it was a holdover of all the education from the sacred cherry tree of Landas. Regardless, I helped Kefri and Adrian adjust their protruding stone structures and clean up some of the accumulated waste within their heroic soul springs. Just like with Prabhu, I received a little more of the heroic dust. It was a strange thing, but I wanted to experiment with it a little bit more. But with Kefri, this time I noticed there was something else in there, a differently colored rock within her soul spring. I didn't know why I never noticed it before, or perhaps because it was in the inner side of the soul spring, obscured by the turbulent star mana of her soul. It had a connection to another. This was a part of the pact of the 3, between the 3 powers. Three World, it was how Jeanpu kept some limited control over Kefri. Once I just gently touched it, it responded back to me and it felt like something I knew. It was a skill, a contract, a soul pact of the three. Soul pact of the three is invisible to its host, an ancient bond that ties all heroes to the three hegemons of Three World. It allows the three hegemons to exercise some control and influence on the heroes. I knew that Jeanpu had some ways of controlling Kefri, but now I know how. I left it untouched, but I wondered whether I should let Kefri know. For now, I adjusted the rest of the protruding stones and removed the tampering effect on the flow of her star mana. Three Worlds. Kefri returned to the world of Three Worlds feeling refreshed. Her mind was clear, clearer than it had even been. Somehow, when she stepped into her old palace, something she did out of habit, she looked around and asked herself, why am I doing all of this? The more she wandered through her old palace, she truly didn't understand what she went through. It didn't make any sense. It used to feel comfortable, as if it appealed to a part of her. What was the harem of dancing boys for? It puzzled her. Clarity of mind suddenly placed all her past actions under question, and she began to realize that they were coping mechanisms. The hero class distracted her from things. She wandered her palace and in the end decided to go talk to Jeanpu. You've come to see me willingly. Jeanpu said with a sigh. What happened now? Ian removed some of the inhibitions of the hero class. Jeanpu sighed. He should not have done that. They exist for a reason. Did you know this would happen me? No, I have never seen it done. But heroes are dangerous. You can be dangerous. These inhibitions and distractions are how the gods ensure heroes remain functional and non-destructive in a world that only needs you for moments in time. The reality of being ripped out of your old world and placed into a new one is hard for you. Jeanpu geared for a fight as if Kefri was here for a showdown. Maybe it was Jeanpu's old past life's experience. His past with heroes often involved showdowns, but he didn't get one. No. Kefri countered as she realized Jeanpu was prepared to fight her. He was worried that without the inhibitions, she would go rogue. But no, that's not what she is here for. No, it's not for me. There's no need for this. Kefri said as she realized that Jeanpu's fears were unfounded. I have my fellow hero friends, and as long as there is a community, I can deal with this. I just came to talk. That made Jeanpu a little puzzled. That is quite a surprise. Yeah. I think you can just take back my palace and assimilate my old queendom. I don't need it anymore. Kefri said, but I will return to fight the demons as I must. I see. This is an interesting turn of events. Kefri seemed to agree. It was great that there was a place that increasingly reminded her of her old home. The chaotic city life of Fresca was very Earth-like, as were all the various entertainment and food options. She should return to her fellow hero friends. Maybe they too need a friend in her. Year 286. Darkguard, the demon world, connected to the dwarven world of Delvigard. The world of Darkguard was home to a demon mother nursing a growing demon king within its planetary core, and in a decade or two, she would launch an attack on Delvigard. There are two things we can do, Alka said. One, we attack the demons directly, here on Darkguard, and potentially trigger a demonic comet. The demonic comet is an extremely powerful countermeasure, and it will require the entire order to intervene. As it is, even with the full might of all of us dwarves here, it is unlikely that there will be a successful attack on the Demon King at the current point, so that leads us to option 2. The crowd listened. We wait for the Demon King to attack Delvigard. There is a risk of some collateral damage in the second option. In the past, our preferred strategy was to rig the landing point with explosives and weaken the Demon King so much that the high-leveled Order operatives could crush the Demon King. We can reclaim the demon world fairly safely after that. The dwarves of Darkguard had built, within a year, a large, sprawling city filled with fortifications, and here their gigantic war machines were used to combat the demons. Save for the new dwarven city, which was now named Darkguard Stand, the demon world remained almost entirely demon-controlled. Hordes of demonic spawning pools throughout the wider region would release thousands of demons that charged towards their new city walls. In response, Darkguard Stand had 3 layers of walls, made from the local region's stone and minerals. But interestingly, the dwarves themselves realized Darkguard wasn't always a demon world. There were places, purged from the demonic blight, that contained old, ancient structures that were probably a few hundred years old. There was a time when there were humans here. That was all gone now. The dwarves found these ancient civilizations to be fascinating and called them the Old Dark Guardians. For now, the Order existed as the final, security, measure for the dwarves who wanted to prove themselves in this outpost. The defensive battles were a great outlet for their energy. We'd planned a few years ago to deploy my nodes across the peripheral worlds, but as of now, we had not yet deployed our node Trees in the world of Triatuga, Cavill, Twinspace, and the world of the floating islands. The delay was mainly one of the finer details. We were not exactly sure where the best place to deploy on Cavill was and who was the most friendly to us as visitors. Just as Eben and Edna had realized, the world's value to us was really in the chance to experiment with heroes. The knights and the hero swords were a fairly limited value to us on their own, outside of the concept of a growing weapon. I told Stella that I intended to allow Edna the chance to experiment, and she refused to talk to me for a month. But in the end, Stella demanded some safeguards to protect the future hero and a chance to mingle with the rest of the heroes. Stella and Edna took some time to visit the world of Cavil. Stella's void domain wasn't a particular fan of the star mana used by the various hero swords of Cavil, but she wanted to see it anyway, just to know why Edna wanted to experiment with it. The visit went smoothly, and Stella begrudgingly understood the merits of a growing weapon, but doubted the system would allow a weapon to exceed its original owner's level. I personally doubted that too. For Twin Space, it was about a great cleansing spectacle, so the node was put off until there was more development on the demonic continent. For Triatuga, we had some operatives on the ground building up our relationships, but we were likely to base ourselves on the human side. Triatuga was a borderline world, and we wanted to experiment on the Boarfolk's demonic connections. It was a chance for me to test the extent of the fairies' control over my trees. For Terras, we also had some guys infiltrating the 3 major island empires. After the defeat of the Demon King on Mountain World, we redirected our attention to the coming Demon Kings of Cavil, Triatuga, and of course Twin Space. In the background, Hoya was working on her plan of how to make the battle for Twin Space's Demon King a spectacle. She had roped in Eben and a few other level 140s to help. She wanted to make it a fully televised event. The magical ability to scry and farsight was well known, though they were often interrupted by the magical disruptions by a powerhouse like the Demon King. So in the past, viewing demonic battles was often choppy, and the image wasn't clear. Mages who saw the demonic battles also found it hard to reliably share what they saw with their peers, though there had been good advancements in the past few decades, such as some unique shared vision types of spells. The challenges didn't stop the matriarch, and so at her funding, there was a dedicated group of mages researching ways to properly and stably scry a Demon King battle, even while the huge amount of magical energies interfered with it. In a strange twist of our old world's influence on this magical world, the initial versions were pretty much magically insulated mechanisms with really long insulated cables, which were then linked to a transmission artifact located far away from the actual battle. There were magical formations already able to convert light and vision into magical recordings, and they had been around for a while. But there had been no real push to create interference-resistant scrying tools until Hoya came along, which would then feed into a great spectacle on how the Temple of Ian conquered the Demon Continent and freed it from the menace that was the Demon King. All in the name of propaganda. I wondered if Hoya gained a domain someday. Could it be the domain of propaganda, or domain of misinformation, a cultural domain of some sort? It was an interesting thing to think about. I looked at the rest of my Valthorns and wondered which sort of domain they would get. Of all of my Valthorns, Eben stood out as the oldest of them, and I wondered whether the system would be so cruel as to give him one that reflected his long journey to a domain. On some level, I didn't understand why the system didn't give him a domain. In terms of feats and achievements, he had tried as much as anyone else. Then there were those who were hot on his heels. Hoya, Blackthorn, and a few other Order operatives were all in the level 140s. On our Pantheon front, we continued to grapple with one big gap, maybe two. The first of these gaps was a lack of domain-level mages and wizards. As of now, Blackthorn and a few other Void Archmages were up there. Magic remained a realm where we still lacked that bit of extra firepower. Perhaps magic was just too overpowered. I sometimes tried to imagine Stella at really high levels with her control over void magic. Maybe she could destroy or reroute the demonic paths through the Void Sea. If she could do something like that, it would truly change how we thought about fighting demons. Even in spite of years, decades of experiments into manipulating the Void Sea, we had not been able to redirect the Comet world. Maybe it took someone at the level 250s to do so. The second big gap was one about crafters. The heroes had their hero forge, but for the rest of us, our crafting abilities remained fairly limited outside of Alka. Alka's crystal explosive focus did constrain the full scope of crafting. We had high-leveled crafters who were now taking more combat roles in order to get them closer to the domains, but progress was mixed. There were a few of them who reached level 140s, but I wondered whether this was the right thing to do. Should we really get crafters to level 150 by getting them to fight Demon Kings? Did that lead to more combat-type abilities? If it did, it wouldn't really solve our need for more super crafters. Then, there was the problem with reclaiming the demon worlds such as Darkguard. We needed a way to quickly rejuvenate the reclaimed worlds so that they could withstand a return of the demons. Like Treehome and Tropics World, id used the large population, resources, and supplies of Treehome and many other worlds to repopulate Tropics World, but even so the weaker ambient levels of mana meant the world itself wasn't as prosperous as the rest. Was there a way to reset this quickly? Reclaiming the demon worlds, Lumuf returned to Satria briefly to speak to Hawa once more. It's not worth it. those demon worlds have been stripped of most of its accumulated reserves and energy. Replenishing it would take centuries. In that time, it will have to defend against tens of demon kings. Unless it was freshly conquered, and its world core's magical reserves are still fairly healthy, it is not worth it. The odds of a world bouncing back from demonic invasion was slim. Of the worlds I had a presence in, Tropics World really wasn't doing so bad. It probably had 30, no, almost 40 of its old strength, and I wondered whether there was a way I could independently accelerate this recovery. In some ways, I believed it was already much faster than it originally was. I am a tree. We are a force of nature, and healing broken lands should be well within my powers. Could I amplify this further so that the captured cores could heal faster? Out of instinct, I reached back deep into the various worlds I was in, like Mountain World, Tree Home, and Three Worlds, and tried to call to their will of the world. I wondered if the strong worlds could reinforce the weak worlds. Could the will of the worlds share their energy? At first, there was nothing, but I tried anyway. There must be a way to help the damaged worlds recover so that they are strong enough, so that they don't immediately collapse to the demons in a case of Ray invasion. I thought of the challenge as a medical matter, that these damaged worlds were chronically ill patients, and I wanted to use transplanted blood and organs from healthy individuals to shore up these chronically ill individuals and speed up their recovery. I shared those thoughts to the cores I was in touch with. Nothing. It was not that they were not listening. The will of the world always listened, and they did so passively through the world's many mechanisms. Maybe, just like me, they needed time. Year 287. The treasure ships landed on Port Tarfa, and the stores filled with gems and metals were hauled off the boats. As Hoya predicted, the crowds gawked at the sheer wealth and resources of the stones, and the entire continent watched. In their eyes was a mix of faith, validated belief, and greed. The world was a dried field of grass, and she had brought oil and matches. Behold, my fellow believers, the proof of the wealth that was denied to us all, trapped here in the old world because of your old beliefs. The proof that there is great opportunity in the promised land. In Ian's vision, the demonic continent is a promised land, filled with metals, gold, silver, and gems, and fertile land. And the mistress of propaganda was soon back at the affair of fanning the flames of zealotry. Now to prove that it is so bountiful that even this chunk of rock is worthless, come. Hoya had the rocks filled with unpolished gems to their temple and placed them outside. She touched it, and with the powers of her familiar, the giant gem-studded rock was shattered into thousands of smaller rocks. Believers, those who believed and contributed to the expeditionary fund, over the next few weeks, you will be summoned to receive some of these rocks as a token of your faith. The same day, many nations independently started their own demonic continent program. Greed was such a potent resource, perhaps more so in a world of scarcity. On Expedition's landing, the native zealots were able to expand further and deeper into the demonic territory, and they began to encounter stronger resistance from the demon champions that prowl the land. This continent, the New World, was under the influence of demonic rule for centuries, and it seemed that the Demon King had been around for a few decades. The truth of the matter was shrouded in poor record-keeping and lack of a centralized way of checking when the last Demon King had defeated the heroes. It didn't help that not everyone got the announcement when a Demon King arrived, and for the existing priests of Hawa and whatever gods that would receive some notification, they were not really incentivized to record it or share that knowledge with others. Eben, like many other of his peers, was here. This was the last of the Demon Kings among the peripheral worlds for now. On some level, I wondered perhaps there was a narrative element to the system, that each of us domain holders represented a story. I looked back at my own journey and realized my rise to a domain was probably quite stratospheric. Was Eben, therefore, missing the story that would elevate him to a domain, a tale of his journey that would cement him as one of us? In other words, if we looked into the ancient histories and myths of our world, could it be that Eben needed a unique myth? For Edna, Johann, Rune, Kaffa, and Ezar, I wasn't quite sure why they had relatively easier paths compared to Eben. Edna as a knight, Rune as a sniper, Johann as a ranger, Alka as an explosives alchemist, Kaffa's claws and Ezar's fists. Is it because they had a clear focus? No. As Patrick and my artificial minds digested the data, it didn't seem like they had a particular focus, nor did they seem better designed. I could sense Eben's inner turmoil. With each battle, it still shook him. He was unsure whether he would make it. It was a familiar feeling. Both Rune and Johann had similar feelings when they were struggling to cross that final barrier. Eben traveled alone, cloaked in protections to spy on the Demon King. The Demon King was small relative to the other Demon Kings we've seen, but it thrummed with power. It was about the size of a beetle truck that we used for logistics and held two large perpetually burning axes on its two arms and had two black horns from its head. It was, in other words, the quintessential demon lord without the demonic wings. The Demon King on the cursed continent of Twinspace seemed to have noticed Eben's presence. It sensed me. Eben said as we spoke through my spiritual familiar, and yet it does nothing. It's waiting for heroes. One of the theories we had earlier was that the Demon Kings needed hero souls to generate sufficient energy for their mining operations toward the core of the world. The Demon King was a presence we could sense even from far away, especially to my priests and mages who were attuned to how the Demon King warps the presence of magic around itself. As it turned out, Eben was right. Hoya's plan didn't go according to plan because about 4 months into the demonic continent's expedition, the Demon King began to move, and it was moving quickly towards Expedition's landing. What the Demon King is coming our way? What jolted it out of its passivity? Hoya said, but tried her best not to reveal her underlying turmoil. Wait, how much time do we have? A day, maybe less, the void mages working for her said. The way the Demon King emitted void and demonic mana was something we could track. She closed her eyes. It was too late to evacuate, and she didn't want to waste all her efforts. I suppose things have been going too well for me, hasn't it? Hoya smiled and did her best to put on a brave front. Well, let's see what this Demon King's got. She did her best to arrange for the mages to view their battle, with what little preparations they got, and readied the rest of the forces for battle. My fellow zealots and faithfuls of Ian, Hoya gave a speech as the leader of the Twin Space operations. It seems that our faith has drawn the envy and anger of the demons, and now the Demon King itself is headed this way. That caused an audible gasp throughout the rest of the zealots. Their power levels were far too low to defeat the Demon King, but fear not, this is all but the will of the heavens. I have called on Ian's warriors to help us, and I too will take the battlefield with my compatriots. Hoya stood with the level 140s who were there with her. Most of them were ready, as well as they could be, but the fight against the Demon King on Mountain World was still fresh in their minds. Go and make a name for yourself, Eben, I said, a myth, a legend. Perhaps that was what they needed. The Demon King's presence was unmistakable to all those present, and without the domain holders to shield them, the zealots from afar trembled. These were believers who had never faced something as powerful as the Demon King. Hoya held my great staff in her hands and was first to launch a set of blessings for the rest of her team. The few mages and druids in the team followed soon after, and the battle was on. I watched as the Valthorns flung themselves towards the Demon King. They were afraid, but they made the leap anyway. In the eyes of zealots, they could not falter now. The domain holders were somewhat nearby and watched. Part of me thinks we should intervene, Edna said. For her, watching her friend Eben try and try again just worried her. Each time, just like Lausanne, Eben tried harder, more, better, but we shouldn't. Edna was trying to convince herself. It was something they all were. They couldn't steal the fight from those who aspired to join their ranks. They could not rob them of the ladder that they had used to climb to their level. It was hard for each of the domain holders who had friends amongst those who were the level 140s. Like Lumuf, who considered Hoya a peer as one of the Descartes, or Alka, who worked with many of the mages and alchemists present. They watched them struggle against the might of the Demon King. It was too much for them, even if all their equipment and tools gave them protection and shielding, things that allowed them to tank a strike from a Demon King. The axe of the Demon King slammed into Hoya's great staff and flung the matriarch far away. She slammed into the fairly new wall of Expedition's landing. The zealots gasped, but matriarch Hoya emerged in a cocoon of hardened wooden roots. She lived even if injured. I am fine, she roared defiant. Eben and the rest of the warrior Valthorns launched powerful attacks repeatedly at the Demon King, and they dealt some damage, but just like Edna, it was minuscule, weak. Their attacks only lightly injured the Demon King, even with all their power together. All their attacks are barely able to overcome the innate regeneration of the Demon King. It would take a lot more than this, and yet the Demon King somehow sensed or perhaps was drawn to Hoya's great staff. It gave chase and tried to hunt her down. Is this the point we step in? Edna looked. There was too much uncertainty, but Lumuf touched her shoulders and held her back. No, too early. Lumuf cautioned, but I knew in Lumuf's heart he steeled himself for a real loss of life. Someone would die in order for the rest to advance. That was how it was in the past. Maybe it would be the same here. Maybe it's Hoya. Maybe it's Eben. Maybe it's the dwarven mage Blackthorn. Maybe it's the others who he called friends and colleagues. Edna shook her head. You won't stop me from preventing deaths. I will leap right in there if I feel it. Eben and the few warriors stepped in and tried to stop the Demon King from charging in Hoya's direction. Maybe it sensed her weakness. Maybe it was the great stuff. We don't know why it chose Hoya as a target, but the rest of my Valthorns blocked the Demon King's advance. No, you are not getting to her, Eben said as his weapons tried to chain and hold down the Demon King. His sword cracked as he traded blows with the Demon King's burning magical axes. He had gotten quite good at digging deep into his soul for the last dregs of strength and stamina. A part of him grew tired of it all, and he was prepared to let it all go to achieve the next step. Lumuf looked at Edna. It's hard. I want to step in there as much as you, but they will be those who walk with us, and we must respect their determination to put their lives on the line. I agree, and that's why I am not going to let them die because of it. Edna said as an army of lesser demons descended on Expedition's landing. They were late. After all, these lesser creatures could not move as fast as the Demon King. The zealots were not ready, but it didn't matter. Guys, do you mind taking out the small fries? The 4 combat-based domain holders, Rune, Johann, Kaffa, and Ezar, naturally understood and moved to deal with the rest of the demons coming their way. The beetle Titan, which was nearby, also quickly flew to intercept the demonic forces. With the 4 and a fleet of flying beetles, the Valthorns could focus their energies on battling the Demon King to the best that they could. For Lumuf, Edna, and Stella, their eyes were locked on the Demon King battling it out with Eben and the others. It seems to be drawn to Hoya for some reason. Lumuf said as he flipped through his various types of vision. What was the Demon King attracted to? Star mana? We didn't quite know. Maybe it was the presence of priests as a holy existence. Eben's being just as reckless as Lozan. Edna sighed as Eben stood and blocked the Demon King with all his might. He used a range of abilities so that he was slightly larger and increased his heft. It worked for Lozan. Lumuf said, success becomes an example. The zealots were enraptured as they watched the Valthorns do their best to hold back the Demon King. They were mere level 30 to 50 warriors, and the Demon King was in existence far above their level. Hoya's great staff glowed as she channeled my power. A weakened version of my roots tried to chain down the Demon King. It didn't hold it down for long, but the fact that the Demon King needed to exert effort to break through those roots was a sign of her strength. The rest of the Valthorns attacked the Demon King and managed to weaken it slightly. Hoya tried her best to bless the rest of her peers, and yet, a miracle, the great staff, my great staff made from my soul, drew power from the system. The power released at this moment was immediately familiar to Lumuf and Edna. This feels like the holy relics from Satria. Lumuf blinked. We'd seen the divine relics of Hawa and knew that they distorted reality in a certain way. But relics were relics for their ability to summon divinity, and we would later discover it was this sort of relics that allowed the champions of Hawa to stand up against the Demon King invaders. They were, in other words, borrowing power through stored faith. Relics, as it turned out, were weapons of faith. The stronger the world's faith was, the more powerful they became. That meant Hawa's relics could draw on exceptional power on worlds where Hawa's beliefs were strong, but on worlds owned by demons, they were no more than special artifacts. In other words, relics were defensive weapons, mediums of faith of the world they existed in. A shame they didn't exist in the far-flung worlds where the people believed in gods. Hoya, Eben, and a few other Valthorns at the moment were suddenly possessed by divine fury. Their bodies glowed in a way that was simultaneously my power and not mine, because it didn't come from me directly. Well, what do you know? Edna said. Hoya's decision to request for a relic has some merit after all. You clearly should ask Ian to make more. This didn't trigger on Mountain World. Lumuf said, what are the conditions for using divine relics? The Demon King now suffered real wounds, empowered by divine might. Fervor, zealotry, perhaps. If we compare Twin Space to Mountain World, the immediate thought that comes to mind is faith. Given the existence of the world faith system, there clearly is a reason why the old gods chose to move to it. The knight responded, I think you need to go visit that old god again to talk about divine relics and how they work. It's not the power of the item itself, but what it taps into, and we should be able to do that too. The blessings of a relic brought the battle to a fairly equal state. The Demon King suffered real damage, and incredibly, the damage dealt by divine fervor didn't heal easily. The Demon King couldn't regenerate its way out of wounds, but the power of divinity eventually ran out. The relic was only able to sustain the blessing for slightly over an hour, but that was transformative. In our eyes, the Demon King likely lost half its strength in that hour of pitched combat, while Eben, Hoya, and the others were drained. They're spent. I think let's clean this up, Lumuf said. Edna nodded, and the 2 domain holders walked in to finish the job. The Demon King was slain a few moments later, and 2 new domain holders ascended to join their ranks. Year 287 continued. What are relics? It was a simple question and came with a simple answer. It was a fragment of divinity, and anyone who held the relic could then channel a fragment of that world's faith to create miracles. Miracles then took on many different forms. Miracles were things such as a sudden surge in the combat power of Hoya, Eben, and the others. Miracles, in their case, took the form of the power to single-handedly overturn the tide of battle. Relics enabled miracles, and they were an inherent part of the old system. The old gods moved to the world faith system because they all knew that faith was powerful. Miracles were there even before the first gods came to be, through things such as worldly miracles. There was a time when the people used to worship and believe in the power of the land and the elements. That was faith as well. Faith in the world, faith in the old nature before an existence like yourself came to be. Faith is thoughts, beliefs. They are things in the hearts of men, and they linger within our souls. This is a power, even if unseen and untouchable. They flow into the ether and thus empower the world as we know it. Faith was the fuel that existed throughout the world. It was how the old masters exceeded their inherent level limitations. Faith existed with or without the world faith system. Relics were conduits, a connection to something more that took the form of gods, systems, and the wills of the world. This connection relied on faith to fuel its effects. With all three, a relic, the faith of their user, and a world where there was sufficient faith flowing about, they enabled such miracles to occur. The old gods defended their core worlds with the use of relics and special champions empowered with multiple relic grade items. It was likely the faith point cost of such an act was significantly cheaper than summoning heroes, and they would have more control. In other words, they'd managed to reliably trigger miracles in order to defeat the demon kings. In a similar way, Hoya's use of a relic enabled a miracle. She was a few levels behind Eben, but triggering this miracle made her gain many levels, enough that she reached level 150. The matriarch's choices were limited. Only 2 choices, but to her, it might as well be one. Subdomain of Ian the Burning Tree. This subdomain channels the power of believers, grants the ability to sense the zeal of zealots and empower zealots. It is stronger in worlds with high levels of faith and weaker in worlds with no faith. The Burning Tree is able to temporarily condense the levels of its believers into the domain holder to significantly increase their own power. The maximum increase in level is 2 times the current level. In addition, the Burning Tree is able to enter sacrifice form, where the user gains a temporary tripling of power for a period of 3 days. Once the use of power expires, the user will die and be eligible for resurrection. If the user dies this way, resurrection will take twice as long to complete. Hoya considered it to be a defensive choice, strong in worlds with high faith, and the sacrifice form seemed exceptionally powerful in emergencies. Domain of the Heartshaper. This domain channels one's ability to shape the thoughts and hearts of those around it. The user is inherently able to sense the emotions, thoughts, fears, and weaknesses of those around them, and form direct connections to reassure those around them. This domain holder can enthrall others who are of a slightly lower level, and the enthralled individuals will obey all commands of the domain holder. The Heartshaper can cause those enthralled to enter Berserker form, where they gain a large increase in strength equal to 50 of their levels, though without the skills and abilities of the higher levels. The enthralled individuals can be broken out of their controlled state with sufficient time. Other domain holders are immune to effects of the enthrall. It was an option that reflected her recent actions, of how she manipulated her believers and her reputation in the non-believer nations as the great seductress. It was powerful in its own way, but Hoya knew what her choice was. The other individual, Eben, also finally crossed the level threshold. You did it. Hoya approached the knight. Well, you too. Eben took off his battered knight's helmet and gave a long sigh of relief. The man was old, but the influence of the domain had begun to de-age him. I almost thought it wouldn't happen. Well, that was a miracle. Do you think they'll let us replicate it? Eben wondered. Ian's gotta make more of those relics for the others to step into the final realm. Hoya paused as she thought about it and then shook her head. I believe, even if indirectly, that there is a penalty for taking the known path. Heh, we are lucky then. That is so. What options did you get? Hoya asked. The knight had 3 choices. Domain of the Knight Trainer. This domain's focus is on training and perseverance. It excels at training others and can formally take up to 3 students as a domain squire, who are granted a significant experience boost and a single non-rechargeable instant respawn ability. The respawn ability will not apply to those above level 100. The effect of the experience boost is significantly stronger in older, more mature students. In addition, the domain holder will be able to sense and influence the type of skills and classes of students, and also remove unwanted classes. While in the presence of students, the Knight Trainer gains significant defensive abilities and can protect students from harm. In addition, the Knight Trainer gains a passive boost to overall abilities and strength proportional to the number of levels gained by the domain squire while under their tutelage. If the squires eventually ascend to a domain of their own, the Knight Trainer will receive a special skill based on the domain of their students. Domain of the Enduring Knight. This domain has a focus on long, pitched battles and can name a target as a marked target. The domain knight's regeneration and overall strength will increase at a stepped basis, relative to how long a marked target remains alive during battle and the target's starting level. In addition, the Enduring Knight also gains an ability to lock its target, which enables the domain holder to instantaneously teleport next to the target. The strength increase can be up to 3 times the current level of the domain knight. It will take about half a day for the effect to reach a 50 increase in power, a full day for a doubling of power, and 5 days for an effective increase equal to 3 times of the current level. However, if the Enduring Knight or the marked target leaves the battle during this time frame, the timer is reset. This domain will also significantly enhance defensive, healing, and also targeting abilities. This option seemed to focus on long battles against a strong, highly defensive opponent. I wondered whether the targeting function worked for fixed, stationary objects or only moving creatures. Then, the last option. Domain of the Castle Knight. The knight gains the ability to create and summon up to 3 magical castles, called the Sacred Citadel, with their own linked artificial souls. These sacred citadels have their own magical summon knight army, magical protections, anti-enemy auras, and facilities to heal allies and feed refugees, as well as their own magical mana pool. All three sacred citadels can be linked and enable movement between them. Those with knight and related classes can travel between the magical castles with no cost, while movement of all other objects and individuals will cost some magical energy. The castle knight can move to any of its sacred citadels instantly. These castles can have magical fixtures and items installed into them, and will retain these fixtures until they are destroyed. The castle knight can also temporarily fuse with their sacred citadels to enhance their own strength, endurance, and healing. Well, which one do you think I'll go for? Hoya asked. Eben rubbed his chin and looked around. I don't know. I didn't plan for anything beyond the end of the battle. Me neither. Hoya punched the knight on the shoulder. But for me, it's quite clear what I want. I'll need a few days to process this. A part of me still doesn't believe it and is more than ready to be disappointed once more. Take all the time you need, friend, Hoya said. Choices? We gave them time to think, just as we gave Lozan. Now we had 3 of them at the cusp of their own choices. So there are no more demon kings on the peripheral worlds. Lumuf returned to the world of Satria. How long do we need to wait? I ask that you wait for 2 more decades. It will be ready soon. Hawa responded through the communications relic. 2 more decades, year 307. In a few years there would be a new wave of demon kings, but there was nothing to fear. Now we could have a few years of peace, to rebuild, to regenerate the various broken cities, and to elevate their people. What will be useful for the coming attack on the demonic homeworld? Lozan approached a few of the domain holders one day and asked for opinions. We do not know, Stella said. I've tried to poke at the barrier to see what lies beyond, but during that brief moment when the sun rings was damaged, all we saw was the demonic comet. Since we are talking about the sun rings, do you think we can try to break it down ourselves right now? Edna asked, perhaps a little curious of whether her own strength would be sufficient. The tale that I faced 2 defender demon kings on the sun rings was a fact known to our upper circles, but now we had the means to deal with them. As we are now, we would win against 2 demon kings at the same time. 3, even. We could potentially make Hawa's work harder if we didn't destroy it immediately. The sun rings could possibly gain defensive measures as a result of our actions. We don't exactly know how the demons repair their structures and whether this is a reversion to norm or it comes with upgrades. If I was the builder, I'd rebuild with new countermeasures. Alka countered. If we hit it, we need to hit it fully with the intention of destroying it in its entirety, but I am still quite torn on what to select. Lozan redirected the conversation to her own dilemma. What do you want to do? The Lady of the Void asked, and then decided to dip her feet in the ring. If I were you, I'd pick the unchosen champion, simply because the star mana potential independent of the hero class would be a good insurance against whatever stuff the demons have on the other side. I had an inkling that was the case. Lozan said, but the alternative is that I will have to wait until Hawa's item breaks the sun rings, and that's a 2-3 decade wait. I don't think I should wait that long without the full extent of my powers. Don't worry too much, my dear. Stella smiled back at the elf. You will not be the last domain holder, and so, if there is something we lack, we'll just have to train new domain holders to fill up that gap. Edna coughed. You make it sound like we got it figured out. I think we do, mostly. The Void Sea was immense. Stella's Void Explorers, now that she had more of them, traveled further and further away, in search of the lands controlled by the other gods. The other half of our plan involved engaging other gods to fight the demons together. Well, anything? Nope. Stella said and went on with her usual statement about how the Void Sea was really big, and it took a lot of time to get anywhere. But I could tell Stella was partly bothered by the prior visit to the Void Layers. There were days she sat in her room making notes about her observations in the Void Layers, and she also made predictions about what was on the other side of that barrier. A part of it is a subtle, but ever-present nagging sense of uncertainty. We do not truly understand the demons, and the more we learn from multiple sources, the better prepared we will be. Stella's Void Explorers played a crucial part in this information-gathering exercise, and we needed to reach the other gods. Gyan, Nira, or even Ava, a part of me feared something else entirely. What if the Void Barrier wasn't meant to keep us out, but instead something to keep the demons in? I thought that was incredibly unlikely, since it is a structure controlled by demons, but the risk, however infinitely small, was not zero. Alka returned to the world of Darkguard and continued to train the dwarves to prepare for their role. Over the past 2 years, Wed gotten fairly comfortable with the Delvigardian dwarves and began to send groups of them to Treehome and a few other worlds for them to experience life outside of Delvigard. At the same time, Wed also started the first series of technological exchanges between Treehome and the Delvigardians, and also started work on the Dwarven war machines that combined the resources, equipment, and materials of both sides. We had advantages in terms of sheer levels, wider variety of materials, weaponry designs, and magical powers, but the Delvaguardians did have details and finesse honed over a much longer period of continuous improvements. As a whole, I still considered ourselves technologically superior to the Delvaguardians, but there was no use hoarding some of the lower and middle-tier techniques, and these dwarves had joined our great war. Twin Space. The defeat of Twin Space's Demon King had a significant impact on the overall strength of the demons on the demonic continent. In an instant, it was as if all the weaker demons had lost about 1/5 to 1/3 of their individual combat strength, likely due to loss of some aura or passive enhancement from the Demon King. Expedition's landing, buoyed by the victory over the Demon King, quickly expanded. With the threat of the Demon King removed from the demon's continent, more zealots came over to the new lands and began a new wave of expansion into the demonic continent. The druids and priests had to do some work to purge the lands of the demonic corruption before the lands were usable, but whatever was beneath the thick layer of demonic sludge and blight was fertile, mineral-rich soil that promised a future of prosperity. The gold rush for the promised land had begun, and even the other non-believing nations had begun to set sail towards the promised land. Ironically, the act of doing so only proved Hoya's propaganda as right. It was also much easier to recruit large amounts of zealots now that the wealth of the demon's continent was proven by Hoya's few treasure ships. Each of those treasure ships landed with multiple gigantic rocks and stones filled with unprocessed gems and ores embedded within them. Some had unprocessed gold or the size of wagons, and the arrival of these treasure ships were actual fanfares as everyone crowded along the piers to see what they brought home. Of course, for those who were not a member of the temple, they had to pay a hefty tax to use the ports about midway between the two continents or risk sailing from one end of the ocean to another without any rest. That was a difficult act, and probably many would die taking such a risk. So in the end, the newly set up Twin Orders of Twin Space made good money charging high taxes on non-Temple of Ian-affiliated ships. Central, the management body within the Valtrian Order, was partly concerned that the presence of a surge in material goods could heavily destabilize the economies of Twin Space over the long term. One of the exit plans for that was to remove some of that excess production and wealth and redirect them to the other worlds, where the economies were much larger and could better absorb that sort of mineral boom. On the other hand, the relatively poor conditions throughout the main inhabited continent meant most of the resources went into improving living conditions. Gigantodragon and Capra didn't give us too many problems, as the Order was quickly able to set up offices and buildings. The local Caprans were rather welcoming, and it was a great relief that we didn't have to deal with a combative native population, though we did have to educate the Caprans on certain sensibilities when it came to some of our other Order races such as treefolks. The Caprans nibbled and gnawed on plants, and they had a large appetite for food. So they initially considered treefolks to be a plant. It didn't help that the first few times they nibbled on treefolks, they found their leaves to be exceptionally tasty. The distinction between plant and treefolk needed to be clarified, and unfortunately, that made treefolks ill-equipped to work with the Caprans. The rumors of the treefolks' amazing taste only spread among Capran circles and created an underground movement of people who wanted to taste treefolk leaves. So we sent lizard folks and dwarves to set up offices and manage our outposts on Capra. Thankfully, it was only a minority, and the Caprans who were recruited to join the first few Order operations were reasonable, good folk who could resist such actions. Gigantodragon's dragonlings were also quite easy to work with, and in fact, they were outright mercantile with their approach. They viewed the Order's offer entirely on a cost-benefit basis, and quite a few dragonlings, who are sort of half-dragon humans, joined us merely to receive higher quality equipment and tools. The initial mercantile approach did make us a little suspicious of their loyalties, but we soon discovered that the dragonlings were generally honest folks who worked and agreed to contracts. They had a culture of honoring deals and agreements, and as long as our agreement was fair, they would do their part without betraying us. It also turned out that after a few good contracts, the dragonlings did develop some sort of loyalty to their employers, so it is not as if they were that easily swayed. The Order's operative recruited about 1,000 to 2,000 new soldiers and candidates for Capra and Gigantodragon respectively, and sent them over to a few of the nearby demon worlds for practice. It was a similar exercise as the dwarves of Delvagard, and through this sort of tests, we could largely figure out how well they tolerated the expeditionary lifestyle, where they spent long periods away from home. To my amusement, Caprans and the Dragonlings were both very tolerant of long periods away from home. Caprans, perhaps owing to their base as half-goat people, were tolerant of distant lands with very harsh environments, as they all had some kind of coping mechanism. Even my existing lizard folks, humans, elven, and dwarven warriors all had their own coping mechanisms. For some, that meant the construction of little outposts where they could let loose and be themselves for a bit. The armies rotated frequently to ensure that the soldiers' mental state were generally healthy. For all these new outposts, they would be tested through smaller real battles against the demons, and over time they would be exposed to harder foes on new demonic worlds. It'd be a long 2-decade wait until the sun rings fall, and when that happened, we would need an army ready. With more worlds, we also started smaller-scale manufacturing of crystal bombs and explosives. We had used up a large chunk against the demon's comet, and even if we no longer needed these bombs to deal with demon kings, it was still possible that there were more demons' comets and countermeasures of that level of power. A few suggested that we speak to Hawa as well, to construct a relic able to destroy demons' comets without a need for so many different explosives. But now that I'd seen Hoya use my greatstaff as a relic, I wondered whether I could do so myself and had the levels of power needed to do so. I suspect the shift to the world faith system was motivated by the potential they saw in these relics and how they enabled and weaponized miracles. Year 288. Lausanne stood at the place where they made a tomb for Jura and looked up at the statue they made for him. He wasn't the only one. Many others died there. Tigishfall was now home to a thriving industrial facility where magical weapons were made by large groups of skilled craftsmen. Back then, the motivation was the harvest of the residual crystals and magical energies left by the Demon King, but that momentum had sustained itself, and these days Tigishfall remained a large industrial center of the central continent, together with tourism for those who made the historical tour to visit the various monuments to the Order's rise. These days, they were referred to as the pioneers, the new revolutionaries who helped the Order usher in the great moment of the early Pax Ionica of the central continent, founding fathers, as the heroes often said. Some historical revisionists referred to Jura as the first legate of the Ionic Empire, and the term legates is later used to refer to patriarchs and matriarchs after Jura, religious leaders. Even if they were not highly leveled, they were titans of the past, historical figures to be revered. Internally, within the Order, there are those who referred to the current era as the start of the second phase, the era of Expeditionary Ionica, the expansion. The public didn't know. Many didn't, even if there were many within the Order who lived and fought with the first generations of the Valtrian Order. Hero. The word was stuck in her head. She had wanted it, and she remembered her youth. She was so young and naive then, and she still believed. Somehow, she knew deep in her heart that this was a path she had to take. Ian's growing pantheon would be home to masters from many disciplines. The knights, the rangers, the snipers. But Ian never had his own hero, someone who could wield star mana without the meddling influence of the old gods on their mind. Ian said I shouldn't be beholden to the past. Lausanne whispered, I think he's right, I definitely shouldn't. Now that both Hoya and Eben got their domain, some of her concerns faded. She would not be the last of Ian's domain holders. If anything, Ian's expansion into the multiverse would only require more domain holders, more of them to keep things in a functional manner. There was a role for her to play, but you know Uncle Jura, the heart wants what it wants. Ian didn't need a huntress. Ian had plenty of that already. Rune, Johan, Kafa, Ezar, they were all his muscles, but Star Mana was a field he lacked and had actors with potentially risky loyalties. When the other heroes failed, she would be the one there standing by his side and she would be his hero. I will be an unchosen champion, Lausanne whispered mainly to herself. There were heroes, but Ian needed an untainted hero by their side, someone with star mana, someone to touch the hero's weapons without the baggage of being a transplant from another world, someone to bring the touch of the stars if there were things beyond that void barrier. I'm not sure if it is the right choice, but it is the one that speaks to me. It would be the path you wouldn't think was possible, an act of defiance. Maybe, even after all this time, a part of herself wanted to prove that Uncle Jura was wrong for saying it is impossible. It was a marvel how few words became a formative drive in her life, either as a result of or as a reaction. Star Mana, she had used weapons that contained star mana in the past. Hero items, they were called, and they were these caustic, extremely dense bits of power that would be dangerous to anyone that was too low-leveled. Some better-made hero items had layers to protect their users from the side effects from star mana overuse. For high-leveled individuals like herself, she needed less protection from its effects. Her soul was stronger and could withstand the incredible power of star mana. What was it like to be a hero, and what was it like to wield a power so chaotic and dangerous? A hero could move mountains. Lausanne remembered when Colette and Prabhu moved entire dwarven cities out of harm's way. The power of a hero was intense, as she felt her soul transform and bits of her own mana began to convert to star mana at her will. Interestingly, she could mix both and have pools of star mana and also regular mana. The flow of power through her flesh was also immediate, as she felt as if the star mana instantly gave her entire body a layer of strength that she could only describe as divine. Not just that, there was a subtle change throughout her body as it adapted to work with star mana. Now, it made sense why the heroes could take so much damage and still recover. Some attacks from demon kings that would have annihilated lesser creatures only resulted in the heroes getting a bleeding wound. Domain holders usually started with a lesser version of this exceptional durability at first, though the other level 200 domain holders like Edna and Lumuf gained powers that surpassed even the heroes later on, but what the heroes had at the relatively lower levels was truly unfair. And yet, she also sensed the caustic, unnatural nature of star mana. It was inherently toxic. Her soul felt like it was coated with a thick layer of constantly healing material, just in order to sustainably use star mana. This was a power that was eager to combust and was inherently unstable. There was a bit of her soul that flowed through the star mana, as if intentionally controlling them not to decay, and just being in the star mana state was tiring. To borrow an earthly term from Ian, this was an unstable chemical fuel, and it was only through sheer spiritual power that it was kept under control. It was like an additional mental load, even if it was not much at first, but at some point it would be exhausting. She understood now why the domain allowed her to convert star mana to normal mana and vice versa. Being in the star mana state perpetually would eventually exhaust her. It was strange that the heroes did not feel it, or perhaps they did, but its effects were numbed by the powers of the hero class. Maybe this was also why the system allowed conversion of hero classes to lesser classes, in order for the heroes to have a way out of the perpetual drain of star mana. She had heard from Ian that there were materials that are apparently known as radioactive. In her mind, it was just like a form of poison, and as she manipulated star mana in her body and her arms, she realized that this was a form of poison. The difference between poison and medicine is a fine line, Lozan. Lumuf smiled as he dropped in on her. This is weaponized poison, just like void mana. Stella had to deal with the side effects of void mana for years before she got used to it. In time, you too will get used to the weight of dealing with star mana. The heroes gain more and more star mana as they gain levels. I believe that too is a form of acclimatization to the nature of star mana. Lozan nodded and realized how this seemed to be a feature of the higher powers. More star mana was a toxic, dangerous, easily combustible brew, very much like the dangerous faith and zealotry that Hoya manipulated. Faith was likely to be incredibly dangerous to use as a weapon. I have doubts about how reliable this star mana is over the long term. Its nature seems to be too raw. Perhaps, but right now, I believe you are now the best person to experiment on their nature. If there is a way to purify or improve on star mana, you should be able to find it. Ian's ability to manipulate star mana is fairly limited, and the heroes are so familiar with it that they do not have a frame of reference for what else is out there. Lozan nodded and suspected that the heroes' minds were clouded by more than just the hero class. Long-term exposure to the star mana could influence their flesh and bodies in some other ways too. Indeed, being able to convert star mana and regular mana freely through her own soul was a power that enabled experimentation. There are higher forms of star mana, aren't there? Lozan asked. She recalled Lumuf describing the sensation once when Comet World collapsed, a higher, different form. She later asked Ian to share the memory of that moment. If this is true, I need to visit more collapsing worlds. I bet there are some out there, or a visit to Comet World. Lumuf smiled. There may be some residual energies someone like you can still sense. Comet World floated through the void sea, and its speed did not decline even after destruction. A sunless world, it floated through space in darkness. The skies here were non-existent, though the void mages often came here to see beyond Comet World's tiny bubble of reality and out into the wider world. The bubble was larger now. Ian's presence on Comet World also expanded that reality bubble. Lozan landed to find almost nothing. Almost, I don't remember coming here. Lozan laughed. Lumuf nodded. It's not a place that people come to. There is nothing to fight here, only what remains of a world that went through death and destruction. The last vestiges of the Canaris homeworld. The Canari, the half-dog people. Lozan met them, they were nice, but perhaps because of who she was. The Canari had a strange fascination with community and authority. Their pack-like nature was still something of a stickler that prevented full assimilation into the Order's military structure. She wasn't here for that. Instead, she walked and expanded her senses. Maybe there was some lingering remnant of that different form of star mana. There wasn't any. But then she recalled from Magisar that magic sometimes seeped into the rocks, and so she walked around Comet World and began to search the stones for evidence of that old star mana. Here she had some success. After searching for about 2 weeks, she eventually found a few stones that still contained a lingering, faint amount of that old star mana. It's been too long, and I believe it's mostly dissipated. Lozan frowned as she picked up the few samples that contained the denser, different form of star mana. Its thicker, unusual nature was inherently fragile, and then it vanished when prodded. At least she knew it existed, even if she couldn't extract it from the stone. If that doesn't go well, perhaps visit the three-ringed world. The glow from the sun of the three-ringed world has potential for more studies. Are you sending me on a wild goose chase? Does it look that way? Lumuf stroked his chin and smiled. I believe the exploration of star mana's nature is something long overdue. A part of me believes that all these different types of mana in the end converge into something. Ha, the new domain holder realized she had been played. I'm not testing out your wild mana theories for you. Oh, it's just Alka's theory. I happened to buy into it and added my own philosophical variation, so it's speculation. The elf, however, did follow Lumuf through the portals and to the three-ringed world. The blue sun, the night mode of the three-ringed world. It stood as if a burning flame raged through the three-ringed worlds. Nightfall brought empowered monsters, enhanced by the strange energies of the purple moon. This isn't the same energy as the one I've seen on the Comet world, Lausanne said. Oh, it is not star mana then. No, the moon's emitting something else, at least I don't think so. It doesn't feel like star mana, perhaps a variant of core mana. Lumuf said there were a few types of mana known to the order. There was regular mana, which could be colored in terms of elemental nature. Then there was star mana, which was what the hero used. Then there was void mana, the fuel of void sea travel. Core mana was the power of the realm's cores and will of the worlds. Then there was demonic mana, a perversion or inverse of regular mana. If regular mana was plain water, which could then be colored by the different elements, star mana was a water made of liquefied, potentially toxic and highly dense star stuff. Void mana would be the inverse of that, a water made of black, dark matter. Core mana was then as if it was liquefied mud and stone. Demonic mana was then dirty water. Of course, these theories were still debatable, and Lausanne knew that within the magical community that heavily studied these things, the lines that divided the types of mana became really quite vague and uncertain. Was the mana used by undead a special kind of mana? The death-tinged energies of creatures, such as the Osroids, was technically still far under normal, regular mana. Yet due to the coloration, they did have some unusual qualities. If the death mana was then considered regular mana, there were those who want to classify demonic mana as just a coloration or variation of regular mana. Lausanne shook her head. The academic research into the unusual variations of mana was something that would persist. It was often these type of abstract arguments that made her head hurt. Some folks wanted to flat out use Ian's Soul Realm colorations as a means to classify mana. After all, Ian's Soulforge had blue, green, yellow, red, and black, so some mage researchers took the position that this was the system's own internal classification for mana. Ian himself didn't seem that bothered. The system has many ways to do many different things. It is doubtful that one system of naming mana would be sufficient. It was also likely that mana was such a common thing that it wouldn't surprise her that new mana itself could be created by powerful domain holders and worlds. Some mage researchers predicted the existence of world-specific mana types, though they argued the rules of the system often constrained the unique qualities of these world-specific types of mana within still unknown limits. Of course, if this was possible, the corollary also supported the existence of world-specific variants of existing mana types, such as unique colorations of regular mana. For domain holders and senior Valthorns, they were all regularly briefed on leading-edge magical research findings, though Lausanne knew from experience that they were often so dry and boring that not all members of the order remembered them. Perhaps only mages and those with related classes. The hope, of course, was that for senior members of the order, they were more likely to encounter these edge cases when exploring new worlds, so these findings would equip them with some basis to engage with such unique types of powers. No worries. Near-death worlds, Stella repeated. Got it, I'll look out for it. I think if we use Comet World as a basis, it's likely that these worlds have unstable movements in the Void Sea. If we find any, well, let you know. Lausanne felt a strange presence from Stella, as if the star mana within her body wanted to pull away from her. Do you feel that too, Stella? Yes, Stella laughed. I feel it all the time, especially around heroes. It's nothing. You get used to the sensation of the energies within you reacting to something. Our mana and soul is densest within our body, but it actually extends slightly outside of our physical body. This is especially true for domain holders who have this protective shell which prevents the outside reality from influencing us. What happens if I touch you? Lausanne asked, curious, yet her body and her instincts screamed against it. Oh, for you nothing. I believe both our barriers will prevent something from happening. For non-domain holders, though, not so good. I suggest you don't touch any of my void mages. They might suffer burns. Ah. Year 289. The Order gathered the data together and made a projection of the future Demon King's invasions over the next few years. According to Hawa, we would need to wait about 20 to 25 years for the special item to be completed, which we now nicknamed as the Ringbreaker. We expected that by year 290, the Demon Kings would arrive on two worlds, Cavil and Triatuga. On Cavil, we would keep the Demon King pacified until Hawa summoned a hero, if only to allow for experimentations of the nature of the hero's swords and further understanding of the growing hero items. With Lausanne's ability to use star mana, we would be able to use our own ways to experiment with the nature of these growing heroic items. The Order also wondered whether Lausanne could then replicate them to some degree. On Triatuga, our plan would be simply to just kill it, mainly with our stronger domain holders. Our operations on Triatuga were mainly located in the human side of things. As usual, we would use our level 140s to try to soften the Demon King before the domain holders stepped in to finish the job. After that, year 293, our estimates based on the strength of paths in the Void Sea was that Cuber and the White Shores would both face a Demon King. On White Shores, we hoped to see our newfound ally, the White Statue, in action. So for the White Shores, we would not send over the Order hopefuls. Instead, it would just be a delegation of domain holders. It would be a similar sequence of events on Cuber. Since we had made a deal with the Osrids, I'd like to just get in there, finish the job, and get out. Then for year 295, Terra's the Floating Islands, the Three-Ringed World, and also Delvigard would have their turn with the demonic invasion. For the Floating Islands, we wanted to observe the mechanic of the Demon King's invasion. According to the ancient lore of the Floating Islands, the inherent laws of the Floating Islands caused the Demon King to spawn in a very specific demonic island that floated high above all the other islands, and the demons would then invade the other islands from that main island. The Three-Ringed World had higher demonic king invasion frequency than the other peripheral worlds due to the two concurrently active demonic pathways, partly due to the unique nature of the three rings. It wouldn't be much of a problem for us to deal with it. The dwarves of Darkguard and Delvigard had an interest in the defeat of the Demon King, and for them, we wanted them to feel like they had a part in this great war. So, for Delvigard's battle with the Demon King, we would get the dwarves to battle the rest of the demons, while the domain holders dealt with the Demon King. On the home front, Three Worlds would have their Demon King much later, in year 298 together, with the peripheral world of Sarlpi and the Great Steppes. For these three worlds, it would be the usual plan. An organization of our scale has to constantly execute. There is a continuous, sustained execution of earlier plans. What I feared most at this point was whether we had begun to underestimate the Demon Kings. We had seen many Demon Kings and had a good feel for their range of capabilities, but was Multipus, or that energy-corrupting Demon King, of Gigantodragon on the higher end of their Demon Kings? Were there even stronger Demon Kings? Because if this was what the Demon Kings were all capable of, how did they defeat the gods? By attrition. Surely those blessed with the powers of faith and ability to wield faith as miracles could easily destroy such Demon Kings. If Hoya and Eben could manage it, surely many others could as well. The comets thus make sense. The powers of faith couldn't respond quick enough to fend off a comet, unless Hawa himself intervened directly. It cost me faith points to destroy a comet. Too many of these comets, then I would have to delay some of them. Delay? Faith points can do more than just destroy things. Creation of space, reducing speed. I see. I do not understand how demons can ever hope to triumph against a god. It can destroy the weaker gods with smaller core worlds. Without sufficient faith points, the demons can destroy them by sheer attrition, and as their builds scale, they can then use that extra volume to wear down even the stronger gods. Though for now they appeared fairly stable. The odds of the demons winning were low, so our focus would be growing our strength. But at the same time, since we were going to allow Cavil to have a summoned hero, I asked for an alternative peripheral world. Let me see. There are two more worlds you may claim. They are a little further from this group of peripheral worlds and will need you to hop through one of my outer ring worlds, but it is also drifting away from me. Would it make a difference in the time you need? It should shave about 3 years off the time if you get to one of these worlds and destroy the Demon King. I see. Send us the coordinates. I will bestow the coordinates on my representative, Olivia. You may get her to give you the details. A visit to see how Olivia of Alpesh and the Emperor Erinul on Shasson would be fun. Hoya's choice was fairly simple. For a matriarch who preached the glory of Ian, there really was no other choice worth thinking about. She chose to bind herself to me, and it was once again, for me, a humbling experience. I felt as if in that instant a bond formed between mine and hers. Hoya's soul opened, and my own spiritual tendrils spawned within her, as if now I lived within and through her. I could, if I wanted to, read every bit of her memories and thoughts, and you are very sure of this. I asked, unsure if she was ready for this immense commitment. I do not believe the system would offer it to anyone who isn't willing to make that sort of commitment and decision. That was true. I found her choice brought about a strange balance to my spirit, as now I had both a man and a woman as my subdomains, a priest and a priestess, an avatar and a zealot, a connection to both souls, and as a subdomain it brought with it all the extensions that entailed. Yet a subdomain also empowered the main domain. Number of clones increased by 1. You may now deploy 1 more additional clone. I suppose for every additional subdomain I could get an extra clone. maybe more once they got stronger. When Lumuf went up to level 200, he also improved my own combat abilities. Year 290. Triatuga, the demon's invasion had begun, and the Boarfolks transformed into their demon-possessed forms. The presence of demon champions opened a spiritual link that poisoned the land, and that poison then spread onto the Boarfolks, who opened their soul to that sort of demonic influence. The Boarfolks split into two, those that controlled demons and those that didn't. The demon tamers of the Boarfolk, now overwhelmed by the powers of the demons, exhibited unique demonic abilities. They took on demonic forms with outer carapaces made of the same kind of demonic stuff as the regular demonic creatures. This was where we noticed how the demons were more powerful on Triatuga. The demon-controlled demon tamers were now working for the demons, and the demons' champions used the tamers' S-powers to enhance their own strength. Curious, my order operatives quickly captured and incapacitated few of these demon tamers and placed them under observation within my biolabs. Their spiritual realm was transformed by the presence of the demons. In the regular spiritual spring, the spring with rocks around it released clear water into the world around them, and in doing so nourished the body. In Heroes, there were these extra floating vases that poured star mana into their souls. In the demon tamers, these were instead vases of fire, and out of that came the fiery demonic mana. The bodies of the Boarfolk accepted the demonic mana easily. Our biolabs soon realized that the flesh of the Boarfolk were adapted to demonic exposure. We looked into their souls and realized that their mana was now split into two. The upper layer was the demonic mana. It flowed into almost every part of their body. Then beneath that was a layer of thin, unusual form of mana that separated the regular waters of their spirit from the burning demonic mana above. We quickly tried to extract this unusual form of mana, only to discover it wasn't mana. It was a form of spiritual layer where mana turned spiritual, a coating. The look into the nature of their soul spring was enlightening. There were demon-geared skills, and these took the form of glowing red rocks, as if molten lava was frozen and encased in glass. They glowed when the fires of the demonic mana touched them. These red rocks emitted abilities that enhanced the demons close to them. I wondered if these spiritual layers could be replicated, and I wondered how I could use them to manipulate the forms of mana within a soul. Not just that, could I use this to safely use void mana and star mana with massively reduced side effects? If so, I could potentially introduce a newer generation of void mages much faster, without the complicated void mana exposure, to curse, and healing under the existing process. Also, I wondered whether these demon tamers operated and were controlled in a manner similar to the demonic parasites from a few decades ago. They were not. They were more like demonic spirits. In fact, this was more like demon possession by a spirit as my old life knew them. A situation where the demonic spirit was more powerful than the host, instead of a mutually symbiotic relationship. A situation where the host or contract maker was a slave of the spirit. Even within the confines of the biolab, the demonic energies were constantly exerting itself throughout the body, while the normal mana of the Boarfolk was suppressed beneath that spiritual layer. I could see why the demons possessed them. The power of the demon tamers made the strength of the demon armies much stronger, similar to how beast tamers like Johann could empower their animal companions. These demon-possessed Boarfolk also added a layer of tactics and strategy to the normally reckless demons, though in actual combat, they attacked and fought viciously with no care or self-control. They had fully submitted to the demon's power. Fascinated with the nature of their soul spring, I commanded more order operatives to capture the demon-possessed Boarfolk on a large scale. We captured thousands of demonic tamers, and with the help of void mages, chucked them to my clones where I began extensive experimentation on them. Quite a large number of these demonic tamers died as a result. For the rest that survived, I forcefully extracted the demon taming aspect of their class for studies. I wondered, partly out of curiosity, could a domain holder resist the effects of the demon taming? Could a Boarfolk demon tamer, who reached a domain, overpower the demon's control? The idea was fascinating, but actually experimenting on the idea was untenable. The idea of a level 140 Valthorn under the demon's influence did not appeal to me. There was no way of ensuring that these demon tamers could respond to our command and remain friendly when exposed to the immense presence of a demon king, unless I shored up their souls with our own presence. It was an absolutely crazy idea, and the benefits were quite low, so after a few days I chucked the idea into the bin, but it was interesting to observe the Boarfolks with their classes ripped out of them. The demon's ability to control them faded the moment those demon-linked classes were removed, and many looked absolutely puzzled. I was torn on whether I should kill these formerly demon-possessed Boarfolk. On one hand, they had intentionally chosen the demon tamer classes and used demons to maintain power and wage wars against the humans and fairies. The Boarfolks even maintained small demonic hatcheries in order to ensure a steady supply of demons. On the other hand, without the presence of the stronger demon champions that awakened their senseless aggression, they were pretty much like any other society. It was a problem that annoyed me, and so in the end, I elected to release the class removed boarfolk into the wild for now. I would observe them for a bit more before deciding whether the boarfolk should be eradicated. They were much weaker without their classes. Some of them expressed shock. Most of them didn't believe that they would wake up from the haze. They were hugely adapted to live in the demon-corrupted lands of Triatuga, a place that the humans or the fairies didn't want. I reckon they only survived as the third force on Triatuga due to the terrain and were the weakest of the three. The boarfolk encampments throughout their terrain were small and most of them remained hidden. The demons slaughtered boarfolk if they met, so it was not as if being one with the boarfolk spared the rest of their kind from the problem. If by some miracle that the boarfolk demon tamers survived the destruction of the demon king, then they would be considered as those who survived a terrible storm. But the residue of the demon king's presence on their souls was so strong that many turned insane or became incredibly aggressive, even against their own kind. In other words, if I wanted boarfolks to survive and be a part of regular society, they could not take the demon tamer class or any of the other demon-related classes. Else, they would have to be exterminated. But it seemed that the system remembers this racial bias, and the boarfolk were offered the chance to be demon tamers quite regularly. I did not want to eradicate their species, even despite their extensive demonic use. So in the future, I planned to have the Order offer the surviving boarfolk, any who wanted it, a chance to have their demon tamer and other similar classes removed. Anyone who didn't would have to die. The demon's power was too dangerous, especially since they lost their own sense of self. While this happened, the Demon King finally arrived. The Demon King was a fairly powerful giant beast. It resembled some kind of bear and had a range of elemental powers, but its strength was in the middle of the pack. The war against the Demon King of Triatuga was swift. Lumuf, Edna, and my domain holders arrived, and the battle was over in about a day. They gained a level or two, but nothing particularly special. With the Demon King dead, the powers of the demonic champions faded, and the boarfolk returned to normal. It was the shortest demonic war in the recorded history of Triatuga. But the scars left by the demonic possession among the remaining boarfolk would take much longer to heal. Cavil. The arrival of the demons on Cavil was a big deal for the natives. Many of the towns and cities already had a strong standing army, and the generally high-leveled knights, equipped with the heroic descendant swords, were able to defeat the weaker demons without much problem. The demons that arrived this time were mainly land-based behemoths that took on a few forms. The larger class of demons were big, golem-like creatures that resembled rough stone structures. The smaller ones were wolf-like rock demons. These demons' heavy natural armor made them resistant to regular weapons, but still vulnerable to the Descendant Sword's magical powers. It was also Lausanne's first exposure to the hero swords. They call out to me. I can hear them. Lausanne blinked as she approached one of these fortified night cities. Edna nodded. It's interesting, isn't it? Eben told me he heard them once before, but now he can't hear them at all. I can't either. So Star Mana is behind it all, Lausanne said as she focused. I see the voice transmission is through some kind of subtle use of Star Mana. Exactly, they need Star Mana. Lausanne frowned as she recited what they said. Oh, the swords, they don't have much Star Mana left. The domain holder hesitated to approach the hero swords. I don't see why you should avoid it. Edna shrugged. Feed them some of your Star Mana. They could be stronger that way. That helps our cause. The main hero sword vibrated as Lausanne approached. Guards tried to stop them, but they couldn't move in Edna's presence. A domain holder's presence was immensely effective in petrifying any guards with the weight of their levels. Lausanne reached out and touched the hero sword, located at the center of the square with a single finger. There was a brief spark, and then her Star Mana flowed into the hero sword. Then, the glow of the weapon intensified, as if it was recharged by a hero. She blinked when at that moment, a magical summoned copy of the same sword she just touched appeared in her other hand. Edna clapped while the petrified guards watched helplessly. Oh, you made a copy. It glowed briefly in response. Would you like a tour of the cities? Shouldn't be too hard to find all the nearby hero swords and get them a good touch-up. Edna offered. I think Samuel did something similar when he recharged all the hero defensive items. We were not sure whether the system would trigger a hero summon if an actual hero was present. So for now, we decided to keep Colette and the rest of them off Cavil. The demons were easy to deal with. The slightly harder problem was keeping the Demon King occupied without killing it. In the end, after Lausanne's tour of the hero swords, the domain holders decided to beat up the Demon King until it was half dead, and then left Lumuf behind to keep it suppressed. Lumuf would regularly drain magical energy from the heavily wounded Demon King, not enough to cause it to trigger its self-detonation, but enough that it was occupied. I wondered how many heroes would come to Cavil. I hoped we could get at least 2. That way we could have some experiments on how strong these growing weapons could get and on what influenced their growth. Year 290 continued. Caval's Demon King. Lausanne was first of all the domain holders to get a chance to hit the Demon King. I get the first swing at it, of course. We are all eager to see where our own Star Mana domain holder stands next to the Demon King. Hoya smiled. Go for it. In fact, we all knew she was eager to test out her powers. Lausanne struck the Demon King with fury not unlike a level 100-ish hero, and her observations were interesting. The Star Mana within my body subtly pushes back against the void mana of the Demon King. Lausanne realized why the heroes had a unique insight into the battles against their Demon Kings. The Star Mana in their bodies' net repulsion against parts of the Demon King could be used to identify where the Demon King's core was. That's a rather clever exploit of Star Mana, Lumuf thought, watching the battle from afar. I thought it subtly resembled how magnets of the same poles pushed against each other. Thus, from the direction of that repelling force, we could triangulate the center of the source of that same other pole. Eben, Hoya, and the others soon joined in the battle. Well, all except Lumuf and Edna, who decided to talk for a little bit longer. The two were more powerful, and it would be a shame to rob much-needed experience from the junior domain holders. We speculated that the hero class likely developed an inherent ability to read those signals, perhaps to a much finer level. That force only showed up when there was sufficient Star Mana to go around, especially if not obfuscated by many other competing signals. A Demon King emitted many types of presences. A spiritual one, which governed some of their abilities. Some demons also had a normal magical core, or in certain types of Demon Kings, multiple magical cores. This usually was the same as their spiritual core, as with humans, but it was not unusual for powerful monsters to have multiple such magical cores. These were like mana batteries and crystals split throughout their flesh, and they also emitted a magical presence. Lausanne's weapons glimmered with the power of that incredible mana. Her blades were indistinguishable from those of the heroes. She could borrow the powers of the heroes and use them as if they were her own. Yeah. It's only present when almost my entire body is flooded with this Star Mana. Back then, there were two real categories of hero items. Some hero items could use normal mana and expressed a weaker version of its abilities. These were the type of hero items normally left behind as relics for their descendants as defensive artifacts for many ancient cities. Then there were those that only exclusively used Star Mana, Stella quipped. I suppose with you around, we can now tell apart what are inherently the hero class abilities and what are the Star Mana's natural qualities. The Void Domain Holder wasn't much of a combatant, but gaining levels required her to participate. The two elements were generally pretty tightly packed together, so it didn't demonstrate any qualities. It was like adding salt to an ocean. The ocean didn't get any more salty. But now we could make great strides into demystifying the overpowered abilities of the hero. The Demon King of Caval gave Lausanne a good fight and was probably above average in terms of strength. But once Lumuf and Edna stepped in and helped, the Demon King's defenses crumbled. Most Demon Kings Wed encountered had multiple gimmicks. Of these gimmicks, most had a spiritual element. The Demon King's spiritual template, in other words, was inherently vulnerable to powers of the Soul Forge, and it was how Lumuf could functionally disable or lock down certain gimmicks like resurrection or split forms. The Demon King's best chance against someone like Lumuf was a pure strength type of Demon King, a Demon King with so much inherent strength that didn't rely on gimmicks. There were some out there, I believe. Multipus was pretty highly ranked, as was the Demon King of Gigantodragon. I could tell that Star Mana's damage was really quite powerful. As Lausanne added more different hero-type weapons to her arsenal, I could only imagine her being far stronger than heroes at level 200. From Lumuf and Edna's experience, the gain in their combat strength from level 150 to 200 was incredible. Edna used to just deal pathetic damage at level 150, and Lumuf wasn't much better without Avatar. If level 150 was the starting point, then level 200 was when Edna could not only match a full-powered hero, but overpower one and win. Still, Lausanne's Star Mana gave her a huge damage edge over her level 150 peers, which meant she was immediately more useful against the Demon Kings, compared to her peers like Eben, Kapha, Rune, and so on. This was clear to us during the Demon Comet incident. The rest of the domain holders had to be supported by an arsenal of high-quality, extremely powerful tools just to keep Multipus occupied and slow it down. The heroes had no such limitation. The battle was over. We left the Demon King at less than a fifth of its strength. The domain holders had overpowered the Demon King and left it pretty much disabled. Lumuf ripped off large chunks of the Demon King's spiritual energies, and Lausanne, as a result of one of the hero swords, gained a set of Sealing Swords type of ability. She used it together with Lumuf's vines to keep the Demon King suppressed. Now, we waited for the summon of Caval's hero. One of the great validations of Lausanne's much larger pool of Star Mana was that I could then definitely answer whether the hero's star mana was potentially tainted. I had a small amount of star mana on my own, but I wasn't exactly sure whether my earthling experience or the fact that I also went through the hero summon process as a byproduct influenced the qualities of the star mana. A part of me suspected it wasn't, but again there was no proof. On this front, it was a relief to say it wasn't. Lausanne, as a pure native domain holder with access to star mana, meant the hero's star mana wasn't tainted with secret bugs. At least, the gods were not so paranoid to do so. Year 291. Cavil continued to face lesser demonic attacks, but with its Demon King paralyzed and Lumuf regularly checking in on the Demon King to ensure that the set of magical seals we placed around the Demon King kept it suppressed, there really was no major threat to the quite powerful Knights of Cavil. Lausanne, I have a request, Kay said to her as part of their meetings. The League of Heroes needs someone who is also at their level to guide them. I know Colette at the moment has taken up the role as the lady boss, but I want someone else to balance out her influence. She's also quite occupied with her family to actually spend so much time on things. Colette had decided to have a second child with Prabhu after her first daughter, Rohana. They wanted a few more too. I wondered for a moment whether this was how the very first heroes populated the world with humans, because I recalled Hawa once saying that the first heroes had no mental barriers or mental suggestions that prevented them from forging new families. The wait wasn't long. A few months after the Demon King was sealed, it came. I learned of it through Hawa. The hero will arrive soon. Hawa spoke through his divine relic. Perhaps he could tell from the changes to his faith points. It happened just as quickly as I felt the world warp so slightly, as if the bubble of reality was twisted ever so slightly to allow a strand from the unknown to reach into the world of Cavil, and through that strand, two heroes emerged. I wonder whether it was because I was more sensitive to heroes now, that I could tell where they were without even having to rely on my network of trees. Cavil, after all, was only home to a node tree, and yet I could still have a rough feel for where these heroes were. Those that came through were a couple, a boy and a girl, both teenagers. They looked absolutely lost when we found them in the woods of Cavil. Cavil was a sparse land, filled with large, unclaimed spaces between all the fortress towns, lands that were sometimes filled with monsters. Trade thus followed old, familiar routes, escorted by the knights armed with descendant swords who regularly patrolled the routes. You two look lost, Lausanne said as she arrived in front of them. Her aura was well hidden in order to not scare them, but the two blinked. Her mana was now in its normal mana state, but just in case, Lumuf followed behind invisible. We are. The two looked at each other and then back at her. They looked like they had something to say to the elven domain holder but couldn't actually spit it out. I see. Then come with me, the elven domain holder said and tossed them some food. You two must be hungry. How many days have you been walking? Only a few hours, I guess. We were just sitting in our buses on the way home when there was a moment where a truck looked like it was going to smash into us, the boy said. Wait, I am Perry. And this is my girlfriend, Sandra. What's your name? Lausanne smiled. It was all so familiar. Lausanne. Now, did you meet a guy who said? Sandra blinked and nodded furiously. Yes, there was this strange lady in a white robe that spoke to us. She claimed that we have been summoned to be heroes, but Perry laughed. I don't feel very heroic. Do you? Sandra nodded along. Yeah, I'm hungry. Lausanne thought of easing them into the whole hero thing, so didn't want to shock them with flying dragons and all that yet. There was a carriage waiting for them nearby. It was good to talk to them on the way to the nearest town, which was just a few hours away by horse. The first 3 days with the heroes, we mostly tried to learn about them. They were still horrified that they died and were thus transmigrated to another world, but, as with most heroes, they found their footing surprisingly quickly. First, let's start with spars, Lausanne said as she guided the two new heroes for a spar. It was nostalgic. Harris and that batch of heroes had a spar with Lausanne too when they first arrived. The nearest town was a small one, also with its own little hero sword. Lausanne, Lumuf, and a few domain holders had rented out a few of the empty homes to use as a base of operations while they practiced. The world of Cavil had some old traditions with heroes. Most of them involved a recharging step, where the new hero recharged the hero swords and asked for their blessings, often in the form of getting a copy of that hero sword. As expected, they improved tremendously, guided by an innate talent, or perhaps a talent guided by the hero class. On that very same day, their hero class hit level 5. They got their growing hero swords. Mine's a lightning sword. So cool, Perry said and got to swing it around. It's a level 1 hero sword lightning. Sandra's power was strangely hero sword dark. Her attire and makeup had a strong, darker color, but it was strange that she had a dark element weapon. When she demonstrated them, they were more like death energy, but without the undead parts. Interesting. We didn't detect the class detail of the hero when we examined the hero swords already placed on Cavil. Perhaps when the hero died, the hero swords transformed into a different state. At low levels, the hero sword's power was decent, comparable to a weapon made by someone level 50 or so, but the speed of this increase was the same as the heroes. They gained levels as long as they battled. Some days they gained 3 to 5 levels in a day. For Lausanne, it was intimidating watching how fast they improved. But Lausanne was not just someone around level 50 to 60 anymore. Today, she was a domain holder with star mana powers of her own, so she kept up. In both speed and decades of lived experience as a warrior, she could match and exceed them as she sparred. Anyone else would have found it strange, but for Sandra and Perry, their frame of reference was Lausanne. And Lausanne learned powers from heroes, and that was where she encountered the first limitation of her domain. It didn't teach her spells or skills that were generic, but made stronger by star mana. That meant she didn't learn to cast certain generic spells that Colette or Prabhu could use or regular skills like Shield used by Adrian. They were normal spells, just made extremely powerful with star mana and also the hero class. But if they picked up Heroic Punch or something of that sort, Lausanne could copy it perfectly, though its strength would then be dependent on her own stats and levels. Similarly, she could learn both of their hero sword variants, but she did not demonstrate any of their hero-derived abilities. That said, I also viewed it as a strength. It meant she also could empower her own set of generic abilities and make them into a star mana enhanced version. As they got more confident, Lausanne guided them towards the various demonic spawns and led them to visit the various hero swords using their status as heroes. We learned that though all the locals were tremendously respectful when they were present, there was an undertone of pity. The knights knew, perhaps from their long history, that the heroes of Cavil frequently died in battle. There were very few centuries where heroes lived beyond 2 demon kings. It was a feeling we knew well and one we saw on other worlds. It took about 2 weeks for them to reach level 50, another month to reach level 70, but we knew, at least from experience, that this speed would slow down dramatically. "How are they?" Stella asked while she explored the other worlds. "I still feel bad for robbing them from their homeworld. Maybe the accident wouldn't have happened if the hero summon didn't happen." Ian theorized that in any sufficiently large world like Earth with billions of people, there will be hundreds if not thousands of children dying in car accidents every day. They may not actually avoid summoning anyone extra, but just pick from those who recently died. I feel like that's just an excuse, though I suppose Ian should ask the administrators that question. Lumuf chuckled as the two reached a barren world. There were a string of barren worlds that seemed to have contained life at some point in their life, but now were stripped bare. The core was largely hollowed out. It was a strange miracle that it had not collapsed yet. It didn't have the special star mana when a world was on the verge of collapsing, but Stella left a marker anyway. A little device she created filled with her void mana, meant to signal to her on the state of the world. In this period of peace, we wanted to reach the other gods. Maybe together we could end the demons for good. Failing that, we hoped to at least remove its current world-destroying form and reduce it to a regional threat. Maybe then we would have a war between the gods. Maybe that's why the demons were created. Somewhere far away and a long, long time ago, a god got tired of the war between the gods and created an enemy so powerful that all of them had no choice but to unite against it. Let's keep moving. Level 100, the heroes said as they unlocked their star mana forms. All heroes reached this state eventually, a form where all their normal mana was replaced by the overpowered star mana, and interestingly, the hero swords were also at the same level. In their current state, the hero swords were incredibly powerful weapons, but we also noticed a large, glaring weakness. They drained the hero's star mana extremely quickly. The hero swords on their own did not generate any star mana, so it drained all of it from their source, the hero. A part of it was stored within the sword itself, never to be used. No, that wasn't right. We believed the hero swords were designed to survive beyond the heroes, so it had sequestered away some of these star mana for future use. Sandra and Perry didn't think about it. They couldn't. The way they processed the world was at a surface level. Their minds, increasingly as they gained levels, became obsessed with the Demon King. I could feel it. Perry screamed one night, waking up from bed in the inn somewhere closer to the Demon King. "It's calling me." Sandra nodded. Her face was unnaturally nervous and pale. Lausanne nodded. At level 100, there was a switch in their mind that kicked in and drove them towards the Demon King. Their goal, she had to sit them down. "Perry, Sandra, drink this." A powerful tea made from my leaves temporarily helped them calm down and helped them regain their mind. The tea worked well. "You two are not the only heroes." That made both of them gasp. "What? Where were the others?" "Well, they are on other worlds." One of the questions we had in mind, at least with the other heroes, was simply, when do we introduce the other heroes to this group of new heroes? Eventually, the consensus was when they reached level 100, because of star mana. Colette hoped that any new hero should feel that they were joining them as equals, not as junior heroes. I thought that this was a bit of wisdom from Colette, who clearly understood that some of the new heroes did feel a little intimidated by Colette and Prabhu, who were close to level 150 as mage heroes. The speed at which heroes gain level all plateaued past level 120 or so. At that point, it seemed that the gods judged that they didn't need more power, so the effects of the blessings faded. The gods didn't want their medicine to be too strong. But for now, the heroes didn't need to know that. My node tree on Cavill was placed in a town with no hero swords. It used to have one, but then the hero sword was destroyed in a strange event, perhaps as a result of overuse. So it was a town that was almost abandoned. The two new heroes made their way there and were finally introduced to the rest of the heroes. And now at level 100, the two new heroes added to the hero's journal. I felt it gain even more power, as if that journal was at the verge of gaining some kind of sentience. Its stronger presence encased itself in a cocoon of powerful star mana. I wondered what would happen if a few more heroes added to it. But with the knowledge and whatever contained within that hero's journal, Sandra and Perry were reinvigorated, and their soul grew. They were now a bit more than before. The Demon King died a few weeks after that, killed by the two. Two more new heroes now joined our quest towards the end. Year 292. This year was a quiet lull for me. For those living in the various worlds, it was perhaps a busy time. Twinspace's reclamation of the cursed continent continued with great fervor, buoyed by the promise of great wealth and resources. The rush was in full swing, and for those familiar with Earth medieval history, it was similar to the age of colonization with one difference. There were no natives to conquer and only demons to kill. In the future, mayhaps this cursed continent would grow more powerful than the old world where the settlers came from. The results spoke for themselves, and the credibility of our temple was only enhanced. Hoya, at this point, began to preach about the duties of managing wealth and resources. The wealth and resources would first go to improving their living condition up to a point, but after that, they should prepare for the return of the Demon King. Duty. Twinspace likely had a 20 to 30-year cycle, similar to the other peripheral worlds. In the blink of an eye, all the wealth they built now could be easily lost. The promise of prosperity had a price, and that price was service. The Temple of Ian had a challenging, but not unfamiliar task of transforming and guiding their flock to perform the service asked of them. I believed Hoya and her team would deliver. For the remaining worlds, it was largely normal. The Order continued to grow on each, and we worked on training more members for the coming war. The heroes trained, practiced, but most of the time they lived their lives pursuing their own interests. For both Perry and Sandra, once the effects of the hero class was suppressed, it brought back old habits. Games, reading, entertainment, and music. The two were a pair, and yet I felt they were quite different. Perry was a lot more into sports, and was eager to learn about the various types of sports available in this world of magic. Naturally competitive, he was quick to pick up local types of sports that didn't rely on magical abilities, though his supernatural stamina gave him an advantage others didn't have. Sandra, on the other hand, was a lot more introverted and preferred more individual activities, reading, entertainment, and the sort. It didn't take long for the rest of the heroes to notice that their relationship as a couple from their old world likely would not last very long. But as long as they were cooperative and did not create trouble, I didn't see a need to intervene into their personal affairs. Year 293. The White Shores was a place I often felt strange to return to. Finally, they would now face a Demon King. You can tell where it arrives, the white statue said as 5 of the domain holders arrived. Lumuf, Edna, Kafa, Rune, and Johan. Right now, it was a gigantic marble statue that somehow teleported from location to location, but this ability is dependent on a stone platform being in place. And your numbers grow, as it should, Lumuf answered. It is a war of attrition, after all. The white statue looked at both Lumuf and Edna, and then back at where the whirl of demonic energy gathered. The White Empire's forces had handily dealt with the rest of the demons that bothered the Empire, and what was left was only the final piece of the puzzle. Letter 1E5F, ANO, Upana letter 1E6 Just like us, they had got it quite figured out. We would like to see you in action. Lumuf said, as we figured the white statue was a person that we should deal with in truths and facts. We had brought a little separated component of the white statue to the demon worlds through our void mages, but now we wish to see its strength. You wish to see how I fit into your army and where I can be useful. That is a legitimate reason, and so I shall deliver my part. Yes. Lumuf nodded as the Demon King landed. It was a large creature that had a body of a muscular lizard, with large spikes and, interestingly, glowing crystal streaks throughout its body. Those crystal streaks emitted a strong magical beam that started firing the moment it detected our presence. The white statue glowed briefly, as it then transformed into an almost living being. It was no longer a statue, but instead took the form of an old, bearded man with the body of a muscular wrestler, covered in olive oil that was 3 stories tall and surrounded by a golden halo of power. A statue that came to life to protect their people. The white statue punched with great strength and moved quickly. The stone man wrestling a monster reminded me of old myths from our home world, but in terms of power, it wasn't hard to tell where it stood. This white statue's form wouldn't win on its own. That much was clear, but it could deal tremendous damage and even slow down the Demon King enough that the white statue could return to finish the job with another statue form. For added power, we noticed it had additional artifacts and items that granted it some extra punch in every hit. It had an array of amulets that were clearly hero items, and it gave the white statue a protective shield to take hits from the Demon King. The giant wrestler and the Demon King fought for a while, but we saw enough. Edna didn't need to say it, but we knew that Edna was stronger than the white statue in combat. It affirmed what we knew about the white statue. It probably chose a slightly more survivable skill set such as the statue regeneration so that it could win after enough battles. Edna and Lumuf both decided it was appropriate to assist. We will now step in. The Demon King died under the might of my power and Edna's attacks. You've gained a level. The white statue seemed to have got the note. I appreciate the assistance. The destruction of the nearby towns has been avoided. In normal times, I believe it would be in my third battle before I brought that creature down, and there's about 2 to 3 weeks before I could battle again. I see more merit in my offer to assist you in the battle against the demons, and wish to reiterate my intention to join. I understood. It would not be a full alliance. Instead, a mutual assistance arrangement, and if it so volunteered, the white statue would assist us in battles against the demons. We also wanted to know whether it had any expansionary tendencies and intention, and we asked it. It did. Yes. If the wider world is as rotten as you say it is, our presence in these worlds will help. These worlds would benefit from regimented tasks, organization, and the excess resources of my world. Likewise, the philosophers and leaders of my people should be able to learn from these worlds. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Stella had earlier made it clear she didn't like this. We were facilitating colonialism, even if for the right reasons. The white statue seemed to sense our concerns. Our ways may differ, but our intent is to help. At the moment, you have a right to dictate who you choose to assist, but the wider world deserves more than just one type or method of assistance. I trust my men, and I know that with my influence, they will act in the way they should. Some worlds would benefit from the presence of me and my people, more than yours. When we encounter such worlds, I ask that our views are fairly heard and debated, rather than be outright denied. Stella was traveling and hopping through worlds, in search of more worlds to join us in our battle. Even so, the white statue's request was reasonable enough. I did not disagree with hearing them out on a case-by-case basis. For the world of Cuber, the Demon King came and went. It died the day it arrived, my domain holders eager for more experience and levels. The Osrid said nothing, and for the human-inhabited side of Cuber, it was as if nothing happened. We spoke with Gideon, the hero of Osrids, once more. He remained unwilling to leave and instead preferred to tend to his family, so we gave him space. There was no need for us to impose a duty on someone who did not want it when we had other options. Year 294. Time ticked on by. We didn't have Demon Kings this year, though demons did appear in a few more worlds. Year 295. 3 worlds faced the brunt of the demons. Terra's, the land of the floating islands. Gyroworld, the world with the 3 rings. Delvigard with the demons. Delvigard was of most interest to me because it was where we would see the difference in how the world fared. The presence of the demons awakened an old fear in the dwarves. Their arrival littered the world with the presence of rift gates, and the demons were poisonous, infested creatures that resembled giant apes carved out of swamp stuff. They radiated a thick poisonous fog as it walked. The last few years, we had significantly slowed down our recruitment of the dwarves, simply because we had gotten most of those we wanted, and there was no point growing if those present were not properly incorporated into a fighting force. Recruitment shifted to training, and the dwarves that joined the order were eager to prove their worth. So armed with knowledge and training, and most importantly, anti-demonic combat experience, they returned to Delvigard to save their fellow dwarves. Many had gained levels in the long war on Darkguard against the demons of the demon-controlled world. Here, the Dark Guardian dwarves proved their worth as a coherent, experienced, and united fighting force. Those who joined us could tell how we saved life. How they freely moved from location to location, unhindered by the silly boundaries and lines drawn on maps by the local dwarven lords and kings. The locals' defense force would not step out of their own territory to save others. The local rulers were quick to blame the vanished dwarves as the cause for the suffering, that those that chose to fight the Great War left them defenseless. But at this point, even those who chose to stay behind to work for the existing dwarven lords could tell that those claims were untrue. They knew they were helping because with the aid of void mages and also regular teleportation magic, they crushed the demons as soon as they arrived with overwhelming force. Their gigantic war machines deployed to do battle against demonic champions. It worked well. The Demon King came and died. Just to showcase how different the ways we could fight against the Demon King, we demonstrated to the Dark Guardian dwarves how we triangulated the Demon King's arrival location and planted large quantities of magical mines. The explosion significantly softened the creature, where it was then finished off by the level 140 Valthorns, and also my domain holders. No one got their domain, not yet. We repeated the affair in Gyroworld and killed the Demon King there too, an average Demon King as it went. Then we redirected our attention to the Demon King of Terras. The world of the floating islands imposed its unusual laws on the presence of the Demon King, and then a massive demonic island loomed overhead above everyone else. Smaller islands then emerged that created a series of steps that connected the various islands together. It was an unusual law of the realm that indirectly protected the floating islands from the full wrath of the demons. Forcing all the demons' arrivals onto a specific island, and then the demons would have to travel normally from that island down into the other islands. The three great empires of Terras raised armies, fleets of flying ships armed with magical weapons to guard their segment of territory from the Demon Kings. It was beautiful, and we allowed it to play out for a bit, only to see how things happen in this world. After we'd seen enough, we sent our forces in to destroy the Demon King. Part of me wondered what would happen if someone other than the hero defeated the Demon King on a world with magical laws such as the floating islands. But luckily nothing much happened. The Demon King died, and the island that was once the demonic island began to drift. It was much higher up, vertically, above all the other islands, which were largely confined to a small horizontal plane. Once the Demon King died, the laws that held its place loosened, and it moved. It drifted to the very edges of the world, where it then crumbled and separated into multiple smaller demonic islands. I suspected that the floating islands world was thus fairly young, since it had a mechanism that used the Demon Kings as a trigger for the creation of new islands. Our presence on Terras, the world of the floating islands, was in the form of a recruitment office, and for now, we chose to remain largely hidden. We operated by locating talented individuals and directly offering them a chance to try something different. Naturally, this was viewed with suspicion. Year 296. Time passed, a few more decades to tick on. I wondered what was behind the veil. What sort of retaliation awaited us? What sort of demons do you face? I asked Hawa. I wanted to know what we had to deal with. The comet is a common one. I deal with a comet every 1 or 2 centuries. Other than that, I do not know. When I was a much younger god, there were tales of more powerful types of demon kings, but I have not seen them. Perhaps they are chained to the worlds that created them. What was it like that era? It is very much like today, only denser. The old gods used to be able to speak to each other, before we all drifted too far apart. But even though we could speak to each other, I could count our interactions with one hand. In fact, I believe our interactions with each other far surpassed my interactions with the old gods. Why not? Our powers allow us to hide away. Why didn't you hide away? Perhaps boredom, Hawa answered bluntly. Ian's passed only for more of the same. I appreciate that I help sate your boredom. At the very least, you offer a chance for real change. Wait a bit more, the weapon will be ready in slightly over a decade. I know, I closed my senses, albeit temporarily. I shut out all the inputs. Silence. I saw in visions, the worlds then passed me by as if they were nothing more than little iterations of various scenes from my past, played out in slightly different variations. Weapons made, powers stored. The time approached for us to venture into the demon's realm. Year 297. On Triatuga, the Order expanded their influence in the human kingdoms, while they prepared to wage war against the fairies. The fairies, unfortunately, were hostile and did not regard the demons as a problem. They saw us, the Order, as an affront to their entire way of life. They were used to fairies at the top of their social order and political order, and so they did not consider any other option than to declare us enemies. Enemies that they killed on sight. That was a shame. I didn't like destroying entire races, but if many of them were hostile, I would have to enforce some form of quarantine on them. Alternatively, I could step away from Triatuga. I didn't really need to deal with them. They have no ability to hurt me directly, only my people on their planet. Year 298. Demon Kings. At this point I had lost count how many battles I participated in. It didn't quite matter anymore. I wasn't really gaining levels from them. Even if Lumuf stood against a Demon King with no assistance, we were at the point where we just were not gaining levels. I wondered briefly whether my resurrection ability significantly affected how they gained experience. After all, if you could restart endlessly, would that actually reflect the overall real difficulty of the task? Patrick and my artificial minds quickly put the data points together, and from a high-level estimate, there seemed to be some difference. A slight, not particularly large difference in the rate of experience gained before and after the resurrection domain ability. Magical research was a continuous, never-ending affair. Every day there were hundreds of order mages and crafters who were dedicated to the art of creating stronger, more powerful weapons and tools for our expansion. Often, as a side effect of this pursuit of more powerful tools and equipment, the research led to accidental discoveries that would help improve the quality of life of the average citizen. Supplements were one of these improvements. The military used supplements to improve physical strength, memory, and all the other stuff. In the very early days of New Freaka, we had started with special mixtures of juices that helped improve survivability in young infants and saplings. It was a practice that caught on, and now there were various guilds and industries trying to sell some kind of magical serum that could improve their physical strength and abilities beyond what their normal levels. Such marketing propaganda often stepped too far, and the Order had to step in to quell malicious, outright exploitative marketing. Despite this, the use of such magical elixirs proliferated. Even in the old days, alchemists and potion makers made brews that had temporary mental effects, though they were often reserved for the elite who had a test or something extra. There was a point within the Freshlands Treasury College where the chancellor of the college had to regulate the use of such stimulants. It was strangely a city thing. Demand for such additional boosts to their abilities was often a result of a dense, hyper-competitive environment. The fact that the Order's own elites used these types of supplements extensively under the watch and supervision of an army of druids, healers, and mages, and also the presence of my familiars, was often forgotten. Most of these elixirs were often diluted versions of more powerful, often rare materials created by highly skilled alchemists. Adventurers who still regularly ventured into various dungeons all over Treehome were often engaged by the various alchemical guilds to procure more raw materials for their lucrative supplements and stimulant trade, all in search of that extra bit of advantage. Patrick observed that there was a particular trend of consuming such things, especially among individuals around level 80 and those who had not received a level-breaking seed, both within the Order and also in external individuals. Those close to that barrier needed something beyond their levels. The dungeons, many of them created through magical ley lines of Treehome's core, continued to generate treasure. The mages that studied the dungeons of Treehome, Mountain Whirl, and Three Worlds connected our discovery of Treehome's sister planet, Shrubhome, and concluded that dungeons functioned as a lesser version of the world's creation process. The dungeons went through an additional step, but I believe the reason why we could not look into the nature of a dungeon was due to the presence of these void shenanigans. Even now, in dungeons that I created with my ability, I could not observe them directly, but instead only influence their content through the parameters defined by my ability. Extending that idea, Shrubhome was a creation that existed within the void, and through some system shenanigans, it was created into the world. Dungeons who were connected to the planet's core via the magical ley lines seemed to tap into the same effect to generate monsters, treasures, and plants. These things that did not exist before were spawned. It made me wonder whether we could trust the histories of anything that were found in dungeons, due to their generated nature. Are we all living in some kind of gigantic universe-sized dungeons, and it was just more dungeons whichever direction we went? We knew from the void layers that worlds existed in these great primordial soup as a work in progress, and there were keys. Thus, were the layer barriers we faced the way to exit to the higher layer of the dungeon. Anyway, I digressed. These dungeons generated multiple oddities, and what was produced within them continued to evolve over time, even if the change was minuscule at first. Over the decades, my minds noticed that the dungeon began to generate objects that were created about 3 to 5 decades ago. Copies of old objects could be found, replicas discovered by the adventurers, replicas with real powers and abilities. Yet I knew they were not the real creation because my artificial minds had seen the real things destroyed. It suggested that the system retained memory of all things, both past and present, and possibly even the future. The multiverse had repetitions in methods, but at different scales. Dungeons generated smaller things. Objects, artifacts, planets and realms generated monsters, terrain, people. Then the Void Sea itself generated entire planets from nothing. Then was there something even bigger than the Void Sea? You're going off track again, Lumuf said as he somehow tapped into my idle musings. I was on a routine review of all the various developments throughout the world. Just like the use of supplements, the development of entertainment mediums and communication methods now encouraged the development of more powerful ways of transferring information from one place to another. One of the recent great inventions in the field of communication was something called the twinned pendulum. It was a magical object where both pendulums would swing at the same speed and movement. Moving one would result in the other being moved and vice versa. After a message was sent, it would revert to a default state. It was enabled by the discovery and incorporation of the sun metals from Delvigard into the crafts of Treehome. In other words, the movement of the pendulums could be used to encode messages in a form of ultra-fast communication. The twinned pendulum linked to a machine that interpreted position and swing based on a pre-agreed code, and thus messaging. Without having to use someone with the special skills or the magical spell message, it was now possible to enable communication. It didn't work outside of the same realm, however. The magic that entangled the two objects together only worked when both existed in the same realm and could not pierce through the void sea. The Order was suspicious, at first. For the Order, the operatives relied on the artificial minds to transmit messages to each other. The artificial minds often required an interface, usually someone with a familiar of mine or a druid, who could send their message via my rootnet. This gave comparable speed to the Pendulum Communications Network. Even the mages themselves used message, or for many others, they relied on magical artifacts that helped communication with each other. But alternatives had value, and the new magic technology, even in its current rudimentary state, the length of message of what could be sent and what could be sent through these pendulums were limited. Still, I saw that it was a precursor to the telecommunications era, the magical equivalent of that moment in time when telegraphs first appeared, the ability to send Morse code through copper wires. The level 60 craftsman and his workshop that made these objects didn't even see the value at first, but the merchants who were eager for an advantage in the trading markets and wanted to exploit price differentials between locations could imagine its potential uses. For the various guilds, the current methods of communication were not a great arrangement. Painful, even. Their current process employed mages in various capacities to deliver messages. A process that often resulted in leakage and corruption. Even if they were kept in their personal employ, mages were already an expensive resource to train and maintain, and having multiple mages in each of a merchant guild's multiple trading locations was prohibitively expensive. Mages also would shift employers regularly, and that ate into merchant profits. In short, mages were not loyal and moved to where they made most profits. They were also flighty as independent contractors, since they enjoyed some variety in their work. Most mages did not enjoy the mundanity of trade and merchant work, and so used their freedom to take on other roles, sometimes as adventurers, often without notice. So it was the same few guilds that started the guild wars that hopped wholesale and began constructing networks based on these twin pendulums or paired pendulums. They were known as the ball networks because the message was sent by manipulating the magically paired metallic balls, and these were then linked to machines. The upfront cost was hefty, but maintaining and using them was a breeze. Merchants, for one, were incentivized to cut off mages from their operations. The Order could still indirectly control the entire industry, since the shipment of these raw materials, sunmetals and sunsteels from Delvegard, was entirely in our hands. Their lightweight, magically attuned properties was what enabled the creation of these sunmetal ball networks. There were hiccups, of course. The messaging process had to be refined to ensure that the message that got through was correct. The merchants themselves had to be trained how to use and store them correctly. They were also not tested for magical storms and interference, though they had functioned during regular storms, but these were the start. Sunmetals of Delvegard, these magically superconductive materials, would be the start of the communications revolution on Treehome. I believe it would take decades of greater research, as they worked out how to miniaturize these currently relatively large metal pendulum setups. In these simple things, I saw potential for a change quite like my homeworld. The swift destruction of the Demon King on Delvegard was inspiring for the Dark Guardians, and now, we ventured to Darkguard to reclaim that world back from the demons. Darkguard, the world connected to Delvegard, had a mostly unguarded core, and Alka wanted it to be a safe new world for the dwarves. There was some apprehension. Darkguard didn't have sunmetal in its current state, and the large majority of Delvegardian war machine technology relied on these sunmetals. But a home was a home, and we attacked anyway. The demon mother that lurked in the core of the world didn't last very long against Lumuf or Alka. Death came quickly, and the core was freed. Lumuf thus connected to Darkguard. The vision started with worlds of dwarves, not one but many other dwarven worlds, each with their own special metals and steels. There were dead dwarves deep underground and with humans, a hollowed-out world, a world that looked more like a carcass with broken innards, a world of steel. One, then two, then three. Then the demons came, and the cores of the worlds were ordered to break itself apart. 3 worlds cracked, forced apart by the demons. Then I saw a location and then another. 2 places in my star map, each another part of itself. Darkguard was part of a world with 3 planets, but somehow it had cracked apart. The location glowed within my astral map, as if updated by the system itself. In short, Darkguard wasn't just Darkguard, but Darkguard I, and Darkguard III. There are 2 other planets that belong to Darkguard. Alka frowned as he realized that there seems to be a series of dwarven-centric worlds, so there seems to be an early dwarven god. That supposes that there are early elven gods as well. Hawa's response was non-committal when we probed. It seemed to be a story that could not be verified. These races came before I came to be. Humans, dwarves, elves, and the many other human-derived races that are occasionally called the dreamed races. They are the dreams of the great primordial void. The first gods came to be, according to the legends, before the world faith system or the demons, and are more like forces of nature melded together by the raw power. They emerged as champions of the first races, some as dreams of the first worlds, and many of them, like animals eager for territory, fought each other to death. Perhaps Gia would know the tale. Gia was the oldest of us, but even he came after the first gods. But there are patches where these races are dominant. Elves in their long-lived ilk, dwarves in their dark, industrious worlds. But beware of the dwarves. It is said that dwarves are those closest to the demons and are perhaps their distant ancestors. We met the boarfolks. Hawa's memory was strangely disjointed, as if separated by its nature. Creatures that can connect to the demons came to be, made from the dried, ashen lands. There is an old tale from when I was a young god that the dwarves are the children of the land, molded from primordial dirt and metal. Unlike the elves who are carved out of the first trees, or men, who are cut out from the first primordial beasts. Is that a fact? I do not know. The nature of the void is that there are many truths, and many of these truths are true in some places and false in some other places, all at the same time. Perhaps one old god made it one way, and another god made them another way. Their origins do not matter, but they exist out there, and their worlds have strange metals, many of these relics of the older worlds. Why do they not exist everywhere? I countered. The nature of the void sea didn't prevent these metals from occurring naturally. I believe they do. It is just so rare that we don't find them. Their intense presence in these old worlds was the act of the old gods. They desired special metals for their world, just as how you made special woods for your people. I was surprised by that last statement, but then I realized that many of my Valthorns carried some of my unique equipment, made and derived from my flesh and wood. Hawa must have seen them as we passed through his territory. Could it be that the god in the demon's prison was really Eras? Or was the demon just something that came to control Eras? Thus, by extension, it gained power over dwarven linked abilities and claimed dwarven technologies and alloys as its own. A captured dwarven god. Alka wrote on a record, that seems to be the most likely theory at the moment. It's been long theorized, but I am uncertain. Eras was around long before the demons appeared, and even after the demons, Eras was still around. Hawa countered. Eras is not the first or only dwarven god, either, and during the old era, Eras himself would not want to be referred to as a dwarven god. Eras' craft is open to all, not only dwarves. The creation of machines is one all can adopt. It was a conversation that led nowhere. Well, since we have these new locations, it makes it a lot easier to find them. Stella said, let's free these two worlds. I am pretty sure we can hack the rift gates to use these new coordinates. The rift gates hummed. I need a little more power. It's too far. No worries. A few days of void mana charging later, we tried again. Well, there we go. Having coordinates is sure handy as hell. There's no way we can brute force the coordinates with how much void mana it costs to test each coordinate, Stella said, and then the rift gate hummed. This time, the hum continued and finished with a loud connection sound, as if two symbols were slammed together. The rift gate was active. The void mage was happy that the coordinate system finally led somewhere. Well, what are we waiting for? Lumuf, Alka, and a few others looked at the swirling rift gate. It led us to Darkguard II, a world located a long, long way from us, so far that it was pretty much on the other side of the demon's territory. Year 298. All right, let's review our options. Should we try and expand into these new worlds? Lumuf placed the problem on the metaphorical table. Stella's exploration brought about 2 more additional new worlds distant from the existing series of worlds that appeared to be under heavy demonic attack but were still largely surviving. And in addition, there were also the 2 Darkguard-linked worlds, Darkguard II and Darkguard III. Then Olivia, the High Priestess of Hawa, shared 2 more new peripheral worlds. Peripheral worlds 16th and 17th. All in, we had about 6 more worlds to explore. We can sit around and wait for the time to tick. As it is, our forces and domain holders are stretched. Manpower on all our worlds is tight, and so the teams now extensively rely on local resources. Training of new operatives is going well, but it will take time. We can wait another 3 to 5 years. We should have more people to deploy then. The Order, as of now, was a large, sprawling organization with over 5 million members and included many, many more under the auspices of the various temples. But the seemingly large 5 million was then spread out over multiple worlds and continents. About half of these 5 million were non-combatants. Crafters, mages, researchers, builders, academy teachers and combat trainers, priests and social workers who helped ensure that the Order was positively perceived by most of the population, and even bankers. The Central Continent alone hosted about 1.5 million of these non-combatants. Even the Valtrian Bank itself had about 200,000 employees spread over thousands of cities. Most of these were mid-leveled individuals. Those around the level 50 to 100 formed the mass of the Order's bureaucracy, and they handled all the routine tasks, arranging shipments, collecting data, Many of them worked together and were augmented by my artificial minds. In these new worlds, my artificial mind's reach was limited. My node trees hampered the level of access and data trees could collect, and the connection between artificial minds and these faraway worlds was weak. For the bulk of my forces, quite unlike domain holders who shared a pantheon and thus gained direct access to my artificial minds, the rest of them formed the links to their mental assistants through familiars, and that connection just couldn't carry as much data and was much less responsive. It was the Earth equivalent of my domain holders having a gigabit connection to a nearby data center, and the rest of my order operatives connecting through much lower quality connections. The order operatives who had to make do with what little they had, and as conditions improved, they would find themselves supported with more resources. Alternatively, if the need was high, then I could deploy a clone. It was quite like deploying a powerful data center in a previously unserved region. A huge commitment, but sadly a limited one. My clone slots were limited. The 2 peripheral worlds shave 3 years off the waiting time. Johan suggested, it's hardly worth the effort. We can wait 3 years easily. It's more of whether these worlds are worth the effort. Then let's just explore them and leave it at that. So, Darkguard II and Darkguard III. I've done a simple survey of the 2 new worlds, which is why I brought it up. I suspect there may be more domain holders on them, or at least something more powerful, which is why they survived so far. That sounds like they have it sorted out. We should leave it as it is. If there's something, we can at least lend a hand and move on. Stella decided to add a title, Farworld, to some of these faraway worlds to denote them as different from the peripheral worlds. The 2 new worlds, Farworld Celestar and Farworld Kaeka, that sounds agreeable. Edna said, go in, clean up the demons without taking a position. Hoya disagreed. We will encounter people who need help, people who need structure, order, and purpose amidst the chaos. Even in the best-case scenario, we will have to maintain some presence, however minuscule. Once Twinspace clears up, I should have some priests too. I think the zealots of Twinspace should be kept where they are, Johan countered. Johan wasn't a fan of the zealots, a position some people of the order agreed with. Not everyone wanted to be associated with the zealots. Zealots can be educated and changed, Johan. Hoya's voice sounded a little annoyed. It is not right to confine them to Twinspace when their fervor can be so helpful elsewhere. There are those zealots who can do great things. Passion and strong belief is only a problem when it is misguided. Lumuf agreed. We cannot avoid integration forever, especially if they need to work with the rest of the order on the other worlds. Might as well start small. I trust Matriarch Hoya's ability to choose the right people for the job. Within the order, the clone worlds were all technically the primary worlds since moving between them was effortless, and my presence ensured that they could operate with most of the order's machinery within easy reach. The node worlds were then the secondary ranked worlds, where it took a little more effort to deploy the order's machinery, and they had to make up for the lack of my clone tree's abilities. Then there were the true, faraway worlds, worlds linked only by portals and portals alone. Alka then spoke up on behalf of Darkguard. The dwarves want to set off for Darkguard II and Darkguard III. The Delveguardians somehow view these other dwarven origin worlds as something of a kindred spirit and would like to help them. Deploying the dwarves of Delveguard to expand to these worlds would help them buy into their story. The dwarves were fascinated that there were people who shared their blood across the stars. Administratively, the domain holders could provide input on their subjects through my mental connection. Even if there was a need to fight demon kings, I could rely on my pantheon and familiar abilities to pull them back instantly. If the sealed god is that of a dwarven god, this track of exploration could lead us to figure out what happened. Not all demon worlds thoroughly eradicate their native population. We should still be able to find old ruins left behind to understand what happened. Alka advocated expansion to Darkguard II and III. I would like to lead this exploration. The domain holders chatted with each other briefly, but I was in agreement. Understanding how the demon's prison came to be could help us figure out how to properly unravel it. It was a wild shot, but the fact that this world was on the other side of the demonic patch of space was also a big plus point. This could lead us very much closer to the other gods. In the end, the domain holders all agreed with some reluctance to do a sweep of these new worlds. Year 299. Treehome remained largely peaceful. Small wars and conflicts remained throughout the world, but this recent era of peace had significantly boosted trade and the overall wealth of the world. Alas, most of that remained concentrated within the central continent. The order tried to share some of that prosperity with the rest of the continent, but it seemed that the local populace took their religion as some kind of shield. A large group seemed adamant to live in their own enclaves and areas, and with the help of some power-hungry lord, set up their own areas in the southern continent. They took advantage of Emperor Erenul's absence to separate from the Holy Empire, and went as far as claiming Emperor Erinul's actions as heretical and contrary to the teachings of Hawa. That Emperor Erinul was a heretical god. Naturally, the proper Hawa church denounced these claims, that Emperor Erinul communed with Hawa himself on Hawa's worlds, and thus is not a heretic. But with the emperor focused on Shasin and the rest of the Holy Empire weak and fractured, they were in no state to wage a new war against these separatist factions. This led to a schism in the Hawa church, the royalist Hawa followers and the anti-monarchist Hawa followers. Three Home was also home to two other domain holders. Arya and Aspeng and Lily seemed quite content where they were, though I did notice they were digging deeper into the ground. They naturally prepared for a retaliation that even I could not handle. Lily's was really, really old, and they believed that even the dragons of old, with their immense might, could fall. It meant that even my current strength could fall. Arya, on the other hand, was just happy to use my avatar to explore some of the new worlds and live in our large cities. Three Worlds was doing well. We were recruiting talents from all three of the Three World factions. The Scorpionids and Centaurs were both capable warriors in different ways, and though we still had some suspicions of their loyalties, in the end we considered them to be a net positive for the entire order. The Centaur Society did not fully embrace us, but there were few Centaur clans that had formed alliances with the order and regularly sent their warriors to participate in training. Jampu remained an ally and we spoke regularly. I sometimes updated him on the things we met across the other worlds, and it seemed that Jampu would love to meet the Osirids one day. Both Jampu and Osirids relied on something similar to death magic, though from my gut assessment, the Osirids were stronger than Jampu by quite a margin, especially without Jampu's magical pyramid. The Crystal King, still imprisoned by my magical tree, had stopped struggling. Instead, it withdrew and turned reclusive. Three Worlds' military and industrial output ticked up bit by bit every year, as they had a large previously untapped population, and over the past 3 to 4 decades steadily transformed parts of the human lands and parts of the far north of my clone tree into a heavily industrialized area. These areas mainly produced high-quality basic to mid-tier equipment, rations, and tools, and also mid-tier to advanced magical equipment for use throughout the Order's operations. The human lands in Malga specifically became home to the magical academies for the Order. The Order quickly took control of a few of the prominent academies and used these mage training institutions to feed the Order's constant need for mage recruits. Magic related to crystals, a resource commonly found on Malga and some of the surrounding areas, was already an area that the human mages of Malga excelled in. The long existing histories of Malga's mage academies actually gave them an older heritage than most of Treehome's magic schools. Right now, the Order's magical schools were mainly established on 4 worlds. Treehome's central continent was the location of a few hundred magical schools. Three Worlds Malga and a few nearby cities was also home to about 20 magical schools. Mountain World's Branchhold was where we had a fairly large magical school, and Magisar, where the Hero Towers now also hosted about 15 magic schools. We did have smaller institutions on Tropics World and a few of the newer peripheral worlds, but these worlds were not in the position to add to the Order's strength yet. Maybe one day we would be able to add Delvigard's various crafting institutions to our fold as well, but for now, we were content with just draining their brains by offering a much better deal behind the official rulers' backs. Branchhold was the largest, most prosperous city of Mountain World, and over the past few decades, the Order used our neutral position and extensive power to indirectly control the various nations. Through a combination of espionage, trade, and corruption, WED maneuvered politicians and leaders favorable to our cause into positions of power. After the first level 100 Mountain World Order operatives a few decades ago, WED since seen multiple other individuals reach level 100. Our current statistics estimated that it took about 50 to 60 years for someone to go from level 1 to level 100 under the Order's current training system, so it'd be a few more years when we would start seeing the first level 100 Three Worlds native. It'd be even later for those from the faraway peripheral worlds. Faraway worlds Celestar. Edna, Stella, and Rune stepped out of the portal and arrived in a land inundated by heavy storms. The skies rippled with lightning bolts of different colors, and the rain poured from the heavens relentlessly. So what did you find that brought us here? Edna said, I don't really know. My explorer arrived and I faintly detected the presence of something resembling a domain holder, but without being here ourselves, I didn't want to risk it. There's also too much of everything else for me to be very sure. Edna looked around and then back at Rune. See anything? Nope. Rune answered and went back to looking. The storm clouds were thick and seemed to go up much higher than most, and they were also partly magical. The land was muddy and the vegetation looked as if they were close to buckling from the strong winds and also the weight of the rainwater. The clouds were filled with intense magic, as if the ley lines of the world found itself in the skies. Then, a flash of light. Lightning slammed down from one of those thunderclouds. Edna's magical shield buzzed with residual static even as the lightning faded. Well, death by lightning strike wasn't in my list of things to watch out for. Not as strange as that world of storms, but my senses are kinda messed up, Stella said. Edna realized that her own magical senses were filled with other things, random bursts of magic. The land would rumble and shake every 10 to 20 minutes as if there were a tremor in some faraway part of the world. The earth seems to shake all the time. I thought you'd surveyed the place, just roughly, but I feel like there's a lot of places that could use a proper exploration force with some power to back me up. Oh, Edna grinned. Well then, princess, this knight shall escort you and keep you safe wherever you go. Rune rolled his eyes. Ladies, yes, Edna said so. A bit more, Stella led them to a gigantic mountain. It had a strange soil, not because of the soil itself, but because of the tremendous magical energies that flowed out of it. The soil was energized, and its surface constantly formed into magical golems. These golems would walk for a bit, and then a stray lightning bolt would come down from the constant thunderstorms above and turn the golem into regular soil once more. The mountain also had a gigantic cave that had golden crystal walls. It created this path that glowed inwards. Well, that's an entrance. Edna blinked. I know, I stared at it, and I'm like, no, I can't go in alone. A wise choice. Edna teased, let's see. Rune stared. I can't see a thing in there. The trio walked into the cave of golden crystals. There were surprisingly no defenders. They walked until they reached a single golden door that opened when they pushed. They felt a gust of divine wind when the door opened, and inside was a golden chamber, filled with multiple items, all radiating divine energy. The door closed behind them, and they felt the divine energy rippling outward from the main divine item at the heart of the golden chamber. A golden flower, it levitated on top of a pedestal and emitted a golden glow that lit up the entire chamber. Well, a treasury with divine relics. Edna said, I expected more defenders. A spirit emerged from the golden flower, and it took the form of a little human boy. Greetings, visitors, to the tomb of the dead god Zafar. A tomb of a dead god. Edna looked around. I do not see a corpse. You are on it, but this is where the last of its divine will faded away. Oh, when did Zafar die? The spirit stared and spoke with borrowed divinity. I know not how much time passed elsewhere, but here 262,000 years. Why did it die? The loss of faith. The spirit answered. How does one plot against a god? Rune said, amused. The spirit did not answer. Edna looked around. So this world, it is what's left of Zafar? Yes. Zafar fused with the world in hope to stem off the last of its losses, but it was too late. The loss of its other worlds was too much, and so, unable to maintain its divinity, here it spent the last of its divinity cursing the world to its eternal storm. Edna blinked. Then who made you? I am the last of Zafar's high prophets and avatars, and here I collected my patron's last relics and made it his final resting ground. I felt my patron's fading divinity here, in this very room. Upon his death, I sacrificed myself to create the tomb in his honor. This world used to have people like you. Yes, but they should all be dead. My god's wrath and anger was too much. Edna nodded. I see. Let's leave. Wait, who betrayed your god? Rune asked, a little curious. Eras did it. If Eras was imprisoned, was Eras a traitor? Or was the prison not really a prison but instead a trap, a lure for the other gods to attempt to save Eras, only to be fooled by Eras himself, the real mastermind of the entire demonic scheme? Or was Eras a victim of their own machinations, where the demons outsmarted their creator? Darkguard II. A demon world was often similar to others, and the immediate sense one got as they stepped across the rift gate and landed on Darkguard II wasn't a demon world. Fire and brimstone, the skies filled with thick blackened smog. There was no visibility for those seeing with regular eyes, and Alka had to immediately rely on magical vision to see through the smog. The grounds were bare and rough and covered in a thick layer of black ash. The air itself tasted like ash, with a hint of metal. Here we witnessed a new type of demon. These demons were small, smaller than a human but stronger, beefier. Its skin was black as if covered in decades of soot and smog. In short, they looked like dwarves, imagined as if they were half demons. Lumuf's wooden roots pierced one, and then we realized that these bodies were not purely demonic, but instead they were like shells, because the real mind of these smaller demons was a parasite within them. No, they were not a new type of demon. Instead, they were bodies bred to serve as vessels of demons. Burn them to hell. Alka cursed as he tore apart one of these demons just to see what's inside. A parasite wriggling within, thoroughly integrated to the outer shell as if it was one. We tore through multiple of these demons, and Lumuf tried to specifically target the demonic parasite. Killing the parasite left these bodies nothing more than just mindless biological automatons. This is a parasite world that infested a world of dwarves. Then we discovered the breeding pools, where the demons cloned these dwarven bodies by the thousands. Large industrial-like facilities filled with hundreds, if not thousands of liquid-filled sacks, each growing a body made of part metal and part flesh, supplied with resources from the terrain. dwarven physical bodies turned into templates for parasitic hosts. These demon-possessed dwarves spoke to each other normally, somehow capable of speech. There were variations to these demonic dwarven husks, but at this point it just repulsed us. They were all demons. The demons themselves were separately bred in their own demonic spawning pools, but the demonic parasite in their bodies were later introduced to each other. There were hundreds of them as we kept exploring the world. Everywhere we went we saw layers of soot and a world drained of all semblance of life, all to fuel the demonic army. They used real weapons, spawned from the metallic chambers, and it didn't take much to figure out that they were preparing for an invasion of another world. I had not imagined a total puppet state. Lumuf said, "This is something else." Alka shook his head as he too struggled to contain his anger. He spent enough time with the Delvaguardians to share in their respect for the Dwarven way. I can only imagine the Delvaguardians wish to raze this world to the ground. Lumuf nodded along. I guess there are times where Ian's phrase, "nuke it from orbit," is appropriate. Darkguard II was fairly uniform throughout its surface. The demonic parasites turned the entire world into a massive body factory, and they prepared to send this to wage war on other worlds. "Enough," Alka said, holding back his deep anger. There was something so perverse about parasites pretending to be dwarves that made his blood boil, and the world resonated with the domain holder's rightful anger. We will deal with this. Later, my avatar tapped the dwarf on the shoulder. "Let's go see the other world." Year 300. Darkguard IIIs. They didn't immediately wage war on Darkguard II, even if Alka really wanted to. In the end, scouting and gathering information came first. Darkguard III was not covered in ash or soot, but instead the entire place was dry. The ground was sandy and the air was non-existent. As far as they saw, the skies were just burning white, and a white sun burned the world overhead. The sand was hot. So hot that the grains of sand were at the very edges of melting, but their magical protections prevented them from harming the two domain holders. We walked. It was a sea of sand as far as the eye could see. There were no mountains other than mounds of sand that were somehow higher than others. The winds of this place only brought hot, dry air. The sun also blasted strong waves of energy that messed with magic and confused our magical senses. For a tree like me, I didn't like this environment very much. I could imagine my roots drying out, my bark falling apart. But as we walked and walked, we noticed that the sun began to sink behind us and the winds grew stronger, colder. Then the once hot sand gave way to warm dirt, more dirt. The hot winds were now cold, and it was a land of darkness. There, we saw fortresses filled with demons. These were not dwarven parasites like in Darkguard II. Instead, the fortresses were filled with demonic spiders the size of cows with fangs the size of horns. The demons were not the problem. They couldn't detect us. Instead, what was interesting was the presence of relatively new corpses. This was a fairly recent fortress with corpses that were probably a few years old. Dwarves. Alka sat as he examined a body. Regular dwarven kind fought, and somehow the body didn't rot. Instead, the body looked like it was desiccated. The face shriveled. "It's the dry air." Lumuf said the way the fortress was designed had included deep wells and tunnels. "Let's search the tunnels. If the weather is so hostile, they are likely to be underground, like Gyreworld." The demonic spiders clogged up the tunnels, but ultimately they were nothing. Lumuf and Alka slaughtered their way through the tunnels and eventually found themselves traveling deeper and deeper. The tunnels were trapped to hell and back again, and they got to a point where there was a mountain of dwarven corpses that formed an impassable wall. Of course, only if one didn't have magic. The two teleported past the mountain of corpses and continued on. The tunnels led further in and there were still more corpses here. Eventually, they led somewhere, an underground city, but first a checkpost. "Who goes there?" Two dwarves armed with axes shouted. They sensed some movement in the loose pebbles or dirt of the tunnels, but not enough to detect them. Alka and Lumuf were cloaked and just walked past them. They stared. "Strange," one of them walked to the puddle and muttered. "Why'd the puddle move when there's no one?" Home to about 50 or perhaps 60,000 dwarves carved into tunnels. Here, they had a large central well that extracted water from deep below. Then there were magical crystals throughout large parts of the city that produced light, and also crystals that produced air. They were ruled by a king, a city guardian. The city guardian was an extremely old dwarf, and dwarves, as far as I remembered, generally lived to about 200 to 300 years. But Lumuf, through his senses, could roughly estimate the man to be close to 1,000 years old. There were many old records kept in this city. It was known as Stragmer, and interestingly, we soon discovered an object at the heart of the city similar to one we had seen before. The leyline-focusing lens of the Margmarian dwarves, located beneath the city guardian's chambers, pulsed and still possessed strong magical energy. Ancient, but unlike our leyline-focusing lens, this one still retained a great level of power. The blood of the fallen. He held in his hand a bowl of blood and poured the blood on the relic. The relic buzzed as the blood flowed around it, and we felt minute increases in the relic's power. The city survived but did not prosper. The spiders would attack them if they were ever discovered, and though the dwarves frequently sent out scouting parties to explore the surface, these scouting parties were instructed to avoid leading the demonic spiders towards any new exits they made. Tunnels were being made all the time, each with traps and defenses. Dwarven stubbornness seemed to have possessed them, and these folks were not like the Ularans. The Ularans had given up on the surface world. The lords were content to be masters of their underground lairs, away from the demons of the surface, but the dwarves of Darkguard III did not. Lumuf and Alka soon discovered the presence of multiple such dwarven cities, about 20 scattered over the world. They'd been trapped for the past 10 to 20,000 years, but the surface remained a land that they always sought to reclaim. These city guardians told tales of their old legends, of when they were surface dwellers, and the dwarves had dedicated historians that chronicled their past and built massive records about what they'd achieved, a myth to inspire their people to keep going. It was perhaps this difference in where Sneck's Ularans and the dwarves differed, and how they viewed their historical records. The dwarves, as we'd seen on many worlds, placed great value on their past, and that became their strength in hard times. The Ularans were less beholden to it, and thus adapted to their new situation. The two returned to Treehome and prepared for our next steps. The two were very nervous to face the Demon King on Sarlpi. The first Demon King they faced had been so severely weakened that this second Demon King would actually be their real challenge. They made a few mistakes here and there, but the hero's innate sensibilities meant they were spared of the problems. Lumuf was also around, just in case the Demon King wanted to try its usual end-of-life nuke. The domain holders then handled the Demon Kings on the Great Steppes and then Landas. The Demon King on Landas came earlier than expected, and the native elves panicked. The idea of another disaster like the previous Demon King was still fresh in their minds. The defensive forces prepared for battle, but with the domain holders around, the war ended swiftly. Still, after the intense preparations the local militia made, a lot of this energy was unused. So we organized a military expedition to Demon Worlds for the native militia to sort out their unspent energy. "Have you thought of what you wanted?" Ian asked Eben, and the knight looked uncertain. It'd been years, and yet Eben continued to put off his choice. "Do you imagine me to be a teacher, Ian?" Eben countered. The knight was a diligent practitioner, frequently practiced combat even on his own, and also was regularly seen around the various leyline dungeons of our worlds. His presence was often as a guide, a role that perhaps seems like that of a teacher. But how one perceived themselves was not the same as how the world and others perceived them. I imagine not, but it is for you to imagine for yourself who you want to be. This choice is very much a personal one. It is not us who will live with those choices, it is you who will face them, and you imagine correctly. I've served as a knight for decades, and yet even all this time I've devoted it to the front lines. A teacher, a master to young students. I think it is not for me. Eben nodded. Which is why I do believe the castle knight to be a better choice for me. Then why hesitate? It was a silly question. In the end, it was always something else. Perhaps I just want to see what happens when I do. Perhaps after being denied my domain for so long, I thought I should relish it and let the choice linger until I am finally over it. It was entirely his call, and he then proceeded to laugh and laugh. It felt like he was laughing to release some kind of long-held frustration. I waited and toiled for decades. The system can wait a few years. Very well. In the end, Eben left it as it is. Was this his way of getting back at the system? Twinspace's new continent was already a quarter settled within a few years, mainly by the believers of the Temple of Ian. They had a tremendous advantage because Ionic priests and druids were skilled when it came to purification of the corrupted lands. Hoya's power was so strong that she could single-handedly clear a city-sized area of demonic blight with a single use of her holy powers. Expeditions Landing grew massively in the past few years, as it became the main port of call for glory seekers, adventurers, and hunters. Many came to the new continent in hopes of finding treasure hidden underneath the muck of demonic corruption. This surge of migrants helped relieve the overcrowded stresses of the old continent, but it still remained a heavily overpopulated place. Food scarcity continued to be a problem, even if improvements were had. Expeditions Landing also recruited farmers heavily in order to initiate large-scale food exports. The lands of the new continent were extremely fertile, and the excess food produced by the new continent would help alleviate the food stresses for the temple's believers. The priests began to preach about stewardship and how to properly manage the lands to prevent overexploitation. There was likely a time long ago when the old continent was just as fertile, but centuries of overfarming and extraction turned it into the husk it is today. The people of Twinspace, many of them came from modest origins back on the old continent, farmers, soldiers, and others of similar status. These came to the new continent to pursue wealth, but wealth is all around them. Farmers were unsure how to deal with the fertility of the land. Skills and methods used to enable farming on dry, almost barren land was very different from that of the fertile land. Hoya had to call on the expertise of druids and farmers from Treehome in order to help the settlers and pioneers on the new continent. It was a matter of excess. On these super fertile soil, they had to deal with other kinds of problems such as insects, limited use of certain types of fertilizers that often messed up the land's natural balance, and managing water. On the old barren lands, they could throw anything at the land, and the land would soak up any excess. In other words, planting the way they used to often poison their crop, because the natural environment already could provide what the crops needed. Even inflation was an area where we had to think and manage carefully. Crystals and gems were found so easily that we noticed some of the natives treating them as if they were disposable, instead of using them carefully. We knew that these crystals were only abundant now, but in a matter of decades, the easy sources of these gems would dry up and the scarcity would return. So rationing and proper management of these resources was key. When it came to managing such cyclical resources, we found that the dwarves and the treefolks generally had a better track record. It was quite strange that many treefolks were genetically inclined towards the changes in the seasons, so to them, storing the excess to use during shortages came naturally. Dwarves, who were also historically heavy miners, also understood that the nature of metals depleted after a while. For the other races, these sort of concepts needed to be taught and drilled over years. So we had treefolk lords and leaders from the FTC deployed to Twinspace to help manage these new settlements and control the settlers' innate need to harvest and consume all they could. Hoya then created the first new continent resource preservation fund and had my giant attendant trees function as a long-term treasury of these resources. A portion of these precious gems and metals were redirected to the treasury for future use. Bringing in external experts and leaders did create friction between the zealots and the order, so we needed the priests to heavily lubricate the interactions. A key point Hoya thus emphasized was that the local leaders needed to be trained to replace the order officials brought from afar. Without the transfer of knowledge and a commitment to ensure that the natives of Twinspace would eventually lead their own organization, it would cause dissatisfaction over the long term. It would also reek of colonialism if the leaders of Twinspace were always someone from elsewhere. Hoya thus had a lot to do, mainly selecting, promoting, and training zealots that could take up leadership positions and deal with me directly. As it was, Hoya's place as the voice of God that brought about the settlements of the new continent meant she had the weight of accomplishments and success to justify her leadership. Any appointed leader, especially from other worlds, would not have that same history and pedigree. Though Hoya was now immortal and could sit in that role forever, we needed her skills and abilities elsewhere, and also, it was unlikely that Hoya herself would want to remain a leader of Twinspace forever. We needed to start preparing for leadership succession, even if the work of developing the new continent was only in its early stages. Emperor Aranul, I see you've done well. Lumuf's appearance on Shasin was greeted with a meal. Aranul looked happy to see him, and the two hugged briefly. Aranul's Hawa Holy Empire now expanded to cover 10 cities and they had a strong standing force. But the challenges of Shasin's seasonal shifts placed significant hurdles for expansion. Even moving forces from one place to another required a lot of work. Olivia was there too, and she looked as pristine as she always had. She seemed a bit stronger, a few more levels gained. Greetings to you too, High Priestess. Since you're here, Lumuf, I want to negotiate for a larger shipment of people and goods from our world, Aranul said. As it was, Aranul's goods movement between the two worlds was fairly limited. There were 2 steps to move goods or people, from Treehome to the nearest node world and from the node world a void portal to Shasin. Any particular reason, my expansion requires more military equipment. I ask that you carry these messages back to my Regent's Council and have them begin production. The Regent's Council have messages of their own. Lumuf handed the Emperor a letter. They expressed their frustrations with the Emperor's absence and the recent splinter factions that denounced the Emperor's actions as heretical. They want you back, the hell with them, Aranul cursed. They can appoint a new emperor if they so wish, only after you've dealt with the splinter states. Lumuf smiled. Those useless nobles. The Emperor covered his forehead with his palm. Can't they keep a country together? Not so easy without your abilities, Emperor. He sat and thought about it for a moment and wondered, can I send Olivia? Olivia's borrowed divinity should be the perfect response to these foolish heretics. Olivia blinked. That is not what I agreed to. Aranul added, don't you want to visit Rune's homeworld? It's Ian's base and where you can feel what it's like being next to another divinity at full strength. Being near to Lumuf is sufficient. Olivia countered, and she was right. Lumuf's avatar mode recreated the same sensation. I argue that being in that burning valley is an experience in itself. Aranul countered, I don't want to leave. My people here need me, and I honestly have more things to do here. There are problems I have to solve. Aranul recruited heavily and borrowed heavily from our playbook. He instituted civil and social reforms and used his emperor abilities to create benefits for his people that the other city-states of Shasin didn't have. Shasan, a world with fragmented city-states separated by deserts, had never seen an empire. There was also no real way of controlling the fragmented city-states without a special set of powers. Erenul, thus as an emperor, created the first series of portal gates to connect the various cities. It was a heavy expense, only made possible with a set of resources provided by Olivia and the Hawa's core worlds, but necessary for them to function as a cohesive empire. Tell them no, I'm not going back. Olivia, go on my behalf, Erenul said. No, he commanded, and Lumu felt the emperor use some kind of holy power on the high priestess. The high priestess squirmed as she raised her own powers to resist, but in the end she buckled. A holy emperor was something else, and she sighed. Fine, I will have some unpleasant words about you when I return. I look forward to them, Erenul laughed. Years 301. Darkguard. Alka inspected 10,000 dwarven warriors and hundreds of the dwarven war machines, all in various states of readiness. 6 rift gates were set up, each able to send 1 war machine through every minute. Alka wanted more, but the void mages didn't have enough rift gates or void mana to sustain such a large movement of forces, not without Stella or any of the void archmages. Alas, void archmages were so rare that they had far greater things to do. Are your people ready, Disonian? Alka asked, and the man nodded. Disonian, a level 74 dwarven battlecrafter, used to be a military commander of the Delvegardian Yards. He had seen 3 large-scale battles against other dwarven cities, enemies of the Delvegardian Yards, and killed no less than 1,000 dwarves with his war machine. There were many craftsmen at work, the war machines modified for operations on other worlds. Breathing chambers, helmets, and suits were installed on the war machines, while the dwarves themselves put on new suits. The craftsmen, both native to Delvegard and those from the other worlds, had adapted quickly to the suits used to function on other worlds. It was better to be prepared for whatever that was on the other side. Good, come with me. These forces would head for Darkguard III, and their goal was to free the surface of Darkguard III from the control of the demons. There was an unspoken understanding. They were ready, but they were all waiting. The invasion only began when the domain holders were here. Darkguard III, just like any of the other demon worlds, possessed a demon mother, a former demon king that corrupted the planet's core and turned it into a demon king hatchery. Without destroying the demon mother, any invasion of Darkguard III would fail. Prior to the invasion, Alka made contact with the natives. They were surprised, but the presence of dwarves that they didn't recognize was all the proof they needed. It was a good choice to bring dwarves because they were not greeted with skepticism, but instead treated like a kindred spirit, as if it was a miracle to see new faces. But the city guardian was rightfully skeptical of our ability to destroy the demons, an entirely fair consideration for an entity without any track record so far. But there were also things we didn't know. The burning sun is our punishment for the failure to protect our world from the demons, City Guardian Ramer said, once Alka and the Order managed to sneak in and arrange a meeting. The burning lands were once normal, back when the world used to turn. The presence of the demon mother changed how the world functioned. Then again, having seen how Tropics World was restored, and even now how Dead World was going through some environmental changes, it made sense. But Darkguard used to be a single world. Could it be that one of those suns was the original one, and now what they had was split apart to 3? More importantly, this raised the big question. What exactly is the limit of the demon's powers? How it could add planets to his core worlds so that they could accommodate more believers. If the demons had almost godlike abilities, then we needed to approach the demon's sun with the same tactic as how the demons defeated the dead god Zafar. We needed to remove the demon's ability to collect power. So what exactly gave the demons power? Maybe on a larger scale, the demons are like the demon king on Gigantodragon. The demons gain power for each and every core controlled by them, directly linked. Alka theorized, and it was a theory I understood. If so, we had to free up multiple worlds, weaken the demons, and then only we could take on the demon's sun. We would need to attack a whole lot of worlds for this to work. There were mages and researchers focused on the study of demons. What gave demon kings their power? They possessed a demonic core, but was that really the source of their power? The droplet from the black sun? Thus, I set out to try something different for the next demon king. Let's try to use our powers on the demon king. I told Lumuf, and Lumuf expected it. He shared my thoughts after all. I wanted to test out whether it was possible to turn a demon king into something else, through natural mana overwhelming. But first, we needed a test subject, and the demon mother at the heart of the Darkguard III would be our first guinea pig. Spiders, the demonic spiders massed everywhere, but throwing more flesh at the problem wasn't going to solve things. The war machine's giant magical beams burnt through the spiders, and their gigantic legs easily crushed them. Keep formation, the Delvegardian dwarven leader screamed. March, the war machines took a single step together. The demon spiders might not last long against the gigantic war machines, but thousands of them could easily overwhelm even the strongest war machines. Beneath them there were smaller machines, where the dwarven warriors operated something that resembled mechanical armor. The spiders that made it past the array of magical beams from the hundreds of war machines had to get past 3 lines of dwarven warriors, armed with gigantic axes and heavy blades. The spiders were slaughtered. The dwarves got better at fighting the demons. It been a month since the attack on Darkguard III began. The Order managed to destroy hundreds of demonic spawning pools. The native dwarves were surprised, but the presence of almost 10,000 dwarven warriors was reassuring. But our destination was a familiar place, a tunnel that led to the depths. Lumuf would go alone. Well, he would never be alone, but the rest of them would remain on the surface. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, and we could feel the presence of the demon mother lingering near the core of the dwarven world. Our thoughts were troubled. How did the demons do it? What exactly was the upper limit of their strength? The demon mother lurked within the husk of a planetary core. No, this core felt like a fragment, a shadow of what it once was. It has strands that lead elsewhere. Lumuf could see magical, spiritual lines emanating throughout the core, and it seemed to vanish as it reached out as if those strands went somewhere else. The 3 worlds were still linked, even if they were separated. But how and why? Why did the demons do such a thing? Or was it just an experimental thing it did once or twice? But it was also easy for us to spot the demon mother. Its presence was like a dark shadow over the entire core. After falling for hours from the surface, Lumuf's roots fanned out like legs and hooks and helped slow his fall. The demon mother was already wary, because we sensed it shrinking and preparing for battle. A blast of energy came our way, but only slammed into our wooden shields, blocked the entrance. Lumuf said as he activated Ian's spirit. My spiritual form manifested where the tunnel to the surface met the world's core chamber, and my roots fanned out to cover the entire inner wall of the core chamber. The demon mother was trapped, unless it was prepared to blast its way out of the core in another direction. But here, at this distance, the core that was the womb of so many demon kings was now a prison, and my roots counterattacked. The demon mother attempted to hide within the core, but it soon realized how foolish that was. Its attacks were harmless. The demon mother was relatively weak compared to the demon kings it spawned. Lumuf approached the demon mother. It was still a large, monstrous thing. Even shrunk to its smallest size, it was still bigger than our beetles. It was much taller than Lumuf, but it was a shell of whatever it once was. All demon mothers were once demon kings. I wanted to study them, figure out the mechanics of what made them do things. Lumuf's steps in the hollowed core of Darkguard III felt ominous, the demon mother attacking with all it had. But none of the attacks got past Lumuf's defenses. For a moment, Lumuf, surrounded by hundreds of glowing green spiritual roots, looked more like a demon than the demon mother's black, slime-like form. It had nowhere to go, and we struck back. Our roots reached out, and via Lumuf's avatar form, these roots easily grabbed hold of the demon mother. It struggled as it flung its limbs around as if they were powerful whips, but my roots were much stronger, and the demon mother's limbs only served as anchors for my roots to latch on. The creature attempted to screech. It wanted to release some kind of warning, but our roots moved quickly and reached deep into its slimy flesh and touched its core, and the flood of mana that followed drowned out whatever struggles it had. We flooded the creature with our mana, a lot of our mana. Throughout the entirety of the worlds we were connected to, it felt as if there were a slight dip in the magic available everywhere. I sucked it from all the other worlds and flooded the demon mother. The creature whimpered as the dark, hollowed core of the demon mother started to change color. It still struggled, but with each struggle, the once dark demon mother transformed more into something that was both animal and plant at the same time. It was multicolored, and the varied color mana visibly spread throughout the demon mother. I could feel its demonic energies attempt to resist, but there wasn't much left in it to fight us. It screeched in horror, but those were the creature's final gasps. The mana spread. I felt it pour through into the strange, parched soul of the demon. It wasn't a complete soul, but more like a stitched-together alternative, quite like the artificial souls, but with a demon origin. All the demonic creatures had some variant of this template, an incomplete soul, fueled by the dry fires of the demon's mana. Like a flood, our powers were like a tsunami, and that powerful fire was extinguished. Natural mana overwhelming upgraded, efficiency improved, anti-demonic qualities upgraded. You've successfully converted the Demon King's husk, and at that moment, I saw the memories written into the Demon King's husks. The creature that now stood in its place was a multicolored slime, but instead of liquid, it was a mass of flesh of all sorts that could reshape itself at will. An ionic stem mass. An existence that was pretty much the primordial form of all flesh, and could reshape itself to take any other. It first began with a birth, a presence deep within a pulsing planet. It knew it was in the heart of a planet's core, and it felt its own power grow. The energies of worlds drained to feed the growing creature. This was its life before it was a demon mother. Power, growing power, death, destruction, consume, expand, conquer. I felt the creature's command to destroy, to expand, to create more of itself. It was not a creature of evil. It had no emotions, but it was commanded to do what it always did, to consume. Yet it understood its targets to some degree, and I saw flickers of understanding, of using emotions, tactics, to turn the natives against one another through corrupting the natives into demonic hosts. I tried to understand the visions it shared with me. They were all imprinted with an intense desire to consume, and they sought out sources of great magic. They could calculate odds and weigh tactics. Imprinted in each and every demon king was an array of tactics and strategies. This demon mother then shared how it slaughtered the heroes that came to fight it, because the demon mother used the natives as blackmail material. These natives had zero value to the demons, but the heroes had a given value. The demon mother embedded these living natives into its flesh and kept them dangling around it like a human shield. In their moments of hesitation, the demon mother attacked, and the demons won. To them, these manipulative actions were just victory tactics. The demons did not view us more than tools, food, a plague, a virus. I saw visions of how the demon king then dug into the ground with magic, utilizing the realm's inherent leylands to open up a path to the core. Once there, its form was then separated. Its own power, that of the demon king, was separated into multiple seedlings, between 15 to 30 depending on the power of the core. Those seedlings then formed the start of the new demon king. What remained of the demon mother then functioned as a controller of the demon's core, and it created a link to the heart of the demon's son, the prison. It didn't show me what was inside, but I knew then that it contained messages, images, visions, enemies, locations, and targets. The demons communicated in some way or form, and it was carried through pulses of magic, similar to what the demon mother tried to emit before I've converted it into the stem mass. The demons had emitter stations, places where the messages from the demon's son were amplified and then spread to more places. That was a weakness we could capitalize on, and better still, now we knew where it was. Could we hack the emitter stations, convert them into something we controlled, and use it to mess with the demon's communication methods? Darkguard III's core hummed, a few moments of the disappearance of the demon mother's presence. It was like an old machine that wasn't used for a long time, suddenly restarted. Its hum was shaky, uncertain. It coughed, like an old rackety engine trying to catch its breath. I fed it energy, and already I felt Darkguard III's core slowly rouse from its hazy slumber, even if it constantly coughed. It had residual demonic energies to purge. Well, what can we do with this creature? Lumuf stood and approached the now docile stem mass. You may assign a titan frame to the stem mass. Stem mass gains the ability to impersonate a demon king and temporarily emit demon king-like presence. However, it would not possess the full strength of a demon king, only a fraction. The stem mass can also reshape itself into any known creature and grow flesh of any kind. You may also transform stem mass into a living colony, and it can also help spread your influence. Adding additional titan frames may unlock additional abilities. I don't know, I answered. My goal was to convert a demon mother. I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do with the end result, but the presence of a living colony could be useful. But the information shared by the demon mother did give me a rough gauge of how strong the demon kings were. I needed a few more worlds, but converting a demon king was not out of reach. Lord Alka this way. Disonian, one of the 30 or so Delvagardian leaders, led him deeper into the city. The city guardian of the oldest known city of Darkguard III, Grand Mine, was present at the large meeting room. It was lit with glowing orange gems, though for the dwarves it was more of a convenience. Dark Guardians were used to their eyes seeing in the dark, and quite a few Dark Guardians had developed some kind of seismic sense or vibration sense, so they could maneuver about freely. City Guardian stood to receive him. Lord Alka, the thing you requested for. There were 3 chests that looked like they were truly ancient things, but what was inside were not artifacts. Instead, they were the records of the earliest histories of Darkguard III and from a time when they were known as Grandera. The chests were magically protected, and Alka looked around. Are they magical? The city guardian of the Grand Mine shook his head. No, precautions. He withdrew his magical energies as far as he could. For an alchemist and explosion expert, it was something he did all the time. One could never be quite sure when one's own magical powers could interfere with whatever concoction they produced, especially someone with a domain. The chest revealed hundreds of old books. Disonian, call the historical scribes and mages in. We've got work to do. Disonian nodded as the Order's official historical experts and researchers got to work. They were elves, treefolk, humans, and dwarves. The city guardian still wasn't used to seeing the other races, so he still stepped back. Alka assured him anyway. Do not worry, city guardian. They are my people and they will handle these documents with utmost care. An elven mage and archivist immediately checked it for any inherent magical protections. Once the mage was sure she didn't detect any, she placed a pile of blank papers, wooden planks, ink, and a random assortment of materials, and then she activated a series of spells. Preservation, book duplication, and book transcription. The ancient books glowed and truly like magic. The pile of papers, wooden planks, and materials started to reshape itself. It began to replicate the old books, one part at a time. What's in them? A few of the city guardian's elders were there, and one of them could not help but ask the city guardian. Even the elders didn't know of the existence of such records. Old books, elder. Historical records from our world's ancient past. From a time when we were very different, Alka nodded. Some days I find dwarven habits of recording every transaction down extremely painful to work with. But when it comes down to it, dwarves are amazing at preserving ancient history and knowledge. What better way to remember a grudge than to have it minuted down in detail? The city guardian smiled. I honestly never read them. I thought it was too fragile of a thing to ever touch, and as far as I know, most of my predecessors thought so too. The mages would need a few weeks to fully create an almost exact replica of these historical records. This will take a while. Alka pointed at the archivists at work. Come, city guardian, we have other things to discuss. What do you think of the blessings? Alka posed the question to the dwarven council. They were seated at a rare round table. Dwarves, as far as Alka knew, did not like round tables all that much. They were creatures with a fairly strong emphasis on hierarchy, something common across all the worlds. But today they gathered around in a rarely used meeting room. Multiple city guardians across Darkguard III all came to talk. The realm wants us to grow and replenish our strength. That is what we understand at a simple level. But is there all to it? I hear from my people that your men have been talking about some great war, that this is a war to free the captured dwarven worlds. Some things just happened organically. The Great War was supposed to be a war against the demons, but the minds of people invented their own stories. The dwarves had taken a more specific stance towards the Great War. A war to liberate the captured dwarven worlds and restore their place in the multiverse. It was not ideal, since there was a chance that dwarves would not participate in the larger war, and Alka knew that dwarves were fairly insular people who did not like mingling with other races. In other words, there was a risk that dwarves as a whole might not want to help the other races. In the end, Alka focused on what mattered: outcomes. A coalition formed from multiple worlds of different races, of different backgrounds, was bound to have disagreements, but just because things were not perfect, didn't and shouldn't stop something good from happening. Compromises were always made, and as much as some of the Earth origin folks hated to admit it, divide and conquer, or in Ian's case, divide and manage, was horrifically effective. Alka sat in the hall as multiple others talked, and then the door opened. A few of the Delveguardians walked in. Among them were the Blockmaster from the Delveguardian yards of Ruthfjord. There were seats around the round table still empty. The room was fit for 100 dwarves, and the room itself was so ancient that there was a time when every nation only sent one person to sit around this table. It was perhaps a miracle that there were still 20 left to occupy what was left. Our focus should be on our blessings. These blessings want us to repopulate our destroyed worlds. Expansion shouldn't be the goal, a dwarven city guardian stated. The man likely never left his city and its surrounding regions in his entire life, so this trip was his furthest. In our glory days, we had cities that covered so much of the surface. Alka inwardly sighed. He heard this argument so many times. Dwarven insularity, dwarven selfishness, dwarves and their cities built into the mountains so they could hide away. Dwarves could be extremely generous in some ways, but their affections were reserved only with friends and other dwarves. All these other worlds were people they didn't know. There was no reason to care. The dwarves shouted. It was their normal way of diplomacy. Alka nodded. As the Order's representatives to the Dark Guards, I must repeat that we do not impose this duty on the cities, but we will ask for volunteers. We will recruit from the talented. The Great War against the demons is our chance to take the fight back to the creatures that reduced your worlds to a fragment of what it was. For the Delveguardians, diplomacy was a show of strength. The strong imposed and the weak followed. But once they were freed of the shackles of their world, there were other ways. Alka went on the usual pitch. It was a well-practiced one, honed by priests and matriarchs, about the Great War, about how the fires burned even the dwarves, about thinking long-term. To win over dwarves, it needed to be seen as profitable in the long term and also appeal to the underlying dwarven need for superiority. I have spoken to some of your warriors. A city guardian countered. But I wonder, what is in it for those who join this battle? Alka didn't have to answer, because another city guardian answered on his behalf. Levels. Have you been hiding within your city for so long that you've forgotten this is a great opportunity for our people to gain levels? We become stronger and we learn how to make better weapons and tools. These are dwarves from another world. And our way of life, that first city guardian asked, but the way they talked was rough, brutish. I understand the need for levels, but our finest warriors will be sent to Hellworlds, and what is left of our home is no longer in danger. The second city guardian countered. That sort of thinking is why so many once glorious dwarven cities fell into ruin. Who knows if the demons return tomorrow? If they want our warriors, I permit them to only take our youngest and freshest. Our experienced warriors must stay with us. Alka smiled that played right into how the Order liked things. The Order was very much an institution that favored internal promotion. Young warriors he could train were perfectly what he wanted. With the blessings of Darkguard, there would be many such young blood over the next few decades to feed the Order's insatiable need for warriors. As the Order's representative, I am agreeable to only recruit those below level 40. But as always, we ask for full access to the dwarven cities so that we can reach the weak and the young. The entire room was silent, as their minds tried to wrap their heads around it. These cities were so used to competition for the best that Alka's deal stumped them. They were not stupid. Wait. The first city guardian realized a little too late that they had played right into Alka's preference. You want our young, yes. Talents that we can train and fit into our existing order is exactly what we want. The planet was rotating once more, though it was still slower than it once was. Darkguard III took 5 times as much time as it once did before the demons. The sun also no longer burned with the hostility it once did. Instead, with each passing day, it was as if the sun grew milder, softer. The presence of dwarven druids from Treehome helped the surface regrow the trees that had once lived. Many of their seeds were dormant, dried out, and desiccated deep in the hot, dried rock. Water also began to flow once more. The stopped planet caused water to freeze on the dark side of the world, while on the light side the harsh sun evaporated all remaining water and turned them into clouds. What do you think? Alka smiled as he watched a group of dwarves leave their old cities and out into the surface. The surface was so alien. So many of them had not seen the surface, and even then the harsh, still healing surface was a real sight. Amazing. It could be much better, Alka said. You have old paintings that depict these old sceneries. In a few years the land will heal and those scenes can be seen once more. The sun is so bright. The dwarves blinked heavily. Some were not used to the sun that they turned away. A few used ancient parasols. They would need to start making more of those soon. For the Delvagardian warriors, this was their reward. A few cried quietly and tried to hide it by drinking some strong rum. The former block master watched. Do you see this when you help the other worlds? I'm not usually here to witness it. Alka nodded. I have many places to be, though now we are merely waiting for time. The block master understood. This sort of joy and satisfaction was something that would stick within the warriors' souls, a reason for why they would fight when needed, a reason to push harder even when the demons throw everything at them. A pity that so many of these folks that share our blood do not see it. Our experiences form the basis for our actions, even if some of them are random. Alka smiled as the mages sent him a message. The archives are ready. So what do we find? Alka rushed to the room where his little army of archivists and historians were busy. There were hundreds of notes and walls filled with diagrams and charts. They'd been really busy. The 3 worlds used to share a single star. Darkguard I was the outermost world, and Darkguard II was the middle world. Whatever the core shared, it's true. I expected that. What else? Alka prompted the researcher to continue. They used to worship Eras and a god called Sulia. Eras is the god of knowledge and creation, while Sulia is the god of earth and the flesh. Some of these books speak of a tale where the death of Sulia caused a great madness to spread amongst Sulia's earthly creations, and that turned them into demons. How reliable is this thing? Alka picked up the replica book and reread the 10 or so pages over and over. This is a book on the creation myths of Darkguard. We don't know. It doesn't seem like there was divine touch on it, so we cannot be sure. No, what's important is these 3. The researchers flipped to a part where it spoke of an ancient great machine, a creation of the god Eras, forged from the floating metallic rocks of the great star sea, a sun ring. Eras created the sun ring. We are not sure if this is the same sun ring, since the descriptions are vague and the design seems rudimentary, but it seemed to suggest that the sun rings are layered, with people living within them. The domain holder frowned. We didn't detect anything, but it is possible that the materials used to create such a powerful object also prevented us from finding them. Maybe we should explore the sun ring, the archivist countered, at least before we break it. Ha, true, Alka nodded. In the first attempt, Ian was attacked by 2 demon kings. This time they could most likely take on 2 demon kings and win. Exploration of the sun ring should be possible. These descriptions say there are hidden chambers within the sun ring. It matches up to Ian's experience. Ian could only place a clone where there was soil underneath, and yet that was only in certain parts of the sun ring. There must be other pockets with other things inside. Alka walked and paced the room. It was true that the domain holders did not explore the entirety of the sun rings. It was such a massive object that it would take a really long time to reach all the parts. So, it was entirely possible that there were other hidden chambers. In other words, there may be relics left behind from eras or the gods that created such things. But the demons were able to repair the barrier even when we cracked it. Repair is not the same as creation. The archivist theorized. True. It looks like I have to convince my fellow friends to go for a sun ring-sized dungeon exploration. A dungeon dive. 330 bay, invasive species 330 bay, invasive species. Year 301, Part 2. A dive into the sun rings. Lumuf paused as Alka explained his theory. The discoveries on the world of Darkguard III and the ancient, preserved records of the dwarves suggested the possibility of some old ruins hidden deep within the sun rings, from an era when sun rings were a recent creation of eras. If they were really a creation of eras, of course. Is there a possibility that they are actually talking about the three-ringed world, rather than the sun ring? Lumuf questioned. After all, the descriptions recorded within those old tomes appeared to be tales of eras, as told by the high priests and avatars of that ancient era. But I soon remembered that the three-ringed world, sadly, lacked any old records of its older times, and our brief contact with the will of the three-ringed world did not suggest it had links to the god of craft. It was thus unlikely. It feels like a trap, though. If we are within the sun rings and not on the surface, there's just something more dangerous about such enclosed spaces. Lumuf frowned, perhaps inheriting a bit of disdain for closed spaces. Fair enough. Who'd you want? At least you and Edna. And Rune, very well. We'll do that after we deal with the Demon King. Fine, fine, Alka shrugged. He knew he wasn't going to be able to get Lumuf to move until after the Mountain World's Demon King. Our recent capture of the Demon Mother and experiments on the stem mass also brought us a wee bit closer towards actually attempting a capture of a Demon King. Year 302. We needed to have the mana from a few more worlds. I now had 4 clone trees unused, and these clone trees would function best on worlds where I intended to maintain a strong presence. Conveniently, there was also a test case coming up. Mountain World was finally under attack from the Demon King. Again, it certainly felt like I had just dealt with a Demon King from Mountain World. Has it been 15 years already? Let's plant a clone tree on Landas, Lumuf suggested. It's a large world and the elves are heavily in our favor. This means this is an easy world to expand. Or have the clone tree in the world of Twinspace. I would like that. Hoya agreed. The zealots deserve to witness the greatness of our god, and the weight of a clone would be immense. Strategically, the conditions of the new continent, the prosperity and the general dominance of the Temple of Ian's zealots also meant that it would be a friendly place. I would be able to significantly expand and further influence the zealots with my abilities directly, so I shortlisted Twinspace for a clone. But where else? In terms of raw magical power, Gigantodragon was also quite high up. The unusually strong nature ley line power meant I could probably access the equivalent of 1.5 worlds with it, but I couldn't just cut it without some margin. From what I'd seen in the Demon Mother's recorded memories, the Demon Kings had multiple countermeasures if they found themselves in an unfavorable situation. They would likely attempt self-destruction or send a warning to request for reinforcements. The Demon Mother's memories also did not have any frame of reference of the strength of the other Demon Kings, only its own. After Patrick ran some models, it was likely we needed an additional 5 to 7 new worlds to be able to confidently take on and attempt to overpower most Demon Kings through pure magical energy alone. Even if we based it on our existing model, we probably could take on certain weaker Demon Kings now. Since Mountain World would soon face a Demon King, I thought it was appropriate that we gave it a shot. Darkguard II parasites. Lumuf picked up a group of them and chucked them into multiple biolabs for studies. These dwarven-looking demonic husks were examined repeatedly. Alka hoped that there was some semblance of intelligence in them, but none. The only thing dwarven about them was how they looked like dwarves, but other than that, these husks were thoroughly demonic, and so the decision was an easy one. We would have to purge the world of these parasites. With that determined, Alka returned to Darkguard I and Darkguard III to prepare the dwarves on both worlds for the coming invasion of their sister planet. The liberation of Darkguard III brought about massive changes to that once demon-controlled world. The once unmoving world, a part of it constantly burning from the heat of their sun, started to move. The planetary core of Darkguard III was like an engine that was long asleep. Even so, its stored energy was heavily consumed by the demons, and so it was much, much weaker than it once was. Just like Tropics World, it would take decades for it to regain its old strength. But first, the Demon Mother. The Demon Mother of Darkguard II was fairly easy to find, and just like with Darkguard III, I wanted to do the same thing. I wanted to know how many stem masses I could control at any point, and in a rather fun twist of irony, each stem mass made it easier for me to conquer more stem mass. In a snowball fashion, I explored what ways to use the stem mass and realized there were 2 good ways of using them. One, as mana-producing stores. Using the Titan frames, it was possible to reshape these stem masses into mana-generating existences. This was due to their history as demon kings that stored and produced tremendous levels of mana. Most of that ability was lost when they transformed into their mother forms, but what remained was still pretty damned good. The second way was to use them to offset the demonic corruption. In mathematical terms, these demon mothers were designed to corrupt things, but the very abilities they used to corrupt things could be reversed through my power, and so it was actually possible to use STEM masses to assist in the capture of demon mothers, even if they were not strong enough to do so individually. This ability would most likely help when we attempted to overwhelm a demon king and convert it into one of us. Do you think you can do a few this month? Edna quipped over our shared senses as Lumuf dived into the pits of Darkguard II, accompanied only by the new form of the Ionic Stem Mass. Counter-demon mass was a giant green mass filled with green vines attached to Lumuf. I hope so, Lumuf said. If we could free multiple demon worlds from the hold of demons, even if we couldn't be there to rehabilitate them, it would still stop the decline. The demon mother at the heart of Darkguard II was fairly similar to its sister on Darkguard III, with an exception. It actually attempted to corrupt Lumuf, only to be burned by that spiritual connection. After that single contact, it seemed to realize it had no chance and started to flee. It was no use. Lumuf caught up to it, and through our natural mana overwhelming, our energies spread quickly. The counter-demon mass helped to guide the mana such that it was able to perfectly offset the demon's defenses, and it produced some mana of its own that helped speed up the process. It was a brief moment, because our mana now moved swiftly and precisely through its entire body, and so the demon mother was now a second stem mass. Y'all run out of Titan frames. 3 to 4 could be equal to a single world's passive mana generation. As with the first stem mass, we saw a dream. The dream was similar, and again, the data points from the second demon mother pointed to the same signal emitter worlds. Then, once that was removed, Lumuf attached himself to the hollowed planetary core of Darkguard II and began to purge it of demonic mana. This process took 3 weeks, as Lumuf himself sat at the heart of the core. On the surface, the demonic parasites were still untouched. These creatures had no way of traveling to the core. The 3 worlds were freed. It happened just as suddenly, as the 3 worlds' cores and suns emitted a strange presence. All 3 worlds seemed to reach through the void sea and touched each other. It was at that moment that I saw another dream. A voice. There were 3 voices. It was one voice. The newly united will of Darkguard flooded me with memories of a truly ancient time, perhaps a few 100,000 years ago. Eras, our world's creator and patron of the dwarves, the machines, the hermits, and the serpents of the deep. The dwarves will walk on these 3 worlds once more, a blessing from us, from the will of the world to the children who persevered. We were once a collection of worlds called Eurasia, but in honor of our saviors, we shall rename ourselves as Darkguard. It was at that moment that the entire dwarven population received a great blessing on all the dwarves of the 3 worlds. One even Alka received. Darkguard's blessing enhanced lifespan, greatly enhanced fertility, greatly enhanced health and growth rate. Experience gain increased. Blessings of Darkguard will expire in 100 years. May our dwarven children return to greatness once more. Darkguard must have been incredibly powerful in its prime, which was why it could be separated into 3 worlds. The fact that it could even create a powerful blessing was something we'd not encountered before. The changes to the 3 Darkguard worlds were impressive, as even Darkguard II demonic parasites were soon under attack from newly spawned monsters. The blessings were enjoyed by anyone who had lived in these 3 worlds. With renewed energy and the blessings of the land itself, even our warriors felt stronger and healthier. So Darkguard II was soon purged of its demonic parasites. On TwinSpace, Hoya found a location at the heart of the new continent, a place of incredibly strong magical ley lines and great mineral richness, a place to locate the new clone. Hoya decided to pay homage to New Frika and decided to name the city that would soon be the great pilgrimage site of all the zealots of TwinSpace after the world itself, to reflect the union of old and the new tree. I had extensive leeway to shape how I appear, as long as it was a tree. I could be a tree in the shape of a dragon, though. It would still be a tree. For TwinSpace, she wanted to name the city Twintrees, and so asked that if a clone appeared, it should be as if 2 trees were entangled together like a knot, and that the trees should have slightly different colors. It wasn't a problem, and so Twintrees was founded at the heart of the new continent. As my new clone spread its roots into the soil of TwinSpace, I felt a new connection snap into my mind. A link to its will of the world, and as with the others, a dream, an image of prosperity, of 2 prosperous regions, of the demons manipulating the ley lines so that the prosperity of 2 continents was now redirected to only one. Mountain World, it took Stella and an entire army of void mages, and we were not able to shift it very far, but the very fact that we were able to cause its arrival location to move just slightly outside of a city's location was a huge success. At least, we had alternatives to moving an entire city. The success gave Stella a few levels, and now she was next, closer to the level 200. Not only that, one of her void archmages, Vetter, was now in the high-level 140s and hopefully should make it to a domain soon. No matter what it was, after the successes with the demon mothers, it was time we took it to the next level. I've got to sit this one out. Lausanne and the heroes were in an entirely different world altogether. There was a magical projection for them to watch the war. It was still an extremely expensive endeavor at this point, with magical resources to maintain such long-range projection, still heavily dependent on my network of clone trees and artificial minds. But one day this magical world would see something akin to television. That makes you one of us. Colette laughed, the liberated hero looking absolutely relaxed as Lausanne took her seat in the viewing gallery. The rest of the heroes sat, most of them looked somewhat stressed. A heavy helping of tea was served. It would calm their nerves. A lot of them wanted to be there for the fight. The voice in their hearts called them to do so. The hero class compelled them to fight, but for now it was suppressed. Kay sat next to the domain holder. So Ian's going to try to take over a demon king. It's been attempted to some degree. Lausanne nodded, but let's see what happens. All right, no star mana. Lumuf repeated, the rift wobbling as Stella and the Void Mage's manipulation kicked in. Everyone checked their gear. Yup. Edna smiled. It was the third time he had asked. The Demon King was a corrupted dragon of some sort. The creature's wings were a mixture of rotten flesh and burning magma, while the body was a scaly lattice of charred stone and magma. The domain holders stood and faced the Demon King. A shockwave swept through the region as it arrived. Yet perhaps due to our sensitivity and familiarity with Demon Kings, it seemed confused. This was not where it was supposed to land. All right, let's soften this thing up and see whether we can turn it into one of our own. Edna declared and charged first. Her spears glowed with power as her martial paragon-S abilities kicked in. Her spears slammed into the gigantic demon dragon and made it stagger a few steps backward, each spear creating a small crater of its own. I had mana stored up in multiple worlds and added additional mana storage potatoes and gems just for this battle. Many of these potatoes would not last beyond the month. The amount of concentrated magic stored in them made them unstable. 10 domain holders, excluding Lausanne, struck the Demon King, and it weakened with each attack. Lumuf's avatar form created gigantic roots that trapped the Demon King and ensured it was weakened. The battle dragged on a little, mainly because we wanted to shave off the creature's spiritual energy, all while I kept tabs on its relative strength. Now that Wed encountered so many Demon Kings, I could largely estimate their strength based on the density of their spiritual presence. The Demon King's soul, if it could be called one, was more like an artificial soul than an actual soul. It lacked the sort of will and independence that made a soul its own person. In a way, a Demon King was a supersized self-replicating nanobot, gray goo in demon form. Any spiritual imprint or form it took was something produced by the Demon Mother in combination with the core of the planet. But once the Demon King's power was below the halfway mark, I gave the sign and the process began. It started by keeping the creature in check. Edna activated a series of 10 massive glass spears and slammed into parts of the Demon King. It kept the Demon King locked in place. Lumuf went next as he activated my spiritual shadow. Ian's spirit. My massive tree appeared right next to the Demon King and my roots pierced the beast easily. I found the demon core in an instant and started the process. I flooded the creature with my mana. The sheer amount of mana flooding through my body and into the Demon King made the weakened Demon King whimper and struggle in surprise as my natural mana began to overwrite its inbuilt demonic commands. The stem masses appeared right next to me and they helped. The Demon King struggled some more as the entirety of the Demon King's flesh melted away, or tried to. The domain holders each immediately grabbed hold of the Demon King and prevented it from shrinking. My mana continued to flood the core in its immediate vicinity, and I saw the core start to change color. A sheen of green started to emerge. I couldn't do this with the defeated Demon King cores. Once the Demon King was defeated, the cores turned into objects instead of the vessel of the artificial soul. The green on its soul started to grow. Through my mana and my roots, I gazed into its artificial-ish soul. My mana flowed into the dried lands and began to turn it into something else. Greenery began to spread, as fields of grass started to replace the Demon King's dried, barren wastelands, just a bit more. The demon wriggled in shock and then a secondary defensive mechanism activated. I attempted to interrupt it, but unfortunately it was a step faster. It refused to let itself submit to my power in time. With nothing more than just a whimper, the Demon King's core shattered in half. It was quite anticlimactic. I cursed. We were so close. The rest of the flesh fell onto the ground as if they were a ragdoll. The Demon King was defeated, a celebration everywhere. For me and my artificial minds, I had more work to do. You've gained 2 levels. You are now level 270. Natural Mana Overwhelming's conversion effects upgraded. New domain skill unlocked, Soul's Expropriation. When a target is sufficiently weakened or close to death, you are now able to extend your spiritual influence to control the target's soul, reinforce the targeted soul, interrupt or disrupt any skill or curses within the target soul, and or remove any other external influences from target soul. Though we've achieved a fairly easy victory, I still did not achieve the goal of converting a Demon King. I wondered whether the demon's son could sense it, because at that moment, there was a subtle wobble in the Riftgate's path across all the worlds. Year 304. Is it ready? I asked Hawa, hoping perhaps that he would have got it done earlier. Initially, he expected it to be done by year 307. Not yet, but come to Satria. I have something else for you. Ah well, I suppose we would have to explore the rest of the sun rings while we wait. Lumuf teleported to Satria, the Hawan world with the various divine relics, and we landed in the Hawa priesthood's quiet hideout far away from the rest of the known world. When Lumuf arrived, the high priests and priestesses were all in prayer. There were hundreds of men and women, all wearing golden robes. They sang and chanted, and at this very moment, they channeled fairly strong divine energies in the air. Lumuf felt Hawa's aura brush against ours presence was like the gentle lappings of water on the shore. You have come. A knight covered in golden armor from head to toe, with glowing blue eyes, stood in front of Lumuf. He wasn't there just a second before, but the moment he appeared, all the priests and priestesses' heads were on the floor, kneeling and praying. The chants somehow got louder. To the mortals around us, Hawa was the sun itself, and he shone with a golden halo of divinity. This appearance of Hawa was surprisingly real for a summoning manifestation. I have a tool for you, something that should help you seek out my followers. Even now, across the stars, there are followers of my faith in worlds far, far away from where I can reach. These will allow you to commandeer those who believe and act as if you too work with my voice. In the golden knight's hand was a golden circlet, a relic, Hawa's circlet of divinity. Why? Lumuf asked. Because even now, I sense the presence of my followers trapped behind the barrier. There are survivors even within there, though I do not know what form they take. Lumuf frowned, but he could feel that I was hesitant to accept an object I didn't fully understand, especially a divine relic. I wondered, however little, if this is a trap. If you're concerned that this is a trap, trust my word that it is not, Hawa answered. I understand that it is normal to be skeptical, and yes, I have a few means to act through my relics, but I intend to help my people on the other side, even if just to get them here. Give us some time to think about it. The gigantic sun rings hovered over their sun, drawing its energies out and turning it into a deep black geyser. Even after all this while, witnessing how that constant jet of void mana blotted out half the sky was an amazing sight. Do you think there's really something underneath all of that stuff? Stella mused. The presence of so much void mana made her feel a little drunk. She was slightly flushed and had to consciously shut out the ambient void mana. There was so much of it that the void mana seemed to swirl around her like a thick mist of darkness and gave her a mythical, otherworldly appearance. You all right? Lumuf checked. Yeah, it'll be fine, just I normally try to draw in void mana from the surroundings. This place has so much of it that I have to remember to shut it out, Stella said as she waved the mist of darkness away. Well, let's go. Stella's powers were much stronger here. She could easily call on the ambient void mana to do things not possible elsewhere. The domain holders landed on the sun rings and began to search. This time, their focus was something hidden underneath all that strange metallic steel, something that represented an older past. The domain holders moved quietly and did our best to mask our presence. This was evidently successful because we kept walking and the Demon Kings still did not appear. I wonder how they'd pick up on our presence the first time. We had the rest of the order. Lumuf remembered. Maybe that's why. This time it's just us. Hoya sat out the dungeon exploration. She decided her presence on TwinSpace to guide the development of Twintrees was far more important than whatever the dungeon divers had to do. Lausanne looked around, and she had to shield herself the most. The void mana in the air could easily ignite when in contact with her star mana, and even if the density in the ambient air wasn't thick enough to cause a huge explosion, it would still cause small burns. A minor, unnecessary inconvenience. I missed it the first time around. Dream Academy is impressive, but somehow, being here in person, there was a scale to the entire structure. This is something called a Dyson ring, Stella said. A magical equivalent, I suppose. Something that drains the energy of a sun. Conceptually, though, we still don't understand why they need to drain it from the sun. The planetary core is the key to the realm's power. Unless the suns are on the other side of the magical equation, they form a balance with the realm's power in some way, Alka speculated. In ancient myths, there is a common type of origin story where each world has both a mother and a father. The mother is the womb, and the father is the seed. We see this as void and star mana being on sort of opposite ends. So are we leaving half of the powers out there on the table because we've been concentrating on the creation side of powers? Stella wondered. I found something. Rune interrupted and hopped over to what appeared to be a small hatch. Lumuf touched it, and a root extended out of his hand and began to explore where that hatch led them. Why would they build a hatch into this thing? Is it even the only one? It'll take a while, Lumuf said as his magical roots ventured into the hatch. It was fairly deep. The rest of you can keep searching. Once we map out the entire sun rings, we can come back and decide what to do. This is a lot of divine energy to spend on a random finding from a book. Edna poked Alka a little, and the dwarf merely ignored the knight. Rune countered. This feels like adventurer work, and I honestly like it. It reminds me of a much, much easier time of my life. Many adventurers found their big break by hyper-fixating on one particular item on some obscure tome somewhere. I am with Rune, Johan said through their shared connection. Each of the domain holders spread out, and interestingly we found more hatches and holes. Each led into the sun rings. Some appeared to be impact craters that left deep gashes, but were not repaired. A lot of these hatches and holes led into some old tunnels, and through the use of magic, they discovered that there really was a series of tunnels deep within these gigantic sun rings. It wasn't a solid block of metal around the sun. Instead, it was a really thick shell that was wider than Freshka's sprawling city. Then, underneath that extremely thick shell of metal and crystals, were a series of tunnels filled with numerous pillars and beams. This design wasn't uniform throughout the sun rings. Some parts had more solid metal parts, some parts less. There was also a constant flow of magic running through the sun rings, conducted by the unique types of metal within the solid parts. If I was a mage, I'd stay here and study all day, Stella said, but you are a mage. Rune teased, but this is not my type of magic. Okay, fine, if I were some kind of ley line mage, I'd be interested in whatever these sun rings are doing. There was some kind of pattern woven throughout the sun rings. Maybe we should map them out first. That sounds like a lot of work. Rune emphasized. Mapping the magical flows of something as gigantic as the sun rings in hopes of learning how they work was a monumental affair. It is a lot of work, but well learned something, the Void Mage said. There's probably a better way to do it. Do you think we can do it without attracting the attention of the Demon Kings? The Ranger asked. What, you're afraid of them? Stella decided to counter Rune's question. We can deal with the Demon Kings. Besides, we'll move fairly discreetly. Once we build something that can scan these sun rings, then we deploy it everywhere and work with that. It was a technological endeavor, as Stella's request now had to be dealt with by the mages, crafters, and engineers of the Order. A large-scale magical monitoring tool to detect and understand the sun rings' inner magical movements. I'll head back and get the researchers started on the tools we need, Stella said. While the domain holders prepared for the second visit to the sun rings, I also had studies of my own. The two new heroes of Cavil and their growing weapons were of great interest, and as we studied the weapon in greater detail, I realized they were not too complicated. They leached off their main hero's souls and used a fragment of their main hero's souls. This was then carved into something that resembled an artificial soul, only it was made using star mana parts. In short, these were just star mana variants of artificial souls. They took shapes and forms differently, in order to manage the eccentricities of working with star mana and the unique qualities of that such a material provided. Of all the parts of the hero swords, there was a part that was truly worth studying, a way to create star mana. Within each of these living swords, there was a large, wheel-like structure that somehow spun existing star mana into more star mana, inexplicably turning 10 into 11. It was a very, very slow process, which explained why the various hero swords throughout Cavil needed to recharge, but still could restore themselves given a long enough time frame. Naturally, I began to experiment on my own and attempted to replicate these structures in regular artificial souls. They failed almost immediately, as these structures themselves, made from regular, non-star mana and non-hero soul materials, collapsed on their own weight. But I didn't stop and made more refinements to these structures. I tweaked the thickness of their spiritual frames and the latticework of how the tiny soul particles were stitched together. Bit by bit the structure began to hold together, all to pursue the hope of achieving star mana generation. Working with normal soul fragments, I still failed. The regular materials were not strong enough, so I thought that it might need something more resilient as the base, either a hero's soul fragment or a domain holder. Naturally, I looked to my domain holders, and Lausanne volunteered to help me. Lausanne's domain ability allowed her to copy hero abilities, but the creation of a living hero sword was a bit of hero ability and also that of the spirit. She could copy the abilities of the hero sword, but not its growth effects, which was a result of the soul structure of the sword. I suspected that I needed a bit of her soul to attempt to reverse engineer the hero's ability, and without hesitation, the elven lady gave me a bit of her soul. I had to cut it out of her, but it was surprisingly easy when she did not resist. A domain holder's soul fragment was heavier. It had a mass to it that normal soul fragments didn't. If normal souls felt like holding on to blocks of regular sand, then a domain holder's soul felt like a heavy stone. It had a spiritual weight, and moving it around actually took time and effort. But as I predicted, it was infinitely easier to get it to create a living weapon. That weight and mass bent and changed as I applied the weight of my soul forge. It feels strange, Lausanne said as she watched the process through my dream academy. I can still feel a connection to whatever you're doing. It's like I'm also there in here. Lausanne's own soul was quick to heal the scar left by the removed fragment, and I wondered to some extent, could I do a whole Ship of Theseus thing where I created a full extension of herself? a clone of a domain holder. That was just so insane, but someday, why not? If I could clone myself as a result of my domain abilities, surely other domain holders could do the same. But for now, what I tried to do was simpler. I tended to the tiny bit of domain holder's soul fragment and noticed that if I fed it enough of my spiritual energy, I could grow it. Just a little bit, and yet I realized there was tremendous potential for this ability, all because a domain holder's soul fragment was in some ways similar to Titan frames. They could be molded. And so, copying the structures found within the still-growing living hero swords, I was finally able to create a copy. The first star mana generator, carved from Lausanne's soul fragment, but the success was short-lived, as the fragment, now shaped into its own little independent artificial soul, lacked the peripheral structures to maintain its form as the star mana began to erode the rest of the things. It collapsed. I copied the hero sword's star mana generation ability, but the supporting structures were not robust enough to withstand the presence of star mana. My spiritual tendrils quickly intervened to prevent it from total loss, and even Lausanne could feel it. She winced as the structure almost collapsed. It felt like a part of me was getting crushed. "Oh, sorry about that. I apologized. Let me try again." I tried to build a smaller structure, but alas, it wasn't small enough. The soul fragment I took from Lausanne was still too small to both be a frame and also a component. So instead, I thought of mixing and matching and used one of my multiple spare Titan frames. These things were large soul fragments empowered by my ability, and so I inserted Lausanne's soul fragment into the Titan frame. At that moment, the soul fragment suddenly flashed, and the Titan frame itself warped. "Spear," Lausanne said as if she had a strong feeling in her heart. "Get a spear." I immediately obtained a spear from my treasury, and then the Titan frame immediately bonded with the spear. Spear itself turned and transformed as something that contained a bit of the both of us. I could feel my link to the spear, and it seemed Lausanne could as well. Ian Lausannian Living Star Spear. Level 100. Lausanne reacted, surprised by the spear's presence. It was as if two trees were twisted together to form a spear, but one of those trees took the appearance of a sea of shimmering stars. Hello. The spear spoke back to us through that same spiritual connection. Lausanne jerked in surprise. It seems I forgot that Titan frames are able to maintain a mind of their own. "Hello, what should we call you?" "It is for my parents to name me." The living spear answered. "Parents." Lausanne wanted to faint. I found it hilarious that this thing considered itself my child. In a way, it wasn't wrong. The living spear was something created from both of us, her fragment and my Titan frame. "I better not give names," I answered. It would be a terrible thing for me to do anything, especially a living spear. The heroic domain holder stared at the spear in great amusement once she recovered herself. She approached the living spear and wondered for herself just what exactly it should be. "Lightwood," Lausanne declared as if the word came to her by heart. "You, my dearest spear son, will be Lightwood, and you will be the spear that sets the world of demons aflame." "Yes, mother." I didn't quite realize the power of names then, because the spear transformed once more, as this time it pulled energies from the world around us. The spear immediately gained a relic-like aura and radiated the power of divinity. A spear made by two domain holders, a weapon that was even stronger than the hero items of the hero's forge, a relic unique to Lausanne. "I think the other domain holders will want something of the sort too." Lausanne smiled. A sentient, talking weapon for each domain holder sounds quite horrific. What? I believe it is very much expected for us. Edna's quest swords are already very powerful, but if we mix that with your Titan frames, imagine what could be made. Or if Johann's dragon was fused with one. I had not known that it was possible. I countered, but I wondered whether I should abuse the soul forge and blend it with my domain holders to create something even more. Certainly not so easy. I believe there may be a spiritual structure or form that you need to discover before you could do so. A secret pattern that is hidden within each type of fusion, but I look forward to using this against the Demon Kings. I briefly remembered the words of the Wisp when I first unlocked the Soul Forge. The soul truly is one of the most incredible powers in the world. Year 307. The sun rings. "Where's the Demon King?" Rune asked, almost as if taunting them, and yet there wasn't any reaction. The world of the sun rings, the twin rings each moved at its own speed like the rings on a gyroscope. In some ways, they were similar to the three-ringed world, and naturally invited the question whether these two worlds were related. But it didn't take long for us to realize there were several critical differences. Three-ringed world had three rings as default. The rings were a creation that came together with that realm. The sun rings, on the other hand, were truly artificial. They were a construct meant to draw the mana from the world's sun and convert them into void mana. The mages were busy installing and testing gigantic constructs, filled with crystals and magical formations. These were meant to map out the magical currents flowing deep underneath the sun ring's surface. Hundreds and thousands of such constructs were built over the past year, tested, and now finally deployed en masse. This was the strength of the Order's magical military-industrial complex in full display, which gathered resources from multiple worlds to feed its constantly growing need. These things would not be possible without our expansion to Delvigard and the other worlds. The sunsteel and sun metals could be tuned to be sensitive to the flow of void mana underneath the sun rings, while the anti-magic glass from the anti-magical demon world was helpful to tune out unnecessary influences. So is this finally supposed to work? The domain holders gathered to finally see the first few data points. We set up a mobile base on the nearby demon world and used it to collect all the information transmitted by the magical crystals. Yes, it should. The last bits are going in now. Stella pointed as a batch of crystals were sent back to Treehome. One of the hurdles we faced was the manual data collection process. Our mages had to visit each and every device to retrieve the magical crystals. These magically shielded crystals stored all the data collected by the magical sensors. There were already magical crystals capable of using message to transmit their stored and collected data, and with the help of Alka's crystalline computers, they could perform fairly decent work of collecting data on other worlds. But the sun rings were not ordinary places, because there was so much void mana, and these void mana often eroded the quality of messages, such that magical communication was unreliable and distorted. One alternative, of course, was to use artificial souls on each and every of these data points, but it was a fairly wasteful way of using artificial souls on these things, since artificial souls were destroyed once these data collection artifacts were deconstructed later, mainly to recover their relatively valuable sunsteel and sun metals. This was expected to be a single, short-term exercise, and so manual collection it was. The data collected would be uploaded and then digested by Patrick. Right, that's the last one. Any amendments to the analysis? Stella asked the artificial mind that served as Patrick's interface. No, Lady Stella. The Supermind Titan quickly tapped into my other abilities to project the initial findings. We didn't quite understand the mechanism of the sun rings, but the compilation of our data points suggested that the flow of magic underneath the sun rings created a powerful magical field that stripped the sun's mana and turned it into void mana, a magical formation at the scale of suns and stars. The exact mechanism was still under study, but Stella's intuition was that it was tampering with some fundamental quality of mana, like how that Princess of Baruch from so many centuries ago accidentally turned some normal mana into void mana, not dissimilar from how many of our own void mages created void mana and drew void mana from our surroundings. Alka looked at Stella and asked the obvious question: can we weaponize this? This formation may not be of demonic origins, even if they've claimed it and are using the void mana created for their own purposes to feed their black sun. As a weapon, Stella sat and agreed. Possible. We may have to reconfigure the structure of the sun rings' inner patterns, but once our mages create models of these sun rings at smaller scales, we can try to tamper with them. The formations and patterns should scale. Should, Rune and Johan both said at the same time. That's how magic works, boys. We think of something that might work, then we try it out. We learn something either way. Stella countered. Lausanne, who popped in and was eager to test out Lightwood. More importantly, when are we going into the dungeons? The magical scanning artifacts also revealed the presence of a subterranean labyrinth located on the far side of the sun rings, a place we only visited on the surface during our first few visits. Someone's eager to test out her new toy. Rune teased, I am not a toy. Lightwood spoke, making Rune blush. I'm not gonna get used to that, the ranger replied, embarrassed. The entrance to the sun rings' inner chambers was exceptionally difficult conventionally. There was no opening large enough for anyone to go through, but Lumuf's ability to extend routes meant we could get around these size restrictions and teleport individuals from one end of his routes to the other. It was a fairly slow process, thus not very practical in most combat situations, but it got the domain holders through to the labyrinth. Well, we're here. The place was unlit, but even with light, there were no defenders. It was a lifeless place filled with ancient structures long since abandoned. Things in this chamber were hardly exposed to the outside world, and the domain holders had to pull in their presence. It was so easy for their aura to accidentally touch something and trigger something else. The air tasted metallic and felt as if it was drained of all life. All around us were just ancient buildings and corpses. Corpses were all dried out, but somehow incredibly well preserved. I don't know how old these are. Lausanne used a magical stick and tried to gently poke one of the corpses. They look like dwarves. How'd they die? There's no air or natural substances to erode them. Rune said as he squatted next to one of such corpses. Do you think they choked? All of the corpses looked strangely peaceful, as if they were put to sleep. It's as if they are kept in a sterile, vacuum-packed place and whatever was within their bodies just died instantly. Stella said, well, let's keep moving. The chambers eventually led to a series of long, empty homes. Further in, we discovered more corpses and noticed they were not dwarves, human corpses, elven, lizard folks. There were many races that had lived here. Lumuf and Hoya both checked out their attire and suspected that they were priests. We had not seen Eurasian priests prior to this, but it was the dirty, long, flowing robes around the floor, and the strangely preserved altars within the few buildings we passed by that suggested that this place was filled with priests. Everything seemed frozen in time. We were the only new thing to even enter this place in eons. Look at this. Rune hopped as they reached a larger building that looked like a canteen. There were tables and chairs, cups and plates. Many were untouched, as if their denizens just died suddenly. Maybe there used to be some kind of air-producing crystals, or something just killed all living things while leaving their bodies behind. There should be books or something. Personal belongings of these dead people. Lozan said, "Do we want to do that? Really? Should we call in the archivists so that we can at least prevent ourselves from tampering with these potentially historic artifacts?" Rune said as he then wandered to one of the shelves. They were in surprisingly good condition, and within them were more cups and plates. There was a storage area behind the canteen that still contained food, stored in magically sealed containers. I'm tempted to open them. Stella looked at them. Their contents were all dried out, and the containers clearly used to have magic. Whatever magic in them faded, and its protective effects were long gone. I came expecting a dungeon, but I guess I'm happy that this isn't really a dungeon. Alka smiled, relieved. It feels more like a city, though it does seem sad that us dwarves are frequently found in such dead underground cities. There were more corpses as the domain holders reached deeper into the chambers, and we saw signs and more buildings of different functions. There were at least 10,000 corpses all over the central chamber, and we realized this area once went by a different name, Salaras, the Gate of Eras. The words were carved onto the steel walls of their largest building. So this place really was built by Eras, evil god or divine prisoner, we were not exactly sure which. Most of the buildings were housing, some for food and some for crafts. But then in one of the largest buildings in the heart of the chambers, there was a series of stairs that led beneath the building. At the heart of a large underground chamber was a large circular ring with multiple control panels on a table-like platform next to it. The style and carvings were different, but it was not hard for us to know what it was. A rift gate. Alka hopped and noticed the unusual dwarven tick marks on its structure. It was made by dwarves in some way or form. It's perfectly preserved. Stella didn't really care who made them. She instead went to the panel and quickly discovered something more important. It has the Void Sea address of the core Eurasian worlds. There's 5 of them. Edna hopped over and joined Stella to go through the details on the Eurasian gates. They were linked to 5 worlds, each named the Forge of Eras, the Crucible of Eras, the Library of Eras, the Bestiary of Eras, and the Store of Eras. The other domain holders, like Lozan, investigated the other parts of that chamber. She soon found records. This place looks like it used to document who passed through these gates. The dates didn't make sense to us. It was a series of numbers, but because no one ever used those date conventions, we didn't know how different they were relative to us. It was like Earthings using the year 2025 while these ancient dwarves used Eurasian year 103,204. We didn't know how these 2 dates lined up. There's a lot of priests and warbends and crafters, Lozan said, reading through these historical documents. Rune looked at her and frowned. "You shouldn't be touching those, they are historical," Rune said. Somehow, it was the ranger that was most sucked into the whole historical preservation movement. Alka merely frowned. If it was some other people's sacred relics and historical documents, then yes, they needed to deal with it with velvet gloves, but these things were just left here untouched for eons. Someone's got to look at them someday, Lozan countered, and I am using all the necessary protection. The domain holders were each equipped with special gloves, just in case we had to deal with historical objects. It was a concern I found rather silly. Adventurers entered dungeons and old ruins all the time, and concern for the preservation of their historical value was probably the last thing on our mind. We dived dungeons in order to obtain resources and materials. Lozan ignored the bickering and then continued to read. I think there must be a diary or something somewhere. It was quite a miracle that even after so much time, the language remained readable till today. It was one of the great benefits of the system. Next to the chamber that housed the ancient rift gates was a temple, an actual gigantic temple in honor of their creator, Eras. But what was truly important was the story carved into the walls of the main chamber. The tale of the god creating the sun rings was told through painted carvings of how the sun used to be unused. Then Eras arrived, a golden dwarven man with a golden pickaxe and tools. Here, the paint on the walls was perfectly preserved. Eras was depicted in a sheen of gold, and I wondered whether that was a motif common among all the gods. Even Hawa took the form of a golden knight. I don't think it's gold, Lozan said to Lumuf, but she was speaking to me. It's not. I think it just appears gold, like an aura that has color. To those creating a recreation of their god, maybe gold is just the closest substitute they have to the majesty of the gods. The paintings then depicted a series of great constructions, of how metals were pulled out of nowhere and then forged into the sun rings. Here, it was clear that the sun rings was one of many. The depictions had 6 sets of sun rings, each occupying a specific distance away from the true heart of Eurasian lands. At its center was the Crucible of Eras, the heart of the Eras-controlled lands. This lines up roughly with the map I found elsewhere, but it's stretched. Stella said, the distances are a bit off, probably the drift over time. But that's not a good place to be. Why? Lumuf looked at her. It's where the Black Sun is, the demon's prison. Well, then why not fire up the Eurasian Rift Gate and see whether we can get past? Lumuf's eyes brightened up. We could hit them quickly and bring an end to this. I can't. The barrier prevents the Eurasian gates from functioning. Stella countered. The Rift Gate doesn't circumvent the Void Barrier. Besides, do you even think we are ready for that thing? We have to be someday. We might as well push it and see where we land, with our immortality. I don't fear death, I fear not being able to get back. Stella countered. The demons can interfere with some domain abilities, especially if they have the power of divinity on their hands. The rest of the temple was filled with more carvings of the history of the place, and then past the main chamber there was a map. It was held in a crystal, and the moment Lumuf approached it, the crystal glowed. The crystal then projected a 3-dimensional magical map of Eurasian territories. There were 5 glowing lights, which I suspect represented the 5 core Eurasian worlds, and a series of other smaller worlds, all with golden yellow lights. Then there were 6 other ring-shaped glowing lights, and with their position we assumed them to be the 6 sun rings of Eras. Then there were places in other colors. Blue, red, green. Oh, looks like Eras made it easier for us. Oh, not just that. Stella absolutely realized what it meant. It means it's possible to travel to the other sun rings from this sun ring. The 6 sun rings form a network and are entangled together. Well, what are you waiting for? We can use the sun rings to get closer to these other colors. My gut feeling is that these are the other gods' territories. Stella gulped, unsure whether that was a good idea, but she closed her eyes briefly and then gathered her courage. Yes, let's do it. But Hawa called for us anyway. It is ready, but come alone. As Lumuf arrived on Satria, Hawa came alone. There was not a single person here, not in the nearest town. Uray alone this time. Lesser beings cannot stand to be in the presence of this object. Their hearts would be crushed. Keep it safe, somewhere far away and uninhabited. He held in his golden hands a tiny, tiny silver-colored ball, but I could tell that it contained far more divine energies than anything I'd ever seen. There were no fancy ornaments or anything, just a single solid ball with a small button. Even the system recognized it for the extent of power. Divine superweapon Howen Shieldbreaker. Made from the condensed will of divine faith, this small silver ball contains a huge amount of energy and power of Hawa meant for breaking of the great demonic barrier. This object is capable of inflicting great destruction, destroying entire realms and realms that are nearby. In order to prevent misuse, it is now spiritually bound to Ian and the avatar Lumuf. Prior to activation, it is recommended that the entire realm is evacuated. Ian and Lumuf are able to activate the bomb remotely. Beautiful thing, Lumuf said. It scares me. It should. We were exploring the sun rings and found ruins dedicated to Eras. Do you remember a time when the demon lands belonged to Eras? Faintly. The position of our world shifted and I hardly interacted with that god. Do you think he is evil? I do not subscribe to the term all that much. Even if my priests preach it every day, evil is relative. The concepts of morality very much depend on the nature of each world and its societies. They are meaningless to someone outside that society. I am not here to debate on philosophy today. Lumuf smiled as Hawa stepped closer. Perhaps I should be more specific. Do you think Eras wanted to destroy the known world? For that, I do not think so. Eras was a god of experimentation and discovery. Knowledge. Maybe his curiosity caused him to create things he shouldn't have, but I do not believe a god so devoted to discovery and knowledge sought to destroy the world. That is good to hear. At least maybe the demons are just some experiment gone wrong. Perhaps a series of divine experiments gone wrong by multiple gods. Hawa continued. Perhaps it is not Eras who created them, but they had somehow managed to usurp or control Eras' power. Hawa finally handed the ball to Lumuf, and even he handled it gently as if it was the most fragile thing in the world. To crush a demonic comet, I use 1/20th of what's needed for this, Hawa repeated. This weapon can annihilate entire realms and some, maybe more. Use it for the barrier and nothing else. I leave the choice of when to use it to you. It is registered to your spirit so that no one else can use it. Are you ready for what we will unleash on the world? Lumuf held the ball in his hand and felt like his spirit was warped by the amount of power in it. No, but we will deal with what comes. End the status quo, Ian. Lumuf looked at the ball, and we shared a swirling dilemma in our heart. When do we destroy the barrier? Year 308. We're not ready, I said. I knew we were not. I felt like I needed more than a few more levels. The fact that Hawa could have a weapon so powerful was all the difference in power levels I needed to know. Hawa could deal with whatever the demons could dish out, not just that. Hawa was in a better position now, because now he had 15 less peripheral worlds to care for, and thus, his faith points would grow quite quickly. He could make something that annihilated entire worlds every 20 years. The weapon was so powerful that the only safe place to store it was on my clone on Comet World. It was a rather interesting way to use a stray uninhabited comet as the superweapon's storage area. But the question didn't leave my mind. Could I deal out that sort of damage? My domain holders recognized the gap in power, but Alka disagreed that waiting was the right choice. They are on the world faith system. They do not get stronger as they defeat the demons, but we do. If there are stronger demon kings on the other side, then we stand to benefit in the long term if we can keep defeating more demon kings and whatever stronger demon emperors or whatnot that they have at their disposal. We gain levels, and the more we defeat the demons, the better positioned we are. Edna agreed. Let's give ourselves a time limit. If we wait, we will wait forever. Let's explore the 5 other sun rings in their vicinity, talk to the other gods, and see whether we can get them to all help out. At least, if we talk to some of them, we will know where they stand with the demons. The ancient Eurasian gates world to life once sufficient void mana was channeled into it, and there were a total of 10 preset locations. The 5 other sun rings in the 5 Eurasian core worlds. We decided not to send everyone, just in case. Only Lumuf, Edna, and Stella. Just enough to get everyone through and for Stella to earn the levels needed to reach level 200, 3 of us once more. Lumuf smiled as the portal brought them through to a rift gate, which opened to another rift gate on the other side. Unlike before, the rift gate brought them directly into the underground chambers of the sun rings. Again, it was a space devoid of any life. There were corpses everywhere, dwarves, humans, and more. But there was a difference. A few, in fact. This corpse looks like it used void mana. Stella sat and noticed very noticeable burns from void mana. These were void curses, something suffered by young void mages as they attempted to change their souls into one that produced void mana. If those curses were not removed from the soul, they led to dark, black root-like scars throughout the body. She flipped the corpse over and noticed the presence of some unusual tools and equipment on her body. Rune's gonna tell you to treat that thing gently. Edna teased, but she too spread out of the main Eurasian gate chamber and out into the actual temple. He's not here. Stella said, and this isn't an Eurasian logo. I mean, I'm not surprised if the ancients tried to use void mana when the sun rings produced so much of them. This temple also had a similar carving as the ones before. It depicted Era's carving and creating the sun rings out of planets once more, but instead, there was another god present. Era's was depicted in strong, almost yellowish gold, but this other one was depicted in a far lighter color, a faint golden color with a sigil on its body. There's another god involved in the sun rings, Edna said as she continued to admire the carved illustrations of the sun rings creation on the temple's walls. Stella quickly joined Edna and connected the sigils. Well, so that void mage is this other god's believers. For the use of the rift gates, Edna just added, she didn't believe it. There's a god that does rift gates. That doesn't quite make sense. The Eurasian gates themselves don't seem to need help from others, though. Ian isn't a god of rift gates, but that's not stopping him from using them. Stella continued to read the same carvings herself. Does it have a name? I can't see any. Edna tried to check around, but didn't see any. There was a statue in honor of Era's. Meanwhile, Lumuf was already outside. The chambers were probably once home to at least 10,000, if not. Most of them were priests and crafters of Era's. He searched, and eventually we found a set of notebooks that was somehow readable. There were many books that somehow decayed despite the lack of air in these chambers. A notebook left by a crafter that was long dead. We didn't find the crafter's corpse, which we hoped meant that he managed to get out of the sun rings. It's been 20 years since I started work on these gigantic rings, and living in these deep chambers was strange. Everything here had to be created by the mages and priests. My shift should last until the end of the year, and I look forward to my return to the Crucible. Crucible, that's the core world mentioned on the Eurasian gates. Stella interrupted Lumuf's reading. Lumuf glared at her, and she quickly shut up. The High Priest of Eras claims that there has to be sufficient people living in these rings in order for Eras to exert his divine powers. This is the 4th ring, and as I understood it, Eras intended to construct 6 of them. 6 to convert these sun's energies into void mana and send them back to the Crucible. For what purpose, the Eurasian priests refuse to elaborate, though I get the sense that they don't know about it either. Even now, there is a dark object that loomed over the Crucible. A creation of Eras himself, the Great Void Sun. Few know how many centuries it will take for such a creation to be completed. Eras created the Void Sun. Stella gasped. Doesn't this mean Eras created the demons? But the demons are much earlier than the Void Sun. Lumuf frowned. I don't think we can draw such a direct link from the Void Sun to the demons. Why not? The Void Sun powers the demon kings. If anything, it is the Void Sun that seeds each demon king with that final bit of power. Maybe in some ways, yes. Lumuf decided maybe Stella had a point. If Eras is the one imprisoned, then the demons must have turned on itself, or it is an experiment gone wrong. Not the first time the gods thought too highly of themselves and then got boxed in by the limitations of whatever they created. Edna decided to add her view in. You really think so? Stella ran around the temple like an excited child, trying to figure out whether she missed anything. Tell me if you see anything juicy. Meanwhile, Lumuf continued to read the notebooks. The rest of the notebooks contained mostly descriptions of home. It seemed to be a diary kept by the crafter to document the work he did, which was to maintain the various machineries used to clean the sun ring's surface. A diary of a dwarven crafter who maintained multiple machines throughout the world. But as Lumuf read more and more, we eventually figured out why there were priests and crafters. There used to be an Eurasian relic on each of the sun rings. The crafters and priests were here to pray and maintain the relic. The relic was a massive machine that extended the god's reach, an object called the Eurasian spiritual engine. Lumuf finished the book. Let me look for more. That is how able to do that. Maybe, just maybe, any relic could do it. Surely if eras could do it, then all the gods could as well. Where was that relic supposed to be anyway? The relic should have been on top of the temple, but instead there was nothing there. The temple was a large structure, and the relic would have been on its roof. Yet it was somehow so cleanly destroyed that now all that remained was just a massive empty area filled with bodies. There were quite a few bodies. There was a battle here. It's amazing that the debris from the battle is still here somehow. Edna, being the main combatant of the three, squatted on the temple's roof as she checked for clues. It's likely some really powerful divine weapon. Even now there's still some faintly divine presence. Another god? Great. If it's not Era's, then another god. Edna frowned. I am beginning to suspect that someone destroyed these relics. Why? Power struggle between the gods, perhaps. Stella groaned. Really? We're at the stage where we're going to be challenging a god. Lumuf and Edna both laughed. I mean, we're going to head towards the demon's black sun that holds a god. Were you expecting something different? Stella's face flushed red as she realized how stupid she sounded. I suppose when you put it that way. Anyway, there should be a crater or something left on the other sun rings. Lausanne and the other domain holders also investigated the temple's roof on the first sun ring and also found it empty. It was so cleanly destroyed that somehow nothing remained, not even a crater, but nothing else. After almost 3 weeks inside the chambers of the second pair of sun rings, the domain holders were almost done. They'd collected hundreds of books, equipment, and all sorts of artifacts for the archivists to study. The researchers were already backlogged from the materials from the first sun rings, and now they had another set. The surface of sun rings II wasn't quite like what we expected. A gigantic golden sun where its magical energies was somehow turned into void mana, compressed into a beam and fired towards the barrier. Do you think you can survive that jet of void mana? Lumuf asked Edna. No, that jet of void mana looks enough to poison an entire world. Even with our domain's strength and my abilities, I think that's too much. I mean, that jet of void mana could be our way to pierce through the barrier. Could. But it's like asking a regular mortal to jump down a waterfall, somehow make it through an underground river and make it out alive. Not recommended. But Sun Rings II was on another side of the Void Sea, very, very far from where we were. Stella joined us too, and as she scanned the Void Sea from our new location, she looked horrified. There are 2 demonic comets in the Void Sea. Where are they headed? I can't see their final destination. I don't have a map of this part of the Void Sea. The Eurasian gates didn't have it. No, only the 10 presets. Great. Want to do some hopping? Edna asked. Or should we hit the other 4 sun rings? Lumuf intervened. Why are both of you looking at me? Stella looked upset. You're the Void Mage. You're the only one who can work the portals and rift gates. Naturally, you should decide. She stopped for a while. I think we have time to visit all the sun rings before we start exploring these other places. Let's go. Sun Rings III and Sun Rings IV were fairly similar to Sun Rings II, with many dead bodies and many more books and documents to analyze. The carvings of these sun rings didn't show that other god, only eras. On these 2 worlds, the temples were similarly attacked, but the fact that there were only battles on the temple's roof suggested that this was somehow an inside job. There were traitors from within the Eurasian church or someone close to them. But there were also notebooks and records, and this was where we learned the name of the other god. These Wadran priests and people give me the creeps. A diary of an Eurasian dwarven priest wrote in a notebook found on Sun Rings IV. Their use of void magic that poisons their skin gives them a short life, and yet their god keeps them alive somehow. It feels as if they are enslaved to their gods by the pain and spiritual bindings of their void magic. I still don't know why Eurasian priests were tasked to help them, and why they were asked to give them space in their world. Yet their god must love them, because the chief of the Wadran priest is coated in divine power, quite like the chosen ones of eras. But the Wadran officials and priests left no records or documents. All they had were sigils, tools, and weapons. Well, godly struggle seems like a candidate. Stella frowned. You think so? Let me ask Hawa about Wadra. Lumuf decided. Wadra, yes, we're exploring the Eurasian ruins and discovered some hints about Wadra. Wadra should be dead, Hawa answered. When, I do not recall, but his death came after the demons spread. How do you know of his death? I no longer detected his faith's presence in any of the peripheral worlds or my world. There was a time when his cursed children were everywhere. That doesn't sound like a confirmation. There is no confirmation that a god died, merely the disappearance of his faith. Could it be that Wadra is the one that's within the Black Sun? Possible. Who is Wadra? An old god of the nomads, golems, formations, rocks and stones, earth magic and void magic. Earth magic. Was he an enemy of the gods? No, not my enemy at least. I do not know whether they fought against the other gods, but the Wadran children are travelers. They can walk the worlds and used to walk with the Zeratans as well, though the way they use the void magic is quite different from yours. They shapeshift in order to swim in the void seas. They shapeshift. Yes, what else do you know of them? Not much, only that they disappeared. They used to be everywhere, and those blessed by Wadra could transform into powerful creatures. When they used to roam, I blocked them from entering my core worlds, but they sometimes still appear in my peripheral worlds and are fairly harmless unless provoked. I see. Why is there no mechanism to tell whether a god lives or dies? I do not know. Perhaps an oversight from us in the old gods. We discovered that eras created the Black Sun. Really, that is a surprise. It is carved on the sun ring's temples, and that is how we discovered the Wadran presence. Wadra is a wandering god. His center shifts all the time, and as a result, he too moves with his people. He may have just wandered to the Eurasian worlds during that time, but I do not have insight into what happened. When did the barrier appear? I do not know. It is beyond my range of sight. I do not comprehend how something so powerful can happen without the gods knowing. I vented. It was frustrating how little the gods knew about things outside their area. It was as if each god only cared about their own little carved-out section of the world, oblivious to everything else. But then I remembered that I am the same. It was just me on a larger, planetary scale too. I did not pay much attention to those outside my sphere of influence. Our powers are localized. Year 309. A demon king. It's something that hardly draws much attention these days, not the fanfare or the anxiety or the intense planning from their earlier days. Everything was fairly standardized. There were pre-made packs of magical explosives, 2 boxes of magical sensors to confirm the Demon King's arrival location, and many more other tools meant to soften their foe. The air shifted. Lausanne stood, and she could feel, through Ian, the warping of space. The road through the void sea, created by the demons to 3-ringed world, loomed overhead. Even though the Order had fulfilled its obligations to Hawa for the new divine weapon, the Demon King remained a great source of experience, and hence she remained to face it. Her spear thrummed with power as star mana flowed through the weapon. It was strong and could grow even stronger. She could hear its voice in her head, a sign of their bond. A living weapon linked to her. She looked around. There were a few of her peers, some preparing, some just lazing about waiting for the moment. Are you seriously still holding on to your choices? Lausanne said to Eben. Feels like you're coming to this fight with one of your hands behind your back. I am not beyond foolish behavior, milady. Eben smiled. Allow me to indulge in such silliness. Lausanne would have scolded him if he wasn't a domain holder, but with Ian's resurrection ability, all he wasted really was time, his time. Eben himself didn't seem to think it was much of a waste. Well, if you say so. Edna, Lumuf, and Stella were far away on the various sun rings, and that left the rest of the demon kings in their hands. There were no node trees on the 3-ringed world, and so the heroes couldn't be here to help, but they were enough. They knew they were. The demon king emerged from the broken barriers of reality, where the 2 worlds are briefly tied together by a magical tube. A wave of explosions quickly softened the Demon King, and Lausanne's star mana-powered attacks were next. Well, keep the Demon King occupied. Got it, got it. Her spear slammed into the Demon King's body like a powerful projectile, and the gigantic Demon King staggered backwards. She felt nice. Her attacks visibly hurt the Demon King, and each of her strikes left a mark. Even her colleagues, like Rune and Johan who were higher leveled, didn't hurt the Demon King as much as she did. Demon King died eventually. Even without Edna, Lumuf, or Stella, there were still too many domain holders against a Demon King that was fairly average in terms of strength. An uneventful death, and for most of them 1 or 2 levels, but they were increasing in power. Eben could gain levels, even if he didn't make a choice. Lausanne found that rather strange, but then again, the system sometimes awarded multiple levels at one go. There was no reason to lock them just because he didn't make a choice. The Eurasian Temple of the Sun Rings VI was in the worst condition of any of the 6. It was a massive crater ruined by tremendous explosions, and it was a surprising miracle that Eurasian Rift gates somehow survived. There were multiple battles here. The walls of these underground chambers still bore their ancient scars. Huge wrecks, and then, the 3 domain holders felt the system's notification, and in Stella's case, she felt the swirl of void mana right above the wrecked temple. Then she even felt the system's warning, Demon King Defender arriving. A small Demon King arrived, the size of a small, dwarven creature, and it smashed into Edna's shields the moment it completed its warp. Well, where did you come from? The small Demon King seemed perfectly designed to counter humanoid heroes, and its dark axes were charged with void mana. Edna and the Demon King exchanged blows a few times before Lumuf and Stella quickly stepped in. No, you don't. Lumuf countered, and a huge explosion of vines wrapped around the Demon King. Edna's own swords and spears slammed into the Demon King, and 3 against 1 wasned a fair fight. The creature attempted to struggle, but my vines were too strong for it. It shot multiple magical energy blasts that attacked the walls or smashed into Edna's shields. I wasn't prepared to convert it at this point, as I'd not made the preparations for one, so we decided to just crush it. The creature crumbled to dust once our vines wrapped around the Demon King's core and crushed it. The 6 sun rings was in a fairly terrible state, and the underground chambers weren't completely underground. Instead, there were 5 large holes clearly caused by some catastrophic battle that linked the underground chambers to the surface of the sun rings. The 3 continued to walk and survey the area before a voice interrupted them. Survivors, the voice came from a building. Edna's senses were heightened, and she immediately turned the moment she heard it. I heard something from that building. The other 2 nodded, and there, in a half-collapsed building, there was a suit of metal armor resting on a still glowing magical pattern. The handiwork of the shining metal armor was excellent, as if made by Ares himself. Lumuf's spiritual eyes could see a spirit living within the armor, and so he squatted in front of the metal armor. I know you're in there. I can see spirits lingering within. The helmet's visor snapped open to reveal just a glowing eye. You can see me, yes. I said I can, didn't I? Lumuf smiled as his eyes continued to investigate the magical formations that kept the magical armor charged. It likely didn't generate much magical energy, since the entire area was flooded with void mana. What are you and what happened here? I am Rukran, an Eurasian Sentinel rank 3. There was a battle here against the invading demons. The demons invaded this place. Was it always like this? No. My records cannot be accessed at this moment, and I was asleep for an unknown amount of time. The spiritual formations were only barely enough to keep me alive, and so. Mana potion, Edna offered, suspecting the lack of magical energy prevented full recollection of its memories. Lumuf saw the creature's spirit expand to fill the entirety of the armor. Well, would you come with us and tell us what happened? What is the history of this place? I am a creation of Ares, our almighty lord. Rukran answered. We and my many brothers were placed here, on Sun Rings Alpha, for deployment to the rest of the Sun Rings. But alas, a great shadow emerged while we were all asleep. When that shadow faded and we awoke to find the entirety of the inner chambers dead, we attempted to make contact with the rest of the Eurasian worlds, but were unable to do so. Then those demonic creatures attacked us. Your brothers, there are many suits of armor like me, and 10 of them are far stronger than me. They are the Sentinel elites, and they can fight toe-to-toe with even the strongest of those demons. It is their battle with these foul creatures that left the entire chamber in its current state. Rukran answered as they stepped outside. I was on hibernation to recharge myself after the battles. Most of the inner chambers were destroyed. The battles were clearly furious because there was not a single untouched building. Who is Ares? Ares is my creator. He is my god, and if you want further information, you must visit the Crucible of Ares or the Library of Ares. It is there we retain most of the Eurasian lores. If it remains, it must remain. Rukran answered. How many years were you left here? I estimate between 10 to 15,000 years. Rukran answered. I was in a long period of hibernation. Fine. 10 to 15,000 years, and no one attempted to make contact with the sun rings. That is not a good sign. Stella concluded, and then as we reached the far end of the inner chambers, we stopped as we felt something coming from one of the gigantic holes in the wall. The 3 glanced at each other, and then we walked further inside to find a wrecked suit of armor far larger than Rukran. It still retained a faint divine presence. Brother Jorkan, are you there? Rukran walked to the wrecked suit of armor and immediately touched it. The 3 felt an immediate transfer of magical energies between Rukran and the wrecked suit of armor. The stone shook momentarily as the pieces of the wrecked suit of armor began to float and reconstituted themselves into a far larger suit of armor. Do you mind sharing more mana potions? Rukran asked. Brother Jorkan needs a lot more mana. Edna checked her magical pouch and tossed 3 more over. The bottles of mana were emptied just by touch, and now there were 2 of them. Yup, Edna answered. Are you 3 from the outer Eurasian worlds? Your features appear to be human and should only be found in the outer worlds, Jorkan asked as the war armor began to walk. My magical scanners are unable to fully read your strength, and there appears to be the presence of the other gods. Are you 3 divine representatives? Sort of. Now more importantly, what happened here, I believe we can help each other. Brother Jorkan is great for helping. He has far more stored memories of the Eurasian worlds and records about Eurasian ways. Rukran answered enthusiastically. Lumuf's spiritual senses continued to inspect the 2, and we realized they were not artificial souls, even if they spoke strangely. They were both complete souls, even if their forms were slightly different. The more we looked at it, the more we felt that both of them were likely made by Ares by hand. Jorkan, why were you sent here? An unknown number of years ago, I estimate between 50,000 to 100,000 years ago, Ares felt that there was a need for stronger defenses on the 6 great solar rings, and so created us. The 10 Sentinel elites and the 2,000 Sentinels rank 1 to 3 for deployment on each of the 6 great solar rings. What is the purpose of solar rings? Stella asked. They are gigantic mana generators to create a huge void mana sun. Eras and the wandering god Wadra intended to restore the connection between the gods, and do so with a network of Eurasian gates to be placed on all the different worlds. Wadra's creatures and nomadic believers would take the Eurasian gates with them, and with the void sun at its heart, rebuild the long-lost connection between the various worlds. The 3 domain holders stared at each other. So the black sun is a gigantic battery to power the Eurasian gates. Yes. The solar rings would feed the void sun and also act as great beacons for each of the Eurasian gates' internal coordinates. Do you believe that there is a possibility that Eras created the demons? My patron and creator would do no such thing. Jorkan answered firmly. The demons have been around for a long time, but at this moment the demons have somehow supplanted the void sun and have now used the void sun to spread the demons. Lumuf said, while our senses continued to probe the thing. Jorkan appears to be unfazed, just like the demon king that now intrudes on the solar rings. Jorkan started to speak, but then it stopped. It stopped and looked around. Then later it glanced upwards at the great sun rings. It appears then that we have been misled. Misled. We were told that the demons were a plague that was spreading across the worlds, and our Lord Creator Eras believed it. But if you claim that the void sun is now used to power the demons' spread, then I can only say that the Wadra's faithful are behind this, because only their god and that god's closest aides are familiar with the ways of the solar rings and the grand magical void latticework. We have never heard of the Wadrans before this. Lumuf countered. They are a fading band. I can only theorize that they have used us to arrest their fading powers. The 3 domain holders shared a look, and we wondered how trustworthy this Jorkan was. Then who created the demons? Wadra. Demons have existed since the first gods. This form that uses the void sun's power to spread are not these original demons. You managed to come to the solar rings. Are you able to travel to the others? I wish to see more of these demons and verify my conjectures. Stella looked at the suit of armor and then at Lumuf. Should we? No harm. Is there a demon world nearby? There should be one. Yup, Stella nodded, and so a portal of void opened, connecting their present location to the nearest planet. It was a demon-infested world. The 3 domain holders in the 2 suits of armor landed on it. Rukran, stand down. Jorkan commanded. Non-combat mode. We are here to scout and verify. If we are the last 2 sentinels remaining, then we must survive to bring news back to Eras. So Eras lives. I'm a creation of Eras, and if I live, Eras must as well. Jorkan answered as he moved quickly to tear apart a few of the demons, but it did so as if trying to investigate their structures. It seems my conjecture is incomplete. My current conjecture still believes that the Wadrans started this, but these demons do not contain any Wadran influence in them. If anything, it is likely that the Wadrans lost control over the demonic horde, a runaway creation of a god. Lumuf frowned. Well, nothing's changed then, but so the void sun. Is that where your god is stored? Would you know how to break this barrier? Jorkan glanced upward from the surface of the demonic world, and the void barrier was a large black sheet that made a portion of the sky pitch black, a portion of the sky starless and dark. No, but the Eurasian worlds are behind them. I can feel them there. We must reach them. Do you think we can believe it? Lumuf asked me through our connection. I don't know, but it doesn't change what we need to do. We must reach the black sun and end the demonic scourge that plagues so many worlds. We can let it remain on these sun rings while we venture further. With the 6 sun rings explored, now our attention shifted to the worlds around these 5 other sun rings. From sun rings IV, we were able to reach a part of the void sea that was further away from us. A world inhabited by the believers of Gaia, and behind that world, many more Gaian worlds. Well, let's go make contact with a god, Stella said. I hope it's friendly. Year 310. Gaia Periphery World. It wasn't hard for us to figure out that these were peripheral worlds, because though Gaia was the dominant religion of these worlds, there were still some believers of the other gods. Hawa, Ava, and Nera worshippers are still featured in small minority numbers. Gaia itself also splintered into 2 main faiths, the doctrinate Gaian and the spiritual Gaians, and interestingly, they fought with each other more than they did against the other minority faiths. I believed this sort of schism in the faith would not be permitted on any of the core worlds. It was, unsurprisingly, very much a normal magical medieval world, and it was the 2 great faiths of the world that controlled the world. The strength of those on Gaia's periphery was relatively weak, and they were also invaded by demons fairly regularly, around every 40 to 50 years. But we were not here to help, and they were not looking for help. We were here to look for a god. So their domestic affairs mattered little to us. If anything, it is for Gaia to solve. I do not know whether it is possible to summon Gaia for an audience. The high priest of the spiritual Gaians swore in his audience room, but Lumuf's aura was enough to convince him of the seriousness of the message for Gara. Gaia communicates with us whenever it wants to. Pray to him. Tell them that there are other gods looking to speak to him about the demons, Lumuf said firmly. Say that we will move further in to look for him. I will try, but nothing happened. We decided to move further in. Gaia Inner Periphery World. The inner peripheral world of Gaia resembled quite like any other, and here, Gaia was dominant. On the other hand, worship of Gaia itself was again splintered into two. The northern Gaia and the southern Gaia faiths both worshipped the same god and both had their own council of priests. Lumuf figured that any god that allowed such schism must be located quite distant from their main god, and so we didn't dwell too long. Maybe it was just easier that way. Still, we noticed that the demons' invasions were getting rare, only about once every 50 to 70 years, and when that happened, Gaia would usually summon about 5 to 10 heroes. These human heroes would then follow the usual path, though in most cases the heroes died and things went back to normal. Even when they lived, most heroes don't live very long, usually another 10 or 20 years to go. There was something rather suspicious about their deaths. The heroes supposedly died in their sleep. It should have been impossible for heroes to die in their sleep, given their exceptional physical health and all that, so we knew something was up. But alas, we didn't linger to check. We moved further and closer to the Gaia world. We dropped by 6 more Gaia peripheral worlds, each stretching Stella's abilities as far as we could. Gaian presence in these worlds were all fairly similar. As the dominant religion, it seemed Gaia's priests were strongest in these worlds, but also they were all fragmented. In one of the worlds, Gaia was split into 3 sub-factions, even though they were still nominally a single faith. In others, it was outright civil war between splintered religions. We also noticed that Stella's range of teleports began to shrink. There was a wave pushing back at us, a divine current that meant we had to spend more void mana just to travel the same distance. It was an interesting mechanism to restrict demonic travel in this manner. Of course, this wave wasn't really targeted against us, but against all forms of void-based travel. There's a comet that's headed somewhere, Stella observed. It was still moving very, very slowly, but the waves of the divine current in the void sea were pushing against the comet. Lumuf found the mechanism of pushing against the void sea in this manner fascinating. I suppose this is one of Gaia's countermeasures against a comet-like event. Can we hop to the next world? Yeah, I think we can still go for another one. Gaia Middle World Eyes. Middle World, the signs were obvious once we remembered what we felt when we were through Hawa's lands. The subtle, permeating sense that there was a god watching us, and our presence was like a rock that disturbed the once endless calm. Gaia's priests were in high alarm, and the first encounter was not at all friendly. There were small platoons of relatively powerful Gaia warriors who departed in search of us. These were Gaian blessed, with weapons that were enchanted by priests. Not enough to be relics, but enough that they were strong enough to deal with monsters around the level of demon champions. They couldn't see us, and we snuck through these defenses easily. Should we just pop up? Stella smiled. Maybe they'll just take us to Gaia. Do you think it's so easy? Yes, Stella said. It'll send us to a different Gaia world if it doesn't work out. It's not as if they could hurt you. Lumuf thought on her suggestion for a bit and realized Stella had a point. Gaia does appear to appreciate some honesty, and so Lumuf appeared before the Gaia champions. They attacked immediately, only to find that none of their attacks harmed my avatar. Just on stats alone, he was so strong that he shrugged off all the attacks, and his sheer presence made them stagger. They attacked once more. Lumuf stood as if he was the mountain and they were the wailing winds. They attacked repeatedly, each of their strikes bouncing off his flesh and protective shields. Impossible, they declared. You must not be real, this is an illusion. Oh, Lumuf grabbed one of them with his vines and then he gripped one of their shoulders with his arm. This is an illusion. Stella and Edna were just amused and teased. Stop bullying them already, they're just not used to this. Lumuf focused on them. I want to speak to Gaia. Where do I go? The man that Lumuf grabbed wailed and tried to escape. The temple of the highest spire. Where is this temple? Lumuf's arm was like the vice grip of God, and no matter how hard the man tried, he couldn't free himself. His teammates tried attacking some more, but all that did was slam into more shields. The temple is on the Heavens Bay. It's to the direction of the rising sun, past 22 distance markers. What does this temple look like? It's the tallest tower along the bay. You can't miss it. The man still struggled as he answered. Good. Who do I find to speak to Gaia? Lumuf said as he weaved his priestly powers into his words. The man could speak no lie in his presence. It was said that some priests had power to compel the truth. Confession, speak no lie before divinity. Some domain holders learned how to use their sheer presence to do so, without need for any skill. On the tower there's a statue of Gaia. You need a priest. A high priest and a ceremony to summon Gaia. The man flailed, but there was nothing he could do. Great. Which high priest and what's the name of this ceremony? Lumuf said. His teammates screamed at him. Stop talking. We can't reveal such secrets to outsiders. His teammates attacked, but they all just bounced off Lumuf's shields. The man looked like his head was in intense pain, but then he was helpless. Find the great circle priests. The ceremony is called the Heavenly Communion. The man clearly was so upset that he had somehow betrayed his own faith that he attempted to stab himself. Lumuf frowned. There's really no need to go to such extremes, is there? Patrick, can you work your magic? Yes. At that moment, Lumuf's avatar form extended my Titan's range temporarily, and through him, the Titan's mind-altering abilities smashed into all of them. All of them fell asleep there and then. They would remember that something altered their minds, but whatever happened would not be remembered. A shame. Yes, the great circle priests looked horrified, but they were willing to accept the instruction. They were fairly strong priests, and their divine presence protected them from the effects of Lumuf's domain a little. Heavenly Communion is a sacred art that requires a great deal of sacrifice. It wasn't hard for Lumuf to just pop up in their room and talk to them. The great circle priests were pretty much similar to the Howan high priests and even had fairly similar markings. It was amusing how similar priests were, even though they had different gods. Make it happen, Lumuf declared. The great circle priests, like Hawa's Olivia, seemed to have a greater understanding that there were powers beyond theirs. I wondered whether this was part and parcel of a priest's education. Or maybe, indirectly, through their connection to the gods, they obtained a certain type of instinct to react. The other great circle priests tried to intervene. At first, then when they saw and felt Lumuf, they realized they were in no position to oppose. And so, the great circle priests of Gia stood around a statue of a woman holding a stick and called on their god. They sacrificed 3 animals and began to sing. The holy energies of the great priests gathered around the statue, and the statue began to glow gold. Then the statue itself came to life, as a form shrouded in gold, holding a golden stick with an orb at its tip, and wore a mask that resembled the endless swirling water. I am summoned. Gia spoke. Speak your request, my faithful. This one wishes to speak to you. He claims to be from another world and has something to say about the demons. The priest said, I felt the strength of divinity, and it felt similar to Ava and Hawa, so Lumuf returned it with a full reveal of our own divine presence. Our powers met in the statue itself, as the air was charged with the conflicting energies. The priests all paled and Lumuf spoke. It's best if the rest of you leave. Gia stared back at Lumuf, and then my avatar formed, an avatar of one who reached the 3rd step. Where are you from and what do you want? I quickly introduced ourselves, spoke of our goals to attack the demon lands and that we had come to seek assistance. Gia said nothing, and then, these matters should be spoken elsewhere. Come. The golden form of Gia transformed once more. This time, a golden portal appeared right in the chambers. Well, let's go. The 3 domain holders stepped through the portal. Gia in our core world, the true Gaia world. We had never used divine portals up until now, but it seemed that Stella had done so in the past. This felt like the portals the heroes used when we first came to the world. The portal allowed the 3 to travel through a tunnel filled with golden light, and it was very, very different from the void portals. When we landed, we arrived at a beautiful golden chamber located amongst the clouds. A city on the clouds itself, and we could feel the intense divine laws of the world attempt to exert its control over us. It didn't. They merely bounced off our domains, but once more it was a reminder we were in a land that would fight against us if Gia so willed it. We saw around us flying warriors riding on golden-colored creatures. The world was filled with power. Gia itself transformed. Here, a stronger version of Gia appeared before us. This is one of my core worlds, where my strength is at its peak. Gia spoke. The small stick transformed into a long, ornate battle staff. Gia took the form of a woman here. She wore a golden robe, made of a chainmail-like material, a golden wolf mask, and golden pauldrons filled with wolf-like motifs. Id always wanted to see what a core world is like. I answered and did not feel coward. The world never stopped trying to impose its will, and I could see and feel how it drained us, even if indirectly. It was harder on Stella than Edna or Lumuf, but it is a beautiful place, looked quite like a fairy tale world. From what we know, the Gaian myths were fairly typical. Gia proclaimed himself in some worlds where it took the form of a man to be the creature of the world and the god of all things. Closer to the peripheral worlds, Gaian myths were slightly different. Gia was shown as the dual gods, both reflecting a male and female form, a beastly and a spirit form. Gaian myth claimed that it was Gia that made beasts into men. It was the bridge of wisdom and intelligence, the god of transformation of beast and men. Beasts prayed to Gia to hopefully one day transcend their beastly forms, while the men prayed to Gia for the ancient strengths of the beasts. Even gods that were on the world faith system had a focus. A field of mastery where it cost them less faith points to do things and to act. Perhaps they could even do so for free. Does it impress you? Gia asked. Lumuf nodded. I agreed and answered, my voice echoed here. The divine energies of the world seem to recognize mine as a divine presence as well. It does. Fairy tales are rare. Perhaps these types of city views are impossible outside of the core worlds of the old gods, so I turned to Gia. Hawa claims you are the oldest of us all, and so you may know of the origins of the demons and the god that is within the Black Sun. Oh, you spoke to the one who still pretends to be the god of the divine flames, Gia said with a strange chuckle. I am often amused that he survived these demons. The demons are no match for the gods in their core worlds, I said, but we've reached close to the demon's barrier, and so we are now considering how to destroy it. But first, what are we dealing with? Hawa doesn't know. Yes, the demons that you see now are not the original demons of the world. They are mutants, a divine plague created by the one who suffered the most from the changing mechanisms of faith. Oh, I wondered whether it would be Eras or the new god we've learned about on the Sun Rings, Wadra. Who might this be? The details are lost, Gia answered. I suspect there was a traitor amongst us when we, the old gods, made the world faith system, because all of us could not remember who created the current version of the demons. A binding that made us forget, hidden somewhere in the great new system. I didn't know whether Gia had a reason to lie, but I decided I wasn't going to have it. Perhaps it is Wadra, or Eras. No, that nut job is too busy building things to destroy us, Gia laughed. But I suppose he is the type of nut job that made things just because he could, not because he should. So, mayhaps, maybe he had a hand in meddling the demon's ways. Oh, tell us then, what do you know of the demons? What is it that we fight? I remember that the original demons did not possess the ability to traverse the world. Instead, they were created by the system and were meant to be in existence within it. There used to be a time when the world had classes like demonologist and demon summoners, because the old mortals could form pacts with the ancient demons. These images of demons are written into the system as a false counterpart to our divinity. Ah, much like the magical summons. Very much so, Gia said. Its current form is a corrupted mutant. A hive mind ruled by nothing, with no desire beyond the annihilation of all mortal worlds, to supplant the system and remake it in its will. Which god contributed to this transformation, I do not recall. Mayhaps I am not supposed to recall, as a traitor amongst us wanted it so. Then do you know of Wadra, the nomadic shapeshifters? Are they not dead yet? I faintly remember from eons ago that the first mutant demons chased after these nomadic shapeshifters through the stars and consumed all of them. Eras and Wadra worked together to build the sun rings. Do you know why and what it is for? I pushed. No. I do not look into what that nutjob builds. He builds new things every time someone mentions him. Did you meet him? No, but I wonder whether either Eras or Wadra is the one trapped within the black sun. There was a long, long silence. Gia walked around the room as if thinking, and yet I did not think gods had a physical form. If anything, this was just an anchor, the one we saw and spoke to before us in apparition, a spiritual incarnation of Gia. Gia as a god existed as a spiritual mass between worlds. Hawa claimed all world faith gods were the same. Their physical form was nothing more than a tool to deal with mortals, so Gia pacing around was thoroughly unnecessary. I fear it is more likely Eras is within the Black Sun, I see. Is he a friend? Me and Eras. No. Will you aid us to attack the Black Sun? Aid, perhaps, if the situation improves and I have men to spare, Gia answered. Perhaps more likely that you will find my assistance only when you really need it. There are many demon worlds, many invading all of my worlds, Gia answered. I will help lighten the load on my way there, I answered. I made no clear commitments, but if there were demons on our way out of the Gia territory, we'd just destroy them. Very well. Gia reached into her armor and took out a golden ticket, a ticket for assistance. Should you need my best warriors, this will be it. This is a battle against demons with potentially godlike powers, the creatures capable of capturing gods. What will this ticket be? I clarified, myself if the situation calls for it, but before we could leave, Gia had questions of her own. Why did you turn down the world faith system? I liked the level system, I answered. The world faith system benefits were not relevant to me. Year 310 continued. Gia Outer Middle World, Ice. A golden portal and they were sent to the edges of Gia's territory once more. Think this thing is a trap? Lumuf asked as he held up the giant ticket. It didn't feel all that strong, not like Hawa's bomb. It felt flimsy, its presence easily overwhelmed by Lumuf's spiritual domain. Hawa's bomb felt like a solid rock that pulsed with power, while this ticket felt like a wet rag along a flowing river. It didn't hold up very well. Gaian's summoning ticket. An object with sufficient divine energy to call upon Gia itself to descend momentarily and deliver divine fury. It could be. The best way we can deal with this issue is to obtain similar items from other gods and use them to check on each other, Stella said. As far as we can tell, other gods can restrict the action of a god. Lumu flipped the thing around and decided that it was better for it to be stored somewhere else. So just like Hawa's bomb, we teleported it all the way to Kemet World, where it was kept far away from anything and everything. So we should visit Ava and whoever that is next. Lumuf clarified as they landed on the world. Yeah, but first let's kill some demons. Edna smiled as her eyes gazed at the void path through the stars. The middle world still faced demons, just with surprising rarity. Let's deal with this and get some steam off. I've been itching for a fight. And the domain holders fought a demon king. We killed it. The three were too much for regular demon kings, and the demon king felt weak. Edna alone could hold it down, and once the effects of Gaian divine law over their world were added to the mix, the Demon Kings were challenging, but ultimately a manageable threat. Gaia Middle World IIs. The domain holders destroyed a Demon King within days of their arrival. Lumoof didn't gain a level. Edna didn't either. Stella did, level 199. Stella said, "We were immensely close to the edge, and I wondered what sort of abilities Stella would gain at level 200. I can't actually believe I am so close." "Well then let's get going. You need to start doing more against the Demon Kings," Edna countered, but it was strange. A few more battles later didn't move the needle. We defeated 3 more Demon Kings on 3 more middle and peripheral worlds over the course of 3 to 4 months. Then we were back in the Sun Rings. I actually think that the level 200 needs something else, a kind of epiphany or some kind of profound realization. Stella countered, "Let's go visit the other gods." "Really? Did we have that?" Edna and Lumoof asked simultaneously. The two looked at each other temporarily to rest. The sun rings were each linked to each other, and we could move between them with the Eurasian gates. However, because they were powered by void mana, heroes could not use them. You two are almost combat-focused domain holders. The rules that apply to you don't apply to mages. We've known since the very start that mages have their own set of rules and conditions that make it difficult for the rest of us. Stella vented. She wasn't mad, just annoyed at how the system made it difficult for magic users, and a challenge we faced even till today. Well, I suppose we can go look for these epiphanies, and these encounters with gods are more likely to generate the necessary epiphanies, Lumoof declared. After all, you just leveled after meeting Gaia. Maybe you'll gain more if we meet Nira or Ava. Stella pondered the idea and realized it made sense. But the three were a little tired, and so once they were back in the Sun Rings, it was much easier to hop back home. I hope we meet Ava first. At least I wouldn't be so stressed out about it. What if Ava wants his territory back? Well, then so be it, I answered. Year 311. First, Lumoof made a trip to Satria and called on Hawa. It was strangely appropriate for a priest to play the role of diplomatic messenger between the gods. Maybe in an ancient time when the gods were close and pseudo-pantheons existed, the priests were messengers between bickering gods. We met Gaia. Lumoof said to Hawa, who seemed thoroughly amused. "He sends his regards. I imagine it is unpleasant." Hawa responded. "The old one was in a male form or a female form, female." "Then you've met the nicer one. Gaia, the old one, exists in 3 forms, at least 10,000 years ago when we were also close enough to somewhat interact. The combined form was the most unpleasant of the 3, but the most powerful. That should have been something you said. Our divine memory operates like a patch of things scattered all over the place. I do not remember what I do not remember. But more importantly, Gaia offered us a ticket to fight against the demons. I ask that you do the same, as a commitment to our venture into the Demonlands." He did, Hawa asked but then answered the question himself. Maybe he just asked the system and the system responded. Interesting way of going about things. This is new to me as well, but I can do so too. Very well, here. A similar golden ticket appeared in Hawa's hand and Lumoof received it. We realized that the gods had a way of replicating what each other did. What does this actually do? This is a condensed spiritual faith. The prayers of our faithful, captured and bottled, raw faith before the system converts them into faith points. If released for a brief moment, we can temporarily reveal ourselves in that location. Think of miracles, bigger but transient. I see. You can see through it, can't you, a little? We can always see things through our faith. If it feels like we're spying on you, then you may want to keep it somewhere far away, like you did with my bomb, you can tell. We were letting them spy on us, but now that we knew, at least it would be intentional. It is a feature of the faith system. We know where our faith is, but as I said, what we see is fairly limited. The strength of faith is what determines visibility, not altogether dissimilar to how I could see and sense those with Ionic classes, but they'd taken it to a galactic level. Ill be headed to search for Ava and Nira, or any of the other gods. Ava is the monk, the esoteric, though I dare say Ava is also the most diversified of us gods. Ava in the old times was more of a secluded artist. The Avan faith was generally more popular amongst the flying folk, the avian Garudas, the harpies, and the winged angels. Avan priests were always a little more insular, and they generally preferred high, secluded places where they could be close to the world. You can say they are perhaps the most aligned to someone like yourself. Wait. Lumoof stopped as we realized we could better understand the angels. We've generally ignored the angels after our past interactions. I met the angels. What are they? Before the gods settled on using heroes as a way of dealing with demons, some of them experimented on an elite army. Ava and Nira and a few other gods created many different types. The angels, the winged dragonlings, and a few other types of elite warriors, all without the natural inhibitions of the spirit that allowed them to reach into the great heights. These were the first, pre-heroic armies, a modification of the powerful armies we always had on our core worlds. We waited for Hawa to continue. Alas, the cost of these armies were too heavy to maintain in faraway worlds, especially with our limited influence. It also consumes faith for us to create warriors without the natural level limits. It is not much individually, but for it to be a powerful army, it is quite an expense, especially when spread throughout hundreds of worlds. They also greatly disrupted the natural power balance of these worlds. Even moving armies of that size from world to world was a significant faith expense. In the end, a short-term, expendable army of exceptionally powerful heroes who were designed to wither after victory was far more effective, while we reserved these elite armies for our core worlds. That was the closest we got to a confession from Hawa on the nature of heroes. It was not a pleasant message to deliver to the heroes. Ken was right. What of Nira? Nira is one of the three gods of the elves, and Nira goes by many, many names. Well, I suppose we all have many names, and in some worlds I have multiple names as well. They call it aspects. How does the system know who is praying to who? Lumuf asked. I mean, if you go by many names, how does the faith reach you? Ah, easy. In each world we mark and reserve certain names, so prayers on these worlds to those certain names are directed to us. Names have tremendous power, and the core defines the meaning of names. Wait. Doesn't that mean that the demons can overwrite the meaning of names when they control the core? They could, but only for that world. So far from what I have seen, they appear to approach it like feral beasts consuming everything. I now understood why I could harvest the hero's spirit and heroic fragments only after I placed my core or my node down in a location. I was not a named entity in that world's library of names. Without being named, the world didn't know I had priority to the hero's spirit. In the end, I prodded Hawa for more details on the other gods. It's disturbing how the system really works like a system. Stella said, as we peel back the layers of the system, I wouldn't be surprised if there's really some magical supercomputer at the heart of it all, assigning names and rules. Maybe it's just a massive Patrick. The core was the heart of every world. It was how the world's law is stored and how its specific rules are interpreted. Our domains made us into some kind of exception. An alien, but could you weaponize this? Surely if each rule is controlled by the core, we can use this as a weapon, twist the rules to our advantage. Like the Black Sun. What if the Black Sun has a planet nearby with a core that actually controls the rules of that realm? Like the sun rings, each of the sun rings exist with a planet nearby. The planet may be uninhabited or controlled by the demons, but I am quite sure that the planet's core actually has authority over the natural laws that apply over the entire realm, including the sun rings. Stella might be right. If the Black Sun was incredibly powerful, attacking it would be foolish. But destroying the entity that controlled the planet's core and using that core's will of the world to undo or change that realm's laws could allow us an entry point into the Black Sun. You might be onto something, I know, but let's go get my level 200 first. Sun rings III peripheral world I, one jump away from sun rings III. Edna asked as we arrived, so feel anything? I think so. Lumuf said, I sort of feel something, like a vague gut feeling, just go with it. I think we're far away, it's most likely far away. Such a powerful structure can only exist without other gods meddling. More appropriately, if the sun rings were near to any other god, that god would have the necessary power to easily destroy it. Stella said, so by that logic. That logic implies that this area used to be in a vacuum, and that the gods do not overlap. So if a space was most likely occupied by eras in the past, no one made a fuss when it switched allegiances and became part of the demon's territory. It's too far and too costly for them to make a fuss. Even if they wanted to, the expense was likely something too high, especially to destroy something like the sun rings. Stella clarified, but let's go. I think we need at least 5 hops before we find something. There was nothing that needed to be said about demons. They were in existence to be annihilated, and so we did. Stella, Edna, and Lumuf thus went on a demon king hunting spree. It took us a century, and then some since my reemerged from the rotted lens, but it was amusing that my 3 domain holders were at the level that hunting demon kings was entirely possible. 4 more demon kings died over a period of 2 months as the 3 demigods reached further and deeper into the lands. We were likely to be approaching Aven territory, because when we reached the 5th world we encountered Aven temples. Stella's level 200 remained elusive, but we were already close. We were not going to stop now. The 6th world we arrived at was something of a wonder, a world with 3 suns surrounding a single planet, a world where 3 suns and 3 moons actually orbited a single supermassive planet. The main supermassive planet was filled with all kinds of humans, elves, dwarves, and many more unusual races, people with animal heads like tiger heads which referred to themselves as tigerans. There were mermaids on their seas. The moons, though, were actual regular-sized planets, and they too had their own people on it. Each of the 3 moon worlds had their own races, one with an insectoid folk, while another moon was a total water world filled with mermaids and mermen and fish. The 3rd one was filled with some kind of rock crab golem humanoid. The reason that we were drawn to this world was the same as many others, divinity. The supermassive world was named Dighton, and the surface of the supermassive world revealed an interesting subterranean layer with just as massive tunnels and caves. Caves that were so large that they may as well have been entire countries. But for us, the three demigods only had to follow the familiar scent of divinity, and soon we found ourselves diving deeper underground, where we encountered a giant worm god that was still in the process of devouring a demon king. Truly, there were predators for even the most apex of predators, and this gigantic worm was clearly a domain holder of some kind. Yet it did not speak. It radiated a powerful aura that made us feel as if we were staring at something similar to us in strength. It was at least level 200, but not enough to be level 250. We could feel its aura against ours. It didn't respond. Well, I think we should leave, Stella suggested in the end. As long as it eats demons, I guess we can let it be. The locals referred to the worm god as the demon eater, and it appeared to be a creature that somehow thrived on consuming demons. It still boggles my mind how something like that could reach that level of power. Perhaps it had somehow consumed a weakened demon king. We were about to move to the next world when we received an urgent call for help from our own people on the Sun Rings. Someone was using the Eurasian gates, and it was not one of us. The three domain holders had to quickly jump back and confront whatever it was. Back on Sun Rings III, the Eurasian gates whirled to life, and then a titan stepped through it. A giant man covered in a full body suit of steel and helmet was just as surprised to see us. The man's steel fist glowed with power and slammed into Edna's shield. "Welcome, who might you be?" Edna asked. The man stared at Edna, then at Stella. When his eyes looked at Stella, he looked horrified and tapped on something. The man was about to magically warp away, but Lumuf's roots wrapped around him and the magic vanished. "I think we can talk here." The man gulped and a second fist smashed into Edna's shield again. But the steel man looked at Lumuf and Edna and sighed. Who are you?" "Are you a member of the Void Cult?" "Void Cult," Lumuf said. The roots continued to hold onto the man's body. "Why do you have someone with void energies with you?" He pointed. "One of the demons. She's a master of void magic, but she isn't a demon." Lumuf intervened. "Now, who are you?" The man was clearly at least a domain holder, but he was likely just barely a domain holder, someone in the level 150s. "Just kill me if that is what you want." "I want speak to someone of the Void Cult, and I want spill my secrets." "I don't intend to," Lumuf said as our vines wrapped around the man. "We are not from the Void Cult. What do we have to say to prove otherwise?" The steel helmet stared at Stella and then started to say something in an alien language that sounded like a combination of barks and screams. Stella just stared at the man like an alien. "What in the world is that?" The man stopped. "You didn't react to that." "What was that supposed to be?" Stella clarified. "I am human and I learned void magic from the Zaratans, and I've been using it to open pathways through the Void Sea." "Zaratans? Oh, those Zaratans. You learned void magic from the Void Swimmers." The steel man looked immediately relieved. "You can let go. I promise I won't run away." Lumuf glanced at Edna and Edna nodded. "Very well. So who are you and why?" "I'm Artham, but you can call me anything you want, and I guess you can call me a world hopper. I hop between worlds using this. It goes by many names, but you can call it the Ancient World Key." The steel man displayed a small object filled with divine mana. "It opens a small portal between worlds, big enough for me to hop. I use these ancient gates to save my world key's remaining use charges. They charge extremely slowly, only one charge every 50 years. "Well, where are you headed?" Lumuf asked. "One of the other safe worlds, far from the demons and the petty gods. I have to move around because demons and heroes and all that. So you just ran away?" Edna immediately looked at the man. She clearly was feeling a little judgment, but tried her best not to show it. "Yes, and no shame in that. I may be high level and already took the first steps into the divine, but I know my strength. I can't match the demon kings. And you did nothing to help, says who?" The man looked indignant. "The world needs heroes. I tried that hero stuff thousands of years ago, and all I got were scars. Hell, I even had a beautiful body once, and now I cover myself up in this armor just to keep my body from burning up." Lumuf and Edna looked at each other. "There are gods and others who can help. Why didn't you approach them?" "Others? You trust the gods too easily. A weak demigod like me would be turned into food and an enemy to be slain for experience and levels. I fought with Gia's hero once, and in the end I got doused in a heavy demonic fire that I cannot extinguish, only suppress. Gia's so-called priests refused to help, and their god wanted my service for any assistance." "You're immortal, are you not?" Edna asked. The steel man Artham's glowing eyes blinked. "What exactly do you mean?" "I mean you don't age. Thus the years are just time you have. Unlimited time. Some periods of service don't sound too unreasonable. But I refuse to bend the knee to an insane god like Gaia, or any of these other crazy folk. All of these faith gods are insane. You've just not seen the crazy stuff." Stella cut in, frustrated. She clearly didn't think the person was sane. "All right, you clearly are afraid of the Void Cult. Who are they? Why should I tell you?" The man said defiantly, and then Lumuf's roots began to curl around his armor a little tighter. He quickly changed his mind. "Shapeshifters. They use void magic to infiltrate worlds and corrupt them. They turn the faithful against each other and create chaos. Once the world is sufficiently weakened, they plant the demon crystals to lure the demons to those worlds. The three were silent. We waited for him to continue. The steel man paused and stared at the three, taking turns to stop briefly at each one. Wait, you've not seen them. I can't say we did. When's the last time you saw one yourself? Lumuf asked. Like a few thousand years ago. Around that, I can't quite recall. I enter periods of hibernation to deal with my health issues. So you're dealing with heavily outdated information. This cult may be long gone and that's why we don't know about it. Lumuf theorized, but a few thousand years was also a relatively short time to the gods, so it is possible that we really didn't encounter them just yet. Just because you don't see them doesn't mean they don't exist. Lumuf shrugged. Well, that is so. If we ever encounter these things, it's been many years, didn't you gain enough levels to overcome whatever curse you're dealing with? Edna asked, also curious. Based on how our own domain holders grew over time, it really was a matter of time until they gained the strength and experience needed to become stronger, and thus reverse or mitigate the effects of any curse. I had the impression curses don't stick on domain holders all that well. Artham couldn't believe what he heard. You're sort of right and sort of wrong. Also, do you think levels grow on trees and I can just somehow outgrow my curses? The three of them looked at each other. Lumuf almost wanted to correct him, but then realized it was pointless and so decided to talk about something else. Anyway, Artham, where is this safe world of yours, and why would I disclose such an important thing, and I won't tell you even if you threaten me? Lumuf decided to change direction and so loosened his hold over the armored man. All right, I won't insist, but the fact that you've used the Eurasian gates at this time is some luck. Do you want to travel somewhere with us where we can help you? I think we can help you with the curse at least. Artham looked at Lumuf like he was mad. You want me to go with you somewhere? Yes, meet Ian, and if we happen to like each other, we can help you with your curse. No, I will not do so. Instead, I will be on my way. Final question before I let you go. Lumuf asked. What's your domain? The man paused and then sighed. I see no reason to disclose. Goodbye. The man tapped his artifact again and we watched him vanish through the object's divine ability. At that moment, we took a feel of the object's divine aura and realized it was not one of the divine auras we felt before. Do you think he's good? Lumuf looked around. He feels like a coward. At least I feel he's likely harmless. Edna said his punches didn't hurt that much. A strange person to be a domain holder. We've met many domain holders, and yet I feel like he's probably a researcher, a mage or some sort. Stella was too busy studying the vanished domain holder. The divine energies vanished in a direction different from us. His divine key uses a different sort of map, almost as if he is traveling in a different void layer, and so his world is likely not nearby in our map. We should get one of those. Maybe Ava has one. Let's go back and meet Ava. Year 311. The trio thus saw it fit to slay any demon kings along the path, world after world, attacked by demons. Along the way, they saw more of Ava's believers. It took a full year to hop 10 worlds, and just like Gaia, as we approached deeper and deeper, we noticed that the cost of opening a void path through the void sea increased. A wave in the void. Stella described it like trying to swim upriver. Ava, I often wondered whether that god would be surprised to see us again. Actually, now that I had access to both Gaia and Hawa, financially, I most likely could make a huge amount of money selling pilgrimage services to their homeworlds. For believers of Gaia and Hawa, they would likely want to feel the presence of their gods. Could I be the god of travel that way? With my clones and nodes, I was already one step along that path. Maybe myself and Stella could be the two gods of the journey, or the gods of pilgrimage. Maybe Stella's level 200 would be about traveling, since it was her access to void magic that truly unlocked the wider world for us. Without her void magic, a lot of what we achieved today was impossible, or I would have to survive and fight for much longer, until I gained access to some sort of divine magic and could use divine portals like Gaia. It could be a great way for me to bridge and smoothen out old conflicts with the four temples and restore normal relations between the religions. Gigantodragon, the dragon-shaped peripheral world. Let me try this one alone, Lausanne said to the rest of her domain holder peers. She wanted to gain levels quickly, and one way she was sure to do so was to try demon kings on her own. The challenge of the battle would help her. I'll call for help once I'm spent. A cycle of peace was finally over, and Gigantodragon would face another demon king. But the past decade of peace brought respite to many of the once destroyed parts of their world, though the tail half of Gigantodragon was only 20 to 30% of what it once was. There were still many dead towns and villages that used to be home to the dragonlings. Many of them were still dead today. Sure. Eben motioned with his hand as if he was an usher showing Lausanne to her place. All yours, princess. Lausanne frowned. I'm a little too old to be a princess. It also reminded her of her younger days when she was the de facto princess of Ian. Maybe to her it brought back some unpleasant memories. Elves don't age, so I think you count. Eben insisted as the elven woman walked a step closer to the knight. But knock yourselves out. Lausanne punched Eben playfully anyway, but her senses were honed on the coming demon. Through our shared connection, we could subtly feel the Demon King traveling through the path. For a night, you sure like to insult your princess. Void Path buzzed. The Order's agents returned from the demon world. The Demon King is on its way, milady. We already knew, but it was nice to have confirmation. Got it, got it. Lausanne nodded as the Void Mages passed a few reports to her. She flipped through them quickly and returned it. Inform the rest. Let's get ready. You get ready. Eben smiled, more than happy to let the Elven lady deal with the Demon King. The rest of us have time. Would you like some tea? Eben said as he found a place to sit. Lausanne blinked a few times and wanted to punch the knight again. He dodged. Eben was better when he was relaxed. He clearly didn't seem to mind not having chosen any of the domain choices. I supported him too. In an earlier conversation, I told him, Eben, if you don't want to choose, go ahead. It's worth experimenting on this and figure out what happens when we don't choose any of the 3 choices. From what we know of the system, there exists some interesting quirks and options that may appear when we go off the beaten path. Eben took it as approval to hold off his choice for longer. As per our initial findings, we've confirmed that it's a giant lion-headed demon. Strong fire element bias. It seems to be a strong anti-magic type of demon too. The Void Mage commented, well, head back first. Lausanne watched the mages vanish as she stood alone. Everyone else respected her request and so stationed themselves far away. She breathed and her spear pulsed with her. Another 50 levels to go, she said to herself in Lightwood. She wanted to reach level 200. If she could get to level 250, even better. The Demon King arrived. Lightwood glowed with all the star mana she could feed it. The spear transformed with the star mana and turned into a spear of light. The skies flashed like it was a thunderstorm whenever the slightly green-tinted spear exploded with each star mana-infused strike. The spectators watched while Eben got his tea. He wasn't a big fan of tea, but it felt appropriate to have one while watching Lausanne fight a Demon King. You seem confident in her victory. Rune and Johann sat next to him and teased. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? Eben poured a cup for each of them too. Hoya glared at the knight but decided not to say anything. Did you bless her? Rune asked. A simple set of buffs, Hoya answered. For a challenge, she shouldn't get them. The heroes don't get buffs. She just wants to know where she stands when compared to the heroes. A buff doesn't change all that much. A buff from you changes a lot, Matriarch Hoya. Eben countered. There were more flashes of light. The battle went on. Some of the Order's operatives distributed lunch. But halfway through lunch, Lausanne's Lightwood was thrust into the Demon King's exposed core, and the core shattered. She was victorious. This time, after fighting for only half a day, she killed the Demon King single-handedly. That Demon King was rather weak, she declared as she and Lightwood both gained 5 levels from the exchange. Reckless Hoya scolded and healed her. She was covered in dirt and she had taken some damage, but a domain-level body empowered by star mana was incredibly tanky. Hoya tried to pinch her and Lausanne squirmed. But it's not the first time we told you that, so you're not going to stop. You've reached what most heroes should reach, the point where heroes can kill Demon Kings single-handedly. The white statue could fight a Demon King. Osrides could do it. Ian could do it. I have star mana, and now I also have Lightwood, an actual divine living weapon, so I thought I should be able to do it, even if I am still at a lower level. I suppose the presentation and style of the battle is not as clean as it should be, Lausanne said. The mages told me they rate that Demon King a 4 out of 10, so don't get too confident. I wouldn't want to see you in that biolab. Hoya tapped the elf on the head, maybe a little harder than normal. All right, you're good. When's the next one? All right. We're clear for a few years, unless we head over to the Gaia or Ava side of things. If we establish a clone or a node on that side, we could get access to more. If it's not because of all the void mana around the sun rings, I'd love to try and take on the Defender Demon Kings on the sun rings. Lausanne sighed. I'd love to see where I match up. The overwhelming void mana was a significant disadvantage for Lausanne, since they combusted around her. There was so much void mana that the mages predicted that there would be a perpetual explosion around her. In a way, the sun rings was a great anti-hero counter. No, it could even be said that the sun rings were engineered to be inaccessible to heroes. At least in Lausanne's case, she could convert her star mana into regular mana and still make the trip. The 2 native heroes of Gigantodragon were busy doing normal transmigrated hero things, like tending to their harem. For them, the warning signs in their mind didn't trigger until the Demon King actually arrived. It made me suspect that was why each Demon King was accompanied by a system announcement. It functioned as a call to arms to all heroes located in a particular world. The Order maintained a large building on the largest city of Gigantodragon. The locals referred to it as Fort Brambles because of the thick brambles that surrounded the fortified structure. The domain holders would visit the local institutions as a means to check on their operations and also have a look at the developments since they last visited. The domain holders were often away for months, years on expeditions through the worlds, and so the local operatives on Gigantodragon and the various other worlds would only see the domain holders once every few years. Dragonling operatives within the order was still a rarity, but since our presence here was slightly over a decade ago, the first batches of graduates were now ready for the mid-levels. That meant warriors and soldiers around level 70 to 80. Dragonlings were natural flyers, and thus they were the first Valthorn soldiers capable of flight without the use of magic or tools. Though from our tests so far, this flying ability didn't work that well on some of the demonic worlds. They helped to add strength to our air force and augment the use of drakes and wyverns from Capra. Within the order, WED generally classified the type of combat engagements into three main types. DK class engagements referred to all combat engagements with exceptional opponents, and this was an area where the bulk of the order played a supporting role. DK class engagements were mainly confined to the domain holders and heroes, with some limited roles for the level 100 to 149. These engagements were the most publicized due to the sheer level of power, and the Order's propaganda corps would weave beautiful stories targeted at the general public. Most of the Order's soldiers would not be able to participate in them directly. Then there were the two major combat engagements where most of the Order was deployed to and was often unseen to the public. Offensive operations. This was where we engaged in battle against demonic swarms, invasions into demonic worlds, countering opponents like demonic champions, battling other nations, and so on. Defensive operations referred to peacekeeping engagements, mainly to enforcing order and maintaining our presence in the various nations. It was a necessary reminder to all the various kingdoms and nations that our strength was real. Mortal memory was short, and leaders especially so. For most new recruits, they are sold the dream of one day playing a part in the great battles of yore, though they would have to spend decades and centuries in the trenches serving in numerous offensive and defensive operations. Have you considered changing your ways yet? I taunted the Crystal King. The city of Melga changed a lot ever since I took over a few decades ago. The humans that once treated the Crystal King as a god in the flesh were now educated in the nature of levels and thus no longer approached the creature as a mythical thing. No, the Crystal King answered. I would rather be destroyed than to live under your rule. Must you be so stubborn, old rock? The avatar that hosted Jampu countered. Jampus' avatar seemed to have a decent fondness for the rock prisoner and frequently came to chat with the old rock. I suppose it is only normal for insects to live in service of this creature. The rock countered. Jampu fumed, but the insult was not the first. As the order brought about a great peace to three worlds and the demon kings became nothing more than a notification, the relations between the three great nations thawed, perhaps by force. The order enforced trade and mingling areas and recruited heavily from all three factions. Those that returned to the three nations then brought their norms and experiences with other races, and that gradually changed the culture and attitudes towards those different from them. It was by no means peaceful. There were still deep-seated suspicions, ancient hatred, and prejudice. They did not treat each other the same, but at least the first instinct was no longer war. It would likely take centuries of coexistence to reach a stage where many of these inherited prejudices disappeared. I suppose it is a very rock-like thing to do, to stay in place for a long time. I actually don't even think this is much of a punishment. Jampu said to my spirit tree located right around the Crystal King. It is all right. I do not expect many to be my allies, and instead, many more like him will serve as my whetstone. The human nations he once protected now feed and strengthen my armies, and with each and every battle I grow stronger. Like a rock, even if he emerged, he would find that he has already been left behind. I declared. Three Worlds was now the third largest contributor to the war effort after Treehome and Mountain World, and Melga was at the heart of that war-industrial revolution. I'd love to offer you a chance to fight at our side, and in fact I would even offer you another world for it, one where I would leave you be. Jampu countered, somehow deciding to argue against me. Please do not accept. I still have not received my promised Sandworld. It's in progress, I countered, but it should be easier to find a generic human-heavy world. It seems to be what you like, but the Crystal King shrunk and just refused to talk to us. The two golem warriors of eras reignited a long question in my mind. What happened when the Soul Forge possessed all its colors? Was something like the Eurasian Sentinels the limit of the artificial souls we could create? I sent Hoya, my other representative, to speak to them once more. Lumuf, Edna, and Stella were far away, still traveling towards the Aven worlds. Jorkun, Hoya said, and the Sentinel glanced at her strangely. Hoya could feel the Sentinel's attempt to examine its structure. What do you remember of the Eurasian worlds? Plenty, Jorkun said. I was created in the Crucible of Eras, a beautiful rainbow-colored forge where my creator worked both the spirit and metal to create warriors like me. It is a shame that many of my brethren were destroyed. Together, we can even fight stronger foes. Do you think that your brethren survived inside the sun rings? They must. I am a creation of my God, and I feel my God's life. It is still there, and so I must believe that my God's people continue to live within the round worlds. Hoya pondered. Does Eras people possess the means to travel between worlds? With the Eurasian gates, yes, but beyond that, I doubt it. There may be no more than 10 individuals on the core worlds with the ability to venture into the void independently. There's still 10, yes. My patron gifted some of his faithful with special artifacts that allowed them to move from world to world. A special key, the ancient world key. That is one of the names it went by, but each god made their own version with its own quirks and rules. There was a traveler who seemed to possess it, but he had long vanished. Yet he doesn't seem to call Eras his god. Then he must be a thief, or he received it from some other god. Eras made about 100 such world keys, and the other gods should be able to replicate them should they manage to get hold of it. Many such world keys were destroyed over the years due to wars and combat or lost within the void. Faith powers the gods. If, like you say, that Eras still lives, then there must be many more worlds where Eras believers remain. Hoya stated, and the golem nodded. So, if there are core worlds that the demons intentionally left alive, I cannot help but suspect that Eras may be behind the demons. Jorkun looked at the woman, and somehow the golem's gem-like appearance managed to frown. I do not believe my creator would create something designed for destruction of such scale, but the possibility is not ruled out. In your last days, do you remember Eras behaving unusually? Hoya pushed. The idea of a god going mad was very much a possibility. It was a tale as old as time. No, Eras was absorbed in the creation of the Void Sun and this network, unless you believe that the Void somehow corrupted Eras. Jorkun countered, but the prospect of Void corrupting a god seemed to shake the golem's voice slightly. After a moment he answered firmly, "No, I reject that notion. My spirit continues to maintain a clear link to my creator. If the Void poisoned my god in some way, I must suffer its consequences too. Yet I do not, so I believe my creator has not been corrupted." How are you sure? The golem had no answer. The golem might be extremely well educated with some inbuilt Eurasian knowledge, but it wasn't sure about things such as souls and void mana. Hoya then attacked. As a faithful of Ian, you can see why I am suspicious. Even if I want to help you, I cannot rule out that you are in some way or form compromised, possibly and very likely without your knowledge. You maintain a link with your god, and yet you do not know what actually goes into that link. The golem sat. I concur with your assessment. My comprehension of the ways of void corruption is limited. If the void magic somehow drove my god mad, it is possible that I lack the ability to see its effects. Good. Then let's assume that Eras has somehow gone mad or perhaps is somehow corrupted by void magic. If we allow you to approach your god, that corruption could spread to you. No, what we truly fear is that you turn against us at a crucial point of our travel. That would put us all at risk. Yes, so I ask this, Hoya proposed. My god possessed some means of creating souls, but is there a possibility we can create a replica of you? Something with your memories and thoughts, but is not controlled by Eras. That way we can use your knowledge and you can aid us in our quest through these formerly Eurasian territories. You want me to replicate myself, but without my god's influence. Yes, Hoya insisted. You need not be my god's follower, but you can see why we must cut off the link between yourself and your god, for the replica. Jorkun sat, it calculated the situation and the stakes. Once Lumuf returned, with Ian's spirit, I could use Soul Forge attempt to create a clone of Jorkun. At the very least, studying Jorkun would allow me to understand the powers of the Soul Forge. The golem stared at Hoya and nodded. Agreeable, but I will have this replica destroyed at a time of my choice. Very well. Meanwhile, the trio of domain holders finally landed somewhere that was an Aven core world. Years 312. Aven Outer Core World. Ava was not hard to find, and in fact, Ava was even keen to meet us again. That god was aware the moment my 3 domain holders appeared on one of its core world. It didn't take long, and it didn't even require us to contact the Aven temples. While the trio traveled through the land, and in a place far from civilization, Ava decided to visit personally in a dazzling form. A golden-colored person with 2 faces, 1 male and 1 female, and a constantly changing number of wings. It has been a while, Ian. Lumuf stood as we felt the heavenly energies of a third god swirl around our shields. Unlike Gyao or Hawa, Ava's presence had an airy feel, as if one was in the presence of a strong breeze. Greetings, Ava, Lumuf said. You have grown stronger, you too. Ava looked at Stella and Edna. The journey through the various worlds has brought you all strength. Back then, Lumuf had got his domain not too long, and I wasn't even level 200 yet. Here we were, a good 130 years later. We had reunited. This time we no longer have to rush to end our talk. I countered. I remembered how rushed our first conversation was, simply because of how weak that link was. Indeed, this time I can appear as my favored form instead of a wisp. Did my followers agree to worship you instead? Ah, I did not require them to do so. You are far too gentle on them. Take them by force if you need to. Faith can be instilled. Faith is a lot more useful when it does not need to travel the vast distances of the void sea. It is more useful to you than to me this far away. It is not an urgent need. I countered, and I didn't really want to dwell on this subject. Good enough. I take it that you've come all the way here to tell me something. I have met Hawar and Gia, and I suspect that it is Eras who lives trapped at the heart of the demon's land, but there are some things I want to clarify. You once said that the demons are manifestations of corruption, and that they are drawn to the lands of the living and the gods. Why? First, if you believe it is Eras that controls the demons, whether directly or indirectly, then I must tell you that it is wrong. Ava said, there are some things in the multiverse that are stronger than a god's ambition, and the demon's desire to consume all living life is one of them. What do you know of Wadra? Ava genuinely paused. We saw the divine existence's form shift slightly, its multitude wings transforming before our very eyes. The person that contained Ava's divine will was genuinely puzzled. Does the Wanderer live? I do not know, but Wadra helped Eras with the design and construction of the massive sun rings in the barrier. So now the question on our mind is whether Wadra is behind the demons. Again, a long silence as it digested the revelation. Possible, but I think it to be quite unlikely. The Wanderer faded in the last eons of the closer world, but Wadra believed quite strongly in creating a web of connections between each other. I can see that was how Wadra sought Eras' aid, but I cannot imagine that the Wanderer betrayed the craftsmaster. So we're left with the demons somehow corrupting whatever Eras and Wadra created, most likely. And so, why do the demons refer to themselves as slavers? I do not know the real reason. My attempts to pry into the demons' inner workings have been fairly lackluster. Demon kings and their cores are designed to collapse when they interact with my divine energy or star mana, but I theorize that demons enslave worlds to produce on its behalf. The demon kings that are spread throughout the world are very much tools to enslave the core of realms, and so they refer to them as slaves. Why what? Ava countered. Why enslave? What do they desire? Nothing. It is just what demons are. It is in their nature to do so. If you came from the source worlds, you would be familiar with plagues and viruses. There is no reason, there is no desire. Instead, they are just what they are to do what they are designed to do, driven by the very fiber of their being. They are not something to be reasoned with, but something to be destroyed. And what happens when we do? Then we have a few eons of peace. Eventually, some world somewhere will recreate the demons once more. The system itself is engineered such that some kind of demon-like existence will eventually spawn, as a means to regulate the operations of the world. Maybe you or I can be transformed into some demon-like existence. That left me silent for a few seconds as I struggled to comprehend what Ava just said, that some existence somewhere must become the multiverse enemy. But that is a distant future, and no reason to delay the destruction of the demons, where possible. So what we are really here for, can you help us? Lumuf spoke on my behalf. Yes, but the intense void magic of the demons in the heart of the demonic territory does unusual things to divine power. So I ask that you prepare countermeasures, just in case our divine power is out of reach. Divine power is out of reach. There is a place you should visit, especially you. It is a good testament to what overwhelming void mana can do. Ava looked at Stella. Here, take this. It will guide you there. A strange wooden compass appeared, a round object that was clearly made from wood, and yet the moment we held it, we could feel something inside move as if telling us where we should go. It was very light, almost weightless, and its surface had nothing to suggest it was something more. Void Sea directional pointer leads to a preset location within the Void Sea. You will have to calibrate the compass with your void mana, but it should guide you to the natural dark world. What is that? Something I believe she will know once she sees it. In fact, it might be what you need at this point, not the experience of slaying more demon kings. I ask that you make a visit. I will prepare what I promised when we meet again. Let's go, Stella said, clearly eager to follow the guidance of the pointer. It led them in a direction even further away from the demons and towards a place far deeper into Avan territory. Ava had not given us a reason to distrust them. The first time we met, Ava gave me a level, and this time, maybe Ava could give Stella a hand on her own journey. And so, we hopped through more worlds. Year 313. It took a good full year to reach the final destination, and we knew it was something unique from the moment we were but a world away. It was a realm of darkness. The void portal opened, and we stepped through. We landed on a mirror-like surface that reflected a sky that was filled with hundreds, if not thousands of million black liquid tubes that curved and swirled through the heavens. In this world, there were no suns, and yet the same black liquid tubes gave off a type of black light. The mirror-like surface stretched till infinity, and it was a world that never seemed to end. But it was the constantly shifting tubes in the sky, as if there were a million or so wiggling black worms, each wiggling in their own rhythm and pattern. Stella stared amazed. This is a simulation of the Void Sea tunnels. Then a divine portal swirled open next to us, and a parrot flew out. It landed on Edna. It is amazing, no. I called it the first void cocoon. We looked at the parrot, and the parrot did not contain a single shred of divinity. Ava, Lumuf asked. Yes, this world contains so much void energy that any divine existence finds itself drained within moments. I suspect that you will find something similar within the heart of demonic territories, and it is this very same ability that enables the demons to capture a divine existence like Eras. The parrot that contained a fragment of Ava answered, "Void disables divine energy." If so, why can't we just shatter the 6 gigantic sun rings? You could, but once enough void energy gathers in a location, it sustains itself. I suspect the void energy that captured eras has long passed the point of self-sustenance. The only abilities that still remain are system abilities. System? Why? The world faith system is built on faith. What is faith? Is it not the will and desires of mortals, the belief, trust, and conviction of our believers? Think of these as the thoughts, dreams, and hopes of our people. The void, a great, all-encompassing ether, is the primordial soup. Mortals and their souls, it can be argued that they emerged from this primordial soup. So in large quantities, all derivatives of the void return to it. Our faith melts into the void. Yet the system predates it all, and so it is not diluted by the void. Did the gods not know this weakness before they agreed to the world faith system? Yes, but in the past, the old gods refused to work with each other, and in the end, this was the best way forward. The incredible powers of faith were too tempting for the old gods or us to deny. It is a power more than good enough for most situations, just not for this specific instance of destroying a void prison. On the old system, we could protect maybe 5 or 10 worlds. With the incredible reach of the WFS, each of us ensured that at least 100 of our own core worlds would prosper to great levels, and thousands more survive in some way or form through the heroic summoning system. It is a very practical solution, just not the perfect one. The parrot continued, "I think your friend should have some time to comprehend the vastness of this world. This world is ancient, so ancient that I dare say it is likely one of the earliest creations of the system." Stella turned at that statement. This world precedes the gods. Yes, the void mana here is some of the most ancient and some of the most pure. It could be said to be an experimental anomaly of the early system. I consider it one of my prized worlds, even if it contributes nothing to my power. I fear to consider what will happen if the demons ever reach this world. Maybe nothing would happen, Lumuf said. Maybe this discovery would trigger an evolutionary leap within the demons. The parrot that contained Ava's fragment spirit answered, "Really, I do not know for certain." The parrot spoke, "But I do not intend to find out." Stella looked at Lumuf and Edna and agreed. "Ava is right. I need some time here. I will return once I am ready, and I have a feeling this will change me." "Will you be safe?" I asked. "Yes, I do not feel the world is hostile, and even now I can sense it attempting to speak to me." The entire sky above us is the core of this realm, a gaseous core suspended on an infinite plane. Stella POV. Travel broadens the mind, and for Stella, it wasn't the first time where it felt like her mind really did change from travel. The void cocoon, and yet she found Ava's term incomplete. The endless wiggling tubes were out of reach. They were images, apparitions created by the world's core, and yet they were clearly reflection of something else. At first glance, it was easy to just conclude that this is a cocoon of the void sea, but as she studied the endless tubes, she found her mind adjusting to the concepts of each connection between worlds as a tube wriggling in this sea. It felt like the world itself was illustrating how the void tunnels worked. New tubes emerged out of nowhere, as if they were a trippy, drug-induced trip filled with colors. She sat and meditated. The void energies here were similar, and yet, as she allowed them to enter her body and filter through her spiritual realm, she began to realize they were slightly different from her own void mana. They came in sets of 9s. 8 motes void mana were paired with just a single small mote of core mana, and she noticed that they were shaped differently. The core mana was shaped into a different form than the one Stella was familiar with. Instead, the core mana here was stretched into a thin, prickly structure, and the void mana was then attached at the edges. Doesn't core mana decay? Stella asked herself. She watched the strange tunnels wiggled as these bits of void mana appeared. Is this how the rift gates worked? Stella continued to wonder, and yet was it because how the void mana blended with the void sea and thus remained undetectable to her limited senses? No, she's not sure, so she watched some more. The core mana vanished once it entered, and yet for a brief moment, this structure seemingly caused the void sea to hold. As she honed in her senses, it was as if she felt a connection to the void cocoon, a sensation quite like when they made contact with the various wills of the world. It felt familiar, and for a moment, Stella felt herself lost as if she was submerging into a sea made up of these void tunnel worms. She was one with them, swimming with them. She felt like a worm. She felt like something within the void sea, wiggling through the muck of the void sea. It felt like swimming in mud pool with no limbs, just using her own body to flail about like a fish. The wiggling tunnels made her realize what it was like to be a void creature, and truly it wasn't an experience she could describe. She hoped her other void mages would be able to see it, when they'd gained sufficient understanding of the void. In the depths of her immersion, she felt a system notification. You've gained a level. You are now level 200. You may now select one of the following subdomains. Void Inheritor. This subdomain multiplies your void mana and void abilities. You are able to now take control of voidlings and lesser void creatures, and they will recognize you as their master. Void creatures can be used for various tasks, such as combat, mana generation, or exploration. Choosing the Void Inheritor significantly expands the range of your Void tunnels, allowing you to move further and faster, and your ability to move is now less affected by Void turbulence within the Void Sea. You are also able to better weaponize Void mana and use them to create various higher-grade Void weaponry. You are also better able to track and reopen closed Void tunnels used by others. The Dark Patron this subdomain significantly increases your ability to train and nurture new Void mages and other Void creatures. You are now able to plant a Void seed within individuals and creatures, and these individuals will be able to select a Void-related choice. You are also now able to circumvent the limitations of Void adoption, allowing prospective Void mages to obtain a Void mana spiritual spring without curses. As the Dark Patron, your ability to use Void mana to curse and cause spiritual wear on a target, even if they are far away, is increased. The Dark Patron also increases your Void Explorers to 10 from 3 currently, and these Void Explorers will now function as portal signals. You are also now able to use other Void Mages' mana as your own through an ability called Collective Void. The Galley of the Void, this subdomain, permanently creates a new Void layer, the Gallery, which creates a safe plane between worlds. The Gallery gains power and is able to open more Void paths between worlds when a special painting is produced from each world. Each painting requires certain conditions to be met, usually involving contact with the will of the world or planet core. Each painting then creates a doorway, which can be freely accessed. Access to the gallery will require a key, which you can give and take at your will. Travel within the gallery will not require any mana, though there is a small traveling time. Additionally, within the gallery, there is the ability to paint and create special Void dungeons. Void dungeons contain the ability to train and hone Void mage talents, and the likelihood of acquiring Void mana type skills is significantly increased. Void creatures and items and can also be found within the Void dungeons. Stella found herself returning to the Avon lands and shared her revelation with her peers. I was happy for her that she too finally joined the small but growing group of level 200 domain holders. It was a key choice to make at this point, a role she found exceptionally hard to digest, and like Eben, she hesitated. I can't choose. Then don't, Edna said, until you are sure. I think with our immortality, we have that benefit of waiting till we know for sure what our path is. And as it so seemed, we were in one of Ava's grandest core worlds. It was a beautiful world with a single golden sun that wasn't spherical in shape. Instead, it was a 5-pointed star that glowed with a consistent golden yellow. It was a land with strong winds but no storms, gentle rains and evening showers but no floods, rainbows and beautiful mountains, soaring peaks. Humans here had flying machines that were akin to those of birds, unlike those on Earth. Flying was the norm, and cities here flew too. They were large constructs with gigantic fans, and the cities floated with it. These won't ever work with our world, but this is not your world. Ava spoke, manifesting as a wise monk with a pair of brown harpy wings. He was cloaked, invisible to the regular folk, but only visible to us. I often walk among my people here. They worship me, and they pray to me for allowing them to fly. The lands down below contain all the food and resources, but the sky is where their hearts belong. Humans and harpies. There were winged griffins, eagles and hawks. The flying cities were made with an extremely lightweight and strong metal, but coated with a sheen of paint to hold them together. They shouldn't have been able to fly, but the divine will allowed them to. Even the monsters of the world were beautiful. Majestic birds, huge drakes, flying serpents, winged lions and tigers, all with incredible manes and scales. As long as they pray, the divine fans will work and the city will float. At the heart is the Avon Battery Altar. Those who wish to make their things fly must pray to me, refill the battery, and from there they can make their things fly until that battery is drained. You're gaming the faith system. They never said we couldn't. Hacking 10 to 20 worlds into a single core system is also gaming the system. The faith system has a set of rules and principles, and it is up to us to use it to our benefit. It isn't very much different from what you do. I don't mean it as a crime. Lumuf countered. I am merely amused that it is so. The people here know that to fly, they must believe in me. So faith becomes a default thing, not something they question. Meanwhile, it is only a single, one-off expense for me to alter the rules of this world to enable such things to happen. Damn, but doesn't that mean your people can't fly elsewhere? Yes, but I can deal with such circumstances separately. Ava laughed, but you are here for something else. Here, the same golden ticket. I realized you had it, and then I realized I could make the same. And so I did. Can you not make me something like what Hawa did? I could, but I would have to wait a bit longer than Hawa. My powers are less destructive focused than the armored god, and so I need to spend more to achieve the same effect. Is this the bias of the world faith system? Yes, we are predisposed to certain abilities, and the world faith system inherits this by giving us preferential effects to certain abilities. Some abilities that cost others faith points might be something I can do for free or very cheaply. But remember, without this system, I may not have access to those skills and abilities at all. So this shift was a net positive for many of us. Are you one of the old gods? There was a long silence as the party of three moved through the city. We witnessed powerful warriors, half-birdmen armed in unusual weapons patrolling the streets. They enforced order in the core worlds and all carried a little bit of Ava and divinity. Ava walked with us as if thinking, I suppose you can say we are. Myself, Gia, Nira, Wadra, and Eras were the later set of the old gods, though I generally prefer to style ourselves as part of the new gods. Hawa, Zafar, and Sulia are part of the later new gods. What happened to the true old gods? We killed them. Oh, in the beginning there was a great war. A war so horrific that we ripped stars apart just because we could. In those days, the other gods were no better than demons. No, they were worse because they plotted, schemed, and struck with far more cruelty than the demons. The old gods represented the primal origins of the system. They were gods of beasts, gods of war, gods of chaos, and even the original demon's creators, the god of the ravenous. They were the early ascended ones, and they represented a time when everyone fought everyone else. Demons were honestly just one of the irritations of the time. It is said that the collective wish by all the living beings to end the Great War caused the system to trigger the gradual drifting of worlds and splitting the realm into the clusters you see today. When I emerged as one of the gods, that drift was already in motion. When the war almost ended, the surviving gods came together to create the world faith system because we were losing the ability to control the drifting worlds with our narrow skills. Not many of us had the ability to travel between worlds, especially when the distances were increasing. That made me pause. The war was so bad that everyone wished everyone else just lived in their own worlds. Yes, very much so. It was such a strong feeling amongst the people that even the gods could not overwrite the wills of the worlds to reverse it. The system imposed a need to keep everyone apart, if only to protect everyone from themselves. To be honest, I could see the appeal of letting everyone just live in their own corner of the universe and unable to interrupt one another. Then there were also two of the greatest war gods, Perang and Usra, and they were the ones that helped slay the primal old gods, but they have both died under the world faith system. I do not know for certain, but I theorize that the gods of war could not help but have a war to fight, and so over time killed their own believers in their great chaos of war. In a way, the world faith system brought about a world order where the gods had an incentive to care for their followers, but wasn't it created to stop the demons? You can argue that there are really two demons, the original demons, those spawns of the primal ravenous, and the current mutant version which inherited that ravenous desire to assimilate and consume all the worlds. Somewhere in between is your claim that Eras is imprisoned and captured. Or they are descendants of the same demon, but they had acquired additional abilities that gave it its current form, perhaps as a feature of an extremely high-level demon, likely descended from the first ravenous god. The prospect that there was a high-level demon creating these creatures and spreading them throughout the realms was frightening. What level would such a creature be? If there was something that somehow captured Eras, could we beat it? It likely wasn't part of the WFS because it didn't have living followers, so it didn't get the level 250 choice. Level 300 or 400, maybe even level 500. Do you know what we can expect behind that barrier? When we crack it, we'd like to be ready. My intuition believes that you will see the original demons, the remnants of the ravenous creatures. These are the semi-divine monsters, leftovers from that great war that the demon kings are meant to imitate. They must have lost the ability to make more of them. After all, the god of the ravenous has long died, but if you trace the demons to those worlds, there must be a predecessor somewhere, something that started the current version of demons. Gia didn't say this, but many more things didn't make sense to me. As it was, all the information we had so far was second-hand information. Gia's words, Ava's words, and Hawa's words. Who had the correct sequence of events? Not just that, was there even a single coherent sequence of events? Given the unusual effects of time shenanigans when worlds were moving at different speeds, could certain developments happen in what feels like a matter of moments? Gia is a foul god who does not share information freely. You trust that being's words at your own peril. Gia isn't even honest with their own followers, is it? But his strength is undeniable. It is a good thing we do not share territories. Don't you share worlds in the peripheral and far peripheral worlds? They are too far away for us. How did you even spread your religion to those worlds? The worlds were once much more compact. Some, maybe most of them, were still within reach of our faith, and in the early days, the cost to send preachers to these then not so far away worlds was not exorbitant. Secondly, back then, the demons were also not so powerful, and also did not attack so many worlds, so we had resources to deal with them and still expand. 3. The system spawns these worlds with certain sets of attributes, and so some of these worlds inherit an image of my faith with some random variations. Stella, naturally freaked out at this. There's a possibility that we are all some kind of system generation, does not make them any less real. I reckon even some of the primal gods are system generations. I do feel like this is the equivalent of waking up and discovering it is all a dream. There are dreams all the way down. Ava joked. I met some Source World heroes who said something similar. Now, like I said, I may not do what Hawa the Armored can do, but I can do other things. Help me with the peripheral worlds in the distance for 10 or 15 years, and I will craft a powerful artifact that can create a safe world. A realm egg, if you may. It will allow you to safely expand into the demonic lands and act as a world that is inherently friendly, instead of the ravaged lands you find close to the heart of the demon world. A realm egg. Have you ever wanted to create a world from scratch? I happen to be better at that than either Hawa or Gaia. It would not be as strong as your current holdings, but it is a standalone world that could bridge the gap. If you find that there is a place where you couldn't reach because it is out of range, you can spawn the realm egg there and it will be like a new world. Say yes, Ian, Stella said. I really want to know what this is like. The idea of a created world reminded me of the new smaller world that was now a sibling to Tree Home, but unlike Shrub Home. This means we are delaying our entry into the demon worlds a bit longer. Edna frowned. I don't see this as a bad thing, Lumuf countered. If it's true that we can get concessions with each of these gods and help them in some way or form, we can go into the demon worlds as prepared as we can be. We will have more levels. Destroying the demonic barrier, in other words, could very well be the equivalent of us stirring the goblin's nest. We want to do it when we are ready. Can we just go find Nira or whatever other god and just sum up all the requirements they need? Then we can deal with this in one go, Stella said. If each god asks us to help them for 10 years, we'd be waiting a full century before we actually get there. A full century isn't that bad, Lumuf said. You've been spending way too much time with Ian. Stella countered. Fair, but we agree anyway. Lumuf turned to Ava. Do you know where the gods are? Like I said when we first met, they are all far away. Our realms of influence do not overlap, and so we have no direct means of talking to each other. But I believe if you look at parts of the star map where no gods control, then it is likely there is an undiscovered god there. How many gods are there? 10 to maybe 15 of us left, I do not remember. But when we came together for the creation of the world faith system, there were about 20. There are the 2 fallen gods, the vanished Wadra, the captured Eras, and the dead Zafar. I cannot say I know whether any of the distant gods have vanished. Flawed, thoroughly flawed system. Only if you think that way, Ava countered, but off you go. Speedy and safe travels, Ian and friends. Year 313. Worlds passed us by and behind us, a trail of fallen demon kings. Demons. After a while they were all the same. After a while I really didn't feel anything when Lumuf's gigantic magical hand, made of divine roots and bark, ripped the demon king's core out of the creature's flesh. The object that once felt so unfathomable now was in our magical tree-shaped palm, and this time I looked at the spherical object and found it weak. Once more I tried to flood it with my mana. The demon king's core stood wrapped by my magically throbbing roots and vines. The juxtaposition of the smooth, magical, and spherical core and my organic roots and vines with all the little folds and bumps was quite something. The creature resisted. The spherical object radiated magical energy and tried to fight off my influence that was permeating through its body. I pressed in anyway. I had always wanted to do this. I wanted to turn one of the demon kings into mine, and I wondered what would happen when I reached this point. Have you ever considered how mad it is? A much lower-ranked Valthorn quipped while watching the battle from afar. No, not at all. At some point I just started to presume that it was normal. Alka smiled at the younger dwarven mage. This world was far away from the network of dwarven worlds, but the Order rotated people around the various battlegrounds in order to share the experience. Alka and the others worked with the Dark Guardians to attack multiple demon-infested worlds and freed a few dwarven worlds, but there were many more. Their sector was relatively sparse in terms of divine presence. Our internal conclusion was that these were once Eurasian worlds, and since the capture of Eras that all had just vanished away. Lumuf focused, as he augmented Ian's spirit S powers. My spiritual powers manifested and flooded the object, and I had a feeling I would succeed. Stella watched from afar as she kept tabs on the core's behavior. The demons had some communication ability, and we'd been trying to interfere with them for a while. We needed to take out their communication worlds that helped relay the messages from the demonic sun. Stella was getting better at intercepting those messages, but decoding these alien messages still took time since we didn't understand them. They used language differently, but we would eventually crack the code. 5 demon kings, 6, each world, and now we were at our 7th demon king since we started exploring and helping the Ava and peripheral worlds. Now that Stella reached level 200, it was up to the rest of the domain holders to fill in the gaps. It was their turn to reach level 200, but they were still far away, and right now, among the newer domain holders, only Lozan could slay a demon king on her own. Even Stella couldn't defeat a demon king, though we truly knew amongst ourselves that it was not her role to defeat demon kings. She was our pathfinder. Stella created the path for us to reach the demons and have the battles. Without her, we would be on the defensive. I never found out what your level 180 and level 190 domain abilities were, Rune asked, but his eyes never left the object in Lumuf's hand. did you tell me? My powers spread into the Demon King's core slowly, and it broke. I did, then I must forgotten. When did you get it anyway? I just gained them while fighting Demon Kings along the way, and they were not that great. We've been fighting so many Demon Kings. One of them, Void Explorer Possession, just turned my Void Explorers into actual spirits that could possess objects and turn those objects into Void Golems, so that they possessed a bunch of abilities. The other one is a Void Layer ability that made it possible for me to move into certain Void layers with much more ease and also look further into the chaos of the Void Sea. Oh look, Alka intervened as my mana flooded the Demon King. This Demon King was fairly weak and was easily defeated by my roots. We ripped its core out and began to corrupt it with my mana. This time my spiritual tendrils also pierced through its powerful spiritual protections and broke through its inherent anti-possession tools. The Demon King fought me, it fought us, but we were stronger. The worlds together, I was not just a tree. More importantly, I was not alone. I was one of many. I was the combination of all the clones, subsidiary trees, and normal trees spread across multiple worlds, a collection of existences spread across many worlds. The Demon King struggled to fight against our weight, and this time, in that faraway peripheral world, one of Aven's literal territories, we finally succeeded. Together our might was enough to break through the Demon King's resistances, and this time there was no pesky inbuilt self-destruct command to interfere with our plans. We transformed a Demon King. Title awarded, captured king. You've gained a level. Naturalized Demon King is a former Demon King that has been fully transformed, and its inherent demonic qualities stripped out. However, it still retains its tremendous combat abilities, can open void portals, and also can spawn lesser naturalized demons. However, as it is no longer a demon, it lost its connection to the demon's void sun, and so its void mana pool is fairly limited and must be externally recharged. The round spherical object changed as it sucked in my roots and took a different shape. Empowered by fresh mana through my network, it began to transform and change into a gigantic towering creature with demon-like wings and horns, only each of the original demonic parts and organs replaced with a dark bark-like material. The naturalized Demon King immediately spoke to me through a kind of psychic link, and this time I saw things. Demon King Nakhasa's. The naturalized Demon King verbalized words through our shared connection, and I saw its origins. It was made in another world one jump away, and it had received commands to continue expanding to these Aven worlds. Hatred, destruction. There was a chain in the hearts of all demons, and they were slaves to the great demon blob's will. But interestingly, this time we saw even before the Demon King's gestation on another world's core. We saw a blob and a droplet separating from the droplet. Visions. Commands: expand, destroy, convert core. Then for a brief moment, I felt a tremendous demonic presence within the demonic blob. This was the true demonic existence that controlled the demons, indirectly by commanding the Demon Kings. The Demon King was then created from the fusion of the two. The power and instructions within the blob and the body forged by the corrupted core. The same demon blob we saw every time a Demon King completed its gestation within the demonic core. It was a place we could not reach, and it was because it existed on a different void layer, a unique void layer created by the demon's massive void sun. The demon blob is hidden in its own void layer. Stella tried to digest the revelation obtained from the heart of the Demon King. That means every time we see it appear, it is actually temporarily manifesting from the void. Yes, that seems to be the case, I answered. So only two objects existed in the real world. One was the demonic sun, which then had the demonic prison orbiting around it. There was likely an actual demon-controlled planet somewhere too, but the main key was that the demon sun and the prison both exist in the real world. The demonic blob existed within its own void layer, but could pop in and out. Is the demonic blob the real enemy? Stella asked the question as we contemplated the implications that there was a tremendous demonic presence from the black demonic blob. Maybe the demons really are a god experiment, but it is more than they could handle. That this blob is the residual demonic entity from ancient times that hid away within the void layers in order to avoid divine wrath. That means we have to venture into the void layers if we really want to destroy the demons. Or, if we can destroy the demonic blob, then there's no real need to go to the demon sun and the prison. Without the black droplet, the Demon Kings will no longer be able to expand and receive instructions. The entire structure will just stop, so there is a single point of vulnerability after all, just that it is hidden elsewhere. I contemplated what it meant, but it's difficult to access the void layers. Do you think the gods can get into the void layers? No, Hawa answered firmly. The world faith system does not extend into the void layers, and so we are powerless there. How convenient, I vented. Why? Void is the boiling primordial soup, and we reach into it at our own peril. The constant wobbles of the void's ever-changing state erodes everything, including the divine. Even if some of us last far, far longer than regular things, even if our own bodies are unharmed by the void, our powers are eroded by them. Yet domains are protected from it, because that is part of the original system, and the void is also part of the original system. That separation remains even within the void layers. Then how does the demonic blob hide there? They must have a way of managing the void fluctuations. Perhaps, as you suggested, the void sun plays a role. The large amounts of void mana could be for something that I am not privy to. Traveling was a learning experience, and interestingly, one of the great appeals of the order was the frequency and flexibility of travel. Many young individuals, particularly those who came from relatively comfortable and affluent families, were inspired by the tales of otherworldly explorations, and so they desired to visit different worlds. The tales of visiting entire different worlds and returning with stories appeared to be something fairly universal, especially the races with a slight mercantile and exploratory bent. Humans, lizard folk, and the caprins seem particularly fond of travels. The elves and dwarves not so much, even if dwarven merchants were fairly common throughout the worlds with dwarves. The implementation of travel lotteries and quotas as part of the controls of movement made the movement rare, but more importantly was the flow of goods. Unlike capitalistic societies and institutions who were more concerned with profit, an institution like the Order was much more interested in keeping people in challenging jobs such that they gain levels. We came to this sort of arrangement entirely out of necessity. Each world that we added to our network had its own local economics, prices, and production, and we did not want to destabilize it by allowing free flow of goods and people. Though I realized how far we'd come from my original goals of being a warden, and how hypocritical it was of me to claim to be a warden when we, the Order as a whole, were meddling in so many worlds, but where we could, I'd like to believe that we would be a force for good. Staying true to these principles was a selling point. It allowed me to hire people who shared our goals and aspirations, and so it was generally being the operative term, that we treated each world with a fairly light touch. We recruited, we built, we helped. But where we could, like wardens of a forest filled with endangered species, we tried to give them room to grow and recover. It would be detrimental if the locals changed too much as a result of over-tourism or too much traffic. It was a set of contradictory goals. My domain holders knew it, and knowing which of these contradictory goals took priority in that particular circumstances emerged with experience. Experience gained from visiting, traveling to multiple worlds. We, in very simple terms, were more concerned with control and capacity. We used the controls and restrictions on travel between worlds as both a reward and a tool to facilitate our goals of increased production, higher overall levels, and generally, better overall strength within the population. That said, those with more mercantile elements within our institution would always try to exploit price differences between different worlds to make incredible profits. Those who travel between worlds had an advantage because they had seen how goods and services are priced differently. Crystals and magical scrolls had a different price on Malga compared to Branchhold. Magical weapons were significantly cheaper on Treehome due to the massive industrial weapons production, compared to the newer worlds where high-leveled crafters were rare. But WED kept such transactions at a low volume because our goal was to promote and encourage our members across different worlds to gain levels. It was thus interesting to observe that the path to encourage the largest amount of levels in a large population would be to place everyone in vocations that were close to the edges of their capabilities. From this aspect, the system was inherently utilitarian. The concept of money existed within specific classes of the system, but did not permeate the system as a whole. WED noticed in worlds where gods play a large part, and in the core worlds, money appeared to be a fairly trivial and minor element of their society. Instead, faith and experience that led to levels became the primary means by which vocations and resources were allocated. The worlds of Ava, Hawa, and Gaia were optimized for faith. Their society as a whole was structured towards worship and generation of more worship and idolatry. I wouldn't have realized it until I visited more worlds. Emperor Ernul explained, as Hoya visited the man on Shasan. They sat around one of Shasan's oasis gardens and spoke about things back home. Olivia of Alpesh, one of Hawa's high priestesses, naturally didn't understand how worlds could transform to become hyper-capitalistic. To Olivia, her world never went through a period where merchants could buy out everything. Hoya and Olivia were both people of faith, and they got along swimmingly, more so than Lumuf, who was heavily influenced by my presence in his psyche. But on Shasan, the concept of money was also fairly tenuous. Labor in itself is the means of trade, simply because a rock outcrop was often an island, and movement between the villages and towns was fairly minimal. When people didn't travel far and everyone in a village knew everyone else, everyone could assign value to their labor directly, without the need for a financial intermediary. In hindsight, the presence of skills, levels inherently countered hypercapitalism, because gaining levels and experiences was something pursued by individuals for their own sake. Everyone knew their own exact value because it was in their levels. They did not need to jump through mental hoops to tie up their self-worth and identity with jobs and how much money they made. For us, myself and the heroes who came from Earth and Earth-like worlds, it was likely that our experience living in a world with the extreme power in the hands of the oligarchs and the way money corrupted everything would feel surreal. To locals, it is something that they could not even grasp. As we venture closer to the lands of gods, I truly believe the Merchant Kings and the Guild Wars are an aberration, something that can only occur under specific circumstances, where money and resources become an end in itself. Because here, where divinity feels close, I cannot imagine men who felt the weight of the divine would ever forsake that experience for the allure of money. The emperor declared, and through Hoya, I noticed he had changed slightly. His demeanor actually felt more holy, more faithful. It was a sensation I did not understand at all, but many of my priests related to them instinctively. To them, it was such a soul-shaking experience to be in the presence of powerful beings that money and all that did feel meaningless. Some types of institutions, so commonly found on our original worlds, could not survive for long on such worlds, because the way the world worked was different. Individuals were not the same. Money didn't sway people the same way real power could, and worse, because of the fractured nature of the world, there were many, many things that money could not buy. Many things that required a specific thing or a specific ability from someone. In that manner, what Emperor Aranul saw on Shasan was also how a world with skills and levels operated at, even if it was less obvious. When you were in the level 80s, what that individual needed was often the output of someone of that level or higher, and it became more of a personal, one-to-one barter system, where one traded the output of one skill for another skill. Thus, what was the best way to trade between worlds of unequal strength and development? How did we, as the Order, consider what is a fair contribution between worlds? Money could not be fair because it was warped by many things. Money was a feeble attempt at measuring the value of output. It did not consider effort, only market demand for a particular good. Money thus missed the part where effort leads to levels. We wanted to keep as many people as possible in a state where they had the opportunity to gain levels. This was the overarching goal. Allocation of goods by Central, my group of super administrators and their assistant artificial minds, was thus an ultra-contentious subject. In a way, what Central tried to achieve through allocation of resources of goods was really an optimization of high-quality, meaningful effort. To do so, Central's people needed to travel. They needed to see and where they could experience the lives of the natives of each world, to know their struggles and what could provide a meaningful struggle. Effort, struggle, to do better, to do more. It was useful in the short term to stave off hunger by shipping surplus food from Treehome. But it was not useful in the longer term because they needed to solve their own problems. That was where we got strength. Year 314. If we use the bomb, the sun rings and the Eurasian gates will be disabled. That is a downside we need to mitigate. Stella flagged a concern one day as we were traveling through the Avon peripheral worlds. It came from one of the Void Mages who brought the topic up for discussion. Structurally, most issues were flagged through the chain of command, but some matters got picked up by my artificial minds and then discussed at the highest level. As it is, can our rift gates reach them? We have the coordinates. Either that or nodes. We can't spare nodes. Ian's level gain has been fairly stagnant, but Stella's level 200. With her extended abilities, we could overcome these limitations, or someone can finally pick something. Edna gave Eben a look. Eben shrugged. I recommend alternatives. Stella's Void Explorers are a decent one. We should restrict the use of nodes. As it is, too much of our logistics relies on Ian's abilities. What if the demons have some way of taking this ability out? Edna continued to smile mischievously. Are you explaining your choice, Eben? Not at all. It's not a major deal-breaker, Stella said, but we just have to mitigate the consequences of disabling the 6 sun rings and their Eurasian gates. Is there a risk that the entire Rift Gate network is taken out with it? Hoya just asked out of curiosity. Stella nodded. Possible. If this bomb somehow causes extreme turbulence within the void seas, we could temporarily stop the movement of demons as well. But it also means we won't be able to actually step into the demonic lands until this turbulence subsides, unless you figure out how to overcome them. Only if I know what I'm dealing with. I do not have models on what happens when we destroy such a large void barrier and cause all the 6 massive sun rings to experience a potentially catastrophic overload. Hawa's bomb is up there in that we have no idea what happens here. Hawa himself only knew it was strong enough to break the barrier, but the Howin god had no insight on the consequences of the bomb on the sun rings or the void sea. It was just unnecessary details that a god of that level didn't bother with. It made me realize how callous the gods were. They built a powerful bomb to blow up the status quo, but they didn't consider the consequences on those caught in the aftermath. Maybe they didn't even care if we got caught in it. The thing has a timer and I can activate it remotely, Lumoof answered. Ian can warp me back once I activate it. This means only Lumoof can go alone. Not quite. Rune pointed at Edna. Your ability should work. I do not want to test what the limits of my powers are, especially not with a bomb of such divine tier. Edna countered. Focus, guys. Let's stick to the topic. Mitigating the consequences of losing the Eurasian gates should be our priority. Given that Ava and Hawa are both friendly thus far, we need to make sure we retain the ability to contact them for aid. Unless Ian somehow gets more nodes, we let Ian reach level 275. Should that be our priority? When's the last time Ian gained a level? Specifically, look at how long it takes to get a level at where Ian is. If you look into that, you'll realize that's going to be a huge time sink. We need alternatives, Edna countered. We're sitting on two options we have immediately. Both Eben and Stella's domain and subdomain choices respectively offered the chance to overcome these limitations. Is waiting really that bad? Eben countered. I think it's fairly short-term thinking if we solve a problem with what's convenient rather than what's right. The bomb is in our hands. It is our choice when to blow it up. I really don't see why we should rush. We can travel and destroy multiple demon kings per year with just the three of you. I really don't see the drawback of just waiting perpetually until we're even more powerful, unless we let go of the peripheral worlds. Rune said but instantly regretted it. No, that's too cruel. We can't do that, Alka countered. I just explained that we can't let go of peripheral worlds. We have to help the gods hold on to the periphery, if only to defend the system from being overwhelmed by demonic changes. Rune nodded along. Yes, my bad. But it does mean we are bearing the brunt of the peripheral worlds, which benefits all these other gods. Hoya defended the other gods. I do not believe Hawa and Ava have much to gain by stabbing us in the back. The way their sphere of influence works is designed to create powerful, dense regional areas of control. It is not in their interest to spread outside of their own region. I also agree, Alka answered, reverting out of his paranoid persona. The only god that we have to fear is Eras, should we actually free it, since we are encroaching on traditionally Eurasian territories. I think we have better problems to worry about, Alka. Hoya rejected Alka's argument. Eras is either imprisoned or an enemy. I know, Alka continued, but from what we heard from Ava, Gaia, and Hawa, the stronger opponents are likely all in there, behind that barrier. If there were divine tier creations, they are all likely to be within that barrier. They are the things that will give us levels, so back to Stella's question, it doesn't change our earlier decision. We hold, we find more gods, we get more power. Rune frowned. So how long do we hold? Our best bet and most reliable method is still Ian's node trees. We'll need to put nodes on all the other sides of the sun rings, somewhere far enough from the sun rings themselves, just in case that the void sea becomes too turbulent, Alka proposed. Hoya, do you have any matriarch or patriarch who is close to their domains? Level 125 and up. Most of them are in the lower level 100s. If you intend to use the subdomains to unlock more clones and node tree slots. Yes, if Ian can't level, the best bet is to use the priests to gain a subdomain. The subdomains add to Ian's strength. I need my domain holders to explore and make contact with more gods. I sent Lumoof back to the Aven core worlds, so for the defense of your peripheral worlds I need something else from you. Something to allow my lesser domain holders to move between them. Ava shrugged and handed me a small golden divine object. Very well. It has been a really long eternity since I last granted this to any of my people, an Aven variant of the ancient world key. It was a ring with golden feathers around it. Aven Worldstone allows movement of a small party between two neighboring Aven worlds. These work by harvesting the faith energies of my worshippers, so they have to be charged at Aven temples, but they will allow movement between nearby peripheral worlds, on condition that both have my worshippers. They are, however, region-restricted and will be unusable far from my center of power. Got it, that's good enough. The world faith system tends to influence all our creations, such that faith becomes a key part of our items. Moving outside this inherent tendency thus consumes more faith points. I do not know whether the world faith system works the same for my peers, so maybe some of them have lesser versions of this limitation. Naturally, the opposite was also true. Working within the world faith system's limitations meant Ava didn't even need to spend extra faith points to move between worlds. I could use my void archmages, and I think some of them would love to visit the void cocoon. Yet, Stella cautioned against sending them there. To her, it was a recipe for madness, and those not protected by the domains would suffer the brunt of the Void's cacophony of indecipherable transmissions. In fact, some of the Void Archmages professed that they want to see it for themselves, once we updated the rest of the Valthorn's elites on how Stella got her level 200. Madness, Stella countered. I fear I will lose some of you to it. Stella now had 5 Void Archmages, and all of them wanted to see it. Just having the knowledge of such a thing seemed to make that Void Cocoon call out to them. A few Void Archmages quickly had dreams of it, and incredibly, their dreams were unusually vivid, and descriptions of what they saw really did resemble what Stella saw. This naturally horrified Stella. The void cocoon had the ability to reach through the void sea and influence the dreams of others so far away. Almost all my void archmages worked around my main territories, the furthest of them mainly as a supporting department to the Delvaguardian and Dark Guardian dwarven forces. The void cocoon was on the other side of the void sea, and mere knowledge could do this. The reason why it could do this was obvious once Stella considered the nature of the void layers. Each void layer was a different arrangement, a different fold of the star maps. Each void layer placed each world in a different part. The void cocoon could be right next to them in one of those void layers. If every world was a piece of a jigsaw puzzle, a void layer was one way that the jigsaw puzzle was arranged. Each layer arranged everything differently, and Stella's understanding seemed to interpret that there were always an infinite number of void layers, just that each void layer was thought, though not confirmed, to be an iteration of the layers before it. That really puts your gallery choice in context, I realized. Your custom gallery is really you picking those pieces personally and making your own arrangement. You're a folding space with that ability. Well, maybe not folding space, but when we're designing things, there's an order, a method of how each system sorts files and documents, a file arrangement system. And with any pool of things, you can sort by many different attributes, names, dates, or many other categories. Stella nodded. Yes. Does then lead to the question, is the current clustered structure of the void sea that we see today is an owner-oriented arrangement? When the void sea expands in our view, does it apply to all the layers, only to this specific layer? I have no way of testing that. I don't even know whether it is that the void sea is expanding or just our reach is somehow shrinking. Yet, have you wondered what you want to do with the choices? I asked the newly level 200 domain holder. Stella shrugged. I don't know, I like all of them. I used to wonder why Eben didn't pick one, but I realized that now I have the choice myself. It's really not easy at all. Why does the system make us make such substantial choices and lock us in for the rest of our lives? Somewhere far away, I could probably feel Eben having a good laugh. Not everyone was like Edna or Lumuf or Hoya, who knew what they wanted to be. I suppose my priests were not a good example, because priests were by nature creatures who believed in a higher existence, a greater purpose, and thus they naturally could refer to a higher power to choose. But for someone like Stella, it was not so obvious. Lausanne, Alka, and my newer domain holders thus had to move about. I was going to work them harder and make them cover more worlds, while my 3 strongest domain holders played offense. So we just went from 5 or so worlds to 20, and now we're adding another 20 more, one of them vented. We have 3 core worlds with a few more growing ones, 15 peripheral worlds, and some of the connected Dark Guardian and Delvaguardian worlds, and now we had Ava's peripheral worlds. If the order was already stretched before, we were going to be even more stretched. But thankfully, Ava's peripheral worlds were pretty regular worlds, and unlike Hawa, Ava wasn't going to surrender these worlds to us. Ava merely asked for assistance to deal with the Demon Kings for a while. Yes, I answered the group of domain holders. If it takes an average of 1 Demon King every 25 years, we'd be fighting 3 Demon Kings every 2 years. On average, yes. This is the fastest way we know to gain levels and prepare our strength for whatever is behind the curtain. We must. Lady Lausanne could probably hop from world to world every other week, but the rest of us would need some downtime to heal. Rune and Johan clarified. The Demon Kings were not significant challenges for my 3 level 200s, but for the newer domain holders, each Demon King still necessitated a large preparatory period and some downtime to heal between battles. Alka, for example, needed time to work on his tools and bombs before any Demon King and would often tune and adjust his weapons to optimize them for a specific Demon King. For Hoya, who also had other responsibilities on her hands, her affairs on Twinspace and the other worlds also took months of her time, even if a large portion of her original duties were delegated out. It was not a choice in the end. We had to do it, and so we would have to mitigate whatever drawbacks and obstacles that we faced. Year 315. Sun Rings V. Nira was quite a mystery to me. Even the white statue claimed that Nira is the god of arcane magics, a definition that didn't help, because most information about Nira was expunged during the white statue's purge of Niran influence from his world. Those who worshipped Nira on Trihome had declined over the years, and in the first place, Nira wasn't a large religion. Gaia, Hawa, and Ava were larger than Nira by quite a bit. Based on local Niran lore, the god claimed to be one with a focus on magic, self-healing, and the sea. A strange combination, and as it turned out, Nira was many different things on different worlds. Have you ever wondered how we would fight against a god? Lumuf asked, a little curious as we contemplated the odds of fighting a hostile god. We don't. Edna just answered blankly. Gods are where they are, and we are where we are. If they are hostile, we leave and that's it. If, a useless exercise. From what we've seen, the only way to kill a god is to kill all of its followers, and unless a god is so abhorrent, that is something I will refuse to do. Can we achieve stalemate? Yes, we leave. Edna was clearly not in a good mood on some days. It was just constant traveling. It wore them down even if they didn't say it, and I would like that outcome very much. Fine, fine, but what Edna claimed is not wrong. Our own models struggled to contemplate a good way of destroying a god that existed as a sum of all the faith of its believers. A war with such an existence would be so catastrophic, we might as well be demons. So I hope that Nira, at the very least, was ambivalent to our existence. We knew little of the god, and if we did find his peripheral worlds, we would like to learn about them a bit more. Nira Eurasian Peripheral World. The first Niran peripheral world was a surprising dwarven heavy world, and it was a world with two main religions, Niran and Eurasian. We're on the right track. Stella was at least relieved that we found a clue to follow. We initially discovered worlds with animistic religions, where local objects and features were worshipped as gods, and after 6 or 7 worlds with such similar outlook and religions, we were worried that there would be no god on this side of the sun ring v. The Niran faith on this world manifested as the god of the spirit, the god of brilliance, of whimsy and sudden bursts of creativity, a chaotic god, giant leaps forward, the god of the eccentric genius, the reclusive expert. Eurasian faith, on the other hand, represented order, structured development, ideas that moved the needle bit by bit, constant, continuous improvement, the technical master. The dwarves were thus split across these two lines even if they lived together. The local dwarves could not help us much. Like all the worlds before us, very few could see the path of the stars and fewer still could tell us where Nira was. So we moved. We moved some more, and peripheral worlds of Nira were different. There was an elven-dominated Niran peripheral world, where they worshipped Nira for being a god of the elves. Then another peripheral world of Nira that was filled with multiple islands. The people of these were humanoid, but more like half-mermen and had exceptional swimming and water abilities. They moved from island to island by boat, but many of these people of the water could also breathe underwater for long periods, and there were some that even possessed full amphibian capabilities, capable of living in the shallow waters full-time. Here, Nira was worshipped as the goddess of the calm seas, while a god Nira took the role of the god of the storms. There were multiple island chains, and though they spoke a common language, the island archipelagos waged war against each other. Like Treehome in its early days, unity only arrived when a demon king came along. The third Niran world was where Nira took the role of the god of light and honor. Strangely, in this world, the Niran faith was one of a pantheon of gods, with Nira as the main king of the gods. Nira's story changes from world to world. Is there a reason for this? Lumuf tried to consider how the world faith system would react to someone with a variable story across different worlds. I suppose it shouldn't matter. Stella answered. Faith points are faith points, right? As long as they believe, who cares what faith that takes? Most of the other 3 gods maintain a similar persona across their worlds, but even they allow for some variation here and there. But the god is the sum of its faith, and each god has a particular bias. Doesn't this shifting difference between worlds make Nira the most untrustworthy of them? Before we set out on this journey, I had Lumuf question both Hawa and Ava about Nira, and it seemed that their knowledge of Nira was different too. To them, Nira took whatever form that so suited its whims. The gods, at least, generally found Nira to have a fondness for liquids, water, blood, oil. Nira perhaps personified movement, and in the earlier days, was seen to take the form of a gigantic blood serpent. So, if there was no reason for consistency makes it easy for us to run our world, Ava answered during that trip. Consistency reduces the faith cost of things we are good at. That makes it cheaper to maintain each of our worlds. Perhaps Nira found it more preferable to spread its abilities across a wider range, but doing so it loses the benefits of specialization. We were expecting to find a god that was a generalist. Instead, what we found was a god that took a different narrative and story in each of its worlds. Another 3 more peripheral worlds later, and realizing Nira's depiction took on different more variations. As a god of water, as a goddess of the mountain, as a set of 3 gods who represented the cycle of life. Then we finally reached a world where divinity felt more present, a place where Nira was dominant. Nira Outer Core World. The world we landed on was one of different islands and continents, though we noticed that each of the islands worshipped a different body part. A hand, a leg, a horn, its left claw. Those who worshipped the claw fought with those who worshipped the horn, and they were all blessed by the gods. The people were strange. They glorified battle, war. To suffer pain on their god's behalf was to offer their blood. Blood spilled in the glory of war was most sacred. Is Nira trying to be a war god? Lumuf sat as we summarized the discoveries of the world. Though it was a core world, and we felt Nira's acts of divinity present in the representatives of the various Niran factions of the world, Nira was not here. We found claws that carried Niran divinity and tried to talk to it. It did not respond. I had a feeling it knew, but it did not respond. We were exploring more worlds and making contact with more people. Each of these were now a little extra brick in the fortress, an extra moving piece to add to our war arsenal, a little bit of knowledge of the wider world. The Void Sea was a literal fog of war, and each of us did not know what everyone else was doing, but gains at this point felt minuscule. An extra world or two, was it really going to be meaningful in the fight, especially when they were not occupied as part of the Order's key holdings? A part of me knew we needed to go exponential. I needed the Order on hundreds more worlds if we were to face the depths with the strength of at least a full god. If it takes 50 to 100 years to train a domain holder, then could we flood the demons with 100s of domain holders? I mused one day. The system isn't going to let that happen. I believe it will step in and stop that. Lumuf answered, my closest companion. I felt like a huge presence in his life, and in turn his thoughts had a mark on mine. We knew that the system had inbuilt mechanisms and something would slow down the growth of domain holders, but I think 25 to 30 domain holders should be possible. Can we get there in 100? I asked my artificial minds and they got to modeling the results. From where we are, 100 years should be possible. Why not 1,000? Do I really want to run an empire for 1,000 years? Do you want to? It is not a question of want, Ian. The Order in its current form is a good thing for the world. People live better, grow healthy, and have good vocations, even if they surrender a fair bit of their liberties and administrative rights. The way the system works in the peripheral worlds only encourages the creation of dictatorial states, dominated usually by a single individual, followed by a violent power vacuum when that individual dies, and this cycle repeats infinitely. The Order is infinitely a better option to the default governing cycle and structure of most worlds. I once again thought that it was time for me to sleep for a while. Time leap year 316. I took a nap and allowed my people to deal with issues. Lumuf, who remained awake, handled the affairs on my behalf. We still had not located Nira, though we had ventured deeper and further into the Niran core worlds. There were divine relics of all shapes and sizes across the Niran core world, and the Niran high priests seemed to bear some kind of divine blessing that made them the immortal representatives of their god. As we moved closer to the core, the intensity of the Void Sea pushing against us increased, and my domain holders had to work a lot harder. The nearest node tree for my domain holders was located on the peripheral worlds of Hawa, and from there, it still took a few hops to get to the Aven territories. Year 317. We hopped some more worlds and realized we were within the Niran core worlds. The Niran core worlds were managed by decentralized overlords, many of which were puzzled by our search for their god. Nira, in their own words, did whatever it wanted to do. Even the overlords could not compel their god to appear, but we searched and still couldn't find Nira, until we noticed an unusual world within the Void Sea that felt like it thrummed with divine energy. It stood out once we were fairly close to it, as if the Void Sea swirled to a swirling sphere that resembled a black whirlpool, and in the center of that sphere was a shining blue world that was invisible from afar. Curious, the three domain holders arrived in a world with no living body, a world that was inside out on the inner side of the sphere. There was nothing here except for a dim blue light in the center of the massive cavity, and then a blue dragon emerged to meet us, a guest from afar. The dragon answered, and at this distance we could feel its divinity. The blue hue of the world now had a vivid life to it, as if it was alive when the dragon appeared. Welcome to the Blue Cave. This is my world, Nira, Lumuf asked. Simultaneously, I was jolted awake, surprised to encounter a divine dragon. The world was blue, the world that felt empty before transformed. There was water moving around us, though it was clear it was not water. At the same time, we also felt the dragon's divinity spread out around us, and now we were encapsulated in a sphere of blue gas that felt like a part of the dragon. Here, we were within its flesh, its body, and this world was the god, and the god was the world. Ah, I go by that name in most worlds. You can refer to me as the Blue Dragon Anyaranisha, but it's not exactly an easy name to remember. At that moment, we felt a pressure on our minds, a thumb on our imaginary foreheads pushing against our head. It was our fortune that our domains protected us. I can see why you could survive a journey and reach me, and I thought I could send all of you away. I felt your presence from my outermost worlds, moving slowly towards me. So why have you sought me out? Lumuf gave the usual summary of our plan, the same pitch we gave Ava, Hawa, and Gaia. The blue dragon listened and shrugged. Some change is better than no change. Very well here. The mutant demons have grown complacent. But first, let us have a match. A match, you ask for my help. You must be worthy of it. The dragon breathed, and from the dragon's nostrils emerged a gigantic blob of water. Right before our eyes, the blob of water gained density, weight, and texture and began to take the shape of a dragon. From the thickened water, scales, skin, eyes, and claws emerged. This is your foe. Fight it, and I will judge whether you are worthy. Edna smiled, and then from her quest swords a blood-red sword emerged. Gladly. I had always wanted to use a dragon slayer sword. Stella squirmed. I'm definitely not prepared for a battle against a dragon. Edna, however, ignored Stella's words and already charged ahead. Her dragon slayer sword glowed with bloodthirst, and her sword slammed into the dragon's claws. The dragon's deep blue claws cracked on impact. The blue dragon Nira watched from the side and looked at both Stella and Lumuf. Well, you two should join the fight. She's not going to win that alone. Lumuf frowned. Must dragons always devolve to fights and displays of power? We are what our people think we are. Nira chuckled. I thus play to our followers' desire. My avatar leapt forward as L activated the avatar form. My roots spread out from my avatar and towards the dragon. The dragon breathed a kind of ethereal, ghostly fire that looked purple in color, and it burned my wall of spreading vines. It tried to burn it, but the damage was minimal. Nira, still in its dragon form, clapped. Fire resistance. I certainly should have expected that from a tree that survived so long. The giant woody vines slammed into the dragon's body, and I felt the hardness of its powerful scales. Unlike demon kings who now felt weak, it was strangely refreshing to feel something that felt strong. Not just that, it was strong in a way that didn't repulse me. It was a pleasant sensation to fight and feel the power of a dragon, even if it was aimed at us. The dragon used its claws to slice off the vines instead, or it tried to. It wasn't easy to cut my heavily enhanced and strengthened vines, and the dragon had to apply a good amount of force. My vines were hardy and made of woven strands of multiple smaller vines. The dragon's claws, unable to break through in a single strike, now had to saw through them with the jagged edges of the dragon's claws. It took a while for it to saw off a few of the vines, but that still wasn't fast enough to prevent the rest of my vines from wrapping the rest of the dragon up in vines. Then I drained the creature of mana. I felt the vigorous, powerful mana of the dragon flood my avatar's body, and Lumuf groaned. But he activated his ability and strengthened both myself and his own body to withstand the dragon's mana. A dragon's body and mana is filled with life. In many worlds, we are symbols of incredible vitality, energy, vigor, Nira spoke. It felt quite similar to wrestling demonic mana. It was stronger in some ways, yet its texture and sensation was different. It also lacked the malice of demonic mana. It lacked the desire to consume, and instead the dragon's mana pushed because it was a dragon. Its vitality demanded itself to win. The battle between our manas felt as if it was about conceptual understanding of the nature of mana. To understand is to control. In the early days, the first wars were between beasts and demons. But what were trees if not symbols of nature? Just like dragons, trees were also symbols of life, symbols of growth. The dragon's mana was powerful, vigorous, but in the end, it was not too difficult to overcome the fight. A dragon was but a piece of nature. It claimed itself to be the apex of life, but in the end, it existed as a part of nature, not above it. So my mana overpowered the dragon's mana, and then we absorbed them. We purified them, and my avatar grew. The vines and roots that wrapped the dragon grew with each drop of dragon's mana converted. The dragon flailed. Its tail slammed into Edna's magical shield, and Edna's blade sliced through the weakened tail. I was already level 250. My avatar's abilities further amplified my ability. Even if I wasn't optimized to fight dragons, in raw metrics I was not behind a dragon. A dragon was no match for our might. The dragon's struggle weakened. I drained more of the creature's mana, and I found that they were tasty. I could hear the voices of the trees throughout my world rejoice at the incredible life of the dragon's mana, so I devoured more of it, more vines. The vines grew larger, more muscular and grotesque as it fed on the dragon's vitality. There was an explosion of life as my vines feasted. The wider world loved the dragon's mana, and at this moment, a part of me wanted to create dragons of my own, breed them to feed the rest of my trees. This desire was reflected in Lumuf's greedy stare at the fallen dragon. This was the end for Nira's warrior dragon. The powerful dragon's life was drained out by an ever more hungry network of trees. On many worlds, trees began to bloom and flower, empowered by the dragon's vitality. This season's harvest would be exceptional. Nira mused. I see you don't have a problem dealing with a dragon. I would not mind if you have another one. A dragon's mana is fantastic. Lumuf added while my vines feasted on the struggling dragon's mana. The blue dragon laughed. A divine dragon's laughter was strange. The world itself seemed a lighter shade of blue as if it reflected their master's joy. Ah, it's good to be reminded that many in the living world still crave dragon's blood. My vines cracked through the dragon's scales and revealed the flesh beneath. Edna's Dragonslayer blade, a product of her many quests, radiated the energies of a level 200 martial paragon. It slammed into the weakened dragon scales and shattered it. Then her second swing sliced the dragon's head off. The rest of the dragon's body lost its struggle, and my vines made easy work of the rest of the creature. Stella smiled at the spectating divine blue dragon. It appears my participation is unnecessary. Nira's dragonic form mustered an amused smile. It looked absolutely sinister, and yet we didn't feel any bit of hostility. Well done, my dragon was slain by a knight, a priest, and a tree. The dragon snapped off one of its claws and gave it to Lumuf. The claw looked so simple, a claw with an intense, vivid blue. In its full size, it was as large as a man, but the moment Lumuf's palm touched the object, the claw shrunk into a small bracelet with a single claw, small enough to fit on one hand. Nira's claw from Nira's manifested divine draconic flesh, used to summon Nira's divine draconic form. That should assist you, should that world's darkness not consume our divinity. Lumuf knew the dragon referred to the void's suppression of divine power. Stella recently developed a theory that the accumulated effect of traveling through the void also caused the world faith system to experience power loss over distance. It might be fairly minuscule, but it certainly added up over sufficiently large distances. Lumuf then spoke of Hawa's bomb and Ava's offer to make a realm egg. Nira merely shrugged. I need no such thing, the claw is more than enough. Is that all? Stella couldn't help herself and asked. Why do you take different forms in each world? Because I can, there's no reason. Is there a need for a reason beyond my desires? I desire something, and it is so. We all realized that Nira was likely the mercurial type. You made a marble statue very mad with your people's blood ritual. Lumuf decided to bring up the white statue, but it certainly sounds like you have no part in it. A soul trapped within a statue, gaining power and ascending into the higher realms is quite a story. But I certainly have no part in it, though the people of my faith have many, many tales about blood ceremonies and rituals. After all, many since time immemorial have tried to take a dragon's blood into themselves in hopes to be one of us. Lumuf looked at the dragon form and wondered whether Nira was formerly a dragon. If I may, were you formerly a dragon? Ah, I forget that it is not obvious. Nira chuckled and nodded. Yes, this is a form I favor because it is what I was, a memory of a time before the current system. But when we ascend to be the faith gods, our forms are whatever we want them to be, and humans are fond of gods that look like them. Have your kind ever lived in our world? Lumuf asked as we remembered that very old memory of a dragon king. Our ancient memory recalls a time when the world was filled with dragons. Nira paused. The old era, a period of war between the beasts and the old demons. That is an era that predates our current state. I was not there yet, though I am a descendant of them. I surmise that your world is one of the first worlds to drift away from the chaos if your world still remembers such ancient history. Perhaps one of the first 1,000. Is that something we should know? Ah, it's not really something important. Just these first 1,000 have the longest histories. Worlds are created all the time. Some have short histories, some longer, though you are more likely to find ancient beings in these first 1,000 worlds. Many of these first 1,000 drifted outwards, and nowadays they are no more than worldly prisons for these ancient beings. We had more questions, but Nira decided it had enough of us. I have given you what you want. It is time you go. We felt a strong divine wind, and this time it actually forced us out of its world, and we landed on one of its nearby core worlds. Well, a dragon god. They started powerful and became even more powerful. It's actually surprising that we only encountered one now. Edna countered. The greater world should be filled with gods like that. It didn't feel more divine than the rest, so I am certain that there are trade-offs. Lumuf countered. Something we don't know. Maybe it's a personality trade-off. A god that does whatever it wants wouldn't optimize for faith and thus suffers weakness. Year 318. The white statue was pensive when I spoke of Lumuf's discovery of Nira and how it did not care for their ways. He cursed. He cursed in many ways and then, like a philosopher, mulled the insignificance of their lives to these beings. These beings do not deserve to be gods. Unfortunately, the system does not care. It only cares that they are worshipped as one and thus they are gods, I answered. The white statue adjusted itself and entered a thoughtful pose. It was as if solid marble was carved into the lifelike recreation of a thinking man. After a long musing, it declared, "Deliver this letter for me. That is all I wish to say to that foul existence that claims themselves gods." The white statue gave a letter wrapped in a white marble-like envelope. It was a kind of glass container that kept the content safe. Will it cause us problems? I asked, curious about its content. One is never sure. The white statue sighed. But the letter is nothing more than a condensed writing of my intense frustration with Nira's callousness and my anger for being abandoned so far away. I thought the notion of gods is devoid of morality. Gods had no reason to be moral. All they required is worship, and worship could be achieved with fear. Sufficient fear could manifest itself in profound belief. Shock, awe, morality was a byproduct of a just God, but not a requirement. The white statue, deep down, still wished that gods had morals. Maybe they would have if they were someone like Ava or Hawa. But these gods that possess such values would likely never create the circumstances that could give rise to an individual like the white statue. It seems I am doomed to a troubled birth when you put it that way. The white statue sighed. To think that I am a creation out of the ignorance and false beliefs of Nira's followers, and even when I am created, they do not care for us. In all the gods I have seen so far, all I can say is they don't really care. Individual lives have very little value. The only reason they've given me any value is because of my levels and my abilities to move to places they cannot. The white statue sat and thought. It made no difference now. Any form of struggle I do against such an existence is meaningless, is it not? As you are now, yes. But I do not view the struggle against the demons to be so. Life spreads. Life prospers when these destructive creatures are purged. Year 319. Nira didn't seem to care very much when we visited his core worlds. Unlike Hawa, Ava or Gia, who protected their core worlds strongly and tried their best to minimize our presence, Nira allowed us free reign. It's too proud. Edna said, it believes that those who believe will believe. Nira's core worlds did bear some similarities to how Ava or Hawa described their core worlds. The inner Niran worlds were massive realms. We visited a realm with 30 separate planets, all massive and somehow all populated with billions of people. Each of these 30 had a single Nira-appointed overlord, whose goal was simple. High populations, high faith, tremendous belief in Nira in whatever shape or form. Everything else was up to the respective overlords. The overlords were all like mini Nira. Many of them took different shapes and forms. Some worshipped Nira in the form of a human, some as angels, some as dragons, some as other monsters. These were not peaceful worlds, though there appeared to be rules that encouraged sparing lives, and the Niran faiths on these worlds were huge on having children. According to Hawa and Ava, there was some difference in the faith produced by a high-leveled individual, but it was infinitely better to have 100 low-leveled believers than one high-leveled believer. Thus, population boom. Still, we noticed that the various societies felt strangely like they were breeding livestock within a planet-sized farm. Sure, they were fed, lived decently, but there was overt breeding and brainwashing policies in most of them. It was an uncomfortable realization that these populations had to live long enough to produce faith. We suspected Hawa and Ava's core worlds to practice something similar. Next was Sun Rings VI. The last of the Sun Rings for us to explore, and we wondered whether a god claimed these worlds. Interlude: The Frontier. The Order's operating theater expanded significantly in the past decade, and Novorosk found himself at the very edges of the Order's influence. Hawa, Ava, and Nira all had peripheral worlds, and even if Ian didn't want to fully claim the peripheral worlds, there were forces within the Order that sought and demanded that the Order's strength be deployed to assist these peripheral worlds. So somehow, what were just a handful of worlds now ballooned into almost 100 worlds. The domain holders could be split into two large groups of thought: the conservative, conserve strengths, faction, and the more expansionary, help where we can, faction, and there were legitimate reasons for both. Especially the conservative, faction had noticed the Order's stretched supply lines. The Ava and peripheral worlds numbered almost 35, and even if the Demon Kings could be relatively easily dealt with by the three demigods, someone still had to do the actual nitty-gritty task of clearing the rest of the demons. It didn't help that there were many active demonic rifts that poured new demons into these peripheral worlds. The great patriarch Lumuf described it as routine cleaning, and as per the name routine, tasks fell onto the Order's increasingly stretched apparatus. Novorosk, level 110 war leader, looked at his squad of 20 in the deployment bay of the massive flying Gantrether beetle carrier. The Gantrether 1, the Order discovered quite quickly that having titans like Gantrether in the peripheral worlds were extremely useful. The node and clone limitations of Ian meant the Order needed other ways of projecting influence, and other ways of ensuring that the operatives had a safe, stable place to operate from. Somewhere for the Order operatives, exhausted by their work and missions, to rest and recover. Already there were forces within the group petitioning Ian for the summoning of more Gantrether and Hytrerian variants as remote bases on these peripheral worlds. Novorosk glanced at his deck in his hand. It contained the mission notes and objectives. The beetle carrier shook momentarily. Turbulence. The weather on the Avan peripheral world of Palava II was unpleasant. Storms were frequent here. There were 7 Landasians elves, none from his hometown, but they were familiar enough that they understood and respected Novorosk's position instinctively. There was another group of 6 Magisarian mages, and they were a more difficult bunch. They seemed to have an extraordinarily high opinion of themselves, even if they were only in the mid-level 60s. The remaining were dragonlings from the world of Gigantodragon. Novorosk briefed them 2 hours before, but there was no knowing whether they truly understood everything. Are they ready for deployment, Warleader? The Order Admiral's voice played in Novorosk's head. Yes, we're ready in 3. Strap in. Drop-offs in 15. The attack on the hive will start in 2 standard hours. The Order also discovered that, like all other titans, the beetle carrier could be modified with upgrades. Just like how Hytrerian was upgraded with weapons and equipment, the gigantic beetle carrier's beetle storage compartments could be swapped out for living quarters, command centers, amenities, and hangars for more specific types of beetles, such as flying beetle dropships. These dropship beetles were variations of the gigantic truck beetles, capable of flight and tough as hell. They were unfortunately not very fast, but it usually didn't matter. Each dropship beetle carried about 15 on their back, so they had 2 beetles in their group. All right, Novelrecap repeated. Admiral Nulvin gave the command to go. We got a hive to destroy. Vice Captain Murian, y'all take Beetle 2. Vice Captain Murian, a level 78 warrior of fury and dragonling recruited from Gigantodragon about 20 years ago, nodded. All right, let's get in. Novelrecap still noticed how the rest of the dragonling members frowned a little. The operation required an assault into the various cave entrances of the demonic hive, and dragonlings were not a fan of caves. It was a strange irony, because dragons loved caves, and yet dragonlings, who were supposedly descendants of dragons, feared them. There were theories that dragonlings were created as servants of the dragons, and thus the caves only reminded them of their enslaved past. But it was ancient history, and no one really knew why they were innately uncomfortable in caves. Dropship bays open. A voice spoke in their head. It likely came from the Titan, the Gantrether one. The organic beetle-like walls opened outwards, and now they could all hear the furious storms outside. The sky was a dark purple, a feature of the Palava II, and the heavy streaks of lightning that could be seen were of a vivid green color. Novelrecap felt the furious rain in his face. It tasted different from the rain of Landas, and he hated it. He still didn't understand why rain tasted different. The dropship beetle's semi-transparent inner wings closed, and they could now see the land below, a massive rocky mountain that was also home to a demonic hive filled with some kind of subterranean demon variant, and specifically they were told to look out for the demonic centipedes. Internally, there were talks about why the Order didn't just nuke every single demonic hive from orbit. It'd be faster, and the Order was certainly capable of it. But the Order wanted strength in their operatives, and thus it was better to do hard things like sending warriors into a hive of demons. Calculated risks. Novelrecap didn't question it. He knew his squad wouldn't be ready for heavier stuff without this sort of experience. Captain Novelrecap, if things don't go well. Novelrecap knew and could recite the statement by heart. Gantrether 1's Admiral Nulvin said it every time. There's 10 level 125s on watch and ready to intervene if anything bad happens, so don't be afraid to call for help. They said it every time. The recruits, of course, didn't know that. They didn't want to incentivize unnecessary risk-taking, though most were smart enough to understand that help was nearby. Idiots who took risks unnecessarily would be identified and reprimanded separately. Go. Gantrether's voice could be heard in all their heads, and the dropship beetle's massive wings began to beat. Novelrecap found the hum of the dropship beetle's wings incredibly eerie, especially when there were about 50 of them all leaving. Gantrether. One at the same time. Novelrecap closed his eyes. There were about 10 such operations on Palava II, even though Palava II was not an Order world and would not be an Order world. There were no ionic nodes here, no base of operations. All they had was Gantrether I serving as a remote base and movement of. Gantrether 1 required either Patriarch Lumuf or any of the Void Archmage's presence. The rocks are grayish-purple. Lurusk, a Landasian elven ranger sitting next to him, commented, "If we have time, I'll take a few back home. My kids would love it. Got it, Commander." The 2 beetle dropships didn't land. It merely fluttered a few feet above ground, and all of them jumped off. Novelrecap could smell the foul stench of dead demons. The place around them was already attacked by a different squadron a few hours earlier to make way for the landing team. The surface team were usually of a lower level, because they didn't have to fight in higher-risk subterranean environments. He looked up, and up in the storm clouds, Gantrether 1 was like a gigantic shadow that blotted out half the sky. All 20 of them quickly moved and scouted out their target cave entrance. The demonic hive was a series of 10 different cave entrances, and some larger cave entrances had 5 squads deployed. Novelrecap was given one of the smaller cave entrances. Any native spotted. Novelrecap peeped through his spyglass. Nothing, Murian repeated. I'd be surprised if there are any of the local humanoid natives nearby. Never know when an idiot thinks that attacking a demonic hive is a good idea. Novelrecap countered. Doesn't that make us the idiots, Warleader? Murian quipped through their shared communications network. Novelrecap swore he could imagine his smug, smiling face. He'd have punched him if he was next to him. I guess we are. Novelrecap laughed, but their attack wasn't entirely stupid. We're the officially sanctioned demon-slaying idiots. You guys are wasting message on talking shit. A Magisterian mage quickly cut them off. The mana on these communication rings are bound to run out when you guys talk too much. Point taken, Mage Malsa. All right. We're waiting for Nulvin's signal and let's all start. Murian added. Wait, I've got a question. Do you think our real job is actually to flush out the giant centipedes so that Gantrether can deal with it? You think so? One other operative asked. I mean, I swore I saw some elite Valthorn insignias on some soldiers' outfits around the mess hall. What else could it be? Novelrecap decided to shut down the conversation. He didn't think Nulvin would lie to him, but the fact was that intelligence on worlds such as Palava II could be quite poor quality, simply because the number of intel operatives actually studying the details were far, far smaller. If so, we're in bigger shit, so get ready. Maintain silence and wait for the signal. He could feel the storm overhead, and the green lightning bolts never seemed to stop. There were demons within those tunnels, and he could feel it. The elf's heightened ears could pick up the rumblings of the demonic centipede's feet, the chittering of the worm's limbs. Everyone was appropriately equipped to deal with worms. He once heard that level 100s could single-handedly take out an entire hive, though they often faced some extra challenge if there were demonic champions present. Attack. The command came from Gantrether 1 directly, and Novelrecap pointed at the tunnel. Novelrecap led the charge, his body blurring as his abilities activated. The tunnels were filled with demons, and his blades slashed through them like they were made of butter. The typical demons were no match for his strength, and his teammates followed closely behind. They tore a path into the cave and left a trail of slaughter as demons died by the hundreds. Thousands when they entered the larger caverns filled with demons. Deep underground, they found what they were looking for, a massive spawning pool protected by 2 gigantic demonic centipedes. I was told these were pretty conventional. Apparently Treehome faced them in early Eonic history. Murian commented, "Is this really time for a history lesson, Murian?" Mage Mousa countered. The dragonlings were doing great because once the caves turned into massive caverns, they found their stride and used their tremendous strength to great advantage. Their powerful claw abilities were a natural counter to the somewhat hard, chitinous shells of the demonic bugs. "We're doing well," Murian said. The other parties are also converging on the center. All the caves eventually reached the massive inner cavern, and now the demons were facing a siege on all sides, and the Order's operatives attacked from every entrance. The cavern shook as 2 gigantic demonic centipedes emerged from the spawning pools. There were still smaller demonic bugs and worms attached to the giant building-sized centipedes, clearly as if they were still trying to spawn more of itself. "Well," Mage Mousa said, "are you going to fight it?" "Leave it to the captains," Murian said. Novelrecap shook his head. "On the contrary, I have specific orders not to engage the centipedes. Instead, Murian, you are supposed to. You and Javan from Team G, both of you will take 1 each." The dragonling blinked. I am level 78, exactly. According to Order statistics, level 78 is exactly right to take on a demonic champion with your outfit level. After your last experience gain, the Order has determined you are ready." Novelrecap grinned. It was pretty standard Order level gain procedure to introduce what they called mid-mission updates. Historical data pointed towards generally higher experience gains and higher leveling chances. "Don't worry, I'll make sure nothing interrupts you too. I wasn't fine. I'll do it." Murian quickly found an opening to quickly prepare himself for a fight with the giant centipede. He looked in the distance and found Javan also preparing himself for a battle. Novelrecap smiled. "Go for it, I killed my fair share of these champions. It's about time some others do it." The battle was properly furious, and Novelrecap watched as the dragonling had to pull out everything in his skill set to actually win. Weapons, skills, claws. The demon champion was a rite of passage for every vice-captain, and maybe Murian just didn't think his turn would arrive so early. Novelrecap, on the other hand, protected the Magicerian mages while they nuked the spawning pools to dust, and also while a different group of dwarves from Darkguard reinforced the cavernous walls. "What's the command here?" Novelrecap was soon approached by a dwarven commander from Darkguard. "The Order intends to convert this facility into a subterranean temporary bunker and a potential recruitment site for the local humanoid natives." "Really?" Novelrecap asked. He was informed that there were some Dark Guardian squadrons involved in the hive clearing missions, but didn't know the exact details. "Far, far into the future, but we need to prepare the sites for that eventuality. Such massive caverns are perfect for Dark Guardians and could be a useful resettlement home for any dwarves we rescue from the other dwarven worlds. Back in our world, we built entire cities in such places." Huh. Novelrecap nodded and was once again reminded that the Order often made plans in years and centuries, so that's why they didn't want us to nuke it from above. The Dark Guardians smiled as their attention was redirected to the battle in the center of the cavern. Murian and Javan both battled the demonic centipede, and the centipede's fall. Murian and Javan both won as expected, and though they were exhausted and injured, they would most likely gain a level or 2. Well, let's clear out the rest of the hives. The beetle dropships will drop a dwarven engineering group and some resettlement folks once we give the all clear. The dining halls within Gantrether 1 was a long stretch that ran along the giant flying carrier's central spine. It was an efficiently used space, with storage cabinets overhead, weapons supply hidden within the removable beetle scales on the floor. It had to, because Gantrether 1 was home to about 1,300 operatives. In exchange, the flying beetle capacity was significantly reduced, from 8,000 down to only 3,000 flying beetles. In practice, there were only about 1,000 or so flying beetles, because the remaining slots were used for the heavier beetle variants such as the dropship beetles and many other utility beetles. There were heavier combat beetles that were deployed as ground-based combatants, and they needed their own space. Novelrecap gave Murian a toast. Well, congratulations on your first demon champion. Y'all get sick of killing them soon enough, then y'all need to graduate and participate in the higher tier stuff. There were no deaths in the entire operation, and it was a goal Admiral Nulvin sought to keep. I'm planning to recommend some of your members to a different team, Nulvin said as he reviewed a set of reports in front of him. So soon, not very soon, after this operation. Once we clean out Palava II's remaining demonic hives, we'll have 2 weeks to return to Landas and restock our supplies, then we'll have to warp to the Niran front lines. Novorosk blinked. The Niran front lines were even further away from their existing supply lines. I know what you're thinking, and Central is already planning for a node deployment. Now that Expedition's landing node on Twinspace has been withdrawn and replaced with a clone, Ian has a node slot available for the Niran frontier. We will be relocated and will be a key part of that frontier's protection. With the domain holders busy with higher value targets, everything else now fell on the roaming beetle carrier groups. The Landasian elf was in thought when the Admiral elaborated. It won't be just us. I hear from the Order that they intend to set up at least 3 Gantrether-centered remote battle forces, though I hear that they are asking for another 3 more Hytrerian-class remote bases on more frequently attacked worlds. These Titans will serve as the heart of the Order's spear into these faraway worlds, so get some rest. I'll be announcing the full details once the rest of the Titan fleets are actually commissioned. Novorosk nodded. There were going to be many more decades of peacekeeping missions to be had. Year 320. As more and more of the Order's recruits rose up in power and in levels, the types of valid, meaningful challenges I could provide had shrunk. The peripheral worlds were not very dangerous to level 100s generally. They could handle almost all dangerous threats except for Demon Kings, and perhaps hostile domain holders. Those who are at least level 150 like the domain holders could take on Demon Kings with very little risk other than time, but for those below that, facing each Demon King was a risky, potentially life-threatening proposition, even with the presence of heroes and other domain holders. This meant there was this uncomfortable gap in difficulty and experience gained between level 100 and level 150. At that range, Demon Champions were not much of a challenge, but they were still very far away from the strength of the Demon Kings. Within the Order, this was where many Order operatives stagnated. Internally, we referred to this as the level 100 to 150 plateau. It was entirely possible to use my past level fruits to bring them up to level 125, but our own statistics quickly indicated that this free level gain was not free. There was a cost to them, and interestingly, those who took the level seeds ended up ahead only by a few years. Putting in the work and facing realistic, valuable challenges had real meaning, real purpose. Gaining levels was a shortcut, but just like my own domain ability to instantly push someone up to level 60, it was having the tools but not the skill to use it. There was a skill debt that the Order's operatives had to pay. Thus, the Order needed real challenges. Steamrolling relatively weak demons on peripheral worlds, even when faced with massive numbers, was not much of a challenge, but more of a chore. I could send 5 level 100 to a world swarming with demons, ensure they gain levels, but it didn't help them hone the kind of skills needed to fight things like Demon Kings. A Demon King was not in the same class as regular demons, and fighting 1,000 or 1,000,000 demons did not prepare one for facing a Demon King. For many operatives, they needed to fight threats of a suitable level, something challenging that scaled to their strengths. The thought then began to circle back to where it all often tended to start, dungeons. It had been a decision I'd put off for a while, but now it was time to finally make use of it. The Dungeon Titan. I quickly called on Patrick and my artificial minds to bring up worlds where I could use it safely. Ideally a lightly inhabited world, and since I had 3 clone slots, I intended for the clone to serve as a protection just in case these Titans spawned creatures that the rest of us could not control. Deadworld was one of the front runners, a world now removed of its demons and home to nothing. We freed the world from the demons that were already at the world's core. It just hadn't completed the last bits required to turn it into a demon world. Deadworld's energies and magical ley lines were, as a result of the demonic meddling, fairly concentrated. Over time, these ley lines would spread out and take new paths throughout the world, but right now, they were the best places for me to place a Dungeon Titan. Wed decided this was the best place to put it. Even if the dungeon ran wild and spawned powerful monsters that escaped, there were no living persons to destroy. All that was left on Deadworld are plants and vegetation and lately monsters. This was the perfect dungeon world. Lumuf held my clone seed on the edges of one swirling mass of magical energy. Deadworld's mana, untainted by the demons, flowed out to the surface. All right, Lumuf said and placed the seed on the floor. It was the size of a full sack of grain. It's bigger than I last remembered it. I wasn't sure why either. I felt a connection from it as a part of myself emerged from that seed and pierced the rest of the world. 4 clone bodies remained, and my old thoughts were to keep them in reserve. But 4 was a little too many. I only needed 1 or 2. So my 8th main tree's roots spread through the ground and reached deep into Deadworld. They exploded outwards from the seed, both roots and vines drilled into the walls and grounds around us. They moved quickly, and I felt the roots quickly reach close to the core of the Deadworld. Just like that, I felt a connection form with the will of the world. Clone deployed on Deadworld, you are now able to receive the souls of those from Deadworld, and also the soul fragments of the Deadworld's heroes. It was also no longer appropriate to call it Deadworld, because now I could glimpse the world's history. It once had a thriving population of regular humans that lived throughout the world. Alas, the demons came, and everyone died. My clone helped the world recover, and in turn, I could subtly guide the magical ley lines of the world where I wanted it to be. This would have been significantly harder without a cooperative will of the world. My clone grew overnight, and I became the single largest organism in the entirety of the future dungeon world. A towering tree larger than mountains and reaching into the skies. My roots reshaped the ground around my body and turned the once flat soil into a massive valley where it was much easier to access the magical ley lines. My roots spread across the newly renamed dungeon world and followed the ley lines to where they were the strongest. Next, my roots grew along and around those centers of power and amplified the magical energies with whatever we had. After what was a month, I identified 2 strong areas where the magical areas were most intense, and then activated my long-dormant Titan ability. At the heart where the ley lines were strongest, a gigantic wooden door appeared. It warped the world around it, a spatial ability common in the dungeons id made so far. This was my 10th Titan, and id used my Titans for various, more passive uses over time. It took the shape of a door. The greater leveling dungeon level 120. It was higher leveled than the ones before, both as a result of my higher leveled skills and also the added magical ley lines. The door began to radiate a thick magical miasma and spread out to the world around it. Monsters started emerging from this miasma almost immediately, though interestingly they were all as if they were in a dream. They walked about the miasma in the vicinity and did nothing else. Well, Lumoof watched from afar. I'll try it first. The dungeon's door swirled as my avatar approached, and then we heard an announcement in our minds. Dungeon has not yet completed monster creation. Entry is currently not permitted. As it turned out, creating a high-leveled monster was not easy at all, and we waited for about 2 weeks before Lumoof was permitted entry. I knew almost instinctively when we entered that this Titan dungeon's layout constantly changed, and the walls were made of an exceptional magical material. The dungeon warped space itself, so that the door actually led to something more of a pocket dimension, where all the monsters were spawned. We were walking about and felt our senses numbed by a kind of haze. The entire area felt like it was coated with a thick layer of oil that prevented our senses from going too far. We saw a creature, a giant werewolf resting at the center of the cavernous empty hall, and we admired the amount of spatial distortion that allowed such a space to exist. A dungeon was just like my secret hideout, but decked out to extremes. Then that giant werewolf attacked with glowing claws. Oh, Lumoof dodged it and then punched it back. Werewolf, to our surprise, shapeshifted at that moment into a different shape and dodged our fist. But it still suffered recoil, and the sheer power of my avatar's punch still sent the transformed werewolf flying backwards. The level 100 werewolf can take a punch. The werewolf vanished before our eyes as if it had an ability of some kind. When it reappeared, the creature slammed into a wall of bark, and this time it was squashed between it. The creature died, but it can't take being squashed. My avatar looked amused as the dungeon monster perished. There were many more monsters throughout the remaining chambers, but it was clear Lumoof was the real monster in the dungeon. Lumoof was too powerful for this dungeon, and so nothing here posed a challenge. His aura was the weight of the divine, and even monsters could tell the difference. The next few creatures were so petrified by his presence that he could walk next to them, stare them in the eyes wherever that might be, and then walk past them. The dungeon's cavern eventually led to the boss room, where a larger level 140 creature loomed. It was a gigantic golden spider, surrounded by an army of smaller golden spiders, all level 100 or so. These things could ruin entire kingdoms with their incredible speed and toughness. Well, I suppose I approve of this dungeon, Lumoof said as his aura made the spider's huge legs curl up, and it skittered backwards and tried to hide. The large boss room never felt so small for the spider boss, as the bigger spider flung the smaller spiders at Lumoof as if they were sacrifices. The smaller spiders were not mindless. They were afraid, and Lumoof could tell it from the way their entire bodies were tense. They were all prepared to attack, even as they landed. Vines emerged from my avatar. In an instant, everything was killed, including the gigantic boss spider. Lumoof's vines sucked the juices out of the gigantic golden spider and left it nothing more than a husk. It crumbled, and a golden chest emerged from its body. Dungeons are so strange, Lumoof sighed. Do you believe there is a god of dungeons somewhere? It's almost always that the boss monsters consumed or swallowed a chest in its body. It was fascinating to think about the origins of boss monsters. If the world had been a proper ecosystem, these boss monsters would have got to their level of strength by consuming many other lesser monsters, and these lesser monsters also would have consumed many others. These bosses would thus have accumulated the resources and energy of many other beings in a chain of consumption. It is a standard of the system. Dungeons are a part and parcel of the mechanisms that allow adventurers as a class to exist, and they also feed the heroes. For heroes to exist, they must have dungeons. That is the problem. Lumuf said, do heroes come first or dungeons? Dungeons, of course. How can it not be more obvious? Heroes are artificial creations. I theorized that dungeons were just natural evolutions of monster hives. Are they, or they as a class, evolved from something else? Perhaps heroes are just a modified version of champions. Lumuf countered. Level 150 is a line where individuals are defined as champions. There was a beautiful set of weapons inside, a set of silver-colored parrying daggers that was made of a rare blend of materials. A suitable sidearm for someone around level 110 to 130 once it was properly cleaned and maintained. From our brief examination, it was also loaded with an array of protective effects that could be triggered by those of a suitable class. Well, Lumuf picked one of them up and looked at them as if they were ancient things. They looked ancient, but we all know they were generated, created. It was an unnerving feeling to know what we dealt with wasn't there months ago. I sometimes wonder whether these things will vanish when they reach their time. They feel unreal. I could feel Lumuf's emotions. The weapon had weight and structure. It was real in every way, but we both knew they were pulled out of the void, if that was one way of describing it. It was the same uncomfortable sensation in our hearts. A sensation we felt when we encountered and interacted with Shrubhome. For those of us who knew that these things didn't exist before, it really felt like it was hard to grasp whether what was real and what was not. These things, popping out of nowhere, was an attack on our memories because they contradicted what we knew of a location's history. These sort of contradictions would likely be missed by most who did not dabble in the levels of power we were in. For non-domain holders, it was a hard thing to grasp how so much of our reality was malleable. We've seen things go from one way to another, from nothing to something. Lumuf said as he placed the two powerful daggers into a pouch. I wonder if things can vanish, like how some demons disintegrate into dust when destroyed. I have only seen demons vanish, and even then, not all demons vanish. Most of the demons we saw these days actually left rotting corpses, even if the rotting process was measured in hours rather than days. For what it was worth, even demons from different worlds disintegrated at different speeds, as if their permanence was influenced by the worlds they came from. It probably won't. I answered my avatar, who looked unconvinced. If we could just banish demons back to unexistence, that wouldn't be such a bad thing. Perhaps someday, I theorized. If we could influence the system sufficiently, it might be possible. The entire dungeon shook briefly. Dungeon completed. Return in 2 weeks for a new challenge. Lumuf looked around and a door emerged where there wasn't one before. It looked unnecessarily ornate for a door that would only be used once. We stepped out and the dungeon vanished behind us. We should make another one, Lumuf said, agreed. And so, in another area where there was another confluence of magical ley lines, I activated a second greater leveling dungeon. 2 dungeons, hopefully sufficient to accelerate my Valthorn's leveling. But the question of permanence lingered in our minds. I wondered whether core mana made this difference. Core mana, from what we researched so far, seemed to do nothing much, and yet it was so important in certain spells that we used. It gave structure and weight to the void paths, and when used with rift gates, we noticed it reinforced those paths and walls. But it did nothing much for everything else, and we had not found ways to use it for much. So core mana served a different purpose, and so I wondered whether core mana's role was not so much as mana, but more of a reality-binding substance, that it existed to make something ephemeral real. If this was true, then the term core mana was a bad choice of naming that set us off on the wrong starting point. If so, I wondered whether they were more like unprocessed reality dust, because they were most useful in places where things had no sense of reality. They made a stable path in the void sea. Was core mana also the element that drove and reinforced the creation of a reality bubble? Thus, I commanded my mages to experiment on core mana on Comet World, and also to use what core mana we had to work with illusions, ghosts, and other more spiritual objects, and wondered whether there was an interaction. It would take some time for results to show itself, and so I diverted my attention to the rest of the order. They moved to set up operations in the newly created dungeon world, and set up a dungeon diving plan for the level 100 to 149s. The vastness of the void sea was comforting. It was welcoming. Every time she looked up into the skies, beyond the clouds and the false stars, she saw the void, the great darkness of the void. These days, it no longer looked dark to her. Instead, it sometimes looked more like an endless stream of little wiggling worms, each of them a different variation and location. On other times, it looked more like she was staring at a dark pool that gradually unfurled the darkness to reveal strange, weird things happening within it. It was as if she now had the ability to see scenes she saw in the void layers, things that were hidden to everyone else. But she did not feel horror. Instead, the very thought that it could contain everything that once was, would be, and could be was strange, welcoming, and natural. Her mind found comfort at the discomfort others felt, that everything that was not real. Reality, in other words, was a creation, an imagination, a dream, a painting stitched together by the brushes of many. So the vastness of the void sea instead became a sign of all the unmet potential of the world, unreality that could be made real if the circumstances were right. When she looked into the vastness of the void and now saw the many nascent, unborn worlds, she realized that somewhere in there was a true utopian world, a world of constant improvement, even if perfection is never achieved. Even if they stumbled, they would get up and try to make things better. She saw, in the voidness, worlds that could create great things, worlds that could form great armies that could help the war against the demons. Worlds with people who lived a life in a bubble, but would join the cause if summoned. She remembered the Zaratans, her teachers in the initial ways of the void, but they did not see the void as nascent potential. Instead, to the Zaratans, the void was always a dark sea with thin, powerful currents that connected the large bodies of water to each other. That was how they pictured the void, and thus, it was what it was to them. Stella touched her hair and allowed her head to rest on the grass. There was a gentle slope to it, such that she could gaze into the dark skies above. In these worlds, distant stars were an illusion. They were figments, creations of the world to maintain a coherence. But she also realized that under certain circumstances, these fake, distant stars could be real. It was very possible that the void did not make them real just yet, but under sufficient power and circumstances, it was possible that all of those stars that they saw were real. Just in another layer of the void, taking a break, Edna popped up and landed next to her. They were visiting a faraway world, resting for a few days before continuing on their journey. Their search for some other divine entity had not ended, but while Ian looked at matters in the manner of years, for Stella, Edna, and Lumuf, the three still lived their days by the moments, though arguably it was much harder on Lumuf than the two of them. Yeah, Edna sat on the grass. This was very much an unclaimed world. Some of them worshipped Hawa, some worshipped Nira, but we knew that this was far from those two. Just days ago, both Edna and Lumuf ripped through an army of demons and found the Demon King waiting. It didn't take long for the foul creation to die miserably to the two demigods. Edna joined Stella looking up at the dark night sky. The stars looked different in every world, Edna answered. I know it's beyond me, but are you able to tell if the stars are similar or the same? Stella shook her head. They are generations, visions. If they are not real, they are thus different in each world. But she wasn't truly sure. What if the Void Sea ran a series of parallel worlds and that multiple worlds could be looking at the starscape generations based on the same parallel worlds? Edna didn't answer. The wind blew, and Edna set her helmet on the ground next to her. She didn't need the helmet for protection, but the helmet was Edna's link to the wider world. It contained all the various communication artifacts, magical formations, and tools that helped her remember all the other things around the Order. Stella looked at the knight's medium-length hair fluttering in the wind. You ever wonder how you ended up here? Edna laughed and stabbed one of her swords on the ground. There were moments when I had those thoughts a lot. These days, not really. But I still like coming to these hills and just enjoy the scenery. It's so sparse. Stella said. These environments were alien to her. The concept of uninhabited lands were logical, but not something she had personal experience in prior to her summoning to these worlds. The world she came from, the closest she knew were the rural areas, which had vast farmlands, but there was always someone. Here in these demon-ravaged worlds, there were places that just didn't have a single soul for vast distances, despite being fertile, forested areas. Beautiful, Edna said. Compare it to Treehome, where almost everywhere is already settled at least by someone. There was a level of safety on Treehome that was clearly taken for granted, such that many civilians didn't think it was crazy to live as far from a city or town as possible. Maybe it was the conveniences of Treehome. Treehome was home to the most advanced types of magical artifacts, many that interacted with other magical towers placed throughout Treehome for communications. I feel calm in places like this. You feel calm everywhere. Stella corrected. You even feel calm in the chaos of war. I don't think you ever needed to feel calm. Edna genuinely blushed at the Void Mage's comment and laughed. It's a side effect of martial paragon. The clarity I feel in battle is surreal. I can see that, Stella laughed. I remember how you explained it to us. For you, it is your duty to grow tall because the Order will grow wide. Do you regret that choice? The knight shook her head and her hair whipped around her as the wind continued to blow. Here on these uninhabited hills far from the nearest town, the movement of the wind through the sheets of grass created a constant rustling sound. She would like to paint something like this. No, Edna stretched her hands. Her skin was perfect, as were her palms. There were no monsters to bother her, though the insects didn't seem to mind. Even if they tried to hide it, the two's aura glowed like a warning sign to the lesser creatures. Monsters all could feel the very real threat of instant death looming over the two outworlders. Only insects of these worlds skittered around them, and Stella momentarily noticed how they all had 3, 4, and even 8 legs. In our world, these wouldn't be called insects. They have more than 6 legs. It doesn't quite make a difference. Edna smirked. They are still bugs. Why not 10? Why not 100? Stella picked up the bug and it flew away. The bug did not enjoy being picked up. I like sitting here looking into the void, and the void reminds me how limited I am in imagination. Edna said nothing. The knight often found it hard to follow the void mage's unusual tangential thoughts. It took someone with an ability to think unconventionally to accept and grapple with the madness of the void, and Edna wasn't one of them. Tall. Stella declared, there is no other path for the trailblazers. She looked into the infinite void sea and saw the greatness of potential, all that was and all that could be. But she also saw within it the possibility of returning home. She might not want to return home, but she wanted the option to choose. The path that led to the most options must be the best one for her. Edna merely nodded. She remembered that moment when she ventured into the depths of the void layers and saw that door. A door that even Ian's power could not break. How could it? A door that she knew in her soul that was meant for her. Her own answers required her to go through that barrier, and she knew more than anything that she had a place there. It was a door that called to her, and so she closed her eyes and made her choice. Void inheritor. The void sea embraced her as the system registered her selection. Her soul swirled and grew to embrace the choice she made. Her soul spring transformed to hold and receive the power she would now contain within. She saw the very possibilities there and then, that the void sea simulated all the variations that could happen and might have happened. Power, a different sort of power, flowed through her, as her soul itself was no longer black from the void sea. Instead, the void mana that flowed with her now gained an almost divine sheen, as if it was both void and divine at the same moment. The weight of her mana increased, and now she felt a kind of unnatural reality to them. They were more than just normal void mana. They were her void mana, and as a result, they could be more. The void layers that once challenged her mind so strongly also felt less strenuous, as if her mind gained the ability to grasp and comprehend what it could not before. More importantly, her gaze and vision into the void sea was now much, much further. Would you go somewhere with me? Stella looked at Edna and asked, I need someone to look after me just in case. Edna tapped her chest and teased mischievously. Naturally, it is a knight's duty to keep her princess well protected. Let's go. Stella grinned. You and Lausanne hang out too often. She's my senior, so naturally I spend time with her. Edna said. Within the order, most knew that Lausanne predated everyone in seniority. Training soldiers and warriors emerged with Lausanne as student no one. Of course, reality was not so clear-cut. The two hopped, and then returned to the world of Sun Rings VI. Oh, you want to see what did you find in the void barrier? Edna stated, and Stella's newfound domain stretched itself. The demonic barrier that cut off the entirety of the demon-controlled space itself didn't look so insurmountable now. See anything. What once seemed like a thick, almost impermeable layer of thick black liquid now appeared entirely different to Stella. I can poke a hole in it, Stella stated. Very sure I can. Oh, if I'm close enough, I can take control of the void mana that forms this barrier and weave it just enough to open a small hole for some of us to get through. The hole wouldn't last very long once Stella wasn't there to hack the void mana's behavior, but she knew she could do it. So, we won't be able to mount an invasion into the Demonlands, since the path could only carry maybe just 5 of us at once. Edna paused before she elaborated on the thoughts in her mind. It doesn't matter, does it? Lumuf could get through, and that's all that matters. Once Lumuf is on the other side, it'll be possible to use clone and mount an invasion from there. We'd have the element of surprise, but more importantly, we'd know exactly what we face. Do we do it? Stella paused and then shook her head. Not yet, but we have an option. You might just saved us from using Hawa's relic. But it also means that the other gods can't reinforce us if we need them. Right now, the barrier prevents us from going in, but doesn't stop the demons from going out. Stella said, if we break the barrier, it'll be possible for everyone to reach us, if they come to our aid. The knight said, I have doubts some of them will, but let's sit on this and let Lumuf know, though I'm sure he could already feel you making a choice. Your choice rippled, and I felt like something changed in the air around us. Stella looked around and felt the stale air. The worlds close to the sun rings and the void barrier were ravaged, demon-controlled worlds. There were demon mothers located in the cores of the world, and they had only removed the demon mother on the world closest to their homeworld. But they'd yet to dive into the cores of the other sun rings attached worlds. It was something on the cards, but a part of the order wanted caution. If the main demon could detect that their connection with demon kings and demon mothers was suddenly cut off on many of the sun rings, they would know that there was a systematic attack on them. As it were, the demons already knew there were attacks from a certain direction. Stella suspected the demons likely didn't think of matters in such a systematic manner, even if they'd seen some proof of intelligence in the demonic parasites and demon kings. The responses from the demons seemed fairly automated, as if triggering certain thresholds evoked certain responses. The gods, too, didn't seem to think too much about the demons other than a very persistent plague that was mostly harmless to their core regions. She looked at the void barrier and then back at Edna. So are you going back to the void layer and try to open that door? No, not yet. It's not ready for me, Stella said. She thought of that door. That place deep within the void layers that led somewhere. She felt like now she had half a key. She needed a bit more, level 225 or 250 perhaps, and she would be ready. The Lady of the Void also knew somehow, a gut feeling that whatever is in there wasn't going to solve their problems. Instead, it was a pathway to something else. It was as if the void whispered in her mind, and she knew that it led to a different place. Somewhere there was a path to send all of them for those who wanted it back home. Edna shrugged. Options are options. Don't hate me for it, Stella said. Not at all. I'd hate it if people don't agree with my choices, so I'll extend the same to you. Choose whatever feels right for you. The knight turned. Besides, if I recall, your ability can control voidlings. Yes. Want to visit Delvigard and try it out? She blinked. Well, why not? Delvigard had changed in the decades since the Delvigardian disappearance. The kingdoms, many of whom survived, found themselves without access to many of their best weapons, and those that kept theirs were paranoid about it. Even younger teens disappeared. Many of them joined the Order and now lived on Darkguard. Darkguard, despite the name, wasn't dark at all. Since the Demon Mother was removed decades ago, the 3 Darkguardian worlds had prospered wonderfully and now was home to far more dwarves than ever before. But Stella was not here for Darkguard. She was here to visit one of the many unmanned Sunstill veins. Thankfully, the journey was fairly straightforward now that Lumuf could also function as a clone transportation point. She knew where they were just by being in the same area. In fact, once she landed on the surface of the Sunstill vein, she could feel them down below, calling out to her. They whispered in strange dreams, voices, images, music. More importantly, she could command them, control them. They were like pets she approached, and the voidlings transformed in her presence. They took on shapes she remembered, puppies, kittens, little birds, wild, Edna said, and they hissed at the night. Stella didn't even need to say a word, but these transformed voidlings quickly kept their distance and approached the void mage instead. The Night Lady shrugged. Well, I suppose you know why they crowd around these things. They like the Sunstill because it gives them a pleasant feeling. It's warm and makes them feel nice. The Sunstill is like a light in the dark, and these voidlings are drawn to it. Once here, they don't want to leave, but they will leave with you, Edna asked, unsure. Stella walked, and it was quite strange for the little voidlings to follow her like a mother hen leading a pack of little chicks. I am, Mommy, Stella realized as she noticed how they followed her around. Oh dear, Edna said, unsure whether to congratulate her, wish her well, or commiserate in her suffering. Well, Mommy isn't really a thing for them, but in their eyes I am there. Protector. Stella extended her hand and reached out. The voidlings touched her, and then they vanished into her flesh. I can keep them within my soul realm. Ooh, fancy. I shouldn't touch them, right? I must admit, seeing voidlings as such tiny things is adorable. Yeah, don't. They are still creatures of the void, and normal people will experience void curses. I think y'all be fine, though. A voidling jumped on her skin as if they were shadows that moved around her body. They can take an immaterial form and exist within my spirit. What else can you do with them? I'll have to find out. Stella said as the voidlings all vanished into Stella. I suppose the local dwarves will be surprised to find a vein totally unguarded. It'll lure new voidlings with enough time. Stella answered as she heard the voidlings' whispers in her ears. The voidlings can't help themselves. Near and peripheral world, XI. The land gave way, the walls too. The spawning pools drained. Demon worlds after demon worlds tasted the fury of the domain holders and the Order. The flames of war and demonic slaughter should have left the demons reeling in fear, but their opponents did not know fear. It was a word that they did not comprehend, even if they used it excessively in their own methods. They were monsters made for destruction with some limited sense of false emotions. The consumption of worlds drove them to expand, and what worked was improved on, so that it worked more on the next world. This constant gradual improvement to the demons' cabinet of war tools had made them too effective against the peripheral worlds, and so they crumbled. Until now. Over 50 worlds now sung the songs of their saviors. The claims of praise could fill books and tomes. Across the peripheral worlds, Lausanne felt the Order turn the tide of the war and appreciated the praise. She looked at her warriors, those who supported her, and knew they needed it. The war took them away from their homes. They didn't need to be here, but somehow they were compelled by a drive within them to fight. The elven warrior knew it was foolish to hope for the exceptions. Only 1 in 1,000 could fight on even when the world abandoned them. It was true that these folks were true heroes. Their willpower and drive were the sort that changed the tide of battles and sometimes wars. But campaigns against the demonic gods spread on thousands of worlds could not rely on the strength and willpower of these 1 in 1,000 exceptional cases. It needed to be an institutional affair. She looked around, and while the warriors and frontline combatants basked in the joy and gratefulness, she could also feel the presence of the Order's more hidden operators, people who snuck around and did data collection, studies, plans. They were not so directly rewarded, and the types of personality suited for such roles were also different from those who went to the front lines. A few came to greet her, and she talked with them for a bit. Many helped her in the background. Sometimes they arranged resources to arrive at the right time. Sometimes they found a demon's location for a hit. On other occasions, they arranged for another force to fend off another group of demons, a well-lubricated machine that clearly had experience. Lausanne also knew something very clearly. In the years she lived amongst the people of Freshka, she knew that warriors like herself would struggle to reacclimatize to society. They built their entire strength on combat, with most of their skills geared towards power and violence. In a society, there couldn't be too many like the Order's elites. The qualities that made people like Lausanne and the high-ranked Valthorns exceptional were rather toxic when left undirected. In civilian life, there was no clear direction, no clear grand objective. For these high-leveled individuals, it could feel frustrating to have all these capabilities, but unable to direct it coherently at something. This was especially jarring for military personnel that spent long periods away from civilian life. So the Order tried its best to ensure most of the Order's members were familiar and regularly existed as a part of the social order. More than that, the work of fighting demons needed to be just one aspect of the Order's life, even if they devoted long hours and minds at this goal. It was a contradiction, a difficult one, to wholeheartedly pursue power and at the same time remain a part of society. It was never more true for those who were level 125 to 149. They were the closest to the levels of power that they felt so strongly compelled to pursue power the entire time, and yet the Order insisted that they took breaks, maintain relationships, and make connections with their family, friends, and acquaintances. These were also a group that was hardest to control, simply because of how powerful they were individually. Lausanne spoke to a few of them. Nothing in this peripheral world could threaten them, except the Demon King. If some wanted, they could go wild and cause untold death and destruction. A few more Order folks came by. They were level 130s and 140s, and high up in the skies above was the gigantic beetle carrier, the second one named after a Venus flytrap, the Diania. We have 3 days before we're leaving for the next world. You can kick back for the next 2, but on the last day we are leaving. Commanding officer declared to the Order operatives on that rescued human city. Some of you are on your home trip, so keep that in mind. I know I've said this a few times every year, but I must remind you that if you brought any souvenirs, please ensure that they are checked by the Magical Research Division for safety before you take them out of our premises. Lausanne overheard them talk. About a quarter would be rotated back to their home worlds, while a fresh team would come on board to take their place. The rostering was frustrating to some, but in the end it was what worked for most people. Many looked forward to it. Family. Some of these warriors came from other peripheral worlds that were still under heavy reconstruction, and so they had large families waiting for them back home. I'm going to try the local booze, one of the dwarven agents from Darkguard declared. The dwarven warrior was likely in the level 80s. As of now, the strongest Darkguardian dwarf was only around level 120, even though they'd been part of the Order for 2 to 3 good decades. The peripheral world was filled with humans with medieval magics and weaponry. It was surprisingly plain, though the people were industrious and hardy. The human agents of the Order found it fairly easy to infiltrate their ranks. One of them approached her. Lady Lausanne, would you deign to join us? And she did. She thought of Magisar as she sampled some of the locals' best remaining drinks and food. This peripheral world did not have much luxuries to offer. Not yet. She was certain it would happen soon. It took just about half a year to a year for luxury food and beverages to emerge, mainly because the locals found it a good idea to sell higher-end goods to the visiting Order officials and operatives. Even on Magisar, the investments into high-end goods happened quite quickly once the demons were liberated. The economies of the various peripheral worlds in peacetime were geared towards the fulfillment of the various needs and wants of the elite. It was a natural rebound, only this time, the elite class also included the Order. In most magical societies, power and wealth were concentrated in the very few, and so most services and businesses had no choice but to target the only segment able to sustain them as a business. The local brewer came by to greet them and claimed how their beer was the only thing keeping the people sane during the years when they were under siege. The surviving local militia also came back to mingle with the Order. Many of them would need to find themselves again. One Landasian elf nodded, contrasted their world with Landa's, and explained their experience with reconstruction. Landa's was in a far worse state than this, and I cannot help but feel that our survival is a miracle, but the reconstruction is just as important. The war was won, but our society was so badly damaged that we had to fight a different war, a war about what type of world we wanted to build. The the humans listened. Their world wasn't as badly damaged, so most of them expected it to revert back to what it once was many, many centuries ago, a world filled with various kingdoms and empires. The same half-drunk Dark Guardian then warned, "Once we leave, when the agreed-upon ceasefire is over and with the demons gone, there will be a large power vacuum. The powerful and crafty amongst you will use this opportunity to seize power and use the opportunity to build their own rule. Expect bloodshed and war with each other." Some of the humans asked for them to remain, and on some level, Lausanne saw the merits to it. The Order operative negotiated for a ceasefire with the various surviving cities and leaders for reconstruction. But would everyone respect it? The Order implied that if there was a threat that they would return to enforce the ceasefire. Some would see this chaos as the best moment to change the pecking order, and the risk was worth it. "Can you and your people drop by once every year?" "A year." Lausanne answered, "If they had 10 teams visiting a world every month, they could theoretically get through 100 peripheral worlds once a year. It still is more than enough time for your people to fight and slaughter each other." Truthfully, she also knew it was not the military that was the bottleneck. The military is merely a weapon, an enforcement tool. A Valthorn force that arrived once a year might not know who or what happened in that world. A year was a lot of history, and the nation's political structures could have changed. Collecting intelligence and figuring out what is the right thing to do was what consumed far more manpower and resources. This was a conundrum faced by the Order throughout the peripheral worlds, and unfortunately, as of now, the Order did not have the resources to maintain a continuous presence on so many worlds. The Order needed at least 10 to 20 individuals to have a basic, functional office in a single city just to get decent quality information and monitor the major political players in that city. In just one of these peripheral worlds with tens to hundreds of nations, there was a need for a large intelligence force in the thousands just to keep track of all the various political players. Scale that to 100 worlds, this number was now in the millions, but it was not a hard limit. The Order could reach that level through recruitment, after all. Lausanne looked at the pleading eyes of the locals and knew they really wanted them to stay. At the heart of it was a matter of direction. Lausanne, of all people, knew that contradiction innately. Did they, the domain holders steering the ship, want the Order to be that sort of organization where they kept track of all these 100 worlds? Did they want such an outsized influence on the lives and governance of so many? Her gut veered on yes, but maintaining an information network and all that was going to be painful. The locals prodded and begged. They all could feel the brewing chaos. The power struggle slithering and waiting in the darkness, waiting for the Order to leave. It was not uncommon, and Lausanne saw enough worlds to know that the Order's absence would cause them harm. Many of these worlds were, and still remained, largely lawless. The institutions that once maintained order crumbled under the attacks of the demons. Lausanne remembered the founding of New Frika and Freshka, and knew that these worlds needed powerful, dependable institutions. The Order could facilitate that, but it was also important to find good people. Institutions, Ian once said, were centered around finding and giving the right type of power to the right type of personalities, and supported by the right type of arms to enforce rules. Even if it was hard and there were not enough tree nodes to ensure all these worlds maintained a direct connection to Treehome, these worlds needed them to stay. She nodded at the locals. "I'll see what I can do to keep some of us around." Treehome, Three Worlds, Mountain World, and many others prospered in Ian's presence. It is time to spread that prosperity to many more worlds. Lausanne needed to make the case before bringing the matter to Ian. She knew that Ian watched where it could, but Ian's ability to watch what happened in the faraway worlds like the peripheral worlds was fairly limited. She didn't feel Ian's presence there in most of those faraway worlds. Sometimes she missed that familiar watchfulness that loomed over everything. Twinspace, on the other hand, felt very much like Treehome, matriarch Hoya. Twinspace was familiar and had become Hoya's de facto center of operations, just like how Darkguard became Alka's new homeworld. There was already chatter within the Zealots to rename Twinspace to something more benefiting their status. A name fairly popular floating about was New Haven, the new promised land for the faithful. Her office was located right around the heart of the capital city at the heart of the continent, even if Expedition's Landing was still larger in terms of population and overall economic activity. Expedition's Landing was the primary immigration hub where those hopeful, traveling from the old continent, arrived. It was a tall but simple structure, made from one of Ian's giant attendant trees. Its inner chambers were converted into multiple floors of offices. There was always a need for paper pushers, even in a world of magic, someone to look after contracts, agreements, new rules, taxes, and payments. One of the larger divisions that employed many people was the Valtrian Bank, and that bank took up 2 full giant attendant trees, all for the explicit purpose of maintaining and reviewing accounting ledgers. "I hear you wanted my views on some things." Hoya offered the elven woman a seat. There were a few advisors around Hoya, other members of the Triology faith. "What can I do for you?" If I listen to the summary reports correctly, TwinSpace now has over 300,000 operatives. Hoya squinted as her body leaned forward. Yes, that's correct. Do you wish to borrow some of them for the peripheral worlds? Yes. In truth, I believe that the Order has a responsibility to maintain a presence on the various peripheral worlds, at least up till they've survived and recovered from their long destruction. Currently, outside of the Howan peripheral worlds, Ian maintains no permanent presence on the Niran and Aven side. That should change. A clone or a node has been. No, I want to go beyond that. I want the Order to be in and on every peripheral world, and right now, TwinSpace's massive growth means it is the perfect place to supply the necessary manpower for a persistent intelligence and deterrence force to ensure that these peripheral worlds don't slaughter themselves in their own crazed fight for survival. These forces will nurture and protect what's left and get them to recover. It will also prevent massive political and social upheaval by acting as a safety valve to ensure a reasonable political process of their worlds is properly followed. Hoya looked at the priests and back at Lausanne. This is your opinion. This is a far larger expansion, and I recall much earlier you were one of those reluctant to stretch the Order. I changed my mind. I've seen these worlds, and they need Ian to be there, Lausanne admitted. She was initially rather surprised that the Order would expand its operating scope so quickly. We have an opportunity to save many, many lives from the cruelties of their fellow warriors. Hoya leaned back and stood. There were windows in her floor. The giant tree's bark and walls reshaped themselves into almost circular shapes. They had a beautiful view of the mostly untouched landscape. She walked to take a look at them, but her mind was elsewhere, thinking. The city was still fairly small, but it was growing quickly. The elven warrior got up from her seat to join Hoya at the side of the window. If you have a story worth selling, Lady Lausanne, you will have all of ours. Mythos, it is a goal and a dream turned into a story. Hoya's promised land whipped her people into a frenzy. Alka's War of the Gods brought the dwarves into his fold. Not all domains needed a story. But Lausanne, the unchosen champion, walked the new city in her mind thought. These peripheral worlds were a collection of broken worlds. She remembered Lumuf once said that the Order at its heart aspired to be a warden, a caretaker and sustainer of the current balance of power. Demons were an outsized, outside influence that upset the order of nature, but she did not get it. Their tale was already compelling. It was a cause that was just and worthy. They were rescuers of those abandoned by the fading gods. They were those that reached out to defend the Forsaken, but make it more. What of those that you've rescued? Are they damsels in distress that cannot do anything on their own? Hoya's words echoed in her mind. Then the next step was also obvious. They may be forsaken. They may not be the chosen ones, but just like her, they too, with a bit of a helping hand, could rise up and be the army that actually completed what the gods had long given up on. From the ashes of these abandoned worlds, an army of the Forsaken, an unchosen army, that's not half bad. Hoya clapped when she pitched the story back to the matriarch. Now, let's go sell it to the rest of the domain holders and get their support.